game series. No Mike Trout. Who cares?
I was thinking that we would just break down the splitter for Kevin Gausman and maybe the hangnail that he had 2 years ago.
Oh, let's do that. Or we can talk about the Stanley Cup Finals, which is 3-0. Florida Panthers over the Edmonton Oilers.
In the words of Gil?
Yeah, I mean, you got, the NBA Finals, which could be wrapped up today with the sweep by the Boston Celtics. What was that? What did Alex and Atlanta send us last night, Lovin? This 1995, right? The last time you had 2 sweeps, the Stanley Cup Finals. So I'm thinking, what the hell are we going to talk about? But shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. The Xfinity Mobile text line as well, 888-957-9570. However, Trevor Lawrence ended up getting the bag yesterday. 5 years, $274 million, $200 million guaranteed. It's going to make $55 million per year. A $142 million signing bonus. So automatically, we think Trevor Lawrence, and we saw Trevor Lawrence up close and personal last year at Shasky down in Jacksonville, and he faded down the stretch. Now, Christian Kirk did get hurt. Calvin Ridley and Trevor Lawrence didn't have that rapport that we all thought they would have. Evan Ingram had a solid season, but Trevor Lawrence, they didn't make the playoffs last year. And C.J. Stroud outplayed him in that division. But yet, he received $142 million at signing, a $37.5 million signing bonus, and the deal starts in 2026. So he'll be under contract through 2030. And then we get to Brock Purdy. And look, I'm not trying to come off as a Brock Purdy hater. I'm really not. I think he had a really good season, Shasky. But I'm not going to lie. Those type of numbers scare me. And then we'll get to Chris Sims, who had some very strong opinions about Brock Purdy's game against the Green Bay Packers. I'm sure everybody's going to call him a hater. But we got a lot to talk about now because Trevor Lawrence, if that's reset the quarterback market, what the hell is Brock Purdy going to get?
You know, it's interesting. You have been not warning me, but like basically saying that, you know, it's unfair to Caleb Williams to compare him to Patrick Mahomes, which I think is a totally fair point. And I do believe that when we make these comps, people aren't saying that that's exactly who they're going to be like. They're just saying, hey, maybe the mannerisms or certain things that they do reminds you of them.
And I think Caleb's going to be really good. I do believe he's going to be good. He said he's in a perfect situation.
But I see where you're coming from because I would observe the rhetoric around Trevor Lawrence coming out of college, and I heard people who I really respect, friends, people who break down film, etc. He's the best prospect since Elway. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I don't think he's better than Andrew Luck. I just don't. And I saw more professional throws and things that you have to do from the pocket, third, fourth reads, and intermediate throws into coverage with Andrew Luck than I ever saw from Trevor Lawrence. Not saying that Trevor Lawrence isn't good. I'm not saying that Trevor Lawrence isn't talented. I just didn't love the offense that he was in, and I didn't see a lot of high-level professional throws that have to be thrown in the NFL. That being said, I really like Trevor. Like everything I've read from him, everything I've heard from him, seen from him, I think he inherited a very crummy situation. And so I think it's really easy to Google his stats and look at what he's done in the league and the Jaguars over the last couple of years and tell us he's not as good as, let's just use an example, Tua or Brock Purdy or a Dak Prescott, whomever you want to compare him to. Stats are stats. But I think given his situation, that organization, who was coaching him, I think we can kind of say, you know, some of those numbers aren't fair. Similar to Alex Smith, right? Similar. I like Trevor. I think he's a good quarterback. There's no way in hell I'm prepared to pay him what they paid him.
Yeah.
And I really like him. And I understand the argument of, well, you got to pay him because you took him number one overall. I understand all that. I'm just telling you I would be very hesitant to give him that money.
And that situation in Jacksonville, to your point, when the hell are they ever going to get a quarterback? When are you going to be able to sign a free agent quarterback? And look, I've been fortunate to watch Trevor Lawrence twice in person. Lucky enough, the national championship was here at Levi Stadium in Gate, Alabama. And I remember I'll show you the picture at the break. When he ran on the field, I was like, damn, he's got size.
Oh, he's huge.
Wow, he's huge, right? And he was solid in that game. But my big takeaway in that football game was Clemson's defensive line, how bad Tua looked in that national championship game against Clemson, and how good Travis Etienne looked running the ball against Alabama. Justin Ross was special. Trevor was fine. He was fine as a freshman, but, a couple throws you, you're like, all right. So then I go see him against Ohio State in the Fiesta Bowl against Justin Fields. And there's Chase Young, and there's J.K. Dobbins, there's Garrett Wilson, there's Chris Olave, there's stars on top of stars, T. Higgins. It was unbelievable. And the biggest takeaway from Trevor in that game was, wow, I didn't know he could use his legs like that.
I agree with you.
I didn't know he had that in his game. As far as throws, there's a couple that you're like, oh, okay. But nothing that just literally blew me away. But he was no doubt, in my opinion, the number one pick. Oh, you got to take him number one overall.
Hands down.
I have no problem with that.
Hands down.
But his career hasn't progressed to the way I thought it would early on. And look, he had to come back win against the Chargers in the second season.
Was probably one of the better Jaguar moments in playoff history.
But I think you and I were both in the same boat in terms of fantasy football.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to say fantasy football is but we both invested heavily in Trevor Lawrence.
I watched him all year.
So I watched I had him in like 3 of my 4 leagues. And with all those weapons in Jacksonville, that offense was stagnant. Now, I don't know if it's on Doug Peterson. I don't know if it's on Trevor. I don't know if it's on injuries. I don't know if it's on bad offensive line play. But I didn't see that jump, that third-year leap for Trevor Lawrence. But, again, Jacksonville, they have to do something. What are you going to do? And that's a lot of cash for Trevor Lawrence.
Oh my God.
A lot of cash.
I look at the NFL and I understand the market for quarterbacks like wide receiver is just it's astronomical. It really is. And I look at Trevor and I find him to be a very interesting case study when we contrast him and Brock. And the reason why is one is the number 1 overall pick, one is Mr. Irrelevant. One is a strapping 6'6", prototype. The other one is 6 feet or 6'1", depending on, what you're going off. One is went to a complete dumpster fire and had one of the worst coaches we've ever seen in Urban Meyer at the NFL. It was a nightmare, like straight up. The other one inherited Kyle Shanahan and the greatest, one of the greatest rosters in the NFL, right? These are complete case studies for the opposite POME, product of their environment. And I just wonder, when I see that kind of deal for Jacksonville, I get why they did it. I'm not even bashing them. I think if push came to shove, I'd probably do it, but I'd be reluctant. I'm very reluctant.
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. If I asked the Jacksonville Jaguars, would you give Brock Purdy that same amount of money? I think almost all of them is saying no.
I mean, we've talked to a lot of people around this country. Big fan in Seattle, KJR. Last year, before the Thanksgiving night, I believe Geno Smith could do what Brock Purdy did in that offense. That's Dick Fan in Seattle. We disagree. We laughed at him. We go to Philadelphia. Spike Eskin, 94 WIP, Sports Radio, Philadelphia. Came on a couple months ago. I believe Daniel Jones can do what Brock Purdy's doing in that offense. That's Philadelphia. We've heard many more people from all over the country. Yeah, Brock's a nice story, but what do you do if you take away Shanahan? What is he if he takes away Shanahan? Now, again, 408, I see you on Xfinity Mobile Text, like Christian Kirk did get hurt on Monday Night Football, and it did derail the offense. I think we underrated Christian Kirk and his rapport with Trevor Lawrence. But Jacksonville right now, if they're happy because they have Trevor Lawrence and they believe he's going to get better and better over Doug Peterson. But a lot of people see Brock Purdy and say, well, there's a lot of wide open wide receivers. Well, to your point, Chasky, there's a big-time roster. And forget the draft pick and the draft status. Brock Purdy hasn't missed a lot of football games, but he's been nicked up a lot. And then you got the situation where you have to pay Ayuk. You may have to extend Trent Williams. You got to have Hufanga. We've talked about it. Drake Greenlaw, Diablo Lenore, Travis Ward. What happens if you do give Brock all that money? What does his roster look like, and what does he look like? See, I'm afraid to find out.
Well,
I'm afraid to find out.
I've already been thinking about this long and hard. And, we've had a lot of talking about pocket watching. Brandon Ayuk in particular.
Right.
Is he worth 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, et cetera? I'm going to be straight up, Niner fans. Here's the number for me. The second Brock makes more than 20% of whatever the cap is in that year, guaranteed at sign, like what for that year. And to me, the number is somewhere between 45 and 50 million. Anything more than that, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, if he wants anything more than that, I'm out. You cannot be soaking up more than 20% of the cap. And the reason why I use that number is because we can all see that when it comes to winning in the playoffs, every $1 million across your team of the 22 starters matters.
No doubt.
Every $1 million to a special team player matters. These margins are so thin. And I like Brock a lot. I understand the market. I'm looking at someone like Kirk Cousins, and I'm saying to myself, way bigger resume. I think Brock has had higher highs. I also think that Kirk Cousins done it for a significantly longer period of time. Most people laugh at the Kirk Cousins contract. Well, most people are going to laugh at a Brock Purdy contract outside of this market. And that's the part that Niner fans need to you better be ready for.
There's two things that I thought about over and over last night, and we're going to play the Chris Sims sound, 888-957-9570. I do want to hear from fans on this. This is a major, major situation that's looming with the San Francisco 49ers. Forget Ayuk. This is the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. The two things I thought about over and over and over last night, Shasky.
What's that?
I thought about our walk out of the Super Bowl, and the first thing you told me after Allegiant Stadium, the difference in this game was the quarterbacks. One was great, one was good, but not good enough. Not good enough.
But I want to make sure it's clear.
Yeah, that's not. You didn't say he had a bad game, but you just said that's the difference between greatness. And you know what? I got that experience against the New York Yankees at Oracle Park when I saw Aaron Judge. I was like, that's greatness. That's greatness. That's kind of what you need at the highest of highest levels, right?
It all.
So I kept thinking about that over and over and over again. Then I thought about the Green Bay game, what I saw on Christmas Day with Brock Purdy. And then I thought about what you said a few weeks ago. It is so true with pro sports. You can make little mistakes here and there, but you can't make $200 million mistakes. Now, Jimmy Garoppolo, I would say his contract, right, where he got paid, and Shanahan mentioned it. They made him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. He, quote unquote, reset the quarterback market.
5 games.
5 games. Reset the quarterback market after 5 games.
It's crazy,
right?
Really.
$137 million, whatever it was, big time signing bonus over $70 million. You guys know the numbers. And I would say Jimmy Garoppolo was a good 49er.
I think
he was worth the second round pick, but boy, they had the opt-outs in that deal.
Yeah.
And the minute he signed that deal, we were hypercritical of Jimmy on every single throw. He threw the Texans right to Jeff Wilson Jr. to come back from a 16-0 deficit, threw for over 400 yards, and the rhetoric was, well, the ball placement was a little off. Jeff Wilson Jr. had to contort his body, turn around, and make a great catch to save Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, we emphasize and hyper-focused on every single throw with Jimmy Garoppolo. What's going to happen if Purdy sees a deal like Trevor Lawrence? I'm afraid, man. These are massive, massive moves. And is Shanahan going to be willing to just say, you know what? Here you go, Brock. Here's 20% of the cap. And we believe, because when you give a player that type of money, Jacksonville is basically saying, Trevor Lawrence, you can elevate the rest of the team.
Yes.
I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, when I give you this money, you're going to elevate the rest of the team. Well, we know Mahomes could do that. Josh Allen at times could do that.
Well, that's why they traded away Diggs.
Yep.
They drafted a young wide receiver, and what's their belief in Buffalo? Josh Allen will figure it out with this Florida State Keon Coleman wide receiver, right? To your point, though, B, I think this is an important distinction. The Jimmy Garoppolo deal happened when their finances weren't as bloated across the board as where they are now. I think that is a distinction. Back when Jimmy signed the deal, let's think about where they were. It was 2017.
Yep.
The year prior, just to get to the floor of the cap, the bottom end, they had to give Vance McDonald an extension.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Niner
Absolutely.
fans? Okay, they gave Malcolm Smith a ridiculous amount of money.
5 years, $25 million. Yeah, they were just signing guys.
They were throwing money all over. And you have to, because your talent base wasn't good enough. I think
then you had to reset your culture to that matter, bringing in some veterans who knew how to play the game. Not necessarily great players, but guys who are professional, who know how to practice day in and day out, know how to be a pro. So when you do bring in those young players that you were bringing in, the George Kittles of the world, the Fred Waters of the world, all the young stars the Niners had, Deebo Samuel, they have veterans around to teach them how to travel, teach them how to be a pro, how to take care of their body. That's why you make moves like that. But go ahead, Shasky.
No, it's 100% correct. And I just look at where the Niners are today. Back then, if you gave Jimmy that money, you weren't surrendering multiple All-Pros. Now, you give Brock the money, And unfortunately, you've been so successful and so good at drafting and developing and retaining your own. You are bidding adieu to some all pros. Like you just are. You just can't keep everyone. Like as we're having this IU conversation currently, we're realizing you almost can't keep everyone. If you're a well-run organization, watch the Patriots. They got rid of Richard Seymour. They got rid of Lawyer Malloy and Ty Law and all. Like that's what happens. Your roster is going to have to evolve. And if you're going to roll with Brock Purdy moving forward, the two contracts that I look at that scare the living heck out of me, and if I'm a Niner fan, and I'm not saying Brock is these players, but you just have to acknowledge there is risk here. I would probably give him the money. And I'll give you a reason why. But Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, you look at those contracts and they were anchoring. And now Denver is going to have a huge hole financially to try to catch up as they're resetting their culture currently.
A lot of dead money.
Huge dead money. And I look at the Deshaun Watson situation in Cleveland, and they've been adieu to really good players. Amari Cooper wants more money right now currently. So, yeah, those big contracts, those will hurt you. And if you look around at the quarterback market, seeing what Trevor Lawrence got, Brock's going to get more guaranteed than Lamar Jackson.
So look at this again. Trevor Lawrence yesterday signs a 5-year, $274 million deal. $200 million guaranteed. $55 million per year. $142 million signing bonus. That's a long cake. So 510 Xfinity Mobile text line says, who are you placing Brock with right now? Well, we don't have to worry about that right now.
I don't think any of us said we're getting rid of him.
Hey, look, I had him. You asked me last week. You asked me last week, where do I have Brock ranked? I have him ranked at 6 in the league. But that could change in a heartbeat. At one point, I had Jimmy Garoppolo in the top 10. How did that end up?
Yeah. Russell Wilson, 2 years ago. Where did everyone have him? Where do you have him today?
Where do you have him today?
I mean, some people have
Deshaun Watson. We consider one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Yes.
Nobody would even go out on a limb to say that right now. We don't believe any of the reports coming out of Cleveland that he's throwing with high velocity and he's throwing tight spirals. We have to see it.
Aaron Rodgers. A couple years. I mean, guy was back-to-back MVP. He looks like he can't even move now.
And then we have Chris Sims, who's with our friend Ahmed Fareed on NBC Sports, and he had Brock Purdy ranked as 17th overall. And a lot of people went crazy.
I did.
A lot of people went crazy.
I thought it was absurd.
Now, he touched on Brock Purdy, and he said some things about Brock Purdy about the Green Bay game that I've shared in the thread about a month and a half ago. And when I came on these airwaves and said for 3 quarters, he looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. He looked awful. People went crazy. Now, he finished strong. And he finished strong against Detroit. He gets credit for that.
Absolutely.
But you have to be consistent here. And Brock was a little shaky in the playoffs, but he bounced back. But listen to Chris Sims on why he believes if a certain quarterback was playing in a San Francisco uniform, they would have beat the Kansas City Chiefs. This is fascinating to me.
And again, what I'm trying to say to you, like we showed a highlight package yesterday of Purdy on our PFT show. And the thing that I always come away with is go, look, there's no defenders in the screen in some of them. And we're going, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. And I'm going, guys, it's not that amazing. Really, they were in a room all week and Shanahan said, hey, we're drawing up this play and it's going to screw them over. And this guy's going to be so wide open, it's going to be a touchdown. And we have fans that are putting that stuff on a pedestal like, he's the only guy in football that could do that. He's the only guy that could listen to Shanahan say, throw to this guy, he'll be open. And he did it, right? And they have a lot of that in their offense. So that's where, again, this is a tough spot, right? But I'd fall into the comment again of with Jordan Love. If Jordan Love played in the Super Bowl, the 49ers would be the Super Bowl champions. That's what I would say.
Wow.
If Jordan Love was playing quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, they win the Super Bowl.
I don't know, man.
Jordan Love threw the 2 picks.
I don't know.
Second half, right? He threw the bad pick. It was his first ever playoff game. You can make the argument that through 3 quarters, he did outplay Brock Purdy. They had a great running game. In Green Bay, they blew that game. I don't know if they beat the Kansas City Chiefs with Jordan Love. I really don't.
I don't either.
Now, he ended up beating Kansas City on Sunday Night Football last season, and he played really well on Sunday Night Football. And we cited the numbers with Jordan Love. He played really well the last 2 months of the season. Really well once he got his weapons. And he had a young wide receiving room. a shaky offensive line, and Love started cooking. Now, I don't subscribe to, hey, if you replace this player with that player, you win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's tough.
But those are strong words for Chris Sims. And I don't know, a lot of people don't respect Chris Sims.
Well, I don't think that's fair.
Because he did play in the league, and he's a father, and he's the son of an NFL quarterback.
And here's what I would say. Like, we can disagree with his opinion or his assessment or whatever, but I don't think you can disagree with his credibility. The guy does, like, let's be fair here. I watch the Niners. I'm not breaking down 200 consecutive dropbacks from every quarterback in the league in cut-ups and watching them over and over and over and over again. That's not what I do. I admit that. So I think it's the easy thing to do is to just discredit Chris Sims. But I want to continue talking about this. I have a lot of thoughts.
And I've met Chris Sims before, and I'll break that down, and we're going to continue to get into this because Brock Purdy's going to get a big-time bag. Now, if they don't win the Super Bowl, what happens? I don't know. I don't know what happens, but this is some fascinating stuff. As Trevor Lawrence got the big bag, what does it mean for Brock? 888-957-9570. We'll want you in on the conversation here on a Friday, a non-payday Friday, a Bay Area Friday. We got a lot going on here. Shameless shout-outs coming up. We have You Don't Know Jack. We have Color of the Week. Of course, we have the injury report. And we have you, the roasters, here. If you can't get through on YouTube, go ahead and text us, 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. You know what? I want to hear your voices. Give us a call. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking some football, talking some Brock Purdy here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak, bone-in.
am happy with Brock Purdy.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Another day, another Caitlin Clark controversy, but I think the young lady's handling herself very, very well. She doesn't like the narratives. She understands why she was left off the USA basketball team. Like, just enjoy her, enjoy the WNBA. It's not that hard, folks, to talk about it. Let's talk about the game.
Is it a 50 Friday?
It is a 50 Cent Friday.
Well, did you see
it's not Payday Friday, though.
Did you see the AI 50 Cent Cowboy song that came out?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to send it to the group.
I heard about it. I still haven't watched it.
So AI, I don't even know what AI. Technically, I don't even know artificial intelligence.
Not Allen Iverson.
No, not that guy. Not the question. Not the answer. No. AI. Somebody like mixed a country song with 50 Cent, and then they released the song, and a computer made it, if you will, and it's freaking hilarious. Can we play it at some point today? I'll send it to the group thread.
Trevor Lawrence just became one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league, highest paid quarterback in the NFL on a per year basis. Trevor Lawrence, $55 million, tied with Joe Burrow. Jared Goff making $53 million a season. These numbers are crazy.
It's insane.
Justin Herbert, $52.5 million per season. Lamar Jackson, $52 million per season. And Jalen Hurts, $51 million per season. Where does that leave Brock when it comes to the most guaranteed money? Deshaun Watson, $230 million, guaranteed with the Cleveland Browns. Joe Burrow, $219 million, guaranteed. Justin Herbert, $218 million. Mahomes, $210. Lamar Jackson, $185 guaranteed. You get the point here. Brock Purdy, and I'm looking at number 8, Kyler Murray at $160 million guaranteed, $160 million guaranteed. Jared Goff just got $170 million guaranteed. So 2 quarterbacks Brock Purdy ended up outplaying in the playoffs, and then once in the regular season, got broke off. So where does that leave Brock Purdy? What percent of the cap is he going to take for the 49ers? And he deserves every penny. Whatever the Niners give him is what he deserves. But boy, it's going to be a lot of money. A lot of money for a quarterback that a lot of people still aren't sold on.
I'm surprised. I'm just surprised we haven't heard more of these teams, just teams in general, let alone the Niners, going the Kirk Cousins, Washington football.
Franchise route.
Franchise tag route, yes. Where I just want to see more data.
Would you do that with Brock Purdy?
See, where it gets tricky because of the Niners is you have to guarantee every dollar within that year. Mm-hmm. And so because of your tricky financial situation, it might not be the smartest move.
Right.
But like I'm looking at Jacksonville.
Like franchise tag right now for a quarterback?
$55 million, give or take.
$55 million.
Guaranteed.
Wow.
It does feel like, though, the San Francisco 49ers with Kyle Shanahan would be the most interesting case study because the amount of arguments made just for the offense being and quarterbacks being a system quarterback in there, it'd be the perfect thing, right? Let's say, for example, Brock holds out because they want to franchise tag him and Josh Dobbs comes in and they're 6-0, right? What would the rhetoric be then? See, anyone can do it.
Wow. But here's where we have to be fair when we're having the discourse regarding Brock Purdy. He's been excellent. He's been better than anyone in the Shanahan system.
Not even close.
We've seen other players move Jimmy to the side. We watched C.J. Beathard, Brian Hoyer. We watched Trey Lance. We watched Nick Mullins. Who else have we watched? Sam Darnold. None of those guys, forget Jimmy, none of those other guys have even come close to what Brock Purdy looks like. So we all can acknowledge there's levels to this, right? And we're having this conversation. Brock is better than Jimmy. Brock does a lot of things better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't think anyone's arguing that. But I do see, again, just in general, I'm reluctant to give Trevor money. I would have been reluctant a little to give Herbert money, quite frankly.
Yeah, Herbert got $218.7 million guaranteed. I haven't seen anything from Herbert yet.
Well, I see
a couple throws, but I also had him in fantasy the year before. Watched every snap. I was like, is this a guy people thought was better than Mahomes? Because there was a conversation a few years ago that people would take Justin Herbert over Patrick Mahomes, and I thought it was silly as hell.
I mean, come on.
But that was a conversation.
I know.
Pardon me. People were actually having that conversation.
And I look at Jared Goff's deal, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, I loved Jared Goff. I'm root for him so much. But, like, there's no way. There's just no way. I don't care what just because the house is quote unquote valued at $2 million doesn't mean you have to buy it. You know, like I'm not paying Jared Goff $53 million and 21% of my cap. Well, that's just me. Yeah, that's when it comes to team building.
And I'm surprised Detroit did it when they did it. Now 415 Xfinity mobile text line. Brock needs to make average receivers look like Pro Bowlers. Interesting. 510, do you think Brock would take a team-friendly deal to keep the team competitive with all the talent around him? Or do you think he'll go straight for the bag to be top 5 paid quarterback in the league? I think he's going to try to get. I think Brock wants his money.
Well, I think this is the number one thing, and I don't know what Brock wants, and no one does. But I just look at it the same way I look at Ayuk. It's like we're puzzling together the roster, right? And I'm saying, all right, baked in. Bosa's going to soak up a lot of the percentage of the cap because he's one of the highest paid defensive players, right? So let's just say it's about 10%, 8, 9, 10%. All right, so I got 10% of my entire team roster loaded into one guy on defense. And then I got the quarterback. If he's under 20%, that gives me about 70% to fill out the rest of the roster. I think that's doable. Any more than that, and I know this sounds like I'm splitting hairs. No, it is, to me, every $1 million that I could shave off of the Brock contract or even the Bosa deal or whomever out there, that gets me a left guard, that gets me a backup tight end, that gets me an outside linebacker.
What happens, though, if Brock Purdy has the same type of season he did just a season ago, where he's top 3 in MVP, top 4 in MVP. He throws for over 4,200 yards. He throws for all the touchdowns. You're gonna have. I mean, his agent is going to say you have to take what you deserve, and what you deserve if you put up these same numbers is the $55 million per season and the guaranteed money at signing, the signing bonus, and everything. I'm hesitant. Now, listen to Chris Sims. Listen to Chris Sims, because he said if Jordan Love was playing quarterback for the Niners, they win the Super Bowl. That's Chris Sims, Shanahan's best buddy, who played in the NFL. Look, you can question his credibility all you want. He studies quarterbacks left and right. Here's what he said about Brock Purdy against Green Bay.
He's damn good, but there's some things still, like if you went back, okay, Jordan Love had the 2 interceptions at the end of the game. Jordan Love in that game played better than Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy should have thrown 7 interceptions in that game. He got lucky that night. We'd all be talking differently if there's Green Bay could catch. I mean, it was not a good night, let alone, that game. There's other games too.
Now, look, that Green Bay game, I came in here and said it was a Jimmy G-like performance. People are losing their minds about it. I wasn't trying to hate on on Brock Purdy. I wasn't trying to hate on him. But I know what I saw with my own 2 eyes from my section 227. All right? And it just happened. The game happened to be on a few weeks ago, Shasky. And I'm doing my baldy breakdown with the clips while Baby Chaz is watching the iPad. And you hear Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt. Boy, that should have been picked. It was like 3 plays in a row. I was getting shades in the Baltimore game. Now, I sound, people call me a hater, blah, 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 blah.
We're assessing.
All I'm doing is assessing what I saw.
Yeah.
And what I saw for the first 3 quarters was not a $55 million per year quarterback. Now, you can have off days, but those are back-to-back off days for Brock Purdy.
What if I said to you that Mahomes didn't look like a $55 million quarterback for 3 quarters of the Super Bowl? I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. As stupid as the sentence I just said sounds.
No. It's fair because you could look at his weapons and say, well, we all know he didn't have the weapons like the 49ers.
That's true.
You would take this 49ers supporting class all day long over Mahomes' supporting cast. All season long, we're like, man, is Mahomes going to get a receiver that can catch? And we still thought Kansas City still may make it out the AFC. And they did.
And they did.
And they did.
Via the wild card round.
Right. And they did, despite not having top flight weapons at the wide receiver position. And it's Mahomes.
I just keep coming back to this. And I want to talk about Chris Sims in particular because I think he triggers people. Purdy could be the conquering hero. If he just takes like 40. This is the dumbest sentence of all. if he takes 45 million or 47 million and not over 50, he will look like a conquering hero if he just takes 47 million. How dumb is that? But it's true. It sounds dumb.
Forget all that. 650. This is what drives me crazy.
Give it to me.
It's for the mobile text line.
Give it to me.
We only use this excuse. Why do we only use this excuse for Brock Purdy?
Okay.
650. Don't forget it was raining pretty hard that day against Green Bay.
Like Brady didn't play in the snow.
Wasn't raining that hard.
It wasn't raining that hard at all. It wasn't raining that hard. I never put my hood on. Like, stop. Don't stop with the rain excuses for these quarterbacks. If I'm paying you $55 million per year and I'm giving you all the bag and you want the big bag, I don't want to hear nothing about a little rain and the football being a little wet.
We crushed Peyton Manning for being a bad weather quarterback. Like, he was horrible in the bad weather.
Right.
Jimmy Garoppolo got his teeth kicked in by Carson Wentz. The year Carson Wentz's entire locker room said, we hate you.
Don't come at me. That will set me off if you start talking about rain and whether or not you can throw a football in the rain. Stop it. More Brock Purdy conversation coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises.
So I just went to Kohl's to shop their first ever customer appreciation event, and now I'm here to spill the details.
bottle full of bub. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. Go shawty, it's your birthday, we're gonna party like it's your birthday. When I pull out front, you see the bands on the doves. When I roll 20 deep, it's 29s in the club.
So this is the 50 Cent country song. Come on, dude.
So AI did this.
Good. Keep it real, B.
So AI did. I'm trying to figure it out. So they used somebody's voice.
Yes, they used some like
over
country
this,
singers.
and they put a country
Tweety
beat
was
on
a
it.
very famous country singer.
There you
So
go.
They used
I
that,
don't.
like,
Yeah,
AI
I'm
type of
unfamiliar
voice.
with, and I know.
And
I'm
used the
showing-
lyrics from It's Your Birthday,
It's
Go
20
Shorty.
knives in the club.
Oh my god,
dude, it's so good.
That's hilarious.
Come
man.
on,
That's
Shorty, it's your
hilarious.
birthday.
This segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit
How good
GoToStLumber.com.
was that?
50 Cent. AI is scary.
And he posted that
Did he?
on his Twitter and was like, "Yo, Beyonce, my new country album is gonna be way better than
Hey,
yours."
50 might be one of my favorite follows on Instagram.
We
and,
were
and
just
Twitter
talking about this.
because he has no filter whatsoever. And you know what? I'm a big fan of 50 with the Power series. You know, Power Goes book and Tommy and all that stuff. And 50's made a nice little career for himself. Made a nice little career for himself. So is Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy is up for some new money after the season. Trevor Lawrence yesterday. So in case you are just waking up and you don't know what's going on in the sports world, maybe you're coming off a vacation. Trevor Lawrence yesterday, middle of the afternoon, signed a 5-year, $274 million extension with the Jacksonville Jaguars, $200 million guaranteed, $55 million per year, $142 million signing bonus. So you look at the signing bonus and the guaranteed money, Deshaun Watson, $230 million guaranteed, Joe Burrow, $219, Justin Herbert, $218.7, Lamar Jackson, $185, Jalen Hurts, $180, Jared Goff, $170. So where does that leave Brock Purdy? Well, Chris Sims, Shasky, thinks that Brock Purdy's the 17th best quarterback in the NFL. 17th best. Now, I wouldn't go that far. But he's breaking down the game, Jordan Love. Here's what he said about ranking Jordan Love, because everybody has a problem with Jordan Love being ranked over Brock Purdy. Here's what Chris Sims said about that.
Just wondering why, after a year and a half of Purdy playing better at a better level, and after a serious injury than a year of Jordan Love, Love is ranked higher.
Yeah, well, again, Jordan Love, what he did at the end of the year and all of that. I mean, again, the last 10 weeks of the season, right? I mean, they took the training wheels off. He played at a phenomenally high level, right? And really was asked to do more, definitely on a physical basis, right? Now, is he quite where Purdy is as far as diagnosing a defense and having feel and instincts to get to a place a hair quicker, right, than Jordan Love? Yeah, Purdy's better at that, for sure. But Jordan Love ain't bad at that. It's not bad. I mean, Jordan Love, I know other than those last damn 2 throws we saw, you'd go, wow, there's a lot of good decisions, high-level decisions. And there's a lot of plays that Green Bay can call in their offense that the 49ers cannot.
Well, that's the big takeaway I have. Green Bay cannot call a lot of plays in their offense that the 49ers cannot. Now, what plays would those be? Would those be deep routes? Would those be deep out routes? Would those be post-corner routes? What plays can you not call for Brock Purdy that you could call for Jordan Love?
That's an interesting point. I bet there are some plays though that Brock Purdy runs that Jordan Love either is not as proficient at or just can't do. Like, I think a lot of the short area stuff, he's got arm angles. Not that Jordan Love doesn't, but like Purdy's really good on the short stuff. Mm-hmm. The short, like, and I know we dismiss the short stuff. Tom Brady made a living off the short stuff.
There's nothing wrong. Joe Montana did too.
Right? So I do believe that we overemphasize throwing the ball downfield. Again, a lot of advanced metrics have Purdy very high when it comes to accuracy downfield, et cetera. But also now he's talking about like what your play caller is calling. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of the Brock Purdy rhetoric in both directions stems from Shanahan. And I find that interesting, where we dismiss Purdy because of Shanahan's excellence, or we bank on Purdy because of Shanahan's excellence. Like, for example.
I don't feel like we do that with McVay or any of his quarterbacks.
When I look at Stafford, I like Stafford. I really like him paired with McVay too, though.
Yeah, but who just said that Stafford's the best quarterback in the NFC? Somebody just recently
Greg
said
Cosell.
that. Greg Cosell said Matt Stafford's the best quarterback in the NFC. But we don't hear, Brock Purdy had better numbers than anybody in the NFC, and you don't hear top quarterback in the NFC. It's, he has Shanahan. Why? We don't hear that with McVay. Even when Jared Goff was down there lighting it up. Was it because of McVay? We heard a little bit, but not like this. Not like Brock.
And here's where you have to just tip your cap to Stafford. I mean, it is what it is. The fourth quarter against the Niners in the NFC Championship game, he came back and threw them down into position to win the game, and he did it against Joe Burrow in the Super Bowl. Stafford has that on his resume, and Brock doesn't. I mean, he just look. We could argue about turnovers in Detroit, and we could dilute all we want. But at the end of the day, when we're breaking down the great quarterbacks and the last 30 years or whatever, Stafford has that currently, and he's older. And you can make whatever argument you want about rosters and this and the other. Purdy doesn't have that, and he played good. He played good in those games. Stafford has that on his mantle. Yeah. Very few guys do.
415 Xfinity mobile text line. Before I go back to the sound. Number 5 was throwing darts in the rain before Niagara Falls showed up in Chicago. Stop using rain as an excuse for Purdy. I'm not here to use the rain as an excuse. Cleveland, I just don't want it. Football's played in all weathers. We know that.
This is for you.
Look at the weather Josh Allen plays in with the wind swirling in Orchard Park.
You play in Seattle every year.
Right.
It's going to be sleet.
It's going to be a little messy.
Yeah.
That's football.
Well, and if you just look around the division, how many times have you gone to Green Bay in the playoffs?
Exactly.
Niner fans.
Colin Kaepernick.
Exactly.
On line 1.
If you think Chicago's going to be good, well, you're going to be playing outdoors in Chicago at some point down the line.
You think Caleb Williams, they're going to be using excuses for Caleb Williams?
No.
Caleb Williams is going to use excuses playing out there in Chicago?
No.
In a windy city? We can't do that. Can't do it. Don't use it for Justin Fields. Everybody with Justin Fields say, he's just not good enough.
Well, and don't forget, the NFC East, Philly, Washington, and New York can have horrible weather in December.
Yes, no doubt. In January. Chris Sims. Now, this is a conversation we've had, and I want to get the Niner fans' thoughts on this. Maybe it's June and you don't want to hear this.
No, I'm getting texts all over the place.
Okay, well, 888-957-9570. Can Brock Purdy elevate his teammates around him? That's the biggest question we've all had. I keep bringing up the 3-game losing streak, right, where he didn't elevate the team. And you know what? And I said it in real time. It's okay if he's not elevating the team right now. He's in his second season. He's in his first full season of quarterback for the 49ers. Tom Brady didn't elevate the team early on. They were led by the defense of the running game until Brady caught up to speed. So it's not a knock. I'm not going to knock Brock Purdy for not being able to elevate the team, but can he? Here's what Chris Sims thought about that.
What bothered me about it more than anything is when the Shanahan specials, and you know how I like to talk like that, when they aren't working on all cylinders, there's not a lot that Purdy does to bring the offense back up. Now, he does more than Jimmy Garoppolo used to do, and it's definitely an improvement in that in all areas, but it's still, I'd like to see some more. And like I told you too, there's more missed throws than people realize. If we went back and watched games and stuff, I'd go, yeah, I mean, this is a missed throw. But nobody cares because Shanahan dialed up a play, and they're so good. Somebody's wide open the next play for a 40-yard gain. And I'm just going to go, a lot of teams in football, quarterbacks don't have that luxury of going, damn, I missed a wide open 30-yard throw. No big deal. Guy will be open the next drive. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks go, that might have been my only time all game to have anybody open downfield. Oh, I missed it, right? So those are things you got to take into account, and those are the things that jump out to me when I watch 180 throws, 210 throws in a row. You start to see that stuff.
The Shanahan specials. So Chris Sims, who we know is very tight with Shanahan, best friends, matching tattoos, played at Texas together. It's not coming from anywhere. You don't think they've had any family cookouts or family barbecues where Sims came over and they had a little small talk off the record? You don't think he's getting, I don't. They're still boys. But he called it the Shanahan specials, where he'll miss a throw, but it doesn't matter because Shanahan is so good, he'll dial it up the next play and somebody will be wide open for 40 yards, which is, you know what? Which is crazy because it's the same argument people have used against Brandon Ayuk. In terms of Brandon Ayuk getting a contract extension, people were saying, nah, don't pay him 28. Shanahan's scheming him up to be wide open. It's not his route running. It's not his athleticism. It's not his wingspan. It's not his leaping ability. It's not his catching ability. It's not his route running. It's Shanahan. Shanahan scheming open Brandon Ayuk.
So you're saying that people are using it as an argument on both ends?
On both ends.
Huh.
I believe so, because you've heard that argument about Brandon Ayuk.
Well, like, for example, I have a friend who's texting me right now furious. He's like, hey, look, the market is the market. And I'll get to that in a second because I find that an absurd statement for a variety of reasons. But he'll say, like, I'm banking on Shanahan, and I don't want to restart at quarterback. So if I believe in Shanahan, then I'll be able to figure it out with anybody. And I would say, well, then why pay any weapons ever?
Right.
If that's what you believe.
Yeah, I mean, if Shanahan's that good, I don't have to pay anybody.
Well, I mean, why did they give in to Debo? Why did they give in to Christian McCaffrey? Why did they give in to George Kittle? Why would you ever pay anyone on the offensive side of the ball if you think that you can get anyone open? Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I think there's some give and take. What's interesting to me is the whole, well, this is the market and you have to pay. Look, this is just the way I do life. Just because everyone's doing it doesn't mean I'm all in. That being said, I will use my own discernment, my own pros and cons, and I will weigh my own factors, and I will see if it works for me. So when I look at the 49ers, right, they didn't invest in running backs. Then Christian McCaffrey came around, and they said, we don't care what the entire league is doing at running back. That guy's different. He's special. We're trading a boatload to get him. We're going to pay him a boatload because his contract is very expensive. Even though the rest of the league, the market is telling you, we don't think it is worth paying running backs. Yep. The Niners said, we're going against the grain of the market. I don't know if they'll do that with quarterback, but I know that they're looking at it right now and they're saying, we might go against the grain at wide receiver. I don't know if we want to pay what the market is paying right now. So the Niners historically have kind of done their finances a little different than some of the other teams.
So to all that, though, to what you just said, because they have done things differently. But then the truth hits them in the face. The 49ers, that is. And it's Shanahan in the face. For a long time, we said the system. Oh, you could just put anybody out there. Well, we saw anybody out there on the football field. We saw Trent Taylor, Kendrick Bourne, Dante Pettis, Jalen Hurd, who couldn't even get on the field. We saw how that looked. You needed to pay Debo. You needed to pay George Kittle. You needed premium weapons because you saw what it looked like with average weapons, right? Mm-hmm. 4 straight incompletions, Super Bowl 54. Ask Jimmy how that worked out, all right? You saw that you needed to pay a running back. You saw that you needed to trade a running back. Speaking of which, 405 talks about that game in Chicago. I remember watching that game thinking, boy, we got no juice at the running back spot.
None.
For a run-first team, this ain't it. They need to trade. Remember one of the first crossovers we had? I said, they need a running back that could just throw the ball. When is the last time they had a running back to dump the ball off to, which is what they tried to do with Jerick McKinnon. So the 49ers realized that. It's like, let's go trade for Christian McCaffrey. And yes, it makes your offense different. You need premium players in this league. Kansas City's finding that out. They went to upgrade their wide receiver room despite winning the Super Bowl. Yeah, our receivers let us down. Let's go draft Xavier Worthy out of Texas. Or no, did they draft Xavier? Was it Xavier Worthy they draft? Yeah, Xavier Worthy they got, the little speedster out of Texas. So the 49ers are realizing that you can't just play anybody and think you're going to get premium production in the Shanahan system. So I say all that to say, Brock Purdy has elevated this offense. He has played at a high level. So Shanahan would be foolish to say, oh, yeah, I could just put any quarterback here and this thing could go. We could average 30 points a game and throw for 300 yards and run for 200. Well, we saw that. He tried to play anybody at quarterback. Brian Hoyer on line 1, C.J. Beathard on line 2, Nick Mullins on line 3.
But here's where it gets tricky. Everyone agrees Brock's good. But when we talk about these contracts, you're paying great. You're paying great. You marry great.
Yeah, when you get numbers like this, Deshaun Watson, why are everybody pissed off in Cleveland? Because he got $230 million guaranteed. They thought they were getting the guy from Houston. What about Joe Burrow, $219 million? Well, they're paying him because he elevates people, and they think he's great.
Yeah.
And they want to get back to the Super Bowl.
And we kind of saw him
at
close and
LSU.
personal.
Yeah, no, we've seen he's legit.
When he came to Levi's, come on, Niner fans.
last season?
Come on, Niner fans.
I mean, he checked on a 3rd and 10 to an empty gun set and ran a quarterback draw for a first down.
He threw a third down teardropper to the sideline. That was just like, wow.
I mean, he was all.
I thought he looked like Montana.
Oh, dude, he was unbelievable. He was unbelievable. And he get Lamar Jackson. And I know people don't want to give Lamar's credit because of his playoff shortcomings, but I know what I saw on Christmas Day. I can't unsee what I saw on Christmas night, actually.
So that's one of the things I think when we talk about sample size, it's interesting. It's like Purdy doesn't have the largest sample size, but what he has is a large sample size of excellence over his time as a Niner quarterback. One thing that I'm very curious on is against the winning teams. What's it look like? So against the Cowboys, right? In the playoffs, pretty stagnant. I'm talking about a couple years ago. Pretty stagnant. It's his first real playoff game at home. I thought he looked pretty good, given everything that was going on.
No,
in the
go
Dallas.
back to the Seattle game.
What?
Wild card game. Go back to Seattle.
He was awesome in the second half. It was
17-16 at the half.
Yeah, he threw a couple of bad passes in the first half.
It was 20-17.
But he was awesome in the second half.
He was, but it was 20-17 late third quarter. And Bosa and Ebukam came up with the fumble on Geno Smith when they were driving.
So you have those. Then let's go to this last year.
The Dallas game, obviously.
Dallas game, they blew them out. Dallas was a good team. They ended up losing the playoffs. We can argue about how good they were, but they were a good team. Against Cincinnati, what did it look like?
Didn't look good.
When they were healthy. They
threw 2 picks.
All right. What other good teams did they play?
Cleveland, playoff team, defense. Didn't look good.
It was a tough game.
And
it also coincided with missing weapons.
But yeah, because you get paid this money, you should be able to miss a weapon or two and overcome that.
Okay.
I mean, Lamar Jackson overcame losing Mark Andrews.
Yeah. What about against Baltimore?
Should have thrown 7 picks.
Who else good did they play last year? They played Tampa Bay, who ended up having a win. That game was a little closer than I think we all wanted to admit.
But Brock played well.
I think Brock played really well. That was the one I would say. Dallas and Tampa, he played really well against those teams. Now let's go to the playoffs, the Green Bay game. I thought he played well in the fourth quarter. Really well in the fourth quarter. But the first half could have done you in.
Well, the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, it could have done you in.
The third quarter was, Brock should have thrown a pick 6 in the first quarter. He should have thrown a pick in the third quarter. Hell, the clips I sent you guys when I was doing the voiceover was like, oh my God. And I was looking at Brock Purdy said, dude, elevate the football. You're throwing late over the middle. What are you doing?
And then I look at the Detroit game, and I thought he didn't see the field well in the first half. A little rusty, a little shaky. And then the second half, thought he was a lot better. Super Bowl, I thought it was good. So the point where I'm going at, he's got a big mixed bag, if we're being fair, against the really good teams. And that's what you're going to be. Again, ultimately, that's what you're judged on.
Right.
That's why we look at the Goff deal. Goff could destroy the New Orleans Saints, and no one cares. You know what they care about? He looks mediocre against the really good teams.
Let's just bring it back to San Francisco. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes.
Jimmy Garoppolo. He looked pretty good against the bad teams. Well, sometimes. He played the Denver Broncos. He threw the pick 8. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. 888-957-9570. What do you do with Brock Purdy? By the way, shameless shout-outs coming up to 7:45. Shameless shout-outs at 7:45. Let's go to Greg. He's somewhere at 680. Somewhere. 680 or 880, whatever it is. What up, Greg? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. The thing that when you guys were talking about the Shanahan specials, I think it's a product of overexposure. Everybody's got too much time to fill because I don't remember hearing, the reason why Jerry Rice or Joe Montana or Steve Young or Roger Craig were good was because of Bill Walsh, and he's the godfather of football, kind of, in a lot of ways. So it's like, you want to talk about specials, there was Bill Walsh specials, and yet Jerry Rice got the credit. Joe Montana got the credit. Steve Young got the credit. It's hard to buy. You can see on the field the team that's winning and the guy making throws. And you guys are talking about throws he made or missed. How about the number of times he ran when he's not known for Lamar Jackson legs, and he gets the first down and does things that keep the drive going on? And I don't know. let the guy play. And if the market says, then, well, unfortunately, the market's overpriced, but that's what you pay him.
Greg,
Thank you.
real quick, Greg, real quick.
Yeah.
How are you going
Yeah.
to react to when Brock Purdy signs a deal similar to Trevor Lawrence's?
I'm going to be glad we've got a quarterback that we've got locked up for a while. I mean, how long has it been since we had a quarterback we could rely on? I mean, the guy came back from reconstructive elbow surgery and took us to the Super Bowl. Like, I don't like the fact that pro athletes get paid as much as they do, but, that's what he's got to get paid. Now, there's going to have to be some shuffling, and hopefully he sticks like Brady does and does some deals so that he can keep the weapons around him, because that's the biggest problem with saddling up with a huge contract is you're not going to be able to pay the other people. But it seems like you got a window here, and if they go back to the Super Bowl, or heck, if they go to the NFC Championship, I mean, you're talking about a team that is really, really good, and you don't want to lose the thing that's moving in on offense. I mean,
All right.
So
That's fair.
thanks.
That's fair, Greg.
I think a
fair.
lot of people feel like him. I always look at it this way. Like, look at what Buffalo's doing now that the Josh Allen contract is hitting. They've got a bunch of no-name playmakers right now. Bunch of no-name young playmakers. Like, that's what you're. And again, look at their offensive line and how little they have invested in their offensive line. Why? Because they know that their quarterback's making $50 million. And so, as we talk about Brock Purdy and everyone's saying, hey, that's what the market is. Well, then you also need to be prepared for the market adjustment of the rest of the roster offensively is going to look suspect. And Shanahan could scheme up a million things, but if you've got a crummy right tackle and a crummy right guard and a wide receiver that gets no separation, like a Dante Pettis, who you've drafted and maybe doesn't hit, then I think we're having a different conversation.
Well, you can argue that Jimmy Garoppolo never had the weapons that Brock Purdy had. And when he did get Christian McCaffrey, Jimmy Garoppolo probably played the best football of his 49ers career until he got hurt against Miami. Now, he did have a game against the Saints where he struggled. I get it. And he had the Falcons game. That was without CMC. But once CMC got rolling, Jimmy started rolling. When you bring up those points, yeah, you could just plug and play anybody. Ayuk's replaceable. Really? I saw Kendrick Bourne, Dante Pettis, and Trent Taylor on the same football field. All right, more coming up here about Brock Purdy, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Shameless shout-outs. Start to line them up. Line them up. Shameless shout-outs. We'll explain what that is if you're new to the program on the other side here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard for Safeway. Enjoy these.
I'm having a meltdown.
B, I can't argue with you.
What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Big Pun? What up, Roasters? Hopefully everybody is having a great Friday morning. Shout out to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All the overnight dancers. We love you guys. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. We already got a good one. 404 Xfinity Mobile text line. I want to give a shout-out to my grandmother, Millie. She's 97 years young, a breast cancer survivor, and she's now diabetes-free. She's truly a marvelous woman. That's from Alex in the 404. Shout out to Millie, 97 years young, baby. I love that. Breast cancer survivor, fighting diabetes, now diabetes-free. You're truly a trooper, Billy. So shout out to you and Alex and the rest of your family. 7:45, shameless shout out to the rest of you. 888-957-9570. As we're talking Brock Purdy here, Shasky, we're going to play the entire Chris Sims soundbite with Ahmed Fareed on their podcast on NBC Sports. Or Mike Florio sound as well. We got Robinson and Bruno waiting on hold.
Okay.
You know, he's got some thoughts. Well, go ahead, Shasky.
Well, no, I just think that everyone take a deep breath on Chris Sims. Let's just
is everybody going crazy on Chris Sims?
Look,
No.
we can disagree about people's opinions or whatever. I truly believe Chris Sims is so high profile. It doesn't matter. Like, he doesn't care what people think of him. That's number one. He doesn't do things for clicks. I think he truly believes these things.
Yeah,
now, we can disagree on.
If Phil Sims does the same thing. That's his father. They keep it a buck.
Agreed. You and I don't see alike on a lot of things.
Yeah.
Husband and wives are arguing all the time about things that are very, basic, right? So I don't have to agree with him. But here's what I won't allow. I think there's a slandering of people like Chris Sims who do this study. But just ask yourself this. You're a Niner fan. I'm a Niner fan. I watch the game back 3 to 4 times every week.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how many of our fans are doing that.
No.
I don't know. We have the technology now to be able to do it, but I'm not sure how many people take the time to do it. Most people probably watch it one time and that's it, right? Fine, whatever. Chris Sims is watching every drop back from every starting quarterback, and then he's doing that every week. And he's watching all the offenses, not just his own. Now, we all watch every game and blah, blah, because the NFL's different.
He's watching every drop back over and over with the little clicker, like a Madden clicker.
Exactly.
Where he's going forward and backward. And all he's doing, Chris Sims is spin. And so I met Chris Sims.
Yes.
I used to work at Bleacher Report back in the day. And Chris Sims was big at Bleacher Report. He was working out in the New York office. So I did a lot of work with Chris Sims, sharing emails and booking things for him. And I met Chris Sims. One of the nicest guys I ever met in his business. And I know a lot of people will slander him because we're fans of a team. And when somebody says something that we harm as disrespectful towards one of your players of the team you root for, you automatically go, oh, screw this guy. A lot of people did that with Peter King. I used to do that with Tom Brenneman when he used to announce Giants games on Saturday afternoon Fox. I felt like, man, this broadcaster hates my team. Screw Tom Brenneman. Screw him. Now, he's gone for other reasons, and the game is better for him because of his thoughts and everything like that. We don't get into that, but that's how we feel as fans. So when it comes to slandering Chris Sims, I know online people say, what does Chris Sims know? He sucks as a quarterback. Doesn't mean he doesn't know more about the game than you do. He actually was in the NFL locker room.
Let me ask you this.
You know what I'm saying?
All Niner fans out there, okay? Do you think Bill Walsh was some elite football player?
No, he wasn't.
No, but I think it's pretty understandable. He's one of the greatest football minds who ever lived.
Kyle Shanahan wasn't an elite football player.
You don't have to be.
You don't have to be.
You don't have to be. And I think that one thing that I see, and just in coaching in particular, actually a lot of the best coaches aren't the most excellent players.
No.
The marginal player is actually one who studies the craft. Not that the great players don't study the craft, but studies the craft on a cerebral level that's just different. And so I think to use someone's playing career to discredit them, I don't think that's fair when I clearly know that this individual is studying it. Now, we can disagree.
We all love Brian Baldinger, right?
Yeah.
Brian Baldinger was a rotational offensive lineman. He wasn't a star.
Exactly.
But we love Baldy.
Exactly.
Because he does the same thing as Chris Sims. He breaks the game down. And Baldy said it too. And that's the one thing. And we love Baldy. And he has a way of saying things that resonates with me. Before the Baltimore game, and I don't know if you were here yet because I know LJ was just, you guys, LJ just came into the world. So you're a new father. By the way, happy Father's Day. Your first Father's Day coming up.
I'm so excited
Sunday.
for it. Yeah. Waiting my whole life.
And trust me, it's my best Father's Day was my first Father's Day because Chaz took me to the Giants game and it was nothing like having her on my lap.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
you'll love Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday's going to be special for you. But Baldy said before the Baltimore game, I got to see what Purdy does against Baltimore before I hand him the MVP. I had to see it. And that was the first time he kind of backed up off of ball. He was like, I need to see it against Baltimore because he was starting to feel some things with Brock Purdy. And we got there Christmas night at Levi Stadium. And boy, it did not look pretty for Brock. And I thought Lamar Jackson looked like Michael Jordan on cleats. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, I swear to God, I was just like, oh my God. And Brock Purdy, Chris Sims said he should have threw 7 picks against Green Bay. Well, you know what? Brock Purdy should have thrown 7 picks against Baltimore. And those are facts. But by me saying that, oh, Bonte, you're a freaking hater. I'm one of the biggest Niner fans you know. You're a freaking hater. You hate Brock Purdy. I'm just telling you what my eyes saw.
Well, but I think this goes back to, like, are there Stephen A. type people who just say things without the education of studying? Of course.
But Chris Sims studies.
But here's the thing. That doesn't mean I'm taking Chris Sims' word on every single thing. But at the same time, I'm not just discrediting him as a moron, right? Greg Cosell's another one. Greg Cosell studies football like no other. I disagree with him a lot, but I don't think that he's a moron, and I definitely don't think that he's not doing his own homework. So all I'm saying is that everyone thinks that people are criticizing their players. No, they're analyzing.
That's what they do.
Analyzing.
They get paid to do that.
We're analyzing. And if you don't think the coaching staffs are analyzing, great example. Do we think Kyle Shanahan knows what he's doing?
I think so.
Yeah. He analyzed with his dad and the entire staff, Trey Lance, and they totally whiffed on that.
Yep.
They were wrong. That happens. It actually happens a lot in player assessments. I know we don't think it does. It happens a lot.
Bill Belichick just got a standing ovation at Tom Brady's jersey retirement out there in Gillette Stadium. And Bill Belichick, we consider one of the greatest minds in football history.
Couldn't draft a wide receiver if his life depended on it.
Mac Jones got him fired. Basically, you know what I'm saying? So, but all that to say is we're all going to be wrong. My analysis is not up to par with Brian Baldinger's and Chris Sims. But those guys look at it over and over. And he just said it. Boy, I'm looking at this film. There's not a defender within 40 yards of these wide receivers. And other quarterbacks like Trevor Lawrence, who just got paid, don't have that same luxury. It's not slander. It is what it is.
Well, he's analyzing what he's seen. So I just think it's unfair to immediatally dismiss someone who's done the homework.
No doubt. But then
that's what I think is unfair.
You know, it's funny, but that's going to happen, and I don't really care.
I know.
Because you know why? My analysis or your analysis gets discredited because, you guys love Trey Lance, and you're just salty Trey Lance didn't work out. That's the basis for some. So those same people who are mad at Chris Sims will tell me to my face, you're not happy with Brock because Trey Lance didn't work out. My mind doesn't operate like that. I said over and over, there was a soundbite of me that this station was running for many years. I don't care who plays quarterback for the Niners. I just want a damn Super Bowl. Hey, so it could have been Brendan Allen.
You know what's funny?
I don't care.
It's funny, like the greatest Giants coach of all time, Bruce Bochy, was a backup catcher who was garbage. And I love Bruce Bochy, but come on, man, garbage, right? You know. And when he got hired here, everyone in the media and in the national media was like, yeah, he's a retread. He's going to hold the place for the final couple years of Bonds. And we were all wrong. And that's the beauty of sports, right? No one is saying they have the entire playbook on what's right and what's wrong. We can all disagree and get the best part of sports is being proven wrong. And I feel like Brock Purdy is a testament to that. Mr. Irrelevant. He's proving everyone wrong.
I'm not going to lie. I walked in this morning. I told you this too. This type of conversation, I wish the YouTube chat was open.
Why?
Not that we would get distracted, but boy, what are a lot of roasters thinking when they hear Chris Sims? We're going to play the entire bite in just a second before shameless shoutouts. We'll get to Robinson Bruno first. Robinson Bruno, we're going to play the entire Chris Sims soundbite about Brock Purdy.
Man, it's coming hard.
Take your phone calls, and then we're going to shameless shoutouts.
But here's what I want. I want to create a more sophisticated conversation. Everyone thinks Brock is good. We all are in agreement. It's how good, how great, and how much money to pay.
Yeah. Are you willing to pay Brock Purdy $55 million this season? That's basically where we're at. Let's get to Robinson Bruno. Rob, what's happening, man?
What's going on, fellas? Look, man, check this out. You play Brock Purdy that money, the downfall is it's always there. You know what I'm saying? You can't be doing that. And yes, I'm very salty about how they sabotage Trey Lance. I'm very salty about that. But that doesn't mean he's not good. That just means Kyle Shanahan like a certain type of quarterback. You know, he did say C.J. Beathard fits his system better than Mahomes. So, you know, I mean, it's good as that. But anyways, look, I'm going to say this, though. What the Niners do with their quarterbacks it works for the Niners. Brock fits what the Niners do. Is he a great quarterback? No. I don't think we're going to win a Super Bowl with him. You need a better quarterback. We did the same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo. The same results. Lost the Super Bowl. Won the NFC Championship game. Lost the NFC Championship game. Lost the Super Bowl. Same with Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy has better weapons. It wasn't no BA in 2019. It wasn't no CMC. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, man, this is Cal's baby. I keep telling you, it's not about the quarterback. It's about Cal. If Cal's on his game and he playing a running game going, probably going to do well. But if you got a team with big defense linemen that stop the run game and force the Niners to make plays in the pocket throughout the numbers, I don't think his playbook is big enough. I don't think Purdy's arm is big enough. I don't think Purdy's big enough to make them plays consistently. To go against an AFC quarterbacks, come on now.
So what do you think, real quick, Rob? Chris Sims said a lot. He said that Green Bay can call plays that Kyle can't call plays for when it comes to Brock Purdy and Jordan Love. What'd you take from that when he said that Green Bay can call certain plays for Jordan Love that the Niners can't call for Brock Purdy?
It's true, but that's what Kyle wants. If Kyle wants, like when he had Matt Ryan, he was throwing all them different plays. If he wanted that type of quarterback, he'll get one. But he likes the dump offs. The players he got more yard players. CMC coming out the backfield, Kittle across the middle. You don't need all the big one to do. That's little stuff. Any mid quarterback can do that. You know what I'm saying? They just can't make the mistakes. So at the end of the day, it's true. If Kyle wanted an Elway type guy, like his daddy had when he finally won a Super Bowl, which he had to do because he wasn't winning with Greasy and all them other squares. You had to you needed a top flight guy, and he finally won one. Until Cal understands that you need a real one at quarterback, you can't think you the star of the show.
So let me guess. If Purdy gets the big bag and he's getting $55 million per year, you think that's going to sabotage this franchise?
Man, you know how these players get. It's real within the locker room. No, man, this dude ain't all that. Why he getting all this money? And I'm not getting paid, man. Stop it. We already know. So if that's what the Niners want to do, they can do that. But to me, the Niners win because they have players around their quarterback, very, very good players. But if they want to go to Mahomes, where Mahomes, it's just Mahomes, a second-round back, and a tight end, can Purdy do that?
I don't know.
You feel comfortable with that?
No, I saw what like that. I didn't feel comfortable with it.
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't feel comfortable.
I don't feel comfortable at all.
Even though I really like the way they draft. I do. I really like the way they draft. I'd be lying to you if I said, like, look, you lost. You almost lost in the divisional round and the NFC Championship game with all the weapons.
Listen, I remember how you felt at the divisional round game both times. Minnesota and Green Bay.
Yeah.
And I know you're one of the biggest fans.
I know.
And I know what you said with me right after walking out of Allegiant Stadium when we were depressed. After that Green Bay game, people were not happy because of the way they won. I'm trying to calm the waters again, saying, hey, they're going back to the NFC title game. But people were not happy. Spinoni, you remember, people were not happy with the way they won against Green Bay because the quarterback didn't look good. Now, some people say, well, it was raining. It was raining. Well, if I need a caveat for weather, guess what? Football's going to be played outdoors at times.
We live in Northern California. It's going to rain a little.
You know how many times the Niners had to go to they went to Soldier Field?
Come on.
What the NFC Championship? It was cold. No excuses. How many times I had to redo the sod at Candlestick Park for Steve Young and Joe Montana because of the nasty weather? Now, I don't want to hear about rain.
Well, and one thing that I would disagree with Rob on is, if I was in the AFC, I think I would look at the Brock situation differently. Being in the NFC, I think it does change the algorithm for how I'm viewing this. So, like, for example, if I knew I had to go to Baltimore or Pittsburgh or Cleveland or Buffalo or go through the AFC West into Kansas City, right? Those are all cold weather venues with big elite quarterbacks. right? I think it would change how I view Brock Purdy. Because you're in the NFC, there are some dome teams that are like Detroit, right? I think Detroit is going to be one of the top teams the next couple of years. Well, even if Detroit gets home field advantage, it's a dome. Kind of like that for Brock Purdy. And Jared Goff against Brock, like, okay, all right, I can go to war with that. If I'm going up against Herbert, Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, I do think that just, I'm not saying that I'm
Herbert's in a dome, let's be fair. But to your point,
them,
well, to your point, I was just going to say, follow that up by saying, we're going to see Brock Purdy in Buffalo this season. We're going to see Brock Purdy in Green Bay. Matter of fact, we're going to see that in back-to-back weeks.
Yeah.
We're going to see Brock Purdy against some cold weather teams around the time where you're playing Green Bay Thanksgiving Day weekend, you're playing Buffalo December 1st. Yeah. You play down in Miami, right? And it may be humid in Miami. It's always humid in Miami. Who the hell knows?
I look at like the Dolphins situation. I think Purdy is so much better than Tua. Period. Just period. I look at Tua and I'm like, there's just no way in hell I would ever pay Tua any of that money. Not even because I don't think he's good enough. Because I don't think he's good enough against those quarterbacks in the AFC that I listed.
And
also, I saw him in the weather against Kansas City, and he couldn't throw the ball.
He couldn't throw the football.
So I'm out on Tua on a variety of levels. Check, all against him.
Would Niner fans want Tua?
No.
You don't think so?
No, I don't want Tua. No. Purdy's better than Tua.
That was a good deep ball. All right, let's play the entire soundbite here. Shameless shout-outs. Line them up. 888-957-9570. You can shout out whoever you want to shout out in case you're new to the program. Shameless shout-outs is basically a segment where you can shout out whatever you want. You want to shout out your coffee mug? You want to shout out your dog? You want to shout out your daughters, your sons, your kids, graduates, teachers, cops, whoever you want to shout out. 888-957-9570 is a number. We'll do shameless shout-outs in 10 minutes. But before that, we'll play the entire Chris Sims soundbite right now, Spinoni. Chris Sims with Ahmed Fareed on their podcast. What is their podcast name, by the way? Podcast.
Chris Sims Unbuttoned, I believe it was.
Chris Sims Unbuttoned with Ahmed Fareed.
Should be called Rattled, as in Chris Sims rattles fan bases.
He does. Well, he rattled the 49ers with 4 minutes of this sound right here. Here's Chris Sims on Brock Purdy, and where he places Brock Purdy in the National Football League.
If anybody heard me during the season, I don't think anybody would be too shocked with what I ranked him if anybody was a regular listener.
Correct.
I mean, I think I was always trying to tell people, hey, he's really good. Am I willing to say he's one of the 8 or 10 best quarterbacks in football? I was always on here kind of telling you, no, I don't think that, right? You know, so
Alan Byrne kind of sums it up here.
Right.
Let me
Yeah,
get
go
his.
ahead.
He goes, just wondering why, after a year and a half of Purdy playing better at a better level, and after a serious injury than a year of Jordan Love is ranked higher.
Yeah. Well, again, Jordan Love, what he did at the end of the year and all of that. I mean, again, the last 10 weeks of the season. Right? I mean, they took the training wheels off. He played at a phenomenally high level, right? And really was asked to do more, definitely on a physical basis, right? Now, is he quite where, Purdy is as far as diagnosing a defense and having feel and instincts to get to a place a hair quicker, right, than Jordan Love? Yeah, Purdy's better at that, for sure. But Jordan Love ain't bad at that. It's not bad. I mean, Jordan Love, I know other than those last damn 2 throws we saw, you'd go, wow, there's a lot of good decisions, high-level decisions. And there's a lot of plays that Green Bay can call in their offense that the 49ers cannot. And again, what I'm trying to say to you, like we showed a highlight package yesterday of Purdy on our PFT show. And the thing that I always come away with is go, look, there's no defenders in the screen in some of them. And we're going, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. And I'm going, guys, it's not that amazing. Really, they were in a room all week and Shanahan said, hey, we're drawing up this play and it's going to screw them over and this guy's going to be so wide open, it's going to be a touchdown. And we have fans that are putting that stuff on a pedestal like, he's the only guy in football that could do that. He's the only guy that could listen to Shanahan say, throw to this guy, he'll be open, and he did it, right? And they have a lot of that in their offense. So that's where, again, this is a tough spot, right? But I'd fall into the comment again of with Jordan Love. If Jordan Love played in the Super Bowl, the 49ers would be the Super Bowl champions. That's what I would say.
Wow.
He would make some of those throws that I'd go, wait, just hop and do this, and he's open. It's a touchdown. Why do we have to keep staying here just because our body has to be in the position to throw this guy? And he's not even capable of doing some of that stuff. So, again, it's really good. I don't want to get
above
that
average,
messed up.
above average starting quarterback in the NFL.
I mean, yes, he's damn good, but there's some things still, like if you went back, okay, Jordan Love had the 2 interceptions at the end of the game. Jordan Love in that game played better than Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy should have thrown 7 interceptions in that game. He got lucky that night. We'd all be talking differently if there's Green Bay could catch. I mean, it was not a good night, let alone, right, that game. There's other games, too. Again, what bothered me about it more than anything is when the Shanahan specials, and you know how I like to talk like that, when they weren't working on all cylinders, right, there's not a lot that Purdy does to bring the offense back up. Now, he does more than Jimmy Garoppolo used to do, and it's definitely an improvement in that in all areas, but it's still, I'd like to see some more. And like I told you, too, there's more missed throws than people realize. If we went back and watched games and stuff, I'd go, yeah, I mean, this is a missed throw. But nobody cares because Shanahan dialed up a play, and they're so good. Somebody's wide open the next play for a 40-yard gain. And I'm just going to go, a lot of teams in football, quarterbacks don't have that luxury of going, damn, I missed a wide open 30-yard throw. No big deal. Guy will be open the next drive. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks go, that might have been my only time all game to have anybody open downfield. Oh, I missed it, right? So those are things you got to take into account, and those are the things that jump out to me when I watch 180 throws, 210 throws in a row. You start to see that stuff.
The funny thing is, if 2 years ago you would have said Brock Purdy is the 17th best quarterback in the NFL, people would have said you're crazy.
I can't
He's the last
win,
pick of the draft.
and it drives me crazy. It's like I told you with the Jalen Hurts thing. I mean, last year I'm crazy. He's the best quarterback in football. This year I make him 9. You're crazy. He's lower than that. I've gotten that more than anything. And I'm like, what? No. And I think the truth is somewhere in between. I think it's actually where I got him ranked. Last year was 7. This year's 9. I think that's where it is.
Chris Hibbs with I'm Matt Fareed. So what do you guys think about that? 888-957-9570. Worldwide Hef just tapped in. You know you got to get a Worldwide Hef in there. So there's going to be a lot of basketball cards and stuff like that. Sorry, Hef, I haven't got back to you, but no lies detected. Chris Hibbs making a point, making a good point. Is he making a good point? Now, this is another point that I saw on the text line during that interview, Shasky. Somebody, 510, Xfinity Mobile text line. Didn't Purdy play football in Iowa? It's cold there, right? The weather could get a little nasty there, right? I think it does. I think the weather gets, I've never been to Iowa. I never planned on going to Iowa, but I hear that the weather gets nasty. So why do we make the excuses about the rain or the cold weather when it comes to Brock Purdy? We shouldn't.
I don't know. It's someone who's more versed in his college career might know. Maybe that's baked into why he slipped in the draft.
Maybe.
Performances in the cold. I don't know. But I'll tell you this: playing in snow and playing in rain are different.
Yes,
they are. They are. It's different. Some think it's harder to play in snow. Some think it's easier to play in snow. Some think it's harder to play in rain. Some think it's easier. I don't know. The thing that I have a question on, when he says like the Shanahan special, meaning they miss a play and then they dial up a big gain right after, is that they dialed up a play because of how good all of the other playmakers are, combined with Shanahan's excellence as a play caller? Or would any player, like in the terms of war, like replacement player X would be wide open no matter what because Shanahan's so good at sequencing and finding gaps? That's the number one question that I have.
Well, it is funny because I started thinking about Nick Mullins, right? And you know how I felt about Nick Mullins, Nickel Nick. Money Mullins, whatever you want to call him.
Bitcoin Nick.
Bitcoin, no, that was Bitcoin Bethard.
Oh, Bitcoin Bethard.
Bitcoin Bethard. Nickel Nick. Money Mullins, whatever you want to say. A lot of people use the argument, this is why you place Nick Mullins, or you replace Jimmy Garoppolo with Nick Mullins. He threw for the most yards. What's the graphic or the stat where he threw for more yards in a 3-game stretch?
Most yards in a 16-game start to a season.
Wow.
That's what it was.
Was it that for Nick Mullins? Mm-hmm. 3 games where he threw for over 1,200 yards or something like that?
His first game ever was against the Raiders in the final Battle of the Bay game.
Yeah, the Thursday night.
245 yards and 3 touchdowns.
So the passing yards in first 13 starts, he had 3,610.
Something like that.
It's the graphic is Mahomes with 4,200, Andrew Luck with 3,700, and Nick Mullins right after.
But people said that was a Shanahan special. Is that what the Shanahan special is, by the way? 3 minutes until Shanahan shoutouts. I already see you line it up. 888-957-9570. Maybe you shout out Chris Sims. Maybe you shout out Chris Sims in his take, like Kenny Caraway, who's just texting us right now, Shasky.
What's he
Kenny
saying?
Caraway. Sims sounds like a dumbass. There's going to be a lot of Niner fans who feel like that. Does he sound like a dumbass? What do you think about his take? We just played 4 minutes there, Chris Sims, breaking down Brock Purdy and why he has Brock Purdy ranked 17th in the league. And the reason why we're also bringing it up is because Trevor Lawrence has got a big bag. $55 million per year.
And again, we discussed it earlier. I like Trevor Lawrence. I root for Trevor Lawrence. There's no way in hell I would feel comfortable giving him that deal.
$200 million guaranteed, 5 years, $274, $142 million signing bonus. Are you ready for Brock Purdy to get that headline? Brock Purdy re-signs with San Francisco. 5 years, $300 million, $220 guaranteed. You ready for that, Niner fans? For Brock Purdy?
Look, the alternative...
I'm not ready for that.
The alternative is like going into the draft and trying to find a placeholder, and that is its own level of scare. You know, that scares the hell out of me. A bad contract, though, those things are like...
They set you back and get people fired.
They do. They crumble you. So does missing in the draft.
Right.
Okay? Moving off of Tom Brady and going to Mac Jones gets you fired, even with 6 Super Bowls.
And credit to Shanahan.
Both are scary propositions.
Listen, if they don't fire Brock Purdy, is Shanahan here today after whiffing on Trey Lance?
That's a great question. I mean... I don't have the answer.
We don't even bat an eye anymore.
I don't even.
And they missed on Trey Lance, and they got contract extensions. All right, so maybe they do pay Brock Purdy because he saved jobs.
I was
going to get to Kurt in San Francisco, but he just dropped off.
This is going to sound absurd, but I'll keep coming back to it. If Purdy takes a discount at $45 million, he will be the conquering hero for at least a couple of weeks.
Even $45 million, what's the guarantee look like?
No, $45 million is under the 20% that I need. To me, the sweet spot is
per year.
I know, but okay.
$45 million per year.
Everybody applauds Tom Brady. Everybody applauds. Yep. I did the math. Okay.
Yeah.
At no point did he soak up more than 11. And during the glory years of his early run, did he soak up more than 11% of the salary cap? Okay. That was the beauty.
That was the early years?
The early years.
Now, what about the 2010s?
As it got older, no more than 13%. Okay? And 20% of the salary cap for just one player. Again, the only guy I feel comfortable with doing that is Mahomes. And so you'd say, Joe, your counter would be, and it's a fair one. Then, Joe, you're never signing any quarterback. And yeah, you're right. I would look foolish. So I just...
707, Xfinity Mobile text line. 707.
I feel like Steiny.
707, Xfinity Mobile text line. Brock will take less. He knows his abilities are not Patrick Mahomes like. He also knows he needs everyone around him. So I don't know what Brock.
I love how we bestow this aw shucks. I'll just settle for 45 million.
No, that's not how athletes think. Oh, he's just going to take a hometown discount because he's a nice guy. Sure. Trevor Lawrence is a nice guy. Did he take a hometown discount? Hell no, he got his bag.
What was that?
Brock is a nicer guy than Trevor.
That's he's a nicer guy. Even though we call Trevor Lawrence Sunshine. Sunshine was the nicest guy, remember the Titans. Nice as hell from California. The ladies loved him. Sunshine, he can do no wrong. Oh, shucks, Clemson, Dabo Sweetie, Trevor Lawrence. Oh, he's just a good old dude.
How many
he got $55 million per year and $200 million guaranteed.
So coming off an Achilles, way older, less of the playoff resume, Kirk Cousins had $150 million guaranteed waiting for him in Atlanta. Coming off an Achilles at 33 years old.
Right.
How many teams in the league right now are saying, we'll take Brock for $150 guaranteed? Let's do the exercise very quickly. I think New Orleans would take him. Okay. I do. I
Carolina?
think they would in a heartbeat.
Carolina?
I think Carolina would take him too in a heartbeat. I do. I really do. Even if they like Bryce Young, whatever, I do. I think they take him. Would Washington, even though they have Jaden Daniels, would they have done it prior?
I don't know. Adam Peters is going there. Maybe they do. Maybe they do.
Raiders definitely taking him, by the way.
What?
Raiders are definitely taking him.
So the Raiders would take him? You think the Raiders would take him?
Yes.
Okay.
Denver?
Yes. Sean Payton, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He loved Trevor Siemian.
They drafted Bo Nix in the top 15. Sean Payton is a dead man walking in Denver, Colorado. Bo Nix is going to get somebody fired. I believe.
Seattle.
Well, Dick Fan joined us from KJR last year, said Geno Smith could do what Brock Purdy's doing to Shanahan's offense.
And I thought that was an absurd take.
I don't think they take Brock Purdy at that price.
Crazy. Okay.
Does McVay? No, I don't think McVay does.
I don't know.
I don't think Sean McVay does.
I don't know. How about Pittsburgh?
Interesting.
I think they would.
Did we ask Filippone about that? I don't know if we asked Andrew Filippone, our boy from Pittsburgh.
We asked him, it was more about Ayuk with him. I don't think we specifically asked him, would you take Purdy?
We didn't ask him about Purdy at all?
Because they're a team with, I consider, no quarterback.
Well, last year, they compared Pickett to Purdy and thought they were very comparable because it was heading into week 1, right? And then they were so wrong about that, obviously.
Well, they were blown away by Ayuk, obviously. Yep. Not even Purdy. They were blown away by Ayuk.
Were they blown away by our right tackle, Colton McKivitz, when he almost got Purdy killed like 2 plays into the season? Where he literally was laying in Purdy's lap for about 4 consecutive plays.
Let's continue the conversation. We got to get to shameless shout-outs. We're 3 minutes late.
Yes.
Shameless shout-outs here. We're getting right back to Brock Purdy, though. Shameless shout-outs right here on the Morning
Roast. And it's about you.
I am happy with Brock Purdy. Listen, I'm happy with Brock Purdy. I'm happy today because Chris Hibbs is taking bullets for us all. We came in here, criticized Brock Purdy about the Green Bay game, and oh boy, I couldn't even walk down the streets of San Francisco without being called a hater.
All right.
Without people literally look at me and like, why don't you like Brock Purdy?
Okay, bookmark that. We'll get into it. Today, it's about you. Hey, Joe, can you shout out the Living Legends Baseball Club in Santa Clara? Now, we played them a couple weeks ago. Excellent team. They beat us. My son, 12U, Drake, is getting ready for the tournament this weekend and Cooperstown in July. Now, there are a lot of teams, Little League-wise, and are getting ready for the Little League World Series and getting ready for Cooperstown. I want to hear about all of them. Cooperstown is something that I'm telling you right now. I'm going there with LJ. Me and Jim my buddy Jim, we've been talking about this. He's like, I have no interest in going. I'm like, I do have interest in going. What?
Williamsport?
No, Williamsport's for Little League.
Yeah, Cooperstown for the baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Take a lead.
Yeah.
We're not a Little League place. I don't believe in Little League. I think the dimensions are garbage. I think it's not real baseball. I'm just being real. I think it's garbage.
Wow,
like you can't take a lead. Like that's not baseball. Learn how to hold a runner on, doggy. And the dimensions of the field are way too small.
You sound like Bonte when he was betting on it a couple of years ago.
If you're throwing from a 46-foot mound and you're 13 years old, you're going to look dominant.
Got to run down the line.
Listen, the fat ass kid from Hawaii who didn't run down the line cost me some money. Listen, Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The Warriors didn't make the playoffs this year. The paychecks starting to hurt. The blackout paychecks are starting to hurt. Let me tell you, Williamsport, I'm scouting the Little League World Series this year. Your boy will be loading up. I hear Hawaii's good again this year, so just what the streets are saying. I will be betting.
It's always the Western representative, whether it's California, Hawaii.
Well, Texas has been good lately.
Yeah.
But you also got Chinese Taipei. You got Thailand. Those dudes are always good. I'm always betting on them. Mexico's has good teams too.
Japan.
Yeah. My money will be going on, what do they call it? The Far East region.
Mr. Worldwide over here.
Far East. We'll be betting, throwing some chicken on China this year. Listen. Shameless shout-outs. Got a lot of shameless shout-outs. 510, shout-out to Coach Jeff and the Forest Park swim team in Concord. Good luck versus the Pleasant Hill Dolphins at tomorrow's swim meet. Go Flyers. Go Flyers. Shout-out to all the garbage men out there. No doubt. 405, shout-out to Anthony Richardson. The league is in trouble. Bookmark it. Okay. Shout out Anthony Richardson. By the way, his shoulder is still sore.
Yeah,
you didn't hear that?
Yeah, he also said, I feel like the NFL, college is easier than the NFL. The NFL is easier than college.
Anthony Richardson said that?
He said it on a podcast.
Trevor Lawrence told him week 1 when they played each other, like, hey, if you don't get down, your career is going to be short. And he missed his entire rookie season.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland. And then we'll down in Concord. Gene, what's happening?
There we go.
Uncle Gene.
Yeah, morning, fellas. So I want to shout out my lovely wife, whom you know as Auntie Jan. She turns 80 years old today.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday. We love that. She's turning 80 and she's looking like she's 40.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, and she's going to be one of the hardwood classics, the senior dance team that performs at halftime. At least we think she is. She's going to apply and try to make the team. So hopefully we'll see her out on the floor.
Hey, Uncle Gene, I may be a judge for that competition. Let me just tell you, Uncle Gene.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Let me. I don't know. I have to get the permission.
Tell me how much you need.
I was going to say, first of all, I need a permission slip from Anna. The last time I got to judge the Warriors cheerleading team, Anna came with me because she didn't trust me by myself. And then two, I can't be bought, Uncle Gene. I can't be bought.
Just kidding.
Just kidding.
Shout out USA Prime Peninsula. They are going to Cooperstown for the baseball tournament. Didn't they used to be called something else? 650. Text that in.
Let's go to Don in Concord. Don in Concord. What up, Don? Got to meet you at Copper Skillet in Martinez.
Yeah.
Don in Concord was out there at Copper Skillet eating some breakfast. What up, Don?
What's up, Don?
Yeah, that's some good grub out there in Martinez. Hey, how's it going out there? It's a beautiful day in Northern California. It's a Phil Collins Friday in the night. And Sunday, well, happy Father's Day to all the dads, high and low, and all over the place. Plus, go Niners.
Let's go.
There it is. 650. The beautiful thing for the 49ers is they will have another year of work to base Purdy off of. He has another year like last year. The 49ers won't have many options but to pay him $40 to $50 million per season. If not, look out, Niner fans.
40 to 50.
Gonna get ugly. That's Brian in Belmont. Brian in Belmont.
It's 50 to 60.
Ooh.
The price is going up. And how many other quarterbacks are going to what?
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
No. That's gone too far.
It's gone too far.
By the way, London.
Discount.
By the way, before the show, London was saying, how dumb was it that Jet York said that Brock Purdy's going to reset the quarterback market? Jet York didn't even have to say it. It is what it is. He just got out in front of it. Hey, he's going to reset the quarterback market. And they didn't say anything about Jimmy. And at the time, Jimmy reset the quarterback market. He did. After 5 games, he reset the quarterback market. Shout out to 415. Shout out to my wife. I gave a shout out a few weeks ago when we got married.
Nice.
It's been going great. She's awesome. I love you, Esmeralda. Shout out to my father. And I'm not going to say the other guy's name for having birthdays today. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to me, Rain Force in Oakland. We're not shutting out the other guy that you wanted to shut out. Sorry, Rain Force in Oakland. Shout out to the Morning Roast for keeping my butt awake on my long drive back home.
Tremendous birthdays, tremendous fathers. A lot of fathers.
The greatest fathers.
The most terrible father.
The most terrible
father. I had the most terrible father. Duke from the city. My cuz, D Smooth. Happy birthday. Father's Day to all the fathers. Love y'all. That's Duke in the city.
Love you, Duke.
Duke is at Disneyland, I think. I saw on Instagram. He was at Disneyland. Shout out to all the fathers. Happy Father's Day.
Is he rapping with Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, he might be rapping with Mickey Mouse and Goofy at the Goofy
What
restaurant.
was the old Michael Jackson dance thing at Disneyland?
No, you think of Universal Studios, I think. Or was it at Disneyland?
I thought they had it at Disneyland.
It might have been like the Moonwalk one and stuff like that.
And there was like little puppets. What was it?
415. Shitty bubble text line. Bate, man who bets on 13-year-olds can be bought. You're absolutely right. I'm not going to really bet on the Little League World Series. At least I don't think so.
Captain EO. That's what it was.
I'm not going to bet on Little League World. Hey, shout out. Lubman, give a shout out to your father, man. Come on. Get on the mic. Come on, Lubman. Don't do that.
All right. Just really quick, I'll give a shout out to my dad, Jim Lubman. Happy Father's Day. We'll be doing something probably next week because, your boy's got work stuff to do on Sunday, and, he likes to have his Sundays.
Got that Megan Thee Stallion concert coming up, so you got to make sure you move things around.
Oh, my God.
That's next week, but, we'll get to that later.
Hey, you guys missed it.
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Hey, listen, we always say once you go black, you never go back. Well, Lubman went black, and he's never gone back. I mean, let me shut that up. Just
Don't talk about that.
Stop!
Telling you.
Stop it.
The University of Miami turned his ass out. One boy got around Luke in the crew of Trick Daddy. Don't know where to go. He don't know how to act.
It's all about the you.
It's all about the you. Love it, man. Woo! Special shout out to Jade Spadoni.
Absolutely.
I know this is going to be a tough Father's Day for her.
Yep.
And shout out to Joe Shasky, Deli Boy, and your lovely sister, and Noreen, of course, your lovely mom. I know it's going to be a little difficult this week. The first Father's Day is always tough.
Absolutely.
So a special shout out to you guys for special Father's Day. I know it's a tough week for you, Shasky. So, but happy Father's Day because it's going to be bittersweet. You don't have your father, but you get to enjoy your first Father's Day. There's nothing like it.
Yep.
So all the fathers out there, I see Worldwide Happy's a father. Spinoni, I know you're a father too. I see how you do with baby Nora, Benny. It is a special day. Father, and just keep asking, what do you do for Father's Day? I have no idea. I just want to be around my baby. That's it. That's it. That's all.
As long as Rory doesn't win the U.S. Open, I'm good.
He's up right now, right?
I can't stand him.
I kind of want Rory to win.
He's just insufferable.
I kind of want him to win. Oh, injury report. Real quick. Anthony Rendon, were you expecting him to play? No, he's not playing. He's been out since 4/20 with a partial tear in his left hamstring. This week, he took the next steps in his rehab when he began taking ground balls. It feels as if he is ahead of schedule in his rehab process. That said, there's still no set timetable for his return to action. Wow. 650 City Mobile Text Line. Shout out to Sam Lubman. He likes that hot cocoa. Shout out to that. His report brought to you by Boxer Cousin, Carson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. I'm sorry, Lubman, you got to wear it. It's the roast, man. It's the roast. We're just playing. We're just joking, Lubman. Northern California's. It's always a fun game. Northern California. I'm shocked. You talking to me? Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Shocked you talking to me.
What's going on the game? Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A non-payday Friday, a 50-cent Friday here on the roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? It's all the overnight dances. All the overnight dances.
Should we bang that new 50? For those that just are tapping in?
You can find me in the club, a bottle full of bub. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love.
So this is an AI version of 50 Cent doing a country song.
It's a hell of a follow-up to what we were just saying about Loveman before the break.
So good. This is Loveman.
Summer love. It is real.
On the dove. When I roll 20 deep, it's 29 in the club.
Oh my God.
My flow, my show brought me the dough that bought all my fancy things. My bread, my cars, my clothes, my jewels, and tight-fitting jeans.
This is so good.
You know,
come on, that is a banger.
You know,
keep it real.
The internet is unbelievable. There's a lot of talented folks out there on the internet just wasting their time not getting paid for some of this content. It's really, really good. It's really impressive. We could put that song on anything. It's just like DMX when he was remixing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Rest in peace, DMX. Shout out to that guy up above.
I love DMX. I watched a Snoop Dogg DMX. What was it called?
When they were doing it during the pandemic.
What was it called?
What was it called?
40 and Too Short did it too.
Yeah, 40 and Too Short did it. The Versus.
It was so good.
I know. It was
and it was DMX doing gin and juice in the background for Snoop and dancing. And I was like, DMX is one of my favorite rappers of all time.
Doing the same two-step. I mean, he was on he was on the Noriega podcast, Drink Champs. And Noriega said, we had some dudes come in here. First of all, the story about DMX taking somebody's girl. And the dude was like, I was a virgin, and DMX took my girl. And then they asked DMX about it. He goes, well, if I would have known that, I would have just gave the guy a bone. He should have told me something. But you know, the girl was feeling me, so I went to the room, and it is what it is. Right?
What was
the dog? They were freestyling. And he said the dog was giving the ad-libs. They're on the corner.
And my dog will get you. And the dog started barking like he was in the rap verse.
It was great.
God, I love DMX.
Anyway, man. 888-957-9570. Chris Sims is giving us some content. 650 giving us some content. I'm not going to do that to Love. Love it. I love him. I love where he's at mentally. By the way, shout out to everybody out there. This would have been a great YouTube day. Matt Dehagan, chat YouTube. May want that on Monday because today would be a great chat day because we're talking Brock Purdy. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. They will help you out. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Trade. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Trade. We have Caller of the Week in 12 minutes. Caller of the Week in 12 minutes. And we have You Don't Know Jack coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. 650. Shout out to all the fam at 95.7 Game for keeping me entertained all day long. Well, today it's about Brock Purdy because Chris Sims went in. I don't think he went in like
He says 3 times he's really good, but I don't think he's as great as these other guys.
He said he took Jordan Love with him. He said this about Jordan Love.
And again, what I'm trying to say to you, like we showed a highlight package yesterday of Purdy on our PFT show. And the thing that I always come away with is go, look, there's no defenders in the screen in some of them. And we're going, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. And I'm going, guys, it's not that amazing. Really, they were in a room all week and Shanahan said, hey, we're drawing up this play and it's going to screw them over and this guy's going to be so wide open, it's going to be a touchdown. And we have fans that are putting that stuff on a pedestal like, he's the only guy in football that could do that. He's the only guy that could listen to Shanahan say, throw to this guy, he'll be open, and he did it, right? And they have a lot of that in their offense. So that's where, again, this is a tough spot, right? But I'd fall into the comment again of with Jordan Love. If Jordan Love played in the Super Bowl, the 49ers would be the Super Bowl champions. That's what I would say.
Wow. I'm not going that far. I'm not going that far.
I would disagree with him, but that's fine. But again,
I'm not going that far. But
it's his opinion. It's our opinion to disagree,
Right.
and people can feel. Here's what I don't understand: why are people so triggered by him?
I don't know. But the Brock Purdy conversation gets people triggered, just like the Jimmy Garoppolo. It feels like I'm running reruns here. Feels like I'm in a rerun.
Yeah, but
and we're talking about, and we all agree Brock Purdy's better than Jimmy.
Yes.
He's by far better than
Way
Jimmy.
better.
He took this offense to a level that I didn't think a lot of people saw coming, right? 29 points a game, the way they look dynamic, the yards, touchdowns, everything, MVP, everything, all that stuff. But I remember people got triggered when I said we were talking about the divisional round quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I said, boy, build a team, I'd rather have Jordan Love than Brock Purdy.
And you did that before the game happened.
Before the game happened.
Coming off the heels of the Cowboy-Packer blowout.
And through 3 quarters, I was like, damn, Jordan Love does look like the better quarterback through 3 quarters. But that's the beauty of football. That's the beauty of sports. You got to finish. And Jordan Love didn't finish, and Brock Purdy did. Jordan Love threw, that last interception was reminiscent of Brett Favre in the Philadelphia Eagles wild card game when, remember, Donovan McNabb hit Freddie Mitchell, 4th and 26, throw it across your body, just throw it up and pop up. What are you doing?
Remind me of the Viking loss when he did it against New Orleans, where Brett Favre was rolling out right and he threw across his body. It was almost identical. Threw across his body and boom, intercepted.
Throw an out route against the New York Giants in the NC title game for an interception, lost them, and the Giants ended up winning the Super Bowl. But look, man, Jordan Love has a ton of talent. And Jordan Love, what he did last season, we shouldn't slander him. He did it with the wide receiver group that was in and out the lineup and a lot of youngsters. But with that said, Brock Purdy is the better quarterback right now today. If you bet on the futures, I could understand why people will bet on Jordan Love's future. But Brock Purdy's fine. Brock Purdy's fine. But when you see the money that Trevor Lawrence got paid, 5 years, $274 million, $200 million guaranteed, $55 million per year, $142 million signing bonus. You're telling me there's not a Niner fan out there who doesn't look at those numbers and say, damn, it's a lot of damn chicken. A lot of damn chicken. Are we sure Brock Purdy? Now, he is what he's worth. The quarterback market dictates whatever it is, and this is what it is. So, Jed York, I'm not going crazy over Jed York saying he's going to reset the quarterback market because he is. But I'm allowed and you're allowed, and I think you're allowed to be skeptical. $55 million per year, $200 million guaranteed on this football team. We think Christian McCaffrey's the most important player on offense. It's a lot of damn money, man. And now, are there alternatives? No. You have a good quarterback. He led you to a Super Bowl. He led you to an NFC title game. It's just, that's a lot of damn chicken, man, for a quarterback that I don't know can elevate the offense if he doesn't have a weapon or two around him. I don't know if he can elevate an offense yet. We saw a small sample size. Granted, it was his first full season, Chasky. But without Trent and without Debo, we saw 17, 17, 17. Those were the points scored. And we saw 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter against Minnesota. And we saw a couple of interceptions late in the game against Cincinnati.
And what did it look like with Debo not in the game for the Green Bay game? Because would he come out in the first quarter?
Yeah.
Or second quarter?
First quarter. I want to say first, maybe second.
Yeah.
Didn't look pretty. It did not look pretty.
Well, I do also believe that fit matters, right? So I think a lot about what would Steph Curry look like with Thibodeau? What would Steph Curry look like with, Musselman back in the day? It works perfectly with Steve Kerr. Now, I still think he'd be really good, right? What would Brady have looked like if I gave him, Joe Philbin? You know what I mean? Like early Brady, it wouldn't have looked as good. What would Elway have looked like if he had Walsh his entire career? Yeah. I think about those things. Mm-hmm. Now, luckily they don't. When I watch the 2 quarterbacks, because everyone's triggered with Love and Purdy, the one area of a Kyle Shanahan offense that I know is baked in is that I am never going to allow the quarterback, whether it's Jimmy, Mullins, Trey, or now Purdy, to make a bunch of audibles at the line and be pointing at who the Mike linebacker is, right? No,
it is crazy that Shanahan is in full control. and I can see it right now. 22, 52, hey, Bog, 52. That ain't happening.
It never happens. It never happens.
It's so right. That's crazy. And you see Mahomes, hey, Fred.
He's changing protections. He's moving people around. Now, I've seen Purdy a bunch of times tell a guy you're lined up wrong. Right? I've seen him do that a bunch of times. That's different from adjusting the protection in front of him, right? And he's made subtle adjustments. When I watched Jordan Love, at least in a couple of games at the end of this season against Dallas and the 49ers, he's allowed to do a little more at the line of scrimmage that Purdy's not allowed to do. So I think when we have these conversations about, they could do more with Jordan Love, I think the coach and the play caller allows for more creativity from the quarterback.
That's a good point.
And if there's one area where I think Shanahan doesn't get enough criticism is I don't think he gives Purdy enough wiggle room to make these changes at the line of scrimmage. And I think that's not a knock on Purdy. To me, that's
Shanahan being a control freak.
Yeah, that's one of the quirks of Shanahan that I want to see him kind of adjust a little.
Give his quarterbacks the full autonomy to call a play or change a play or check into something. Because remember, Shanahan mentioned something last year that Purdy checked into something, and Shanahan went crazy.
Well, the Ayuk play, the play that he threw at Ayuk against Seattle was the fourth option. And Shanahan, when the ball was being thrown,
went crazy.
He was ready to lose his mind. And then the results happened, and he was like, all right, well, he shouldn't have gone there. I didn't want him to go there. He went there and it worked out great. It was probably one of the best throws of the year.
Right. Thanksgiving night to seal the game. But boy.
But
he was irate over that. And he talks about that. And he's had rumblings about, he checked in his play and he got killed and he didn't have protection and that gave him an earful. Shanahan's like that.
You and I have had this conversation about Josh Allen over and over. And I said about a year ago, I'm like, B, you're going to think I'm crazy. But I do believe that a Josh Allen would drive Shanahan crazy. Ball protection's one thing. Audibling out of plays willy-nilly and not hitting the right guy in the right spot, because there's times Big Ben did this, where he'd pump fake and extend the play when it didn't need to be extended.
Playing street football.
Exactly. And I do think that the control aspect of Kyle Shanahan's team and his offense is very important to him. And you have to be a certain play type and certain personality type to be able to deal with him long term. Would he take a Josh Allen on the surface? Absolutely. But I do believe on Tuesday morning, Monday morning, when they're going over all the film and everything, I think it would drive him crazy.
Well, I think the reason why he drafted Trey Lance was because of the Monday Night Football game where Josh Allen lit up the 49ers with Glendale, Arizona. And remember the way Shanahan was just salivating over the way Josh Allen played that football game. He was like, boy, that's the future.
And
oh, my God, look at the throws.
Five wide, and he's changing things up.
And he drafted Trey Lance. Also, to that point that you just made, it's why I was always skeptical about Brady coming here, because I'm saying to myself, was Shanahan going to give the offense up to Tom Brady? They would have butted heads the first day of training camp. Would Shanahan had been okay with that? Although Shanahan did, before last season, tell Brock Purdy, hey, I'm going to reach out to Tom Brady and see if he's going to play for us or whatnot. But I always was skeptical of that working because of the control aspect of the offense. If he audible his offense, and I want to get to the calls here because they lit up right now, and I want everybody to get in here about this conversation about Brock Purdy, because at some point over the next year, and I don't care if Brock Purdy has a slight regression, you're still going to be faced with paying him nearly $200 million guaranteed, $55 million per year. Do we feel comfortable with that? I guess we don't need to. Do the 49ers feel comfortable with that? Does Shanahan feel comfortable with that?
Well, I want Shanahan, forget the money for a second. This year, I want Shanahan to feel more comfortable allowing Purdy to switch things up. The one element, if I were to rank him, I think he's top 5, and it's not a doubt in my mind, pre-snap reading of a defense. I think he knows who to match up against. I think he understands coverages. I think he understands post-snap, what teams want to do. Very rarely is he caught off guard. I think his brain is top 5, and it's not a question.
All right. Let's go to the Lions then. Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Happy Friday. Happy Father's Day weekend.
Thank you.
Talent can only take you so far. Ask your boy, Jabubu Russell. Shout out. It has to go from the shoulders up, man. Like you said, you got to be able to read the defense, and in the NFL, everything happens so fast. I think these experts don't want to give Purdy his props because of where he got drafted. None of these guys want to admit that they were wrong about Brock Purdy, where even Kyle was wrong about Brock Purdy. Lucky for us, he turned out pretty good. So having said that, man, you guys have a good weekend. I'd like to get flushed out for the weekend.
Oh, you want to get flushed? All right. He volunteered to get flushed. Sorry, your call's not good. I thought it was a good call, but I guess you need to contact Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain at floydwater.net. He called him Jabubu Russell. I haven't heard that one before.
I don't think that's an easy thing that people say. Right. Well, the experts are mad because he was. No one cares. No one cares. You know what the experts want to do? Rip. Period. Mac Jones was drafted 15th, 14th overall. We're ready to rip him in a heartbeat. Okay? In a heartbeat. I don't think ripping has anything to do with draft status whatsoever. I just think it's more societal.
How does Chris Sims benefit from ripping quarterbacks left and right when he was a former quarterback? He knows how hard the job is.
Absolutely.
He knows firsthand how tough it is. The guy, and this is another thing, people forget, it's one of the most brutal games I've ever seen. You know what? F you to John Gruden. I'll say that right now. I don't mean kids. I'm sorry.
Back out there with the lacerated spleen?
Lacerated spleen out there playing the Carolina Panthers. And Chris Jenkins, I'll never forget him. He goes, yeah, we saw Chris Sims in that huddle. How the hell did he get through that football game?
400-pounder, 77. He was a beast.
His son's playing with the Cincinnati Bengals. His son just won a national championship. Yeah, he just won a national championship in Michigan.
Yeah.
His son's playing for the Cincinnati Bengals now, just drafted. Chris, I'll never forget they was replaying that game on NFL Network back in the day. Like this guy played with a lacerated spleen, and Gruden left his ass out there. You're a tough SOB to play against that defense, so I'm going to give Chris Sims all the respect in the world. He doesn't benefit for ripping Brock Purdy. Does he need content right now? Sure. But in terms of breaking down the film, the guy obsesses over it. He loves quarterbacks. He loves football. It's his opinion. You can disagree with it, but don't question his toughness. Oh, he sucked as a quarterback. May have not been good as a quarterback, but he was damn near tough. He was sure as hell tough against Carolina. Let's go back out to the line, Shasky. Austin, San Jose, what's happening? Then we'll get to Rob and TC. Everybody's getting on here.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey,
Austin?
Guys. Happy Friday, man. Love talking to you guys. Hey, but listen, just a couple things from just a football perspective, not a non-Niner fan. Number one, I agree with you, Bonte. The guy is worth Purdy or whoever's worth whatever he can get. I mean, his market value. I'm all for seeing this guy get paid. I would take a pause on projecting Purdy's value versus someone else's, another quarterback being paid. I think that's a little bit overemphasized. I mean, because Lawrence got this, Purdy should get bad. I don't know that you can do that. I think that the value of a quarterback is not just stats. It has to do with the brand. You have to build a brand around him. Is he a big enough personality to carry a franchise? If you bring him into another organization, what would that look like? I mean, we know the Niners have built around him. He's got a lot of weapons. What is Purdy like in another system? So I think that all comes in the factor, and then whether you pay a guy $50 million or not. I think it's more than just statistics. That was my only comment there.
I agree.
The other thing, I think we got to look at it in totality. The other thing I wanted to say was, I think Sassy, you said that, or maybe it was Bont, you said you'd question whether Purdy, who was it, Brady or someone else would fit in the shed.
That was me. I wonder if they right. I would wonder if they got along, if they would butt heads or whatnot. I mean, maybe they adjust. Maybe they do.
Yeah, I think the thing you have to remember there is if you got a guy of that talent, reputation, coaches adjust, coaches change. I mean, you treat a guy like that differently than you would a Purdy. So I think that, again, it's all systems. I see Purdy, and this is not a knock. I guess I wanted to ask this, guys. This thing I wanted to ask. Why are Niner fans so triggered by people outside of San Francisco not accepting Purdy as kind of the great quarterback? I don't know that Niner fans should be so triggered by that. Just let things develop over the next 4 or 5 years. Let's see what happens.
Right. Good call, Austin. Very good call. And I don't understand why people get triggered over it. But that's just the way when you have social media at your fingertips and you see a clip and you may not even watch the entire clip. I guarantee you half the Niner fans didn't even watch the entire 4 minutes of that clip. They just saw the headline. They heard that Jordan Love would have won the Super Bowl for the 49ers if he played for the 49ers in this past Super Bowl, and they just went crazy. People go crazy because we think our stuff is the greatest ever. We get ripped. Niner fans hate us, tell us that we're not even real Niner fans. That's why I sit at Levi Stadium every Sunday spending money on season tickets. I don't even have to do that. I go get a press pass sit for free. I'll spend my money to go watch this damn team because I want a damn Super Bowl.
The NFL, more than any other sport, is like the stock market. Things are rising and falling at dramatic rates constantly. Look, if we have this same conversation 1 year from now and CJ Stroud goes 7-9, 7-10.
Oh my gosh.
Like he will fall out of for whatever reasons, right? But like he'll fall and he will not be the darling everyone has him at today.
No doubt.
We look at Jalen Hurd. A year ago, it was like, yeah, he's one of the best players. A lot of people are questioning Jalen Hurd. Like that's how this game works. It is a rise and fall. So when I look at Brock Purdy, I'm like, there are times where I see him like, wow, he's top 6. And then there's other times I see him, I'm like, yeah, he's like 9 or 10. And then, there's other times where I'm like, yeah, 13, 14. He's all over the place.
Yeah.
At no point did I think Jimmy G could rise into the top 6. That's the difference to me between Purdy and Jimmy. I think Purdy's highs are way higher than what Jimmy Garoppolo's are.
No doubt.
I also think his lows aren't as low as Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's not even close, although the low on Christmas night.
It was bad.
Oh, it was real bad. It was real bad. Wouldn't pick a bad, but it was bad. All right, it's time for Caller of the Week. This week's caller is Chris in San Jose. Hey, Robin, TC, Dave, hang on tight. I want to get to you guys right after the break. I promise you, you're right up. We're stepping right up. We're getting to you before we have our takes on the other side. This week's caller is Chris in San Jose, though, the caller of the week, who called in and boldly offered an alternate take on the superstar debate. In San Jose, Chris, what's happening? You're on the roast.
You can go every single year. The norm is not Judge and Soto, where you have the best left-handed and best-handed righty. They're going to be the best left-handed and right-handed hitters in baseball over the course of a decade. And then you go back to the Padres last year, who have Tatis and Soto. What'd they do? Were they 500? So I think it's, you talk about star power, but it's a lot easier said than done. These guys, A, obviously don't grow on trees, and B, there's no guarantee it's going to work.
All right, that's Chris in San Jose. That was the caller of the week. Call it to the roast. And if your call is better than the rest, you could be named caller of the week, too. We got You Don't Know Jack coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But we got Robin, TC, Dave, and the rest of you. 888-957-9570. We're talking Purdy, contract, and the future of the 49ers. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years of experience and financing options that let you fix now and pay over time, you can trust your keys with Meineke. Engines, brakes, tires, oil. Meineke.
This is Adam in the city, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Adam? What up, Roasters? What up, everybody? Hopefully you're having a good start to your Friday. It is a Father's Day weekend, so all the fathers, even the moms, I'm going to give a shout out to the moms who have to play the father role. The fathers who have to play the father role, obviously, on both sides. And shout out to Father's Day. Shout out to this weekend, everybody taking care of your kids, and you deserve this special day on Sunday. And it keeps asking me, what do I do? What do you want to do? I don't know. Stay home. She was like, we can leave you for the house and you could be by yourself. All I'm going to do is watch Giants Angels or play Madden. It's just another day in the life.
Well, my wife always asked me, and this year I was very specific, like, what do you want to do on your birthday? What do you want to do this? So on Father's Day, like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, I would like to go to Golf Mart and sample all the $700 drivers, and maybe you buy me one of those, a new one, just fitted, new Ping, G4, whatever the heck it is. Get me one of them upscale shafts. Joey, I know you feel me on this.
Love me an upscaled shaft.
Stop!
Solid 3 right
Pause.
there.
No Diddy.
Stop it!
Oh, man. Draymond Green says Milwaukee should have found a way to pair Drew Holiday up with Damian Lillard.
Give me the
That's
meat.
on his latest podcast.
Can you give me that Steiny? Give me the Steiny one more time.
Give me the meat.
Oh, no. Pause.
Has he been on fire this week?
Are you going to have a little salad?
What?
Beans?
What's that?
Touch of pasta.
What was that?
Chicken.
Wait, go back. I'm sorry.
Are you going to have a little salad? Some beans? Maybe touch of pasta? Some chicken? Spaghetti?
Oh, my God.
Give me the meat. Give me the meat.
Oh, my God. What's the other one?
I'll be a
Give me the
is
meat.
what he said.
No. The other one that we played a few weeks ago. It was him and Guru. You know what I'm talking about.
So many of them. I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about.
many of them.
You know exactly.
Today.
You know what I'm talking about. The big pause. We were doing the big pause session a couple weeks ago. You know what I'm talking about. It's something about the D. It was something about the D.
He's looking for
I'm not going to say
I've never seen Joe staring into the screen that long.
We're not talking vitamin D. We're not talking vitamin D.
I'm being a D. I'll be a D. Yeah. And I'll take the D.
Were you ever hard?
Don't talk about that.
Oh my God.
Back to the callers.
So how about that Brock Purdy, huh?
Yeah, TC in Sacramento. Thoughts on Brock Purdy. Oh, TC is sack.
Hey, before you go there, my uncle's
he's already on the line.
You're going to spend $700 on a club you can't even hit.
Right. Well, Michelle will say it. TC sack, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte Shasky, what's up?
What's up with my bro, man? What's up with my bro? I'm see you at training camp.
Hey, yeah, y'all gonna see me out there, man. I'm gonna have to slide through just to peep what's going on, man. But listen, hey, y'all know how I truly feel, bro. Hey, I'm in a limbo with this season, man. You know what I mean? But just, where I'm at, I'm not, excuse me, I'm not super spiced up. I'm just talking about just get it. Hey, Shasky, just get it and get it done. If we're gonna win a Super Bowl, we're gonna win a Super Bowl. I'm not with this whole quest. Let's do it. We're trying to start. No, bro, just get it done. Y'all know how I feel about it.
Hey, TC, are you smoking? Was that a smoker cough?
Yeah, what was that?
No, I wasn't even smoking. I got caught up in was dust. I'm at work right now on a break, though. But at the same time, we'll talk about that later, though. Don't even worry about it. We're Mr. Shasky! No. I was down there yesterday, bro. Hey, I was just in Sausalito yesterday doing some work, dog, and I thought about you.
Sausalito Shasky? Yeah, wow.
I wish I could afford Sausalito.
Hey, listen, TC, how do you feel with this Trevor Lawrence contract? Would you pay Trevor Lawrence that money? And when it comes around to next year, Brock Purdy's going to get the bag.
Hey, listen, Trevor Lawrence, at first I thought he was going to be a bust until I started seeing him ball out, and I said, you know what? He earned that. You know what? Listen, check it out, bro. I'm not going to, how I feel about Shanahan, I'm not going to take that out on Brock. Brock is a stud, bro. Brock saved Kyle Shanahan's job and John Lynch. Y'all know I can't stand Kyle, bro, and I don't like that dude, dog, but pay Brock. If Brock is worth 50, pay it to him. We want to see another season, so be it, but that dude saved those dudes' job, bro. Brock, how humble he is. I like the kid, bro. I'm not going. My frustrations with Kyle and how he handled the quarterback situation and how I believe he's overrated, bro. I'm not going to take that out on Purdy, bro. Yeah. Purdy is a stud. Pay that dude with the money. That's why everybody wants their money, because they see it, bro. They see the writing on the wall. Hey, Brock, bro, that's all I got to say.
TC in Sacramento. Hey, listen. There is a point to be made that Brock Purdy saved Kyle and John's job for the Trey Lance whiff. There's a point to be made about Brock Purdy saving some jobs out here in the San Francisco Bay Area. So maybe he does deserve the money based off of that. I know it doesn't work like that in business, but there's a point that he may have saved Kyle's job.
Well, that's what Brock's agent would probably pose, right?
I would if I was his agent.
I wonder what Shanahan's thinking here. Like in his heart of hearts, he understands the cap better than any of us would ever even pretend to understand it. And I'm sure that they've gone through all the things in his head. What do you think he wants to do? Honest to God, like, I know there's the leap of faith of like going back into the draft and trying to find another guy. And do you think he prefers cheap quarterback, unreal weapons, or unreal quarterback, cheap weapons? I'm not even going names. I'm just asking in terms of team building.
I don't know, because he was around his father Mike when they had John Elway and they had Rod Smith and they had Ed McCaffrey, they had Terrell Davis, and he saw the drop off once John Elway retired to Brian Greasy. Now it was a drop off in terms of you're getting to the playoffs and getting bounced quick, or you're not even making the playoffs. So he saw the drop off, and he saw that without a quarterback you could get fired. Mike got relieved from Denver, and then he goes to Washington. He basically got fired because of the quarterback situation in Washington and what was going on with the owner. I get probably a little more with the owner, but there was conversations about the quarterback and how the handlings of the quarterback, whether it's Kirk Cousins or Robert Griffin III. So I think Shanahan realizes I need studs at quarterbacks. I can't get away by not paying a quarterback.
Okay.
Now, I may be able to get away in today's day and age by not paying a wide receiver a boatload of money. That, I think there's some truth to that. But in terms of the quarterback, I think Shanahan realizes that, hey, I need a playmaker.
It also is not lost on me that it feels like the entire roster is like, this is what they're looking at. Like, either we're getting paid this offseason or we ain't getting none, because that quarterback's getting everything. And so right now is the time to run and grab money before they end up paying Brock.
Boy, is there arms race to that, huh?
You don't think everyone's got their hand out? Like, pay us before you pay him. Yeah, because once you pay him, there's no money for us.
Yeah, and this window may be closed.
Yes.
Maybe that's why you hear George Kittle and the way Deebo Samuel's talking, that this is truly the last ride, because they see the contract looming for Brock Purdy, and there's going to be three guys not here. Three high-priced play. Kittle, Deebo, like, you can't fit all these guys together. Now, you could do it for this one last season, but then you got to pay Brock.
Well,
things change.
There's a whole nother question about locker room dynamics and hierarchy. And I think that one thing that I've thought about, which I'm not saying this is what's happening. I'm just asking out loud, right? All the weapons like having a quarterback making no money because they know that, like, they're more important and they get paid.
No doubt.
And they get prioritized. And I just know from my point of view, like, if I were to say, like, in this radio station, hey, the hosts are going to get prioritized and they're going to get paid the most, and the GM or the person running the station is going to get paid less. But if I flipped it on its head, we would all want to be the GM. If the GM was the one who was the most paid and the host, like, everyone would want to make the most money, right? You know what I'm saying? And so, like, you want to be in a situation that you know maximizes your finances and your importance within that company. So I wonder what the dynamic is for everybody's hunky-dory now. But once you got to start paying that guy, how is the pecking order in that locker room?
Yeah, well, he was named captain, right? So he's got a lot of respect in that locker room, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, but
and that's without the money. And then when the money comes in, are you changing or are you the same guy?
Pablo had a tough time with Hunter Pence making the money he thought it was going to him.
There's no doubt.
And there's a duck, duck, goose, musical chairs aspect to, if I pay you, I can't afford you and whatever. And animosity does grow. That's real. It's real.
It is real.
We can say, it's a business. Animosity is real.
No, it's very real. Very real. There's no doubt. We're talking about Klay Thompson and the lack of respect or what he wants on his contract and the years and whether it's the annual average per season or whatnot. all comes down to money. It's not lost on me either, though, when Chris Sims talks about that Green Bay game, as I'm thinking about the game, and I remember the play-by-play announcer said he thought about, boy, do you go to Sam Darnold here? And this is midway through the divisional round game against the Green Bay Packers.
This is the 49er play-by-play guy.
49er play-by-play guy. Now, we can't say his name. You guys know who he is, and I love the guy. I do. I wouldn't be here without him. But he did say that thought went through his head.
I mean, as a thrower of the football that day, I mean, Brock just wasn't up to snuff.
He said it went through his head that, boy, do you go to Darnold here? Do you go to Sam Darnold? This is a playoff game after the guy put together possibly an MVP season, an MVP regular season. And the playoff guy was thinking about benching him. So that didn't just come from anywhere, in my opinion. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. There's some smoke there to that. So I'm saying all that to say, how does Kyle really feel about Brock Purdy? And when it comes to these dollars and cents, is Kyle already looking like, boy, what do I do here? Maybe Kirk Cousins is. There's a possibility Kirk Cousins could be available next season.
Oh my God!
Or Michael Penix Jr.
Do not do that.
As much as
don't do that.
I'm not trying to do it. I'm not even trying to stir things up. I'm not even trying to stir things up.
Well,
but Michael Penix Jr. is waiting in the wings.
Kirk Cousins.
All right? Michael Penix Jr. is waiting in the wings. The Kirk Cousins.
The 36-year-old Kirk Cousins.
The Kirk Cousins noise ain't dead until he retires. Until he retires from football, that noise ain't dead. I'm sorry, when they drafted Michael Penix Jr., Michael Penix Jr. may replace him this year.
I feel like Kirk Cousins. What was the context of that?
You don't think that ship has sailed yet?
I think it's gone.
You think it's gone?
Yeah. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. That ship is out to sea.
Michael Penix Jr. could be the quarterback of the Falcons by week 6, week 7.
Oh, that I agree with. No, I think he'll be the quarterback.
And then what happens with Kirk?
Who do you think those young guys are going to gravitate to?
Exactly. And then what happens with Kirk?
Walmart Kirk?
What happens with Walmart Kirk? And especially if Brock Purdy regresses just a little bit.
Oh, my God.
And the contract's looming. You don't think that conversation is going to strike back up? Come on. Now, I'm not even trying to be a hot take. I know how this works. We know how it works. When Nick Willis got to start that year in the pandemic, what did I say, Shasky?
I love when he gets cranked up.
No, seriously, because
and he knows he's onto something.
No, you know, Shasky.
I'm like a dog with a bone on this one, Bonte.
No. When Nick Willis got to start, what did I say? People called me crazy. They said, Bonte, you're a hot take artist. You're insane. When I said, it's only one game, but don't let Nick Willis ball out for 2 straight weeks because we know what's going to happen around here. And what happened? Well, Nick Willis, maybe you should just go to Nick Willis, send it Jimmy G. And then Sunday Night Football happened. He threw the pick 6. And I don't know where the hell he was throwing the football to. He missed you check wide open. You want to talk about an overthrow? What's worse, the overthrow Jimmy Garoppolo had on the goal line in Jacksonville or the one Nick Willis had on Sunday Night Football against Philadelphia?
The worst throw I've ever seen Jimmy G throw, there's 2 of them that come to mind. The first one is the rain game against Indy where he threw a knuckleball, like a knuckle curve. You know what I'm talking about.
It looked like the one in practice.
It was a knuckle curve.
What did I do at practice? He threw a knuckle curve. I was talking to somebody. I was talking to somebody.
To the goal line.
Shasky's losing his mind. I said, what happened? Was that a punt? Was that just a bad punt?
Who punted that?
I said, who punted that? And the ball was in. I said, who punted that? He goes, no, Jimmy threw it. And Shanahan almost threw his walkie-talkie.
I swear to God, he had 4 of those throws on Monday Night Football this past year against the Lions. And I swear to God, Troy Aikman was about to have a heart attack. It was the most disgusting quarterback play. So much so it got Josh McDaniels fired 2 days later. It was horrible. Devontae was cooking them.
He almost got Devontae killed in that game,
yes,
too.
He did.
And the other throw that it always comes to mind is the Tennessee Titan use check throw.
Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, that was the day Steph Curry dropped 46 against Memphis, and nobody gave a damn because Jimmy Garoppolo threw it to the 5th row out there at Nissan Stadium in Nashville, Tennessee. So you know how this stuff works. If Brock Purdy and I'm not wishing that on nobody. I'm not wishing that on nobody. I'm not that even thrown out there to stratosphere.
Businessman in Bonte.
But if you don't believe, the businessman in Bonte. No, actually, the businessman in Bonte doesn't like talking Kirk Cousins. That drives me crazy. But if you don't think that I'm not watching. I am watching the Atlanta Falcons situation. I may watch it closer to the 49ers this year. Because I'm thinking to myself, dear God, Kirk Cousins just play well. Play well.
No.
Hold off Michael Penix.
That
play well. Play well. Well, if he doesn't play well, there's a possibility he could be available next season.
One last. I've got so many.
He could be available next season, and Brock Purdy regresses. We're back to square one.
I'm not letting you do this to me today. I'm feeling good. It's Father's Day weekend. The other Jimmy Garoppolo throw that sticks out in my mind, they're at the goal line. It's Kansas City. It's the first week of CMC. And he throws a 3 flies up back foot throw from one right side of the field in the red zone to the other side on that interception play. Yeah. I still don't know what he was doing. I think it might have been second down. It was such a bad throw. Game was over right then and there.
Did they just have a turnover right before that too? Didn't Patrick Mahomes just throw a pick and they got the ball back and then he turns it right back over?
You know how Draymond has like a montage of like shenanigans where they turned it into a highlight package, like House of Highlights did it? I need the Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, we did it. Remember we did the highlight package, the low lights of Jimmy G? Did we do that last year? 2 years ago?
No, but I want it in like YouTube form.
Oh, YouTube form.
I need 3 minutes of Jimmy G throws.
No, we don't need that.
The throw that almost got Juszczyk killed in the New Orleans game?
Well,
remember that one?
No, when I
Juszczyk grabbed the helmet. Yeah. I'm laughing about head injuries. I shouldn't.
No.
I was like, oh my God, Juszczyk is dead.
Jimmy Garoppolo. There's nobody who raised my blood pressure more than Jimmy Garoppolo. When he threw the interception week 3. Oh, yeah. Saturday Night Football. Go team. And he threw it in triple coverage. Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy. We're laughing through the pain because it was painful. You want to talk about, nobody talks about this game. It was when Trey Lance came in and scored a bootleg. Remember right before halftime against Green Bay, Sunday Night Football? There was a drive in that game in the second quarter because I was watching from the press box that day. It was 4 straight plays. It could have been 3. 3 or 4 straight plays where there's a player walking off the field because Jimmy Garoppolo threw it over the middle of the field, and it was like car accident after car accident. Debo almost got killed. I think Juwan Giddings almost got killed. A Green Bay Packers DB got killed. He had to be hawked up. Jimmy Garoppolo throwing medicine balls left and right. And right. It was just unbelievable.
So,
why did we get down this road?
No, because I got to go here. It's Father's Day. Yesterday was my dad's birthday. One of the greatest trips that I've ever had with my dad was going down to L.A. for the NFC Championship game.
Oh, my God.
And we're sitting there, Will Whitehalf and
Mondo.
Okay,
we had Rocco. We had everybody.
Okay, it's the fourth quarter. And Jimmy misses Kittle on like the second play of the game.
No. They forced a 3 and out. First 3 plays for the 49ers was a little third down, and the crowd was roaring, and the Niner fans were feeling good.
My dad is sitting next to me, and he's like, he's got him! He's got him! He's like grabbing me, okay? And Jimmy just misses a wide open kill. I mean, I don't think Kittle gets touched.
Dude.
I don't even think Kittle gets touched. My dad was so dead. He was so high on Jimmy before that, and he's so down. All games like, we should be winning by more. We should be winning by more. What's going on? We get the ball back with an opportunity to march down. I go, this is his moment, Dad.
This is his moment.
And I turn to my left, and my dad is packing his stuff. And he goes, I have zero faith in Jimmy Garoppolo. And he's packing all in his clear bag. Remember, he brought the clear bag so he could bring in his own food.
He brought the clear bag.
That's who my dad was. And so he's packing his bag, and I'm watching. And then, I don't know, 2 or 3 plays later, he's throwing the ball away as he's getting sacked by Aaron Donald, and he throws it into no man's land, and it gets intercepted. And I look to press to the left, and my dad's waiting in the aisle. He's like, I told you Jimmy didn't have it. Dude, he's not going to get it done.
Dude. The previous drive, he almost threw.
God, Dad, I love you. You're laughing up in heaven right now.
No. He's actually kicking somebody right now in heaven because
we didn't talk for 3 hours of the drive back home in the Mustang, and I'm watching the game back on the iPad, and Troy Aikman is saying everything, and my dad's going, he's right. He's right.
I can't find the Tums.
There it is. Give me it one more time.
I got to get in here.
Can't find the Tums.
I got to get in here since you open it up. And Dave, Kevin, Mike,
I had to go down this way.
Listen. So I'm watching with your boy Rocco. That third play of the game. Kittle is running the route towards us.
Wide open.
He's running the route towards us on third down. And let me tell you, at that point, Niner fans are hot. It was like I swear to God, it was like a college bowl game. It was like a college bowl game. It was a college bowl game. It was loud.
It was unreal.
It was unreal. Everybody's feeling good because the Chiefs just lost the AFC Championship game. So you're thinking, boy, you got a great opportunity. The Bengals? We're beating up on the Bengals. And Jimmy missed George Kittle by about 5 yards. Airmailed it. And it was either Rocco said it to me or I said it to him, or we looked at each other and said, oh boy, we got bad Jimmy today. That's what we said. We got bad Jimmy today. We got bad Jimmy today. Now, mind you, he made some plays. He had a big third. Well, actually, Jawan Giddings made the play because he broke like 5 tackles to get a first down.
The worst throw of that game wasn't any of those.
Right.
The worst throw of the game was the either first or second down throw to Jawan Jennings inbounds with no timeouts. You got to throw that ball 15 feet over his head.
I'll just never forget Troy Aikman before the game because Joe Buck asked him, so what has to happen in these big games? And Troy goes, well, in these big games, it's about what team doesn't make the mistake. And let me tell you something, Joe. He goes, Matt Stafford and Jimmy Garoppolo have put their fan bases through a roller coaster this season because they all make mistakes. And then, with about 5 minutes left, when the Rams tied the game at 17-17, go back and watch the game. I've never heard an announcer say this. I've never heard it in my life. I wish we could get the sound because I said, oh, my God, Troy was all over it. It's 17-17. And Troy goes, you know, Joe, the refs did a good job of shutting down the Niners' run game because they basically played with 9 in the box.
The whole
Eric
game.
Weddle played middle linebacker. Eric Weddle played middle linebacker. They said, run the ball on us. I dare you.
Literally retired.
I dare you. Run the ball on us. They shut the run down all the game long. And Troy goes with about 5. It's 17-17. Niners are about to receive. And by the way, Jimmy almost threw a pick to Jalen Ramsey on that drive on the sideline. Don't get me started.
In front.
Yeah, he cut in front. And he almost threw it. And the crowd was like, ooh. You know, when you get to, ooh, you're like, oh my God, he's rattled. Troy goes, Bigger McFarland on line 1 for the preseason game against different. And I'm not going to lie, Joe Tessitore. Jimmy Garoppolo looks scared in the pocket. He used the S word scared.
I know.
So,
at that point in the car ride back on I-5, my dad and I just started laughing together. The only way we could get through the pain was to laugh.
Dude.
We made it back from L.A. I kid you not. We left that game, I don't know what time. We made it back to the house by 12:15 at night.
Wow.
That game ended at like 8:30.
Yeah, that's
Imagine how fast Dad was going.
No, he was gone.
And that was with a stop at McDonald's.
So McDonald's. So
I had to get gas.
So Troy goes, you know, the Rams have done a good job of shutting down the Niners' run game.
And we've seen it so many times, but the Rams have done an outstanding job in run defense, and I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
I'm afraid. Can you just play? I've never heard Troy that critical.
It's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
It's going to have to be, and I'm afraid it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done. I'm afraid. Then it's like, oh my God, I can't believe we went down that rabbit hole. And Jimmy, he'll give us content for the next 30 years. David Frisno.
That's the other thing, real quick. One thing that I saw a lot of was the Madden curse. Oh, the Niners, Christian McCaffrey, the curse. You can't curse us. We've lost 3 Super Bowls in 11 years. You cannot curse an already cursed fan base. You can't.
Oh my God.
We've already had more heartbreak in 12 years than any team not named the Red Sox.
I mean, listen.
What are we talking about?
I'm afraid.
Jaquaski, Blankentart.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Jimmy Garoppolo, the Emmanuel Sanders play, Tyreek 3rd and 15.
Are you missing Kyle Williams?
Purdy's arm falling off.
Are you
trying
Kyle
to block
Williams?
him with Tyler Kraft.
Kyle Williams?
I mean, Kyle Williams. Kaepernick not realizing that Vernon Davis and Anquan Golden are wide open on that play.
Jake Moody missing the extra point.
Quinn Patton was open in the flat.
Most cursed football franchise. No one likes being the bridesmaid more in the last 15 years than the Niners. Are you kidding me? We'll get right to the altar, and then the entire congregation decides to not show up.
Hey, I thought we were laughing. It's fun.
No.
You're red. Your veins are popping out. Your veins are popping out.
We're already cursed.
Just like a layer of curses, one on top of the other.
Yeah. Somebody,
like a lasagna of curses.
No, well, somebody DM'd us the other day. Said,
a lot of curses.
He said, come on, the guy's a narcissist, but the guy's not funny. He's a terrible human being. Like, we got to stop doing that. The guy's a piece of crap. No, he's not. He wants us to laugh at him. This guy is terrible. Anyway, Jaquaski Tart never got a job after joining the Morning Roast. Remember that? Were you with me, Spadone? Well, Langford was in on that day.
My lasting image is the SoFi Jumbotron showing him
with his head down.
Hands crossed on his knees. And I'm like, get up.
Ask Rocco. He dropped the pass. And simultaneously, all the Niner fans in our section went like this.
Everyone did.
We all bent over and said, oh, that might be it. And the very next play,
was it Odell
Beckham Jr., 30 yards, and Jimmy Ward lay hit for 15. They got 45 yards on the very next play. Very next play. And that was after Shanahan ran a 3rd and 2 fullback dive with Kyle Juszczyk and threw Trent Williams in motion with a bum ankle. On one leg.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Play the whole soundbite, please. Play the whole soundbite.
Save that forever.
Play this whole soundbite. Guru and I talk about this every single day. Troy Aikman's intro to this game, he called it right away.
And we've seen it so many times, but the Rams have done an outstanding job in run defense, and I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Look at that crowd. It was all Ram fans at that point. We was all shook at that point.
You have no idea how much that loss hurt so bad. Bonte had to cheer up Charles Haley.
Seriously. That's Rocco, true story.
It's something about the great quarterbacks, too, like Troy Aikman. I know people don't really give him the credit because he was on such a loaded team, but he was a 3-time Super Bowl champion. Like Peyton Manning, it pains these guys that have to call and watch these games and watch bad quarterbacks. Like, they're rooting for all the quarterbacks every single time.
Dude,
it's a fraternity.
It pains them to watch bad quarterback play.
Dude, I mean, we saw Charles Haley, and Charles Haley was so damn depressed that I had to pick up Charles Haley. And then I'll never forget the 5'4" Filipino guy I saw with his girlfriend wearing his Niners gear. And we're getting on the escalator. You leave his SoFi, and we're going to meet you. And the 5'4" Filipino guy goes, I dare somebody to talk some trash to me. I'm going to knock him MFR out. And I was like, yeah, he was 5'4", but he was the scariest 5'4" Filipino I ever saw. And he was skinny as hell. And he was like, all these Red fans looking at me, say something to me right now. I'll knock him dude out. And I was like, we don't need to knock nobody out. But it was just like, it was all bad after that game.
We were doing a Periscope, Twitter Live, whatever the hell it is, live, right in front of the stadium. My dad was filming it, and some random Niner fan comes walking into the video, doesn't know who we are, and he's like, Jimmy Garoppolo's the most trash quarterback I've ever seen in my life, and just starts cussing up a storm. We're like, yo, get off the live stream.
Right,
get off the live stream.
Dude, we saw
he's like, I'm dead serious, Jimmy. If I see you, I'm hurting you.
Yeah, he was hot. Yeah, he did say that. He was pissed. The Filipino guy with his girlfriend was irate. The Filipino guy dapped me up, and he goes, I dare somebody to talk something to me. I'm going to knock a dude out. I was like, damn, this is all bad.
That being said, now we're all skeptical on paying Brock Purdy $60 million.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Oh, my God. David Frisno, what's happening, man? David Frisno. How did we go down to Jimmy Rabbit Hole on a day like today? It's supposed to be about Brock, not Jimmy. Damn. David Frisno.
Remember where we came from.
Oh, my God.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, you guys left out the when he ran out of the end zone against the Broncos. That's the safety.
Oh no, the pick eight. The pick eight. The pick eight wasn't even the worst thing. Trent Williams got hurt on the play. A play action pass screenplay. Trent gets hurt. Jimmy runs out of bounds, and he throws the interception for the pick eight. The pick eight. I've never seen the pick eight, Dave.
Yeah, I think that was it for Shanahan. I think that was the last. That was the last draw there. But hey, we got a little out there. Let's get back on track. We talking about Brock, and I think it is a touchy subject. Obviously, we're in the Bay Area. He's our quarterback. So we gonna defend him a little bit more than other cities and teams. But I think the hesitancy is it his offense or is the coach? With Shanahan, he's always going to be the face of the team, face of the offense. So, when you're on the outside looking in, people are always going to try to run that narrative. And, I'm going to be a little hesitant to give him $50 million because he can't call his own audibles. Like, how am I going to give him $50 million, So, I like Brock Purdy. He has a great character. I think.
Why do you do that? Hold on, Dave. Why do you have to say that in my tone, dude? Why do you have to say, I like Brock Purdy? Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to say I like that?
No, because he gets a lot of rip, man.
I hear you, Dave. Good call. I derailed him a little bit.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
No, listen. I am happy with Brock Purdy. Listen,
no one believes you.
Nobody believes me, which is sad because I was like, you're not going to have his 29 points. Nobody wants to believe me. Even Anna. She doesn't want to believe me. And what's the funny part about Brock, real quick? Last year when they were on a 3-game losing streak, Anna's reading articles on why women live longer than men. And she goes, I figured it out because this sports stuff is stressful. She was stressed with Brock Purdy with the concussion. So I was like, I told you, baby, you should have bought the jersey. Hey, what's happening? Anyway, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Dublin with Gregory.
Second and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. So it's 7-5, and let's see what happened with
7-5. 7-5.
Why does he say it so fast that he knew Dan Orlovsky?
Orlovsky did that.
Dude.
So good.
So not only that, you know what's a deeper conversation about that? What's funny about that when that was happening? The prior week, Trey Lance gets hurt with the broken ankle. Cart comes out. I've never seen a cart come out quicker in a football game in my life.
The
cart was out 2.5. I mean, the poor guy. The cart was out there so fast. And we were saying it, dude, you're running him like a fullback. He's going to get hurt. Boom, he breaks his ankle, right? So Jimmy comes in. They beat up on the Seahawks, and everybody said, oh, the players. Now that felt like 49er football. That felt like 49er football. And then they went to Denver, Colorado, scored 10 points. And it was like
they lost to Hackett.
They lost to Nathaniel Hackett.
Just we've lost to Johnny Manziel and Mike Pettin, and we lost to Nathaniel Hackett.
Not only did you lose to Nathaniel Hackett, that pick 8 play may not have been the worst play of the game. Remember, Deebo Samuel came out of the backfield, ran a seam route, was wide open on the sideline, and Jimmy Garoppolo threw a pop-up. He had to wait on it. And then Chris Collinsworth was like, man, if he throws it on time and accurate, that's a touchdown. And then Deebo Samuel ran a Texas route. My favorite, the angle route out of the backfield from the running back position, and he threw it behind Deebo, and Deebo just looked. And I just remember everybody said, including you, Mark Willard, well, against the Seahawks, that was 49er football. That was 49ers football at its finest.
Here's what I would say, as I've retconned the Deebo Samuel career. Jerry Rice's 1987 is going to go down as one of the greatest statistical seasons a person can ever have. Christian McCaffrey's year last year was as good as it gets. I contend, given the context of who the quarterback was, Deebo Samuel's 2021 is one of the greatest seasons in NFL history. Given that quarterback and what Deebo did, knowing everyone on the field knew he was getting the rock the majority of the time, what he did that year, in retrospect, I think it's on par with the 87 Jerry Rice season.
Yeah, I mean, it is. When you think about the Cowboy game, where they get the turnover, the interception, K.Y. Williams, and then next play, boom, Deebo Samuel out of the backfield scores. And before he's at the 5-yard line. Now I'm already turning around talking smack to Cowboy fans. And then Jimmy, I'm sitting here and tweeting like, all right, where we going next week? Green Bay? And then Jimmy Garoppolo throws one of the most egregious interceptions ever. And then we're hanging out for dear life drinking Pepto-Bismol. Shanahan trusted Jimmy so much. He trusted Jimmy so much that on 3rd and 13 to ice the game, they ran the football and punted and gave the Cowboys an opportunity to win the game. That's how much he trusted Jimmy. And then we get to Green Bay. And right before halftime, Niners are rolling, about to take the lead. And he throws an interception, doesn't throw it away on first down. Aaron Jones almost takes it to the house on the screenplay. Thank God for Jaquan McTartan to hustle.
Knocking him out.
And they block a field goal before halftime.
This is still incredible.
Jimmy did nothing. Nothing at all.
They ran the ball, was it 3rd and 8 with Deebo?
3rd and 7, they ran the ball with Deebo.
That was such a great play call, and everyone wanted them to do it. My favorite is when I hear Colin Cowherd. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo outplayed Aaron Rodgers in that playoff game.
No, he didn't.
They both were terrible.
They were awful. They were awful. Let's go to Kevin in San Francisco.
God,
by the way, Kevin, in case you are wondering, Kevin, the station that you called is 95.7 The Game. That's right, yeah. KGMZ FM in HG1 San Francisco. You're listening to 95.7 The Game and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for your low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Kevin, the floor is yours.
So, gentlemen, I love to hear you guys talking about this offense, but do you remember the 49ers history? Can you hear me?
Oh, we got you loud and clear.
Okay, so what happened? How did we win the first Super Bowl? Defense. How did we win the second Super Bowl? Defense. Of course, there was a couple of years where we dominated. Well, we always won with defense. We wouldn't have lost the game with the first one that we was in if we had what's his name from Seattle playing a safety instead of a cornerback because he's too slow. If Dre Greenwald would have been healthy, we would have won the Super Bowl. We were winning 4 Super Bowls, but the defense could not stop them. And that's what we need.
Well, no, Kevin, they held Mahomes to 19 regular season points. Defense played fine in the last Super Bowl.
Yeah, but they still let him get away. And we did not do that in the past, the ones that we won. Think about it.
Well, you know, offensively, you got to make plays.
1 touchdown in regulation for the Chiefs.
Yeah, come on. The defense, punt, right? I mean, Chase Young had his best game as a 49er.
They intercepted him to start the second half and literally lost yardage.
It went 3 and out. Even though you set up at the Kansas City 44-yard line. Didn't even get a field goal. Real quick, let's get to Mike in Berkeley. Mike in Berkeley before you don't know Jack. Mike, what's happening?
Hey guys, how are you today?
We're just laughing
great.
through the pain.
Happy. Yeah, I hear you. Happy Father's Day.
You too.
Yeah, when Jimmy was quarterback in the 49ers, I used to get my Pepto-Bismol at Costco. You needed tons of it. I mean, the guy was upsetting everything all the time. I wanted to give a quick shout-out also to Bonte for last week. He was bringing up who I think was the best backcourt of all time. I know this is a digression, but Walt Frazier and Earl Monroe. Thank you, Bonte. You made my day that day. It was awesome.
Mike, real quick, Mike, before your question.
Yeah.
I just try to educate the youngsters on the history of the game. The game wasn't built in 1990.
Yeah.
All right. It wasn't constructed in 1995.
The words right out of my mouth, Bonte. I appreciate it. You made my day. Thank you for that.
Anytime.
My question is how good of a year do you want your quarterback to have this year? I mean, if you think that they have a dilemma right now with Brandon Ayuk, if he goes out and he throws, 28 touchdowns and 5 interceptions, what's that contract number going to look like, and how many players are they going to lose the following year?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a dilemma. You kind of want him not to, you want him to play good, but maybe not too good.
So basically, you want him to be Jimmy G, Mike.
Well, that's what you guys are leaning towards, and I'm saying, if he goes and lights it up, if he goes and lights it up, and for whatever reason they don't win the Super Bowl, you're going to have to start saying goodbye to some good players.
Yeah, that's a good take, Mike. I look, we want Purdy to play well. I want a quarterback in the MVP conversation. I want him to throw for 5,000 yards and all the touchdowns. So that's, it is what it is. I don't want to go through another year like Jimmy G. I don't. But it's time for You Don't Know Jack, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar this week. They dropped off some lamb chops this week, Shasky. Jack's. Those lamb chops.
It's the most incredible lollipop chop I've ever had. It was so tender.
Chicken skewers. What about the Greek pasta? What about the Greek pasta?
Well, everything.
The fresh olives.
The feta. I love feta.
The feta cheese.
Baklava.
The baklava. I had to stay away from it. I had to stay away from it. I stayed away from it because I was like, I don't need those sweets right now. It's too much.
Is this a safe space?
You took 3 home?
I had 3 lamb chops.
Oh, I had 2.
They were so good.
I just did 2. I was trying to be considerate. All right, You Don't Know Jack, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. This week, Pirates broadcasters, Guru's favorite tandem, Greg Brown and Neil Walker, don't know Jack about how sensitive a hot mic is.
Under 95 miles an hour, we've just had 3 strikeouts. And only 1 hitter, Paul Goldschmidt, lined out at 101 miles an hour.
95 and higher considered hard hits. Barrel balls, I guess you'd say. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You guys hear that?
Can you do it one more time?
Under 95 miles an hour, we've just had 3 strikeouts. And only 1 hitter, Paul Goldschmidt, lined out at 101 miles an hour.
95 and higher considered hard hits. Barrel balls, I guess you'd say. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So they've been having Fartgate out in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so much so that the broadcast team, this was from Tuesday, the alleged fart on that broadcast, they addressed it on the broadcast yesterday when the Pirates were taking on the St. Louis Cardinals.
Watch him go a series or 2, and all of a sudden he hits 2 or 3 or 4 home runs. You just haven't.
Yeah, he just kind of quietly does it. All of a sudden you start seeing it. As we said earlier, he doesn't toot his own horn. By the way, folks at John Boy and Awful Announcing, Randy Bauman, our buddy, tuned in the game last night. Sometimes they don't report the truth. All fouled off, right?
But we're happy that everybody's watching and listening.
And listening very closely to what they think they hear.
Very closely.
Yeah.
Happy.
Unbelievable. I have a question, a random question on the other side.
Sometimes you just got to let loose.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I do it all the time on the show. Silent Bedetlis all the time. You'll be tired, just let one loose. Feels good. So, Steiny, don't sit
You got a haircut pretty recently.
Evan asked me,
You did something to it.
But I lightweight farted.
Oh, my God.
I lightweight. There's no lightweight in farting.
Dude, that show has more drops than any show in the history of radio.
But I lightweight farted.
There's no lightweight farting. There's no lightweight farting. That was You Don't Know Jack, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, with locations in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark. You can also order on DoorDash. Learn more at ilovejacks.com. I got a question about Flag Day. I'm going to ask you a question about Flag Day. So we just got a text about that. Plus, Brock Purdy You feel comfortable giving him $55 million per year? Trevor Lawrence has got a big deal. We're talking Brock Purdy. We'll replay the Chris Sims sound and get your reaction to that before we head off for the weekend and enjoy Father's Day. That's all coming up. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. That's coming up, brought to you by Lucky California.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be.
We are back, and I got a question for Shaska, and I got a question for everybody out there. 510 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Happy Flag Day. Obviously, no one at the station knew today was Flag Day. Now, we followed up by saying I probably wouldn't know what Flag Day was either, except it happens to be my birthday today. Shout out to East Bay Will. East Bay Will. Shout out to you. But when the hell did we start celebrating Flag Day? Has that always been a thing? Like, maybe I'm ignorant to this. Flag Day. What the hell is Flag Day? What is Flag Day, Spinoni? I've never celebrated this.
Well, I'm looking at Google search right now, just a real quick on the fly history of Flag Day. So June 14th, 1777, that is when we as the United States of America adopted the flag of United States.
Okay.
So June 14th, 1777 is when we did that. And in 1916, President Woodrow Wilson issued a presidential proclamation that designated June 14th as Flag Day. So we've been doing this since 1916. And it was officially established by an act of Congress in August 3rd, 1949.
Okay. So do people get the day off for Flag Day?
No, not even close.
So we say Happy Flag Day, but we still have to work in.
I don't even know. I've never met one person that told me Happy Flag Day.
Yeah, it's Happy Flag Day.
Did you know
Happy
what
Flag
2
Day
days
to
ago
all
was?
you guys. 2 days ago, do you know what it was?
What?
Superman Day. It was awesome.
That's more of a holiday than Flag Day.
You feel me? Me and my son, we watched my favorite particular clips from all the Superman franchises. Who's your Superman? Christopher Reeves? Henry Cavill?
Who's the third one?
Adam West? No, he's Batman.
Yeah.
More of a Tobey Maguire Spider-Man guy.
Let's go.
That's okay.
That's a correct answer.
That's fine. No, that's fine.
That's why
Teach their own.
That's why. By the way, it was National Superhero Day at Baby Chaz's summer school, and there's some people dressed up as Spider-Man and Batman.
Was Wolverine there?
I did not see a Superman. But Chaz,
Deadpool
for some
cannot
whatever
be
reason,
at a children's party, by the way.
Yeah, no, you can't. You can't do that.
Why not?
Because he brandishes a gun. First of all, that's his main weapon.
I mean, he's pretty gruesome.
So if you had to pick one superhero,
Spider-Man or Batman.
You're Spider-Man of all?
Spider-Man or Batman.
Really?
Spider-Man's badass. That's a
He
good
is
one.
badass. He's a former. Look, I come from the newspaper world. He worked in the newspaper world.
So is Clark Kent. He works at the Daily
Clark Kent was an
Planet.
actual writer. Peter Parker was just a photographer.
Yeah, but I relate to Peter Parker more. Clark Kent was a phony. He was a phony. Like, come on. I mean, we know who you are. You're Superman.
He was a square.
All right, who are you picking?
Let me put the glasses on. You don't know who I am. At least Peter Parker wore a
Time out.
mask.
No, see, that's where I disagree. When you go back and watch Christopher Reeves, and as he's portraying Clark Kent and becomes Superman, there's an actual scene, and this is real acting back in the day. I will send you the clip, and you will see he literally becomes Superman.
Now, you know who my favorite superhero is, honestly? R2-D2.
It's not a superhero.
Yeah, he's not. He's a sidekick.
So what? I like the sidekicks.
All right, who's yours?
Robin's
Joey?
a sidekick.
Who would you be?
Robin's a sidekick.
So I don't want to be like an actual character. Like, I want their powers, right?
Okay.
So I don't want to be
Logan?
Magneto because he's a horrible person.
Yeah, he is.
But controlling magnets and stuff like that,
It's
metal,
pretty cool.
it's pretty badass.
It is badass.
Yeah.
I mean, see what he did to go to Gay Bridge.
Oh yeah.
What's the name? Oh, we forgot to do San Francisco today, by the way.
That's all right. Yeah.
We got caught up in
The streets of Jimmy Garoppolo.
We got caught up in
Streets of Jimmy and Brock.
Yeah, no, as Guru would say, we didn't get caught up in Garoppolo mania. We got caught up in Purdy mania.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
We should start doing this every time like Greg Olson or somebody is doubting Purdy.
Well,
people would not want to hear it.
Well, we got the sound. I'm talking over it, but Greg Olson's basically like
Bonte's breakdowns.
Greg Olson's like, well, Buxton's got to be better on his play. He threw it low and behind him. He waited too long on a track route. Probably should have been picked off. And we're not even talking about the first quarter. Swear we need to do YouTube. Can you imagine Tyler Miller right now? Can you imagine Tyler Miller and Jason Missler right now arguing on YouTube over Brock Purdy and near pick sixes
Todd
and
probably
interceptions?
spamming the YouTube chat right now.
Like, here's Guru right here. Here's Guru. There's the scoreboard, and there's a Guru scoreboard.
What does that mean?
The scoreboard may say a certain score. Like the Ravens, they're up, 24-10 at one point. And then the Guru scoreboard is they're up 51-10 because Brock Purdy nearly threw 7 picks.
Not how it works.
It's not how it works, but it divides the fans. As you heard from Chris Sims, he should have threw 7 picks against Green Bay. He watched all the film. He got lucky. There was one lucky throw to Juwan Giddings where he threw it over the linebacker.
God.
Remember that? We all thought it was picked from our end zone seats.
Yes.
I was like, oh my God, he threw a pick.
I love how you turn to the side.
I do all the
like
time.
You're trying to hide.
No, I do. I was trying to throw the pick. I'm like, oh my God.
I wish I could
I put my head straight down. I was like, oh my God, I would be pointed at.
Michelle wouldn't let me go to the game with LJ, and it was a rainy day, and she was out. She had a family commitment locked in, and so I invited Rocco over and my boy Jimbo and all the kids, and I was reading your text to the group thread out loud in a room full of kids and parents.
Oh, boy.
And we were all watching, and everyone's like, Bonte's having a meltdown. At one point, Bonte said in the second quarter, Kirk Cousins is back on the table for the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, my God. Was I a riot?
I remember that text.
Oh, I was a riot. Well, you know what?
And you know what? You know what? Wrong.
You know what?
I thought our season was over.
Yeah, well, you know what? What would their family say? He's out of his mind?
What?
Or was I having a meltdown in real
Brock
time?
had a bad game.
Hey, dude, listen.
He had a bad game.
Listen. Kirk Cousins. But what? I'm telling you right now. Y'all think I'm playing. It's June. It's something I can already see Twitter or X, somebody clip us saying, oh, look, they're hurting for content, so they got to make things up and throw things against the wall. Well, I ain't throwing this one against the wall. I'm telling you what's going to happen. If these scenarios play out, if Brock struggles, and I don't see that happening whatsoever. I think Brock's going to have a great season. But if he doesn't have a great season. There's always a but. There's always a however.
I think my daughter's going to graduate with a 4.0. Yeah, but if she doesn't.
We have a plan B, plan C, plan D. And it's a community college route, which ain't bad at all. Listen, if Brock Purdy doesn't have a great year, and we look down at what's happening in the Dirty South, the Raheem Morris Company with the Atlanta Falcons, and they draft Michael Penix where they draft Michael Penix Jr. at, and Kirk Cousins struggles. Kirk Cousins ain't coming back to Atlanta. He's already pissed off that they drafted Michael Penix Jr. Remember his sound bites? Yeah, I'm not happy about it. Don't let Michael Penix Jr. take that job at one point and look great, because Falcon fans and Falcons personnel will be clamoring, play Penix, play Penix, play Penix. And what happens when Kirk Cousins hits the swing again? And Brock Purdy struggles. You think Kyle Shanahan's still talking about Kirk Cousins? He's still talking about Kirk Cousins. He hasn't coached Kirk Cousins in a decade, and he's still got Kirk Cousins on the brain. You know the whole Wolverine meme where he's got the frame in the picture?
Yeah.
That Shanahan in bed with Kirk Cousins.
Have you been watching X-Men 97?
I haven't been watching it.
It's really good. I'm not going to tell you what happens to Wolverine, but it's really good.
Please don't.
It bothers me.
Yeah, well, Wolverine did you see it, Joe?
I see tweets about
I'm not gonna give it, because you guys are all gonna get mad at me, and I'm not gonna give it away.
No, we're all gonna be watching the new season of House of Dragon on Sunday.
Hell yeah.
House of the Dragon, new season.
Oh yeah, the last episode was amazing. Oh my god.
We're all Team Rhaenyra, right? Team Daemon?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even though
Team Daemon,
if you know your history of Game of Thrones, you kind of know what happens.
Well, of course. All these people, spoiler, die eventually, because it's like 200 years prior.
Yeah. They're all gonna die. But I mean, that's what happens.
There's not a lot of happy endings.
Yeah, no, not.
Robert Kraft.
Love it. Who would you be if you could pick all superheroes?
Any superhero?
Meteor Man?
I've become a big Captain America fan of late.
Really? He's such a square.
But he's so cool. He just beats the crap out of people. It's awesome. He throws the shield, knocks a dude's head off.
On my power ranking,
so
he's
simple.
like 17th.
Oh my god.
I like Cap.
And yet he leads the Avengers, so what does that tell you? He's like the Brock Purdy of the Avengers.
That's a great comp. If Brock Purdy was a superhero, that's probably Captain America, right?
He'd be Ant-Man.
Jimmy. Who's Jimmy?
Jimmy? Doctor Strange?
No, Doctor Strange too much of a badass.
Jimmy is the Brandon Routh Superman.
What?
Is he Gambit?
No. Misery?
Trying to fall in love with Rogue?
No.
It just gets rejected all the time.
Not even close.
Who's Rogue? The end zone? Like
I can't get over the happy
He'd
ending.
be Nightcrawler because he's disappearing in the fourth quarter.
Talking about happy endings, Game of Thrones. There's always a joke to something. There's always something.
Don't talk about that.
It always leads back
Jimmy
to
Garoppolo
the Robert Kraft. You didn't hear Spinoza. You guys are just running material. Love it goes, there's never a happy ending in Game of Thrones. And Spinoza just drops to shut out Robert Kraft. It's like, damn.
Well, there are happy endings. I mean, Tyrion spent a lot of his time in brothels.
Oh, my God.
Did he not? There's a lot of incest going on in that. I mean, the first show.
Don't talk about that.
And they're throwing a kid out the window.
Yeah, he survived.
Ponte Blakeman is the greatest superhero. Is that Blakeman from Living Color?
We're not going to say his name. It's not PC in this day and age.
It's not Blake Man, is it?
No.
No. Who's the superhero in Living Color? Oh, can't say it?
Don't go there.
Can't say it?
It's probably not. We're in a society that I think we've learned not to say. Yeah, we're not going to say it.
Yeah, all right. Oh, let's go. Paula San Jose. TV Bonte's looming here. Paula San Jose, what's happening?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, we got you.
All right. So, Shasky, I think you said that Purdy deserves somewhere between 45 and 50 mil. Is that true, right?
Well, Trevor Lawrence just got paid $55 million a year, $142 million signing bonus, $200 million guaranteed. And a lot of people, and I'll ask you, Paul, do you believe Trevor Lawrence is better than Brock Purdy?
I do believe that, yeah. And here's my point. I just read something yesterday that said Ian Rappaport believes Dak Prescott could get $60 million a year. Man, the QB market is oversaturated, but it is what it is. You're going to have to pay these guys 45 to 50 mil. If I was Brock Purdy's agent, I would laugh in y'all faces. If he balls out like he did last year, or even improves slightly, gets the MVP, he's getting 60 mil. Jordan Love is going to get 60 mil. Dak Prescott's going to get 60 mil. Do you know why? Because it's the most important position in the most important game in America. We're going to have to pay these guys. And that's where we got to look at the roster and see where we got to make cuts otherwise. You know, Brandon Ayuk, does he deserve 28, 30 mil? Who knows? Trey Williams, is he going to get that extension he wants? Who knows? But what I do know for certainty is that Brock Purdy will get paid if he balls out. So that's the dilemma
and
we got.
What if he doesn't? What if he has a spotty playoff like he did this year and it's up and down? Then what?
If he has a spotty playoff, then yeah, he won't break records, but he will still get banked. He will still get more than $50 million a year because QBs are the hardest thing to find in American sports. I mean, if we don't pay him, what do we do? We go back
is
to Jimmy
Miami
G?
just going to pay Tua because it's hard to find someone? Like, I believe Purdy's better than Tua. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, like, you don't just do that. I mean, the 49ers had a principle when it came to running backs where they didn't pay running backs, and the market dictated you don't pay running backs. You don't spend draft capital on running backs. And then they said, no, the hell with that. This guy's different, Christian McCaffrey. He's special, and they broke the mold. And now you're seeing Saquon Barkley break money when it comes for running back pays. And obviously, Christian McCaffrey just got an extension. So to say that the market dictates everything, I think that's actually equivocally false.
Hey, running backs and QBs are not the same, man. Running backs, yeah, they're a dime a dozen. QBs, they make or break a franchise. The QB drives the game of football. And if you don't have one, you're toast. Miami will pay Tua because, you know what? What else do they got?
I don't
The Niners are going to pay Brock Purdy. What else they got, man?
I hear you on that one. Listen, we're going to play the Chris Sims sound again. 888-957-9570. We'll play it in its entirety in just a second. Spadoni, get it ready. Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated, was asked if a Brandon Ayuk deal gets done. Albert Breer said, I think so. My buddy Michael Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle has the 49ers offered a new money average of $26 million per year. My sense is that he's getting in the neighborhood of where they'll have to lock up Brandon Ayuk, whom they really do value and love. This is Albert Breer saying the Niners do value and love Brandon Ayuk. I think the final number, if I had to guess, will wind up being $29 million per year, which would put Ayuk past the Dolphins' Jalen Waddle and Detroit's Amon-Ra St. Brown. And still behind the Minnesota Vikings, Justin Jefferson, by quite a bit, which is all understandable. The interesting thing from there would be how the Niners react when calls start coming in on Deebo Samuel. I believe Niners would have to be blown away in order to move off of Deebo this offseason. That's Albert Breer.
This is so the last ride for this core. It's just, it's obvious. And them paying Brock Purdy, everybody who, and I know everyone's, look, I get it. Everyone's like, you got to. At one point, we all thought you had to pay Jordan Poole too. Right? And very different, very different. This is not a like for like. I'm just saying things happen in sports. Things happen, and I do believe that once they do decide, they're going to pay Brock Purdy. I don't know what the number is. I feel like they're going to pay Brock Purdy. I don't know what the number is, but the second they give him that money, the entire lens with which he's viewed through will change too. Fair or not, that's sports. Guys making big bucks get viewed different. Dak Prescott's entire narrative has changed dramatically since getting paid.
Look at this. I don't know if it's because we're in a social media age, if we just got to have too much access to all the information. But 925 Xfinity mobile text line. Tua led the league in passing. And with all the rhetoric around Tua Tagovailoa, because I loved Tua at Alabama, I did, and then I saw the injuries, and I thought it was a little more mobile, a little faster. I think the injuries are still hampering him, the hip, the ankle. But he did lead the league in passing at 4,624 yards, 29 touchdowns to 14 picks, threw for 272 yards a game. But I get it. He had Waddle and Tyreek Hill. Those guys could turn 5-yard passes into 80-yard touchdowns. They have that much speed, blazing speed. Part of your job, though, is to get the ball to these playmakers and give them a chance to make the play. That's what Joe Montana did. That's what Steve Young did. That's what Elway did. That's what Marino. That's what all the great ones do. So you don't get knocked for that. But think about that. A guy who led the league in passing in the AFC, played in the AFC. They did make the playoffs. Now, it didn't end well. He ended up playing 17 games. And we're questioning whether or not he should get paid. Jared Goff was second in the league in passing yards, and he just got the new flashy contract, and his numbers are very similar to Tua Tagovailoa's, and he just got broke off.
Yeah, but I think the way I view it is different than everyone else. Not every new contract sets the new bar, right? So, for example, Justin Jefferson is the best young wide receiver in the game. He gets the most.
He gets the most.
Now, in a couple of years, as the money distorts a little and there's inflation and all that, blah, yes, someone will break his number.
Jamar Chase may.
Maybe he will. But I do not think Devontae Smith, let's say had the contract's been flipped around and Justin Jefferson signed in April and Devontae was going to sign today. Does Devontae Smith get the same amount as Justin Jefferson?
Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
No. So, to me, just because Jared Goff got a certain number doesn't mean Purdy automatically gets more. Now, it could mean he gets more because he's younger and you think he has more upside, blah, 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 blah. But that's literally not how it works.
It's not how it works. However, Tua's agent is looking at Miami in the eye, staring him in the eye and say, well, you saw what Goff just got in Detroit?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my quarterback threw for more yards, one less touchdown pass, 2 more picks. But my quarterback had a better rating, which you guys all hold in high regard.
Mm-hmm.
His QBR was better than Jared Goff's. He threw for 3 more yards per game than Jared Goff, right? And Jared Goff probably has a better run game, a better system around. I don't know. You could argue Mike McDaniel and what's going on in Detroit with Ben Johnson. Their offenses both were explosive. But the agent of Tua Tagovailoa is going to be like, my quarterback just did what Jared Goff did and a little bit more.
Yeah, but I would say to them, we think Jared Goff's overpaid. So, again, I use it very similar to, the real estate market. Just because the house down the block went for $2 million doesn't necessarily mean the next house on for sale is automatically going for $2.1 million. There are differences, and it's what's the supply? What's the demand? What's your financial situation currently? And what do you think the individual is worth? And could you move off that person? Tua, I find to be a very interesting test case because Tua does have some regular season numbers that look really good.
They do.
I can't unsee the playoffs. And I don't think that's the end all be all. That doesn't mean I'm getting rid of him. I like Tua at $40 million. $45 million. I don't like, and even then I don't like paying him, but I don't like him at $55 million. Dak's a great example, and I've talked to you about Dak a lot. Dak, when he signed his deal, I was I like Dak at $30 million, at $25 million. I don't like him at $40 million. I like Dak. I don't like him at that number.
These guys are not going to sign for that, though.
No.
That's the point. That's the point here. Brock's going to want his bag.
But didn't you think when Deshaun Watson got a fully guaranteed contract that Lamar Jackson, Lamar will get a fully guaranteed contract. He got less than Deshaun.
No, he did get less than Deshaun.
And I think every team...
But owners were mad at Cleveland for doing that because it was unprecedented. But you know what, though? When Deshaun was available and before all the stuff came out about Deshaun Watson, I know this show was on board with Deshaun Watson, and I know if it came down to it, before whatever happened with him that got him suspended, I know I was ready to give him $230 million guaranteed. I wouldn't have thought twice about it.
Well,
at the time, we're all ready to do that. Nick Wright came out with one of the few things he's been right about. He had a point about Deshaun Watson. He said, if I'm the 49ers, I would trade for Watson. If for every single season Watson's on my team, you give that team a first-round pick, which was a Houston Texans.
It was actually a very creative trade.
I actually liked it. I said, you know what? I'd be down for that.
That's a creative trade.
But obviously, Deshaun Watson has some things outside of football that he needs to work on, and it probably wouldn't work here, and I'm not down with whatever happened. Now, he's been acquitted. He's playing football, but probably not touching the situation. All right, Chris Sims. Let's play the sound over. Chris Sims on his podcast. Chris Sims Unbuttoned with Ahmed Fareed had this to say about Brock Purdy. We'll get your last reactions. We'll get the final five here on the Bay Area / non-payday Friday. Here's Chris Sims and his thoughts on Brock Purdy and why he ranked him 17th overall on the quarterback landscape.
If anybody heard me during the season, I don't think anybody would be too shocked with what I ranked him if anybody was a regular listener.
Correct.
I mean, I think I was always trying to tell people, hey, he's really good. Am I willing to say he's one of the 8 or 10 best quarterbacks in football? I was always on here kind of telling you, no, I don't think that, right? You know, so
Alan Byrne kind of sums it up here.
Right.
Let me
Yeah,
give
go
his.
ahead.
He goes, just wondering why, after a year and a half of Purdy playing better at a better level, and after a serious injury, then a year of Jordan Love is ranked higher.
Yeah. Well, again, Jordan Love, what he did at the end of the year and all of that. I mean, again, the last 10 weeks of the season. Right. I mean, they took the training wheels off. He played at a phenomenally high level, right? And really was asked to do more, definitely on a physical basis, right? Now, is he quite where, Purdy is as far as diagnosing a defense and having feel and instincts to get to a place a hair quicker, right, than Jordan Love? Yeah, Purdy's better at that, for sure. But Jordan Love ain't bad at that. It's not bad. I mean, Jordan Love, I know other than those last damn 2 throws we saw, you'd go, wow, there's a lot of good decisions, high-level decisions. And there's a lot of plays that Green Bay can call in their offense that the 49ers cannot. And again, what I'm trying to say to you, like we showed a highlight package yesterday of Purdy on our PFT show. And the thing that I always come away with is go, look, there's no defenders in the screen in some of them. And we're going, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. And I'm going, guys, it's not that amazing. Really, they were in a room all week and Shanahan said, hey, we're drawing up this play and it's going to screw them over and this guy's going to be so wide open, it's going to be a touchdown. And we have fans that are putting that stuff on a pedestal like, he's the only guy in football that could do that. He's the only guy that could listen to Shanahan say, throw to this guy, he'll be open, and he did it, right? And they have a lot of that in their offense. So that's where, again, this is a tough spot, right? But I'd fall into the comment again of with Jordan Love. If Jordan Love played in the Super Bowl, the 49ers would be the Super Bowl champions. That's what I would say.
Wow.
He would make some of those throws that I'd go, wait, just hop and do this, and he's open. It's a touchdown. Why do we have to keep staying here just because our body has to be in the position to throw this guy? And he's not even capable of doing some of that stuff. So, again, it's really good. I don't want to get messed up.
Above average starting quarterback in the NFL.
I mean, yes, he's damn good, but there's some things still, like if you went back, okay, Jordan Love had the 2 interceptions at the end of the game. Jordan Love in that game played better than Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy should have thrown 7 interceptions in that game. He got lucky that night. We'd all be talking differently if there's Green Bay could catch. I mean, it was not a good night, let alone, right, that game. There's other games, too. Again, what bothered me about it more than anything is when the Shanahan specials, and you know how I like to talk like that, when they weren't working on all cylinders, right, there's not a lot that Purdy does to bring the offense back up. Now, he does more than Jimmy Garoppolo used to do, and it's definitely an improvement in that in all areas, but it's still, I'd like to see some more. And like I told you, too, there's more missed throws than people realize. If we went back and watched games and stuff, I'd go, yeah, I mean, this is a missed throw. But nobody cares because Shanahan dialed up a play and they're so good. Somebody's wide open the next play for a 40-yard gain. And I'm just going to go, a lot of teams in football, quarterbacks don't have that luxury of going, damn, I missed a wide open 30-yard throw. No big deal. Guy will be open the next drive. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks go, that might have been my only time all game to have anybody open downfield. Oh, I missed it, right? So those are things you got to take into account, and those are the things that jump out to me when I watch 180 throws, 210 throws in a row. You start to see that stuff.
The funny thing is, if 2 years ago you would have said Brock Purdy is the 17th best quarterback in the NFL, people would have said you're crazy.
I can't
He's the last
win,
pick of the draft.
and it drives me crazy. It's like I told you with the Jalen Hurts thing. I mean, last year I'm crazy. He's the best quarterback in football. This year I make him 9. You're crazy. He's lower than that. I've gotten that more than anything. And I'm like, what? No. And I think the truth is somewhere in between. I think it's actually where I got him ranked. Last year was 7. This year's 9. I think that's where it is.
So that's Chris Sims. And he said a lot there. A lot. And I wonder if Niner fans are Because I hear a lot of, well, what are you going to do? You have to pay him. You have no alternative. Well, you have to pay him. He's a franchise quarterback. It feels like, for some fans, that we're just ready to settle on Brock because of all the ineptitude we've seen at the quarterback position.
The fear of the unknown.
Well, the fear of the unknown and what we've seen the last 7-8 years at the quarterback play with the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
It's been up and down, to say the least. More downs than ups. And so we see Brock Purdy over a year and a half. We're like, you know what? We just got to, this is our guy. Let's just settle in on this one. And he may be the franchise guy. But I see the numbers and I see Trevor Lawrence get $200 million guaranteed. And I believe right now Brock Purdy's better than Trevor Lawrence. But I see $200 million guaranteed and I see the $55 million per year. And I think about the roster. I'm like, damn, that's a lot of money, man. We sure about this?
It's there's so much to break down. I've seen all these deep dives analytically regarding passer efficiency downfield, intermediately, when pressured, blah, blah, blah. I saw one that was kind of new to me. Worst QBs when losing in the second half. Did you see this stat?
No.
Warren Sharp put out?
Well, I saw Shanahan's record when losing going to the fourth quarter.
This is based on EPA.
Which is?
Expected play production, if you will, per attempt. Like what you're expected to do, okay? And it's an algorithm. It's almost like war based on your production. So the 3 worst quarterbacks in the NFL last year.
Expected points added, EPA.
There you go. In the second half, the 3 worst. Bailey Zappi, no one's surprised there. Joe Flacco, which that surprised me because he had a good year last year. And Brock Purdy. Do you know who some of the best are? Jalen Hurts went down. Josh Allen. This is in order. Will Levi, but Levis, but Mr. Levis, if you will, only played a couple of games. Justin Herbert, CJ Stroud, Baker Mayfield, Jordan Love. I found that to be interesting. Now,
EPA,
that doesn't mean
this is EPA?
Yes. That doesn't mean it's the end-all, be-all. But I found that to be very, very interesting.
One
and
behind.
then the deep dive, as you kind of look, someone asked Warren Sharp, okay, well, you tell me how many snaps, how many attempts did each of these guys have?
Right.
How big was the sample size? And for the most part, Brock Purdy, of the other starting quarterbacks who played a chunk of the year, he had like a third of the amount of snaps when trailing in the second half. So the sample size isn't very big.
Because they are always leading going into the fourth quarter of the second half. The Niners balled out a lot of teams, correct?
Yes. But I guess the narrative then, because we talk a lot, what do you look like when you're playing from behind?
Yeah, well, good teams don't play from behind. Good teams control the game by playing with the lead.
But I think when we create these quote-unquote narratives, when we think about things like, okay, can you win from behind? When I'm paying you all that money, can you do it with less?
Well,
can you do it when you're not winning?
And we saw some of the great ones do that. I mean, Tom Brady on line 1, right? Played with less and had all kind of fourth quarter comebacks.
More comebacks than anyone. Joe Montana, what was his nickname?
Joe Cool.
The comeback kid.
Joe Cool, because he would come back in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
He did it at Notre Dame, did it with the Niners. Did it with Kansas City. Mahomes did it twice in the Super Bowl against the 49ers. Twice in the Super Bowl.
No, I don't think it's the end-all, be-all. I don't think it's some sweeping indictment on Brock Purdy, but I find it interesting.
Now,
it's an interesting metric.
Now, to his credit, he rattled against Dallas in the divisional round game.
Yes.
Had a hell of a drive in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
In a defensive fist fight. Not all playoff games are going to be pretty. Like, you're not going to get 45, 40 games all the time in the playoffs. It's going to be hard-nosed, hard-hitting, going to be tough to get yards. It's going to be ugly. You got to be back then. It's all about winning in the playoffs. It doesn't matter if you have a perfect quarterback ready. Just win the damn game in advance. So I never went crazy about Jimmy throwing a pass. I didn't care how they won. I just wanted to win. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to nitpick wins like that. But we did see in the losses where they were behind in the fourth quarter, did have the comeback. We saw it against Minnesota. Now, a lot of people said he was concussed. He shouldn't have been in the game, but he was in the game. And he threw 2 interceptions. It is what it is. We saw Cincinnati into the third quarter. Niners are driving. Defense was awful in that game, first half. But they're down 17-10 in the third quarter, and Brock Purdy rolls out and throws an egregious interception. Now the Niners get a stop, and the first play back, first play he gets back on the field, he throws another interception. I can't unsee that. I can't unsee the Cleveland game, right? Now, to his credit, he led the Niners down to a drive. Jake Moody misses the kick. You lose the game, first game of the season. So it's a small sample size, but what we've seen, it's been a mixed bag in the fourth quarter. Now, again, he's come back in 2 second halves and 2 playoff games. You get credit for that, a lot of credit. They're down 24-7 against Detroit, Shasky. He gets credit for rallying the team back, but at the same time, we say, as Chris Sims would say, boy, Josh Reynolds catches one of those 2 passes. We're talking about a different game.
So I was asked about, this is another thing on Brock Purdy. I was asked about the top 10 moments at Levi Stadium. It's going to be the 10-year anniversary this year. I wrote down a list. There were a lot of Brock moments.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brock's first game against Tom Brady.
Yeah.
His first start ever. Second half against Seattle. Second half against Detroit.
How about Miami? His first ever appearance.
I didn't even put that in there. I had Frank Gore's final touchdown as a Niner. I had Jimmy Garoppolo coming in against the Jacksonville Jaguars and beating them. I had Jimmy Garoppolo, Raheem Mostert having a historic day in the NFC Championship game. No, because they're like I was actually working on a project with the Niners. Asked like what were some of my favorite thoughts, and I sent them over this list, and I again. All the talk about, we all want him here. The question is how much. And it is incredible how in just 2 years, he has a lot of memorable moments. The Dallas Cowboys second half throw to George Kittle is one that I think of. The butterfly throw to Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, he's got plenty of memories.
He's got a litany of plays.
He's got great plays. Again, in the fourth quarter or the second half against Green Bay really the fourth quarter against Green Bay and the second half against Detroit when you needed to make plays, he made plays. So, look, the rhetoric's going to change once he gets paid, and that's probably a year from now, and it's probably going to be backloaded anyway, so it may not hit for another 2 years. But it will be fascinating to see where Brock Purdy goes this year because the rhetoric's out there. Chris Sims, call him a hater all you want to. That's just his opinion, and his opinion is Jordan Love would have won that Super Bowl.
Purdy rallied them. He led them. My final thought is this. I have not been into golf on television for like 2 years now. It's just been boring. Pinehurst, U.S. Open, this feels different. This hits different. And this is the thing I would say to golf when they figure out what venues they're going to go to. The venue, like a stadium, matters. Pinehurst presents on television beautifully. You throw in the major, I know it's high stakes, it's sense of urgency. You throw in legacies, you throw in Pinehurst. I'm in. I'm all in on this U.S. Open.
I'm also into it, and I like to see these guys struggle. Like I don't like I don't like when we get to the 20 under pars, the 50. No. When guys are struggling and the cut line is just 2 over, that is my speed because I look like that all the time. Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill, Sam Lubin. I look like these guys are looking like all the time, struggling. So yes, I like to see these guys sweat a little bit too. Shout out to all the dads out there. My dad, Robert Spadoni. Jade's dad, who's no longer with us, Robert Ingersoll, always thinking of you. And shout out to all the dads that are no longer with us.
Do me a favor and
as well.
Give Jade a big hug for me.
Will do.
Tell her I love her, and I know it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
All right, I got a couple things that were lost in the shuffle today with all this Brock Purdy talk.
Meg Thee Stallion
first
concert?
off, no, that's not it. No, number one, shout out to the Sharks. They got a new head coach, guys. Ryan Warsofsky. He was an assistant last year, promoted to the big job this year. He'll be the 11th coach in Sharks history, 36 years old, the youngest coach in the NHL. So let's go, Ryan Warsofsky. No pressure, just bring home a Stanley Cup. And then also Nick Ahmed, welcome back. Giants announced that they are reinstating him on the roster. Casey Schmidt going back to Sacramento, where Marco Luciano will also be joining him on the field.
I'll tell you what's not boring is 49ers content and talking 49ers. That's not boring at all. That's the most alive this show's been in weeks when it comes to phone calls and text messages. You know what is boring? And it's going to be very interesting to see what happens this weekend with the Giants playing the Angels. Is there a more lackluster series this weekend than Giants Angels? No, I'm kidding. I'm being hyperbolic here, but I said no to our boy Bram on tickets to tonight's game. He sits 3 rows behind home plate. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'd rather watch the Mavericks get swept.
Real quick, not to jump into your final thought, I'm going to be at the Oakland Ballers game tonight. So if you guys are going out there, if anyone's going to West Oakland, come say hi to Spadoni fans.
Oakland Ballers, West Oakland. Shout out to Oakland Ballers. Shout out to the Oakland Roots. Shout out to all the local teams out here doing the damn thing. That's it for us. Styles Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Guru's back. Guru's back. Guru's back with Matt Steinmetz here on 95.7 The Game.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brother...
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective. Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Why would he do that early?
I've noticed that they're using drops in the middle of the what's called our open.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. The missus is better.
Sweet. Good to hear.
The only thing I hated about being a husband and being there for yesterday was I was off on a Thursday. They killed me pretty much in the YouTube chat.
We're not sure.
Oh, yeah! That one, yeah! You didn't get anything. No, I love the people. I missed you guys, but you guys held it down, huh?
Yeah, we had fun. Evan and I had fun the last couple days.
Rest in peace, Jerry West.
Yeah.
Man. I heard your interview with Myers. That was spectacular.
Yeah. You know what? That's where I'll start this story. Here's where I'm going to start this story, with Bob Myers.
You guys did a great job.
But this is about Bob Myers. So, obviously, Bob Myers knew Jerry West extremely well. So, Sam Lubman, the producer of the Morning Roast,
Sammy the Bull,
he texted Bob Myers early on Wednesday. Wednesday was the day Jerry passed. Yeah, so Sam texted Bob Myers, former president and general manager of the Warriors, and said, "We'd love to have you on to talk about Jerry West with Bonte and Shasky."
Yeah,
and Bob either didn't get back or he said, "I got all kinds of responsibilities."
Because it was a game day.
Well, and it was also ESPN wanted him for everything in the morning. So he couldn't do the morning show. So he texts me and says, "Hey, Sam," uses Sam by name, the producer. "Hey,
That's how
Sam,
Bob does.
Hey, Sam texted me earlier this morning about coming on, but I was too busy with the ESPN stuff. Do you guys need me to come on?"
That's the man. That's who he is.
This is who does that? Meanwhile, there's a couple other people I text, and they're like, "Yeah, can't do it, sorry."
Oh, boy.
Oh, no, meetings.
You want to drop any names?
Nope.
All right.
I don't want to drop any names. But just, that's the little stuff about Bob Myers.
He followed up with me. I got to do my story.
All right.
Goo, what 24 do you play out? This is last week after he said he'd get me Giant tickets, but I got in the Yankee series. You were gone. Steiny, he followed up like, "Let's hammer down a spot. I'll pull up." And I'm like, "Bob, you class personified, buddy." And he's putting his foot on Stephen A's neck.
What do you mean?
He's having fun on the set. Because Stephen A, I love him, Steiny, but
what?
He loves him some Stephen A. But Bob has fun.
Hey, don't ever forget, Stephen A's a friend of the program.
Yeah, you better be careful.
He loves us. He loves us here. Also, so here's what we got today. We got, obviously, Trevor Lawrence's contract and what it may or may not do with what the Niners are going to do with Brock Purdy. That's obviously going to be a big part of today. We'll talk a little NBA Finals. We're also going to get into Klay Thompson. You texted me something very interesting.
Man.
We may have a new segment starting today. Tales of Crime in the City.
Oh, boy.
My day got off to the quintessential Oakland start today, if you will.
It was scary, man. To where I text you and Evan, I say, "Call me if you need to talk."
Yeah.
It was that real in the field.
Yeah. You know, I tell it at 10:30. Right. Just, what are we doing?
And we might have Fabby Davis before the show's over.
Oh, sweet.
If he ain't too busy.
Sweet.
We faked on him last week. I messed up. I dropped the ball.
What happened?
You were gone. We supposed to have him on.
About what was he going to talk about?
Just Oakland. The town.
Well, it's a good day to bring him on because...
Next question.
Oh, you could bring it up to him. He'll tell you. Yeah.
You know, I love this place out here, man. I love the Bay Area. I love it. I love San Francisco. I love Oakland.
Crime is a business. Theft is a business now. Steiny, I'm learning that people are doing theft in the Bay aren't even from here.
Yeah,
it's like that's how I'm for real. And these side shows too, everybody ain't from here like it used to be.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor there, but you're here and you're looking good, man.
You know what? We'll talk. We got all day to talk about Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. $200 million.
So here it is. All right, you ready?
Yeah, man.
And I don't know if this guy. So our alarm goes off at 5:45.
What alarm?
My bed alarm.
Okay.
Susan and I were going to go for a walk. Of course, I wanted to sleep in a little more, and so we ended up not going for a walk. So it's 6:05 in the morning.
Yep.
I live in Oakland, and 6:05, and a car alarm goes off. Not like that. Is it breaking news, or is it somebody breaking into my car again?
TBD.
So anyway, car alarm goes off. I have my keys by the bed, and I click, and it's not my car. It's not my car.
Everything's good.
But it goes on for another 10 seconds. Susan goes to the front window on the second floor, and I hear her say, "Hey, get out of that car!
Oh.
Get out of that car!" But the alarm's going off. So I then start to get up.
Yeah.
And she starts to go downstairs. So here's what I want you to picture. 2 cars are parked on a street on the right-hand side, one in back of the other, but they're separated by a driveway.
Gotcha.
Okay, so it's parked car, driveway, parked car. So I get up and I put on some gym shorts, and she goes down to the front porch. And there were 2 people, a man and a woman.
Wow.
The woman was in the back seat of our car. It's like the station wagon SUV. It's like an old Lexus. It's my daughter's car now, and it's beat up. It's got like 100,000 miles, whatever. And so the woman hears Susan and gets out of our car, and jumps into the back seat of this van. Black van.
Okay.
Where there was a driver, a male driver. And so as she gets out of the car, she's either rifling through I don't know what she was doing, right? She jumps into the car, and they attempt to get out
So
of there.
they're done. They're bye-bye.
Correct. Except
what?
She must have done something with the car they wanted to steal or break into. She must have put it in neutral. So our car drifts back and pinches this car with these 2 people in it.
Come on, Steiny.
And they're trying to get away. And so now I go downstairs, and I hear the screeching of tires. It's screeching. I go downstairs. I go out to the front, and Susan and I are literally 6 yards away from the car. I'm looking at this guy.
Making the noise.
Correct.
And smoke.
He cannot get out.
Oh,
like he's trying to make a getaway. And I'm thinking, what do I do? Like, I thought about just run back in and get a golf club or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what I do with it. And then I thought, well, just stand in front of the car. He might run you out. Well, he might have a gun. I don't know. And we just looked at this guy and he had a screwdriver in his hand.
Oh, they was trying to take it.
And so he couldn't get out. He's panicking. He's flooring it.
And you're just watching this.
I'm watching him from the street. We're not even in the house. We're there, which might have been stupid, but I don't know. You do what you do in those situations. And but he can't get out because the car keeps pinching, and anyway.
But I'm hearing the noise, and I'm not even there. I can hear he's burning rubber,
and I didn't know what to do. And eventually, I just standing there, what do you do? Eventually, he unwedged the car and just sped off. And I'm like, okay, I'll get his license plate. And I'm getting ready to go. Okay, 8LQVC. I'm not going to say license plate. It's a personalized license plate. It was like the easiest.
Oh, it was stolen then.
Yeah, I'm sure they were already.
That's a damn shame.
Oh my God,
Steiny, you got.
By the end of it, both of my kids were out there, and like, what's happening?
Did neighbors come out?
Yes, our neighbor's car got messed up too because both the cars that pinched his car.
I'm being so real with you, partner. At least you guys are safe.
I know,
that is an anomaly. Like you even being out that close. Yeah, and so is the car messed up?
Oh, the car's car's a mess.
Oh, good.
Both cars were kind of a mess. And whoever the guy was. No, I didn't leave my wife go out onto the street. She started going down. I got out of my bed. I I only had boxer shorts on.
Hey.
And I'm thinking, so what? Just go down there in boxer shorts. And I was like, I can't go down there in boxers. So I fished around for some gym shorts. It took me about 15 minutes. So she was down the street like 10 seconds.
Could you imagine if that dude said, "Is that Steiny?" That's like, oh boy.
He didn't look like he listened to sports
Okay,
talk
right,
radio.
I got you.
I don't know how I can make that judgment.
That's a hell of a morning, man.
Yeah,
I'm
so-
serious. Glad you guys are safe. Car can be fixed.
How about this one? The boss is probably like, what's going on here? But get this. So, yeah, how about yesterday, I go out with Evan.
Yeah.
We have one. No biggie. 3:30. You know, for those of you that don't know, I got the carpool sticker. You know, I can carpool. So
Me
sometimes,
too. Yeah.
sometimes I wait till 3:30 to leave, so they carpool to 3:30. Now I'm going Embarcadero because you can get up the carpool lane then, and I get to the carpool lane and it's backed up, which is unusual because it's usually not backed up. But I'm like, oh boy, what's going on? Okay. Well, you wait. I still got up there in 10 minutes, and as I get up there, I see there's about 9 police cars. And clearly they're picking people off who are driving alone without a sticker. I'm on the phone with my daughter. I'm on the speaker phone.
Okay, I was about
my daughter in D.C. And I'm feeling good, because I got my Volkswagen ID4. Hey, this bothers some other people.
Okay.
Anyway, so I'm driving slow into the carpool lane and getting ready to get on the Bay Bridge.
This is my nightmare.
And there's some cops milling around. A cop looks in my car and he goes, pull over.
Oh, the old
pull over. And I'm like, Josie, I got it. Joe, I'll call you right back. I'm getting pulled over by. So I pull over and I'm like a little puzzled. And he says, I pulled you over. And I'm like, no. He goes, you're in a high occupancy vehicle lane and you're a solo driver. And I said, but I have a sticker. And he goes, oh yeah, you do. Oh boy, I didn't even see it. I didn't even look. Oh, that's my fault. I said, well, is it expired? Is it? He said, no, I just didn't see it. There's 4 stickers on the car. You're pulling people over anyway.
My fault.
That's what he said. He said, my fault. But he didn't get me a truly. All right.
Wow, man.
Trevor Lawrence got a big contract.
Yeah. 200. Steiny, we're glad you're okay. Somebody said, somebody shut Mr. Johnson up and let Steiny finish the story. I did.
You didn't interrupt at all.
I thought I was great. But
you've been wonderful the last 2.
Steiny, I got to read this because it's not true. 650. So Steiny let his wife go out in danger while he got dressed. I'll just read it.
I mean, that's a funny, I'll laugh now, but had something happened, I would have never been able to forgive myself. So anyway.
Glad you're okay.
Thank you, buddy. All right.
What is going on here?
Thank you, Bob.
We need to get him on for the draft.
Well, the Warriors don't have a pick till second round.
Yeah.
52, I think. Go ahead, Bronny James.
Please.
Bronny James.
Oh, no. He'll be a Laker.
He says Lexus are easy to steal from what I hear. I guess. I mean, it was a phrase when I was growing up. Hot wire a car. People's hot
you
wire.
could use a screwdriver to start.
Well, he had a screwdriver in his hand.
I bet.
So, anyway.
They didn't get it.
All right. Trevor Lawrence, 5 years, $275 million, $200 million guaranteed. He now is the 6th quarterback, making $50+ million per year. It's Burrow, Goff, Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, and now Trevor Lawrence. This affects Brock Purdy, right? I mean, this affects Brock Purdy.
Or does it put more pressure on him?
Well, I mean, let me start here. When you heard about all this, what was your first thought? Hey, Trevor Lawrence just signed one of the biggest contracts. He's now among the highest paid quarterbacks in the league.
I'm going real.
Tied for number 1.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Okay.
And the game right now is the boom in the wide receiver market, and in this instance, the quarterback market. There is no way on any earth that Trevor Lawrence is worth this amount of money, but I sound like a hater. His employer gave that to him. So now I think about Brock Purdy, Steiny, and all of a sudden, have you noticed Chris Sims, CBS Sports wrote an article I sent to you. We'll get into you, talking about Brock Purdy's going to regress. But I remember Jed York a few months back said they're ready for their quarterback, Brock Purdy, to reset the market. And I just think about the Niners offense as a whole, this last playoff run. I think about the Green Bay game. Let's just say had Savage, the defender for the Packers, held on to that ball, which would have been a pick 6. What if that, and it's not about if, But I just can't get over those thoughts, Stoney. What if that was our lasting impression of Brock Purdy? Would it be imminent to say he's going to get a contract like this? So I think what you said months ago about the arrogance of Kyle and how he's finicky, and we don't really know just how in love with Brock he is. We know he's in love, but now we're talking about this type of investment into a guy, mind you, that's taking your team to a Super Bowl, NFC championship game, which he got hurt in. So I guess I need to quit comparing and contrasting these quarterbacks and say to the Niners brass, does Brock get the job done for you at the quarterback position? And right now, it looks like the answer is yes. So why wouldn't he get this type of contract?
Well, first of all, you brought something up and said, what if they had lost to the Packers?
Oh, Stoney, it was there.
Right, but he would still have a year to make up for it. You know what I mean?
No doubt about it.
If he bounces back this year, let's say they'd lost in the first round and everybody's disappointed. Now they come out this upcoming year and go, 12-5 and get to the NFC Championship again, and maybe he wouldn't be in a nearly as advantageous of a position as he is right now, but I don't think all would be lost. It would just really depend on this upcoming year. I mean, my first thought was, how does this impact Ayuk? And I get it, Ayuk's a receiver, but if you keep seeing the price tag for Brock Purdy go up and up and up,
oh man,
at some point, and if you know, let's take it one of two ways. The 49ers either know they're going to have to pay Purdy or they're going to not pay Purdy. But let's say they're going to pay Purdy. The going rate, and they'll try to do the best deal they can, but it's still going to be way more than anybody ever thought a couple years ago. Don't you have to start making decisions with other players on the team? Maybe not. I mean, you've got to start budgeting.
And I think we might be seeing that manifest right now with the slowness. And I know people keep going to the calendar and the months in regard to where the other big boys, Debo and Bosa, got signed. That was a couple months, down the road. But Stoney, what if that's happening right now?
I don't know. It might be. It might not be.
And how much is Purdy worth?
I don't know.
And again, is the biggest piece to that puzzle going to be this next season?
It has to be, you would think.
So what if he were, and I'm not being negative, what if he were average or regress? They still make the playoffs, but,
then maybe you get him for what, 43?
Right, okay.
I don't know. But what if they win the Super Bowl? You got to pay him 60?
Yeah, no, you give him the blank. You play that York sound of, we're ready for him to reset the market.
I mean,
Stoney, $200 million guaranteed for a guy that, let me give you his record, and I know it's a team record. He's 20-30, Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
58 touchdowns to 39 interceptions, has one of the greatest comebacks in the playoff game against the Chargers. But other than that, he's the only one in that draft class that's kind of done anything. But I don't look at him as Joe Burrow, but at the end of the day, it ain't about that. I sound like a hater.
No,
What's the going rate?
See, I don't think you sound like a hater. I think this is one of those, I can't believe I'll say it, but it is what it is. If Trevor Lawrence is making what he's making, Brock Purdy's going to make money.
He's smiling right now. You got to think.
I would think so. Yeah. So I got a couple questions for 49er fans at 888-957-9570. When you saw the Trevor Lawrence contract, and you're a San Francisco 49er fan, what kind of connection did you make? What were your thoughts outside of, that's a lot of money for Trevor Lawrence? And here's the other one. I just read this from the Xfinity mobile text line for the 415. Trevor Lawrence isn't worth the money. Okay.
Who cares?
Maybe not.
His team thinks he is.
And now he is. Now he makes $50 million average a year. $50 million, Trevor Lawrence. I mean, is Trevor Lawrence better than Brock Purdy, or is Brock Purdy better than Trevor Lawrence? I'm going to say, I don't know. What do you think?
All right. DNA, genetically?
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence is better.
Okay.
On the field, Brock Purdy's is better.
Would Trevor Lawrence
big moments? I believe that. Now,
with
who
the
would
40,
I take?
Let me ask you this:
Okay.
If the 40, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
If you put Trevor Lawrence in the Niner offense, the show would go on, and they might even win a Super Bowl.
Are they better off, the same, or maybe a little worse?
I think they're better off because I think he could do more physically.
Okay. So, all right, but it seems like he's in the ballpark of Trevor Lawrence, right? And he's had more team success.
No doubt.
And individually, Purdy's numbers are much better than.
There's nothing we could say right now on this day. And what's the street vernacular, Steiny? Yesterday's price ain't today's price. This helped Brock. And it probably might be the end of Ayuk. And what I don't get about this whole Rubik's Cube about the 49ers finances, Steiny, is I thought this was going to happen after Brandon Ayuk got his money. There was going to be no hassle. And then next year was going to be, hey, we got to trade Debo. We got to do this or that to free up some bread. But it seems like today on this non-payday Friday that the budget, shout out the rental, it's already happening. And this doesn't help. It can't.
We came into the season, or off season, thinking Ayuk was the big
slam dunk.
Well, or just the biggest thing. And what have we heard? McCaffrey actually got his deal done. Now we hear rumors that Trent Williams may want his deal redone. Purdy's sitting there, and if he has a year like last year, he's getting 50, right?
Yeah.
And I guess
he might get more than that.
He might. He might.
And you're right. What
are
if
you
they
paying
did
him?
win a Super Bowl?
Are you paying him 50? Like here's the way I look at it. Steiny, would you pay him 50? And be like, geez, I don't. That's a lot. I guess if you have to, but that's not a great reason to do it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
He took you in his first year to an NFC Championship game, followed that up after wrecking his elbow with the Super Bowl, and let's just say they get back to the Super Bowl. Steiny, my question to you and the listeners would be, and Evan. No. What more are you looking for, bud?
You're right.
He's got an A+ right now in regard to winning the team's success. Or are you right when you said months ago? I'm being redundant, but it stuck with me. Does Kyle have like a threshold to where it's like, hey,
exactly,
Brock, I know you're good, but I could go make Evan Giddings. I can go find somebody for way cheaper and get us to where we've gotten to.
I don't know.
It's incredible.
I think that's what makes this so interesting is all these questions you're saying. What do you think? What do you think? I don't know. Does somebody out there really think they know exactly how Kyle Shanahan feels about Purdy? How can you?
Can I take a crack at it?
Sure.
I thought as Betsy, the guy that has matching tattoos, Chris Sims, who I thought was an advocate, and everything that came out of Chris Sims' mouth, I thought Kyle fed it to him. That's just me. But
how
now
can you
all
not
of a sudden
think that?
he's on the other side of the street saying, hey, your boy could have thrown blah, blah. Like, it ain't all pro Brock, and I know it's not jealousy. I'm wondering if Kyle is kind of, hey, man, this thing's out of control. We can't give this kid that.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
We're absolutely going to play the Chris Sims sound on the other side. And I'm sorry, but when I hear Chris Sims talk, I cannot disconnect his relationship with Kyle Shanahan. They're tight. It's almost like, Adrian Wojnarowski has a relationship with the Hurley family.
I didn't like that. I've been in the hospital.
Well, we can talk about that later, too.
Him up. Go ahead. I'm interrupting.
But my point is that we're just average people, but we know that Woj is a great reporter, but he's Hurley's guy. I mean, he is. And Chris Sims is Kyle's guy. 650 says Chris Sims is trying to keep the price low.
Man.
I mean, I don't know what Chris Sims is trying to do. I don't know if he's speaking for Kyle. I don't know if he's advocating for, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he's just being truthful. But the 49ers at some point are going to have to make a decision on Brock Purdy. And it just feels like a few months ago, you got to pay Purdy what you got to pay him. I mean, you just got to pay him. Market rate. He's going to reset the market. This market's getting crazy. And
yes, man. And rich.
And he's a good quarterback. He's really good. Is he a top 5?
Well, he's playing. Again, from a team perspective, he's top 5, Stein.
Are you pay if
Lamar, Dak, all those guys you mentioned a few minutes ago haven't did diddly squat compared to Brock Purdy's team success?
But isn't there something about when you have Lamar Jackson, okay, you're guaranteed a certain level of success because he's that great of a quarterback.
Well, if you use that with Brock, it's short sample size. That's greater than Lamar because he's been to a Super Bowl and NFC championship. Like, what more?
Well, because Purdy's got more weapons than, like, Lamar Jackson is the weapon. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, you saw what Trevor Lawrence got paid.
Woof.
How's that making you feel about your quarterback, Brock Purdy? I mean,
This is great.
Brock Purdy's poised to get the biggest raise in NFL history, you would think.
What about sports history?
Yeah, Chris Sims. We'll get to his sound. Very interesting. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today.
Hey, it's Willard for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals. And as always...
and I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Guru back in the house. I'm here. You know what? I thought it was a payday up until listening to Bonte and Shasky, and Bonte goes, yeah, it's a non-payday Friday. God.
Rich people problems.
Anybody out there getting paid by the week anymore? Does anybody get that? Remember, they used to have those once in a while. Every week you'd get that.
That didn't help me. I was one of them dudes. I needed to build up.
Yeah, it didn't really help me either.
I was a little tardy. I was out there talking.
It's all right. Bonte and Shasky are late all the time coming back.
Well, snitches get stitches.
I can hold it down for 20 to 30 seconds without you.
Yeah, my back.
But any more than that.
I get antsy.
Yeah.
No, I got you. But
I text your boy, our boy, who? Sal Castaneda.
Oh, how come?
So I got a friend from the Union, went to Logan, class of 1995.
Okay.
Rapper, Camouflage Jack. He just released the album, and he's got a verse about Sal Castaneda. He said,
he does?
Yeah, I played it for you. So I text Sal. You're a big boy when you make a verse.
But keep him at radio's theater of the mind. So I was playing what I was going to say was, I haven't heard it. Maybe we'll play it at some point.
Yeah, his new album.
All you do is hold the phone up to the microphone. I'm sure people could hear it if you wanted. We can do that at some point. But, not right now.
I might go viral.
Too. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Trevor Lawrence is really rich, $50 million a year. And what does that do for Brock Purdy? He's not due for an extension until next year at the earliest, but nevertheless, we got 6 quarterbacks making over $50 million annually.
Damn,
and
Stoney.
Chris Sims is a buddy of Kyle Shanahan's. We all know that. And he was talking about the quarterback situation, et cetera. This sounds pretty interesting, and I'm going to throw one piece of sound out there and then maybe start grabbing a call or two. But how about
give it to us?
He talks a lot about Jordan Love. Let's go to how did Brock Purdy play against the Green Bay Packers? Chris Sims.
He's damn good, but there's some things still, like if you went back, okay, Jordan Love had the 2 interceptions at the end of the game. Jordan Love in that game played better than Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy should have thrown 7 interceptions in that game. He got lucky that night. We'd all be talking differently if there's Green Bay could catch. I mean, it was not a good night, let alone, right, that game. There's other games too.
All right, that's where we're going to start.
And go ahead.
It's hard for me to imagine Chris Sims saying that without thinking about Kyle Shanahan telling Chris Sims, yeah, he wasn't very good. We got lucky against the Packers. Brock got a lot of breaks. How do you say that if you're Chris Sims? We know you have a relationship with Shanahan. Don't we have to assume Shanahan thinks a little bit like that?
There's
not
no
that
doubt.
He stinks
Yeah,
or
I hear
anything,
you.
but maybe as you pump the brakes a little bit.
And how about this? Also, I don't think Chris is worried about messing up his friendship with Kyle.
Doesn't sound like it.
It almost is like, do me a solid, man. But, you make fun of me, Steiny, when I come in and say I watch the games again, and I watched that game a million times, and Chris is right. Now, 7, that's a little high. It didn't happen. He won the game. But I guess what I'm saying, Steiny, is when you bring up Brock Purdy's name, I always talk about the movie script, Mr. Irrelevant. It's always been positive. All of a sudden now, with the CBS Sports, they did a little, we think we vote Brock Purdy to have the biggest regression this season. And you hear things like that. I'm not going to say jealousy, but I am shocked that all of a sudden that's kind of not at the doorstep of Brock, but you're hearing people say, you know what? I'm not so sure.
I just think the money is so big, and it makes people think of it. How can you pay somebody $50 million, no matter who it is, without thinking, is he worth it? I mean, Trevor Lawrence just got what he got. Is he worth that? I mean, I'm seeing some text on the Xfinity mobile text line that that's too much for Trevor Lawrence, but he got it. So where does that leave the 49ers and Brock Purdy, if anywhere. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's start with Dennis. Dennis is in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how you doing, man? What do you got?
Good. How you doing, Steiny, Guru? I haven't talked to you guys in a while. Great show.
Thanks, man.
I think that Purdy will get just as much. And this national media, one guy starts hating on Purdy, then they all start doing it. They have not done their homework. A glaring statistic last year for Purdy was completions beyond 20 yards. He was almost 67%. The next guy in line to him was Mahomes at 37%. That's a glaring thing that they missed. Right. He reads defenses great. He's tough. He's a winner. He reads defenses great. He hangs in the pocket till the last minute. When did we start using the coach as, a quarterback, measuring a quarterback? I mean, you could say the same thing about Montana, that he had Rice and Taylor to throw to, and Bill Walsh schemed people open better than anybody in the history of the game. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you.
And so, the stuff on Purdy, the guy, you guys have Greg Cosell on, he studies film for a living.
Right.
He has nothing but great things to say about Purdy, So, I'll take it for something like from Greg Cosell. These national media people, you can have them. They don't do their homework.
Fair enough.
What I mean?
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. Go ahead. I'm sorry. That was me.
Thanks, Steve. But
thanks, Dennis. That's my fault.
That's a hell of a stat, Stein. If he ain't no dink and dunker, and, I'll just use this example. Norm's in Union City. You've been to the house. The neighbor just sold their house, $1.2 million in the Union. The house is not worth, it's a nice house. Right. It's not worth $1.2 million. But it is.
Wait, what was her name again? It's the woman, right?
No, it's the man to the right. They're still there. Sue.
The woman. The woman's still there to the left.
To the left. Yeah.
So this is the guy on the right.
But anyway, it's just like this quarterback market. We can sit up here and say diddly squat or diddly poo. There's no way in the world Trevor Lawrence is worth that, but the market is telling you he is. So again, that's a stat for that ass right there. The one he said, and the next one was Mahomes at 37%. But I guess my question is, what type of year would Brock have to have in a bad way to erase the good he's done, and for the Niners to say that this year will supersede the two that you previously had? I'm looking at the chessboard like I don't know. I don't think he's going to fall off like that.
Well, I don't either. I mean, the system, the 49ers. What does a bad year for Purdy even look like? He makes all the throws he's got to make. Yep. He doesn't force a lot, so it's not like he's going to throw one touchdown and 3 interceptions a game for 7 games. They don't play like that. They run it a lot, so his turnover total's probably going to be down. He's smart. So
I got you. I hear you.
He may be limited more than some other more athletic quarterbacks, but he can process. In other words, I don't know what a bad year looks for with him, like 25 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. I don't know, but I don't think it's going to look like he's incompetent. Let me run this one by you. Our friend Lori in Phoenix. Chris Sims is that friend that thinks he knows more than he does. Kyle would never share that kind of information with Chris. He's pompous and misinformed. Really?
I love Lori. She had a picture on Twitter with her cat. I feel you, Lori, but do we really know?
That's the thing. Okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I'll say this. If I'm Kyle Shanahan and I kind of hitch my wagon to this guy from North Dakota State, which was just a flame out, and the blowback I got was embarrassing. It was such a big miss. Some people lose their job on it. And Mr. Irrelevant steps up from Iowa State, does what he does. Steiny, I got to believe all those sleepless nights I had when I still had Trey and I was trying to figure out a game plan for Trey and he still didn't look like he had the goods. How much of that has Purdy not been paid for when you talk about him just taking over the reins and getting you to the Super Bowl and having the success the year before? I'm like, that's got to mean, how much is that worth?
Well, let me put this out there because you said he got him to the Super Bowl. I remember when we said that about Jimmy Garoppolo, a lot of people kind of took issue with he didn't get him there. He was the quarterback, and he was the quarterback and the team got there. I don't know how we judge Purdy. Listen, Purdy's really good on the Niners. He's really good with this team and these weapons right now. I don't think it's unfair to close your eyes and try to imagine what he's going to be like in a couple years with fewer weapons. That's a decision the 49ers are going to have to make. And again, it's not unfair to ask that question because I guarantee you the Niners are asking themselves that question. But at some point, if you think the guy is the guy, it's clear you're going to have to pay him a lot of money, even if it's more than you want to or more than people think he should get paid.
Yeah. And go ahead.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. I want to know how you feel about this, Goo. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, doing pretty good, man. You know, a lot of haters, a lot of Brock Purdy haters out there, man. But at the end of the day, man, I'm judging him on what I have seen, and he has been really great. I don't care about where he was drafted. I don't care how far he can throw. I don't care about his combine numbers. He has performed at the highest level. P for Purdy and P for performance. Like, that's what we got to judge him on. And, yeah, he's way better than Trevor Lawrence. He got to be a top 5 quarterback, man, like I said. His record speaks for itself, and other quarterbacks have been up in here, and they have not done as well as him. So he passes the almighty eyeball test, y'all.
Hold on now. Antonio, you think Brock Purdy is a top 5 quarterback?
I sure do. He showed me. I don't care about if you put him on this team, what would he do? All I know is he's on this team. That's all I know.
Antonio, let me hit you with this one before we let you go. Why did I'm just asking you a question. Why did the Niners offense look pedestrian during the playoff run, including the Super Bowl?
You know, I think people they outplayed him, man. Like, Brock Purdy kind of struggled a little bit at times. It happens. You know, every quarterback in history of football has struggled in playoff games, man. I mean, Tom Brady's the GOAT. He didn't even score a touchdown in the Super Bowl in the first quarter. I think in 9 out of 10 Super Bowls. I mean, it happens. Nobody's going to score 3 touchdowns every quarter. Never happens.
Appreciate it.
Good stuff, eh? Good to hear from you again, too, by the way.
I'm not Chris Sims, Stoney, but that's the question I ran by you, Evan and Spadoni, and I'm not putting it at the doorstep of Brock Purdy, who, again, the Super Bowl was one of his better games during this playoff run, but for Chris Sims to kind of just stop and hone in on that Green Bay game, the what-ifs, but we've talked about it. The Right on the Table brought to you by Atco. Where was that Niner offense during all 3 games? Like, I can't say I'm blaming Brock, but behind closed doors, is Kyle saying he missed this didn't happen or what? I don't know, but it is a thought. And to hear Chris say that and go public with it, it's kind of a head scratcher.
415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line says it is unfair. I can only assume you mean when I say it's fair to wonder what Brock Purdy's going to be 2 or 3 years down the line with a different team around him. That is absolutely fair. You think that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch haven't thought that way? Now, they may think that way and say, you know what? We're comfortable with it. Yeah. We're going to pay him. But the question's got to be asked, and you'd be delinquent if you wouldn't. You can't be in a front office. You cannot be in a 49er front office right now. You think they haven't at least talked about, when we pay Purdy, the team's around him is going to probably change a little bit. Let's think about what that may look like. Of course they're asking themselves that question. Again, they may have determined already that we're not afraid of that, and he can elevate us and all that kind of stuff, but they got to ask that question.
No doubt, but what if I share this with you and I want your response, Donnie? What if the trading, if it does happen on my scorecard, you're talking 24, 36 months, I'm not mad. You got to ask that question. What if they already know it, and if Brandon Ayuk is traded, they've given us that answer of, you know what, Goo? It's Tiny. I heard y'all 10-2, and it's a fair question down the road. Well, we're down the road now because we feel like we got the answers to that question, and that's why we feel like we're going to penny pinch with Brandon Ayuk, and Brock Purdy can still be excellent without the services of number 11.
I think if the 49ers if Brandon Ayuk doesn't get extended this offseason, I don't know what happens. I don't know if he gets traded. I don't know if they just tell him to come in under his old deal. I don't know. But if Brandon Ayuk doesn't get a contract extension this year, doesn't that have to indicate they are going to pay Purdy.
That's all I'm saying.
I know. I would make that connection.
Blank checks, Donnie.
Yeah. What about 49er fans? Would you guys? Would that be an easy A to B for you guys if the next thing if Brandon Ayuk doesn't come to terms with the Niners this year on an extension? Wouldn't that mean that Purdy's the man?
Yeah, they're pretty confident.
I would meet you halfway there for sure. Let's go to Michael in Cortland. Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing? Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
So when I saw the Trevor Lawrence contract yesterday, I was in the camp of, yes, Brock Purdy is going to be getting paid his bag, especially after the year he had last year. But then when I looked at the numbers of Trevor Lawrence's deal, it kind of had me take a step back a little bit and walk back my thoughts of whether or not should we even pay Brock Purdy, because if we give him $55 million a year, $200 million guaranteed, then you can kiss a lot of players goodbye. To answer your question, what our team might look like when we pay Brock Purdy, if we do pay Brock Purdy, it's going to look like 2017 all over again, because we can't really afford to pay anybody, given that we just paid our quarterback $55 million a year. We're going to give our quarterback $55 million a year and give him $200 million guaranteed. We're going to have the guys of the ilk of the likes of Jerome Simpson at wide receiver, who we had, and Kendrick Bournes and things like that, because we won't be able to afford anybody. And you have to ask yourself: do you want to remain in the playoffs every single year, or do you want to hope to make the playoffs every single year? Because we still have yet to find the answer on the opposite side of Nick Bosa, who you could possibly kiss goodbye should we pay Brock Purdy this amount of money. Like what I'm saying is, do you want a team around a young quarterback, or do you want to not have no team at all and a quarterback that's making $55 million a year?
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, Michael. I appreciate. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And then Trent Williams is also going to not be here, and we have to find a replacement for him. And then Javon Hargrave, there goes our run defense, et cetera, et cetera. And like I said, we have yet to find that opposite. We have yet to find the answer on the opposite side of Nick Bosa. You know what I mean? That's my overall point. Like, do you want to have a team like we have now for the next 10 years, or do you want to have a quarterback and no team at all?
Appreciate the call. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I'm not here to say they should do this or he's worth this or anything like that. But if you're going to tell me that the top 5 quarterbacks are getting 50 plus million, when I think of a top quarterback, I think of a guy who, because you have him on your roster, it ensures you a certain amount of success. Patrick Mahomes, even if it's Mahomes and he doesn't have a lot of good pieces around him, you know what? Chiefs are probably going to win 10 games. You would figure, because he's that good. All right, is Lamar Jackson like that? Regular season.
Baltimore feels that way, I believe.
I kind of feel that way too. Okay, so now we get to Burrow. And all right, now we get to questions like, well, what about a guy like Rodgers? I know he's old. What about Justin Herbert? Is he that kind? And then you have to ask, all right, is Purdy one of those guys? And my answer is, I don't know. I don't know how good he is. I don't know if he can, has he really elevated? I'm not saying he hasn't, but has he elevated the 49ers? I know he elevated him over Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, I get that.
It's tough, I think.
And that was a fan, and so much of me wants to say, from a fan perspective, Steiny and Evan, it's not your damn money. And why do we have GM of the year? Because you got to plan. You got to map out and see down the road and put things away for a rainy day. We talk about all this stuff that goes into a draft, developing a player, and then when that player pops, I always thought it was prestigious to be able to give a guy a contract, like the top 5 that are paid. So I'm looking at it as like that guy that just called, he's all that, I don't want to use scared, but he's sports scared about, oh my God, but isn't that what it's about? When the Warriors gave Curry all that money, that was symbolic of, dude, we got it right. You've done everything. You're a cornerstone. So I say all that to say is, if the Niners feel like, and they may already have that answer, Steiny, that Brock is one of those dudes, you pay that money. Well, you don't pull the plug and say, well, you need that, I
do think there's a big difference, though, because in the NBA, the Warriors for a while could pay Curry and pay Klay and pay Durant, and they can pay everybody. I know it's not our money. What do we care? But every football fan knows that if the San Francisco 49ers pay Brock Purdy $50 million a year after he was making $1 million, that you're going to have to deal with other players. I mean, you just are. And I get it. Lynch and Shanahan and Marate, they got all kinds of levers to pull and ways to finagle, but there's no way around that if Brock Purdy goes from $1 million to $50 million, that it's not going to have an impact on the rest of the roster and to a significant degree.
We could be watching that play out right now with Ayuk. But Stanley, I'll follow up with this. Right now, I mean, how tiresome must it be to first identify a quarterback in the college ranks, draft him, and then have him pop? I just find it hard. Joshua Dobbs, like, what do the Niners have in this early? Because we know it's his season. But I just don't see a scenario to where, as a head coach, I would want to go away for something that's been damn near perfect from a team standpoint, and that's been Brock Purdy since the inception.
I mean, the other wild card, and we know it because we've watched the Niners for 7 years, is Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan. How would you categorize him with quarterbacks? You know what I mean? Like, I would say, Kyle's kind of fickle with his quarterbacks.
Well, I don't think he's had a top tier one yet. And some of that is his doing because he identified Trey Lance. So has he really been fickle?
Well, how
or
much
he's been
of this
dealing with a nickel?
How much of this success is Purdy and how much is Shanahan? And I get it. We don't do that with any other. But Shanahan is the greatest schemer in the NFL, well, that becomes part of the reason why Purdy's so great. And then how do you measure that?
Is it risky to think you could keep duplicating it? That would be my question to Kyle. If in a year from now they choose to go down that road, I don't think they would.
Well, I also think that might, depending how you look at that may be a factor. And it's maybe Kyle Shanahan looks at Purdy and says to John Lynch, "Do you know how lucky we got? Do you know how lucky we got? If we had not drafted Brock Purdy, we might not be here."
No doubt.
So we got a bird in the hand right now. And okay, he might not be Mahomes, but I mean, he wins. So let's not mess with this. I don't care. If we got to overpay him, we got to overpay him. That could be their thought. But I also know Kyle Shanahan might be thinking, we can't pay him that much. He's good, but he's not that good. I don't know.
And that's why the last name, the Chris Sims sound, is interesting.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Could be right, but it is funny that he went public with that.
Yeah, we'll get to more Chris Sims on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Jim Bro Tom. I see Mac. We'll get to your calls on the other side. But if you're a 49er fan and you saw that Trevor Lawrence got what he got, and it's over $50 million annually, it is 200 guaranteed.
Jesus.
Out of 275. 6 quarterbacks now make more than $50 million. Can we just assume Brock Purdy will be a $50 million plus quarterback in about a year or so? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. Listen in today at 12:30, and you can win a 4-pack to the Alameda County Fair. It's all presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And we're also sponsored by Robert Half.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers.
Kyle Shanahan has taken the Tin Man and Jimmy Garoppolo and got him to a Super Bowl.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. By the way, a lot of people weighing in on the Xfinity mobile text line.
Yes.
I told a story about something, just a crime
that was personal. I appreciate you sharing that, man.
A crime that happened in front of my house. And so I really appreciate people saying, here's some little advice about some things how to handle it now or what to do to dissuade people that like to break in and or steal cars.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
That's our, yeah.
Okay, I got one for you.
Okay.
You're the perfect guy to ask. So Trevor Lawrence just got big money, over $50 million a year. And the topic today is where does this leave Brock Purdy and the 49ers? Jed York said a short time ago, a few months back, look, we know that Purdy's probably going to reset the market. Jed York acting like they know they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy, and they will if they have to, but it's a lot of money. So here's my question. And I asked you this when I came in. Right. I said, okay, so Brock Purdy's been the 49ers, essentially their starting quarterback for a year and a half.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, he's 17-4 in the regular season and 4-2 in the playoffs, something like that. Okay. A quarterback better than anybody, Dak Prescott. So Dak Prescott, his first year and a half, Cowboys were 13-3 his rookie year. Okay. I looked these up. I didn't know them off the top of my head. And then next year they went 9-7, but they started 5-3. So that's 18-6 when Dak Prescott came into the league.
Gotcha.
Good start. I'm not better than Purdy. I don't know, but good, damn good. Now it's 6-8 years later, and I don't know if you wish they hadn't have paid him, but you certainly don't want him to pay him now. Like, is it unfair to say? What if Purdy's kind of like Dak Prescott? Is that good enough?
Niner fans would say no, because there would be no Super Bowl victory in that, and the Cracker Jack.
Can you separate that though? I get it. He hasn't had Purdy's already had the playoff success, but what about is Purdy better than Prescott?
Right now, I believe he is.
Okay.
Now,
what about
Evan might crack the mic and say, "Goo, I think Dak is better," but Dak has in 7-8 years never been to a championship game. Purdy's done that twice,
right?
And he's been to one Super Bowl. So if it's about just the overall, where can this quarterback, forget the numbers, where can he take you? Dak has not even sniffed an NFC championship game. So when he got his first contract, Steiny, which will be Brock's first, it was like, this guy is the next, here we go. And now here we are, 8 years later, it's like, oh my God. So if I'm a Niner fan, that is the portfolio, that is exhibit A of what you don't want. So there's a risk involved. But I guess what I'm saying, partner, is Brock Purdy's going to be up for this contract, and he can say, you need skins on the wall. I got us to a championship game against the Eagles. Didn't get to finish that. Follow that up with the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but
those are skins, not rings, but those are, I can do it, bud.
I'm not diminished. I'm just throwing all this into the hopper. And couldn't you argue, how did he play in the postseason? I get it. They went to the Super Bowl. How did he play in the postseason?
They were down 27-0 to Green Bay.
Yeah.
The lowest seed in the playoffs last year at home. He looked shook. So Brock Purdy doesn't even have anything remotely close to that on his ledger. And what is the best, my best trait for Brock Stein is, again, he computes it fast. He gets rid of it quick.
No doubt.
How much is that worth?
I don't know. I guess it might be worth $55 million. Jimbo's in Oakland. What's going on, Jimbo? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up with y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Doing good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, bro, let's not overreact. Let's not max him out. He's getting $1 million a year. Give him about a 4-year deal, $25 a year. I don't even care if it's fully guaranteed. Give him $100 million. let's give him a pay raise for what he did. But did he win the Super Bowl? Why would we max him out? The Niners is a team with a lot of good players, and it makes them look better because they all got a lot of good players around them. But they all want the money. Like Debo, we overpaid him. Now we got Ayuk, and Ayuk is a better receiver than Debo as far as route running, catching, but Debo make plays. So now Ayuk looking like, well, I need to get paid too. I'm a better receiver than him. But all these players, if you put Debo on another team, he's not going to be leading receiver of the league. You put Purdy on another team, he's not going to be the leading quarterback of the league. You put McCaffrey on the Panthers, they're not going to the NFC Championship. But all these players together as a collective, they look good all together. They all benefit off each other. But let's not go crazy and max out Purdy. But the NFL is such a copycat league. Like, when one quarterback get a good deal, okay, the next quarterback deal coming up, he got to get more money than him, more guarantee, more bonus. No, we don't need to do that here. We can give him $100 million. That's a 100 times upgrade from what he getting. What, he got a $5 million deal right now?
A $1 million deal right now, Jimbo. Yeah,
good point.
$1 million. So let's give him 100 because he didn't win the Super Bowl. We've been going to the Super Bowl. We've been going to the NFC Championship. So where did he really elevate us? Now, if he would have won the Super Bowl, I would have been like, max him out. I don't care about his arm. He ain't got the arm like Mahomes or Herbert, or, he don't got the MVP arm, but he's a winner. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't win the big game. So if he would have won the Super Bowl, I'd say max him out. But he didn't win the Super Bowl. We've been going to the NFC Championship losing. We've been going to the Super Bowl losing. Give him $100 million, $25 a year for 4 years. And then, hey, make it to the point where we can restructure. Hey, if he do win the Super Bowl in the next year or 2 or 3 years, then max him out. Go ahead. But right now, where we at right now, no, it's like, come on now.
All right, Jimbo. I hear you.
I don't want to go Jim Rome on you and say phenomenal, but it's why you came down my road a little bit when we were giving Jimmy Garoppolo grades, because it all boils down to Kyle. Steiny, he is right. The Niners, and this I'll put McCaffrey in this too. Pre-McCaffrey, the Niners got to a Super Bowl. They got to an NFC Championship game. So if you're right, and Kyle could say, I can do it with Spadoni, I can do it with Guru, I can do it with Evan, then I feel like that number comes down. And the other caveat to this is, Steiny, do you think in a crazy way, because Evan was talking about how we look at Brock Purdy. He didn't use these words, but he's a cute story. He's the guy next door. But is he going to be, and I know it's negotiations, do we know he's going to be trying to bring down the house from where he's coming from?
Well, look.
And I get it. If you got an agent worth anything, you're going to go for everything. But
if Brock Purdy gets $100 million for 4 years, his agent should be fired. I'll say that.
Even without knowing what this year's going to look like. You know what I mean?
Again, I don't think I think the way this team is set up right now, assuming they go into the year with Ayuk back and Purdy, I don't see how he has a bad year.
All right.
I'm not saying he's not going to throw interceptions. I'm not saying he might cost him a game or two, but the way the 49ers run their offense and how Kyle Shanahan coaches, he's probably going to have damn solid numbers.
And I would bet
think.
that.
Yeah. This is it, and this is, we just heard Jimbo, and this is what the 415 says. They paid Trevor Lawrence, and he's not as good as Brock Purdy. So why are you all worried about it? He's worth it, obviously, if Trevor got that deal. I think if it would be that easy, we wouldn't be as fascinated about it as we are. And the reality of the situation is there are people that don't want to pay Purdy $50 million because they think that as good as he is, the special talent around him is partly responsible for his success.
And is that a bad thought?
No, but
it's natural.
But it's valid if you believe it. And and this is my bottom line point is we don't know how Kyle really, truly feels about Brock Purdy as a quarterback, as Brock Purdy making $1 million. Look, if Brock Purdy goes from $1 million to $50 million, I'm going to think differently of him as a quarterback. I just am. Like, wow. You make $50 million, now you better not be somebody who starts to regress. Like, you can't make that kind of mistake. I'm not saying other teams haven't, but
he would have
better
won
be real
even
careful.
though it almost doesn't even matter. Steiny, if you give him 50, just like Trevor Lawrence, let's just say he's terrible for the the rest of his career. I'm not rooting that on him, or he's just below average. He won. He won with this deal. So I say all that to say is, if the Niners get to an NFC championship game, I believe that check is blank. And how much is it going? And to hear Jed York again, I keep bringing that up, but it's kind of, there's a reason we're bringing it up. He kind of is greasing the skids of, they're not dumb. They know what time it is. So that would, to me, an NFC championship game would signal they had another successful season. Obviously, they didn't get the ultimate goal. But damn, if a guy in Jacksonville who can do what and this is San Francisco, I find it hard not to pay. Like, what's a guy got to do to get paid at the quarterback position for the Niners?
Well, what if
this guy takes you?
What if Kyle Shanahan would say, win a Super Bowl? That's what a quarterback has to do for us right now, because that's.
But wouldn't I signal, me being Brock Purdy, I'm the guy that can get you closer to that right now, Jack?
Well, right now, I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, he's the best quarterback on the roster, and they've won playoff games with him.
I would call Brandon Ayuk right now just to bring him into this. No, I would say, hey, I know you're not a quarterback, Jack, but this contract and in Purdy's pending contract, this doesn't help your tenure. Like, I would really tell him, and hopefully I'm wrong, Sonny, but doesn't it feel like that news yesterday, this news, is kind of like, man, you might be the odd man out because now we're going to pay this dude 10 times more than we thought.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so much of this that I don't think we know. We have opinions, but we really don't know what Kyle thinks. This from the 650. Back to Dak. One of the most overrated quarterbacks of all time. Purdy is better than him. That may be true.
And he beat him in a playoff game already.
Both those things may be true, but the only comparison I'm making between Dak Prescott and Brock Purdy is Brock Purdy's quarterback for a year and a half. He's 17-4. They've gotten to the postseason. They got to he's got a better resume in the postseason. I'm just telling you that in Dak Prescott's first year and a half, the Cowboys were 18-6 in the regular season, and he played in a playoff game his rookie year.
And they gave him a bag.
Right.
So they gave him a bag without reaching the heights that Brock had did in that year and a half. Right. So that's why I'm saying that's got to be like, if Brock's over here sitting next to us, dude, you've done well. You haven't because you didn't win this. You guys didn't. It was guys, but you think if they would have won that Super Bowl a few months ago in Vegas, would this be? To me, it would be. That'd be like, what else do I got to do?
See, and we'll get Evan here in here a sec. I've changed my mind on this, but I do believe that if Garoppolo somehow would have stumbled into a Super Bowl that year, I actually don't think he'd be the quarterback now. Still, I don't know.
Who is Kyle Shanahan to say that someone can't win a Super Bowl for him?
Now that
I'm just saying, if he's looking at Brock Purdy, like, I don't know if you're the guy. Brock Purdy could just say, "Look in the mirror, bud."
No doubt. But Kyle, that's part of Kyle's arrogance. I think. Like, I'll bet you if you got, how much do you think Shanahan blames himself for losing the Super Bowl? I bet not that much. That's just a guess.
Your guys didn't know the overtime rules. Yeah. We can bring up 2019 all day when you pass and you didn't need to. So he's got some stuff on his hands.
Tom's in Clayton. Hey, Tom, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, guys? I think there's hopefully some strategy from Brock's side, because there's a case to be made that taking less money is almost betting on himself, because what comes with winning, what comes with winning is endorsement. It comes, face of the franchise, relevance. You take the big pot up front, and you get that, but it doesn't go well, and you're holding a clipboard maybe in 3 or 4 years, and so. If you can bet on yourself and take a little less and keep the pieces in place, what's most important is the contract that's after this contract and the contract that's after that contract. I mean, the first one, he'll be set for life either way, but
right.
There's a strong case to be made that if you hamstring the team too much, that, you could be a backup before you know it.
Let me ask you a quick question before you go. If Jimmy Garoppolo was at a bar, we're all at a bar, you, me, Steiny, Jimmy, and yourself, and Garoppolo said to you, I've done everything that Brock has. Why does it seem like people, the Niner fans, are making Brock seem like he's 10 times better than me? How would you respond to that?
I mean, Brock. The difference between Brock and Jimmy is not in his arm; it's in his brain. I was a huge Jimmy fan, but Brock has the processing power that very few quarterbacks in this league have. And Jimmy, no one looked at Jimmy throwing a ball and saying, "Wow, that's not one of the best releases. Quick release. He actually has a great arm," but he just couldn't help himself from making the poor decision, the poor read, giving up on a play too early. Where Brock is the extension of Kyle that Kyle has wanted.
Right.
And I think that's the difference there.
Yeah, certainly wanted it more than he wanted Garoppolo to be that extension. Thanks,
Donnie,
Tom.
I'll say this to that because you asked me about, real quick here, about Trevor Lawrence and the DNA. I mean, his arm, physically, he's a different species than Brock Purdy. But I'm not here caping up for Jimmy. But, Steiny, I am from the vantage point of, Guru, I don't give a damn about all what y'all saying between the helmet. I went to a Super Bowl. We should have had it. I went to the NFC Championship game. We were up 10 going to the fourth against the Rams. All in all, it's still the same pot. Like, I did it without McCaffrey. Like, that leads me, where you going, Goo? Down the road of Kyle saying, hey, for the bettors that want to bet, it's just a blank check. Slow your roll.
Listen, Brock Purdy's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Come on. Come on. Is there anybody out there that would dare call into this show at 888-957-9570 and try to make a case that Garoppolo's better than Purdy? I don't think so.
Can I give you something to that? And I'm not just doing this for the sake of our show. The first year when they paid Jimmy, the first year and a half, Garoppolo, his profile was still, we were excited. The failures hadn't been in front of our eyes. So I got to look at it from the perspective of when he signed that contract and the excitement that was Jimmy Garoppolo and them starting 8-0. I got to say at this juncture, it's even almost.
Okay, well then,
because what Purdy's
then you have
Jimmy
to be wary
and tricked off is the benefit of the doubt.
Well, if that's okay.
But the skins on the wall are the same.
I'll meet you there then. So then you got to be careful about making the mistake with Purdy.
Wow.
Like there's no other way to put it. Now, I'll argue that because I'm sincere about it. Come on. Purdy's better than Garoppolo. Come on. It's the eye test. I get it. The stats are the stats. When they didn't, they both had McCaffrey. Somebody's on the 510 saying on the Xfinity mobile text line, Jimmy and Brock's stats were nearly identical when they both had McCaffrey. Yeah, okay, fine, but come on.
Jimmy had failed and got hurt. It was over.
But Purdy's better than Garoppolo. I mean,
Jimmy's better looking.
Come on.
Oh, look at Spadoni. Boy, Spadoni hasn't gotten that animated in a while.
Spadoni, that
He's
ain't
Italian.
even a tell of the tape. Brock is not ugly. Brock's a good-looking dude, but when you talk about Jimmy, hide your girl. The dude's jawline started.
Garoppolo?
Garoppolo.
He stinks.
Not off the field.
I thought he was all right when he was with San Francisco. I was like, yeah, he's all right. He's pretty good. Okay. And then you see Purdy, and you have to say, Garoppolo wasn't as good as Purdy. I mean, Purdy's better unless something happens to Purdy where he regresses.
What has Purdy done in the year and a half that Jimmy hasn't? And I'll just wait.
I think it's
team-wide. Team-wide.
Like if you're
throw
gonna
a ball past 25 yards.
Well, and if you're gonna go,
That's a 4, but it worked.
I mean, if you're gonna go,
just Super Bowl, NFC championships, Donnie. I'm just from a team.
But here's the thing: you don't believe that. You're playing devil's advocate, which I love because I do it a lot.
I'm doing it because you paint me to be the ha-ha guy. I'm looking at it from the team prism. The team prism is both have lost the Super Bowl, but they both got him there, and both have got to an NFC Championship game, and Jimmy had the Rams down 10 to start the fourth. I know.
You're answering your own question. If you truly believe, if you're not just making that argument.
I don't do that. I'm just saying there's when you talk to me and talk to us, I'm like, this mother might be onto something.
Okay, then why, when you just made a good argument about that, would you then say, I just think he's got a blank check, even if they go to the NFC Championship game again?
Well, no.
Or Super Bowl again.
That's how heavy I think we all can agree this year is going to be. And if Brock can add that to last year's Super Bowl, NFC Championship game, okay. I mean, now we're talking about a trifecta of like, dude, okay.
Garoppolo did it twice.
But we don't have that to react to yet.
I know we don't.
This season for Brock to be stellar. But I'm just saying, as we laugh at Jimmy and what he's done when Jimmy was still good, Jimmy, he did got this team with lesser to the same spot.
You're right. Neither has won a Super Bowl. You're right. Who's a better quarterback? Come on.
See, I get it.
Just answer.
I'm going to say Brock.
Okay.
But you're judging Jimmy on 10 chapters of a book, and we're judging Brock on one chapter.
Right. That's exactly right.
And that's what the Niners are going to basically have to do when they decide how many M's are we going to give this dude.
It's risky.
Yeah, man.
Anybody who doesn't think it's risky, I don't think is. Anytime you pay a quarterback $50 million, it's risky. It just is. I'm not here to say he's not worth it. I'm not here to say he's worth it. But
do you wonder how good he is? Brock.
I know how good he is. He's good.
But what if he does it, Jimmy? We thought Jimmy was good, and then we all found out, oh, boy.
Because what we've seen in Purdy already, I think, and listen, I'm not a quarterback
But
guru,
you got eyes, though,
he's
Steiny.
better.
Right.
He's better than Garoppolo. He's smarter. He's more elusive. I think he's more precise, actually, with the ball. He's got a better feel. All those things. I think we can agree on.
What if I said he's got a better team too, though, Brock?
He's had a better team just because of McCaffrey.
The only reason I bring that up is that would allow any quarterback to look better. But I can't sit here and act like I didn't tell you 20 minutes ago he processes better than Jimmy. But even with that, Jimmy played in the most important game of them all and had a visit to NFC Championship game prior to that, handing off to lesser than McCaffrey and throwing to lesser. Debo was there, but, no Ayuk.
I mean, I actually do think that in a way, the same thing that's working against Ayuk should, in fact, work against Purdy too, and that is, this is a running football team. They like to run the ball. They run the ball a lot. So if you run the ball a lot, I'm sorry, it's easier to hand the ball off than to throw it, and so it would lessen the value of a quarterback, even if it's just marginally. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got to play some of this Chris Sims sound because it's very provocative. He talked a lot about Packers quarterback Jordan Love, and he compared Purdy to Jordan Love. We're going to get to that sound. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today. Plus, we're an hour away from your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair, and that's all on 95.7 The Game.
Join us for the San Jose Sharks NHL Draft Party on Friday.
pasta, some chicken, spaghetti. Give me the meat. Give me the meat. Give me the meat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What? I just put
I don't think I was here that day for
give
that.
me the meat.
Wow.
Yeah. Was that the one? Oh, you were talking about a buffet. Give me the meat. You guys are infantile.
Well, that's them back there.
I know. I meant those guys.
How do they know?
It was Spadoni who cut it.
You know, Spadoni's an interesting. He is an interesting guy.
I had him on this morning.
You know, he's got 9 brothers and sisters. You think he'd be a little
amazing?
You think he'd be a little more mature?
Yes, Spadoni's black.
I wonder. So apparently, his brothers and sisters never put him in his place. They just let him run roughshod down on the Monterey Peninsula.
I wonder how much he had to share. 9 sip, dude. 8.
I've never had my own room, so there you go.
Oh no, boys! Yeah.
Yikes!
Yeah.
All right.
You had to get 2. They had to order 3 large pizzas. The mom
Always
and dad.
2 full gallons of milk in the fridge.
Oh my goodness!
Always whole milk, never 2%.
Give me the meat. No.
Just think about their
Stop
grocery bill. The parents.
Well, the Spadonis are in good shape.
I'm thinking a 9.
The thing about Italians, they do a lot of walking. They're very vibrant people, so they tend to be fit.
All right,
in good shape, so they don't overeat.
Oh, I was like, where the hell is he going? Tony Soprano, he was a little thick.
Well, the other thing about Spadoni, he's one of these kids who can eat anything and never gains weight.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like Evan. Ooh. Evan's thing will slow down here soon, but he looks good, man. That metabolism.
What?
Soon. How about that? I'll just turn your mic. Evan does have some guns.
Oh yeah, I told him. And he got the traps.
What do you mean?
The back where the shirt.
Well, I don't like when they have the big things up. No, that doesn't look
Evan's
good.
got him.
I'm not Takeo Spikes.
Yeah, exactly. That's
you
not a
don't
good
want
look.
that. That's too no neck. We love you.
Well, you know what's funny is
you don't. Yeah,
I asked.
You look good.
I asked. Well, I know I do. I asked my daughters about like muscle bound guys like Schwarzenegger. Yeah. I'm like, are there women that find that attractive?
Yeah, meatheads.
Well, man,
I think it's kind of out of style a little bit.
Yeah, I don't
like LeBron. LeBron's perfect. That's the size I don't want to be.
That's too big.
Bron,
6'9".
But you see him in regular clothes, it's like, dudes, yeah.
You know what? If I could have any body of an NBA player, just give me Curry.
Oh, we got to talk about him.
Curry's perfect. Like 6'3", not too muscle bound.
No, I want
sneaky, strong though. He can walk into a room and you're not like, look at that guy, he's huge. You're like, oh,
what about Terrell Owens? That's
too much.
That's who I thought I was.
Well, you weren't.
Took my girl.
Yeah, but you weren't.
But that's what that's when you're like, dude's fit.
Dwight
enough
Howard.
muscle. Dwight. No, did he? But yeah, Dwight.
You're so weird. You just said you didn't like muscle-bound guys.
Those dudes got length and muscles. It ain't give me weight. I got barbell in my car. Not those dudes. I'm talking about lean but still cut.
They're not lean. Those guys are.
Oh, T.O. ain't you seen T.O. in regular clothes, Donnie? The guns are showing, the traps, the back, the no gut.
Listen, here's my rule.
I sound envious for some
Here's my rule. If you're in regular clothes and you can tell that a guy's muscle bound, then you know he's a musclehead or muscle. Yeah, but bodybuilder.
T.O. never, the stuff was fit to him.
Come on, you knew. But that's my point. If Curry walks into the room, you're not like, geez, that guy is buff.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, that guy's strong.
Shannon Sharp, that's too much.
He's T.O. They have the same body.
Shannon's smaller than you think.
That makes it even worse.
I'll tell you who I don't want to be. This is good. He went back
to Candy.
Casey Schmidt. I don't like how he looks in his uniforms.
I couldn't pick him out of a police lineup.
When I just like the uniform. I text Shasky everything. Why doesn't he look like, I need something else in there, man? I don't know. But he's going back to sack. He got option back to sack.
As long as we're talking about people's looks, I'm not a fan of Matt Chapman's mustache.
Yeah.
I don't like
the lip sweater.
The pencil, what do they call it? Pencil thin mustache. Yeah. Jimmy Buffett, I believe, had a song, Pencil Thin Mustache. Somebody did.
Oh, we got to get to pods. He did something.
What's he doing?
We could do a whole. I could do a whole.
Do we have info that Spadoni is not aware of?
I think he's not.
All right, listen, I'll get to Lamar and Zeno.
We got to call audible.
This is just so random. And
it bothers me.
Spadone, Game 2, NBA Finals in Boston. Luka comes to the podium for his press conference.
I think we might have the sound.
I'm buying time. I'm buying time. Hold on.
Shut up, Goo.
Okay.
I got it.
So I'm not even going to mention anything, but I'm not watching. I saw it today. So there's the media scrum, and they're asking Luka Doncic questions, and the next thing you know, here's what we heard.
This was after Game 2 in Boston.
Brandon from the Warriors. Obviously, big fan of your game. Someone who I look up to and model my game after. And some that I kind of stood out to me is, obviously they're making you play a lot of isolation ball, and you do a really good job of, using your off arm to, get by people. But I also think you're really good at, creating an advantage and keeping an advantage, and you're really good at, keeping guys on your hip, and it makes the help defender kind of have to pick and choose what they give up. Just want to learn, just want to ask, where you kind of got that from, and what's your thought process once you beat your initial defender?
I mean, first, I think I just look at how long the guys have been in paint, the low man. If it's time, if it's like 2 seconds, he's going to go out, and that, I think that's the moment to attack. And then.
Now,
that was a good question first.
That's what I was thinking. If my good friend and partner, Guru, had asked any of our guests a question like that, he would have been lambasted.
And it sounds like only a guy from a team that didn't make the playoffs would put themselves in that. That's the other part.
We buried the lead. If you don't know, that was Brandon Pajemski.
What are you doing,
of the Golden State Warriors. He was in the first row of the press conference after Game 2.
Oh, my God.
And asked that question of Luka Doncic, his hero. And
how long do you guys think that question was? Because I have the exact
I'm going to say, because I'm up 54 seconds.
I was going to say very close to that. I'd say 50.
43 seconds.
Brandon, why? And if I'm Steph or Dre or Klay but that ain't how it works. We're trying to beat his ass next year. What are you doing? Oh, Steiny, I am flabbergasted.
Is there anybody out there that wants to see Brandon Pajemski play like Luka Doncic if you're a Warrior fan? Listen, Mr. Pajemski listens.
We love you,
We
buddy.
know him. I love him. And people say
Friend of the show.
I like Brandon Pajemski too much. I do like him, but
that's why we don't want him to play like Luka.
Just a little strange.
You can't give guys that you're going up against that love, especially when your team didn't make the. I'm shocked at the vets. Draymond should have called him, cussed him out in a good way. Why, dude?
I mean, why was he there? What was his thought process? Why did he want to do it?
He loves him some Luka. I'll never forget that. Has that ever happened in the history of the NBA? Dude from another team who made all rookie team asked you can't do it.
Yeah, have you ever seen anything like that, Steiny?
The one thing that comes to mind, and it's not even close, is when Kobe was a Laker, his high school teammate, who he played basketball with at Lower Merion, it was either a reporter or they let him sit in the room, and he asked Kobe a question about, who's the greatest guard you ever played with in the backcourt, and
that's funny.
I think Kobe said, Jimmy.
Evan, I don't think this has ever happened. I can't remember. And Pajemski's heart is in the right place. You can't do that. So, and if I'm Curry or Dre, I'm like, young blood, come here.
So Jabari Smith, who plays for Houston, showed up to, I think it was one of the pregame availabilities, like practice availabilities for the Celtics earlier in the series, and asked a question to Jason Tatum. But that was after a game that Pods asked Luka that question. Like post-game presser, he's sitting front row, and he says, I'm Brandon from the Warriors.
Oh, man.
I've never seen that before.
Well, but, and this is something, and you guys know, nobody's better at putting one and one together. You know why, don't you? because this proves it all. There was a rift between the veterans and the young players on the Golden State Warriors, and Podziemski couldn't even go to the veterans for advice. Draymond wouldn't give him any advice.
Oh my God.
Clay wouldn't give Podziemski advice. He's trying to keep him. He's trying to keep him off the floor
because he would.
So
know
Podziemski said, "You know what? I'm going to go to Luka because Curry keeps stiffing me when I ask him to get better."
That's a fine in kangaroo court if I'm on the team.
You know what? I think it is too.
No, you can't. I'm a big fan. Hey, I play for the Dubs. You think Luka knew who he was? Yeah, he had to.
I actually don't.
I'm not sure.
Because Luka's a killer.
Oh, God. Let's go to Tony in Oakland wants to...
one thing you can say about Luka,
talk about,
he's not gutless.
One thing...
That's a 4.
Tony wants to talk about journalist Brandon Podziemski. What's up, Tony?
Yes. What I wanted to say is, that Warrior dude, that was a good question. He's at least in first base having a knowingness about what most people are lacking. Luka is he's a commander of the space, and it's all done intuitively. He can feel without looking. True. And the Warrior guy knows that most people don't know anything about that, including himself, and he wants to know what's happening there. It's because Luka is highly intuitive. It's a very rare trait. It's what Michael Jordan, Magic had. This is a rarity, and he should be applauded for at least asking that and knowing that there's something he doesn't know about. And what he doesn't know about is you have got to be like a goo. You got to be into meditation till you get that silence and you get the heads up to know intuitively what you should be doing out there and when you should move. This is done. I mean, that guy, that was a good question.
Yeah, but why did he ask Steph Curry that? You play with Steph Curry. You don't go ask the competition.
But no, because
Curry ain't playing.
It shows that at least Luka will think well of that because at least the guy knows that Luka is showing that the way Steph does. But very few people, maybe Steph can't even talk about it. I don't know. He's never expressed himself in that way. Most players, very few can do it, and hardly any can talk about it. That's when you're the observer and the observed. When you can do it, you feel yourself and you see yourself in it, and you can talk and put words to it. That is so rare. Very few people could do that.
Okay.
Thanks, Tony.
I got to do this, Donnie, before you say another word.
No, sure.
I've thought about football. What if the Niners didn't make the playoffs and the Raiders win it, and Brock Purdy's at the post-game presser in Vegas and asks a question to said quarterback.
To Garoppolo, who's just won a ring.
Favorite.
He's not on the Raiders anymore.
Like, that's how offensive that is. You can't do it, bud.
Let me give Brandon Podziemski one piece of advice. And I'll quote Shakespeare. Brevity is the soul of wit. Okay. First of all, and
come on, Sonny. There's no world. The text line
agrees. I'll be a son of a gun. If 3 months ago I said, you know what? It's amazing the way Luka can keep a guy on his hip.
See it.
Come on. Podziemski just found that out? No, the funny part was the complimenting.
Would you like to hear it again?
Yes,
run it back.
Brandon from the Warriors. Obviously, big fan of your game. Someone who I look up to and model my game after. And some that I kind of stood out to me is, obviously they're making you play a lot of isolation ball, and you do a really good job of, using your off arm to, get by people. But I also think you're really good at, creating an advantage and keeping an advantage, and you're really good at, keeping guys on your hip, and it makes the help defender kind of have to pick and choose what they give up. Just want to learn, just want to ask, where you kind of got that from, and what's your thought process once you beat your initial defender?
I mean, the question's a good one. It's a really good one. The question
in private, maybe.
Well, yeah,
over a text.
There's two. One was it was the most random thing that I've come across in a while. Hey, did you hear Brandon Podziemski asked Luka Doncic a question after Game 2? Is that what? Where? How? Why?
I feel like the question, just the straight question, was essentially, how do you push off without drawing an offensive foul?
I mean, I think to me, it was a good question because what he's saying is once you get a guy on the hip, then what's your thought process? Knowing that there might be help, there might not.
That's all basketball.
No doubt.
That's great.
Yeah, I know.
But the bottom line is you went to the game, your prerogative, but you said, I got to go ask a question. That's like our competitor, the radio station, throwing a shindig, and I go there and get on the mic when they open it up for questions. Daryl from the game. Hey, you you can't do that. I can, but come on, Steiny. You guys would kill me. Daryl from the game.
I would like to think that the Warriors are such a tight-knit group that he's getting some grief from his teammates. Good nature.
And I'm going to say this to that. Steiny, I'm being real. How tight are they if he has to go to Luka to ask that and not his OGs?
I mean,
I'll leave that there.
I mean, I'm not going to make a bigger deal out of this than other than get.
But that was peculiar.
I'm going to get a chuckle out of it, and that's it. I'm not going to try to read too much. I will say this: the specific question he was asking Luka, you can really only ask Luka because that is the talent that he has. That I'm not saying Curry doesn't have it, but it's not.
I'll say this
the
for
signature
Luka.
part of his game.
I got swept, but I had a guy from another team come to my post-game presser and ask me, how do I give it? Like, that's better than winning it all. Wow, man. I hadn't heard that, Steiny.
Yeah, that was a weird one. But anyway,
I know everything.
Somebody put, honestly, who's he going to ask on the Warriors? That's a 2.
Well, that'll answer him. I mean, you know what? You know who he could have asked? He could have asked Kevon Looney. Looney would have answered.
Yeah.
You have a toothpick in?
No, it was a sting I stir my coffee.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've never liked that look. The toothpick.
Norm had it forever.
Oh, actually, you know what? It's never bothered me. I don't mind that at all.
Who used to play with one?
No.
Baseball player. Used to have one in his mouth. Wasn't Madlock.
What?
Yeah, had a toothpick.
Really?
Yeah. Might have been in a dugout.
Your dad did not have it. Your dad does not have.
That was his staple.
Right, but not in like at his party.
Oh, he had a toothpick.
No, he didn't.
Norm.
He absolutely did not.
They called him John then, for sure, for Johnson. That's what they called him in the Navy. But yeah,
your dad didn't. No, he didn't have a toothpick in at the party.
And if you did it right, it give you cool points. If you had a function, the cookout, you got the little. How you doing?
Well, it's not like Karan Butler used to just chew straws on the bench. Like he used to go through like 70 straws a game or something like that.
Now that is not.
I used to have a bad habit of chewing my pen caps. You know, the Bic Bloop.
I've seen you stir your coffee with your glass. Your glasses.
Oh, I've stirred my coffee. I'll stir my coffee with a pen. Who cares? What do you mean? What do you mean?
We don't want to see.
It's a pen.
No.
What?
Dusty Baker.
Oh, great
come
call.
Come on, Goo.
Great call.
Spadoni leaving me out there.
Did he play with it or just manage with it?
Managed, yeah.
Yeah, he managed.
Am I missing something?
Wristbands? No.
510, Goo, you got to answer this. Am I missing something? Why is this even an issue at all? I'm so confused.
I'll tell
it's
that
not
person
an issue.
You're not a competitor at all.
Well,
you've never played Tiddlywinks Connect 4. You have to know nothing's wrong with the question if you're a civilian to another civilian. But if you're on a team that's not in the offs, you go to the finals, you got family there. You can't do it. And just like you said, Goo, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
Why would, I mean, why was Pajemski in Boston?
Let's
to go to the game. I get him to go to the game.
But get him on.
Well, Steiny, he might think we're trying to make
we're gonna play that
horses
for Willard
behind
and
out of him, and I'm just getting a chuckle.
We got to play that for
Well, I do remember, you were talking about this when you guys interviewed Brandon Pajemski before the season. You discussed the importance of buttering a guy up. So maybe Pajemski took what you guys did and kind of used it on a bigger stage to ask Luka that question.
And you know what? In fairness, you guys have made fun of me for my initial approach to Pajemski when I was saying, you went to military school, so you didn't have that, your hair wasn't that long.
Kind of didn't say it with that energy. It was said a little differently, but anyway. Somebody said Kobe asked Mike questions. Yeah, not in the post-game presser.
No.
I love Pajemski.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. We got to play that for Willard and Dibbs. It can't just be us, right? That finds that.
It's just amusing. It's not good. It's not bad to me.
Where was TJD?
Right.
He knows how to. He knows how to, make that play. Anyway, Luca, you better win a game tonight.
Where you watching? We could watch together.
You know what's funny? I forgot there was one.
Are you being real?
Kind of, because you know why?
That hurts.
Because I didn't know they played games with just one day off in the NBA Finals anymore. I thought Game 4 was going to be next Tuesday.
I give you a 3 for that.
What a joke!
Maybe it needs to be over.
What a joke!
Jaylen Brown MVP.
Drew Holiday.
But Jaylen hit those shots last game down the stretch, Donnie.
Drew Holiday's so good.
Dallas had it. They were coming back.
They were down 21 in the fourth quarter.
But Luka fouled out with 4 minutes left.
He had 4 fouls in the fourth quarter.
Windhorst just...
We played that yesterday.
Oh, did you do
that?
Yeah,
we played that yesterday.
If you want to be in that locker room, oh my God.
That tunnel.
Yeah, tunnel.
Yeah, Windhorst was interesting. 650 wants to know, are you serious, Goo, with this one?
I am. There's not a walking soul on this earth that could say that was the right thing. You do that privately.
Oh, gosh.
Could you imagine me looking at who's got the next question? Oh, you're in the Pacific Division too. What was the Warrior? Wow. I think Brandon will tell us, you know what? Goo, I feel you guys. I should have held on to that. Nah, you play with Steph effing Curry and Draymond effing Green.
What's that tell you? That tells you
that's taking me down somewhere I don't want to go.
I mean, we've talked about it a lot over the last 3 years, that these veterans are tough to play with if you're a young player. And boy, what?
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
No, but you come on, Stoney. I'm not mad.
650, is that the one? Are you serious, Goo? 650. He's like, what's wrong with asking professional advice? It's such a small thing. Of course it's a small thing. We're just having fun.
But if I did that at the competitors' function, you guys would say, what are you doing?
It was weird.
Even if you like the guy or gal, you said that publicly. You know how that makes us look here? There's something to that. That's why you're cheesing.
I found it a little weird.
Yeah,
a little strange, but
I don't think I've ever encountered it.
But I've been accused of liking Pajemski too much, so maybe that's why I'm.
Has that happened?
Everybody thinks I love Pajemski.
No, you appreciate his hustle. So do I. We all do.
I actually the thing I like and respect most about Pajemski is his approach, his like mentally, believe it or not, like he's.
No, he thinks he belongs.
He does.
That's what I like about it.
But that's the thing. And even if he doesn't belong, it doesn't matter because you have to think you do anyway. All righty. My idol. My hero. Brandon Pajemski. Hey, the one thing I do want to get on the other side is you sent me a text this morning. It was a group thread. And I wrote it down because I'm going to ask you to elaborate on it. It's basketball related, and we can get back to Purdy.
I hate it. I did it after you said what went on with you. I go, read the room, Goo. I don't know how to make text disappear. I shouldn't have put it right.
And you know what I thought? Well, I'll tell you on the other side. Okay. That segment was sponsored by Lucky California.
For a Father's Day worthy of your
we go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man, we got a lot going on right now. I got to bring Evan in pretty quickly to this.
Doubt, man.
So
call the cops.
We were having a little fun. After game 2 of the NBA Finals, Brandon Pajemski, Warriors rookie guard, going to be his second year, just asked the question of Luka Doncic. I don't know. We want to do it one more time. Let's just do it one more time in case people. It's funny. It's amusing. Just take. I
got to play it for Willard and Dibbs too.
Yeah, we'll do that. So this is going to be Brandon Pajemski after game 2 in Boston, sitting in the first row of the press conference, and here's what happened.
Brandon from the Warriors. Obviously, big fan of your game. Someone who I look up to and model my game after. And some that I kind of stood out to me is, obviously they're making you play a lot of isolation ball, and you do a really good job of using your off arm to get by people. But I also think you're really good at creating an advantage and keeping an advantage, and you're really good at keeping guys on your hip, and it makes the help defender kind of have to pick and choose what they give up. Just want to learn, just want to ask, where you kind of got that from, and what's your thought process once you beat your initial defender?
All right, so it's funny. First of all, I do think the question was a good one, really good one. He buttered him up like we all do.
Probably like, you got any coaches? Dude, for real. Like, dude, you're my Evan. But Evan, for real.
He did catch himself. He's like, I'd like to learn. I'd like to ask.
There you go. He did.
All right, this is from the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Guys, the NBA selected a few young players to be NBA correspondents and ask questions.
Now I feel a whole hell of a lot better.
It had to be something like that, but there's a couple now. There's some great ones coming.
Now
in.
that just ends everything.
Somebody said, we're joking around about why can't Pajemski ask Curry or Klay or Draymond? And somebody on the 650 Xfinity mobile text line goes, "Oh yeah, Steiny. Pajemski's going to say, hey, Draymond, when you try to score, never mind.
That's a 4.
When you try to score, never mind.
But that makes sense now if that's fact, Steiny. All right.
What about the one from the 510, the question to Guru?
The one about iconic duos?
No, something about I'm their hero. How do I get Thursdays off? Dude, I was taking care of my wife. Come on now. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the one where it said, name a more iconic duo than Guru and overreacting about non-issues.
Now why are you laughing?
Well, because this would, I think.
But now I feel better if I can see the NBA doing that.
Yeah.
Because we do have an issue in the office.
Yeah, we got it. Does it deserve the breaking news sounder? I said it does, Evan. This pisses me off.
There is not a bigger technical foul that you can commit as a coworker than eating someone's food out of the refrigerator, which I just went and found out during the commercial break that somebody did, probably from down the hall, who probably works at nights, and I hope they're listening to the show because, number one, that's a foul. Number two, they only ate half of it, and the only thing that I was actually looking forward to is a piece of steak that I saved from yesterday or 2 days ago, and it is now gone, and I'm pissed.
This is an epidemic. It runs rampant in corporate offices. How can the person even enjoy eating the food knowing it's not theirs?
Okay.
So essentially you're stealing.
You know how I am with these kind of things. I need a lot more details.
Evan was hot.
First of all, when he came in during the break, I was like,
his car
what are
got
you
broken
He
into.
was so mad. He goes, is there a bigger? I'm like, what the hell is he? Anyway, so, but there's some extenuating circumstances. I hate to do this, but it's what I do.
All right, Pods, ask me a question.
All right, so, well, here's an observation I made. Yesterday, Evan, I saw the plate of food that Evan was referring to, right? He had a paper plate of food and then another paper plate atop of it to
That's
cover
how you do it, yeah.
Okay. And I saw him take it out, and I guess he must have eaten half of it and put the other half back in the fridge. The food, however, was not brought in by Evan. The food was part of a smorgasbord, a buffet, if you will, that Jack's restaurant had brought in for everybody to eat. So they had some chicken, some steak, some salad, some ravioli, give me the meat. Maybe a muffin or two. So the food...
The burglar might have thought it was community property.
The food that Evan said was his was only his because he put it on a plate. It was yeah. Now,
which you, by the way, admitted to me yesterday, Steiny. That's a heads-up play.
I did. I said that's a great call. Save it, making a plate and saving it for the next day.
But now I feel like Evan is still hurt. But I feel like that person didn't do it. No, I'm about to jack somebody for their food. They're thinking that's just somebody put a cut. The leftovers. Evan, I'm sorry,
but
man.
if it's not yours, why would you eat it?
Yeah,
you're hungry.
That's still the question.
Honestly, you're starving.
Hey,
yeah, so am I.
I'm just kidding. I'm not saying I
need
would
a
do
ride.
it.
I can't steal a car. Yeah, I don't want to walk. But hey, Evan was hot.
I know he was.
Yeah, because I'm hungry.
Dude, that stinks.
I'm actually hangry.
We used to.
I love that. First time I heard about it.
You know what? You could have put a sign on it.
You got to put your name now, Evan.
Well, I remember living with a bunch of guys in college. We had 6 guys.
That's gone.
Well, no.
I'd come home on one. We'll fight.
What if the note?
I'm hungry.
My buddy Neil Phillips, he went to Harvard, so we'd have food in there. Whoop. He had orange juice, and I was so thirsty, and I grab it, and he had a note on it. It said, "Take hit, leave much."
Wow.
So he was like, go ahead and take a couple sips. Just make sure that there's some here and you leave me with.
Did Evan tell you about, we had a little dust up last Friday.
Oh.
We talked about it, but I was in your seat, so my stress level was through the roof. So we had Matt Barrows on. This is how I saw it. So Matt Barrows gave us the nugget of, if Ayuk's fines might not be forgiven by the Niners like they did with Bosa.
All right.
So we did the interview and went to break. It was a long day, and I was butchered everything left and right. So in my world, I feel like the meter was building up, right?
Right.
So Evan came in during the break, and he did his hands like this to me and Larry. He goes, the takeaway, and I just saw the hands, and Evan's energy was like that. I said something to the effect of, first time ever, Evan, I don't like your energy.
and I backed down.
And Evan, Larry was looking like, but I had to I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, man, but it was so funny. We hugged, we had a good time. But
I used the hands that I used, Steiner. Remember when I asked you, how can I help you?
Yeah, it's
the commercial.
And I'm not it's the Trump hands.
No.
You know how he has them out in front and always does the thing? I know exactly what you're talking about.
I felt like it was for the other 20 things I messed up on. I go, Evan, you know what? I don't like your energy. I was over here. He looked at me, I looked at him. We ended up at the cafeteria.
I mean, you have a couple nice drops from Guru hosting, don't you? Are they at your fingertips? You played them for me on Wednesday.
Well, we do have a lot of them.
Yeah.
Hold on here.
Wow, both of you. Wow.
No, I didn't.
You saying break them out.
We can take it.
Evan said we got a lot.
What about this one?
Time for the legal. That was doing the.
Now that's funny. Just your tone.
I wasn't
your
trying
inflection.
to be. That was with the guys. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't drive all the time. Guru, that was the worst breaking news. Shut up! All right, I'm embarrassed now. Let's move on.
That's great.
Evan, we got to find who ate that food. Put it back. Steak.
Here's where you know what? You actually don't want to find out.
They only ate the protein. That's what pisses me off. It's like, you're right. It is not technically my food, but if you're going to eat it, just take all of it. But to pick and choose what to pull off of someone else's plate, I feel like is more disrespectful.
Oh,
here's the problem. You watch. You're going to find out it's either Langford or like
No,
Pittman.
Langford wouldn't do that. He built
What about
different.
Pittman?
Yeah, look at him. He's a big boy. Yeah.
Oh, man. Let's go to Ian in Berkeley. What's going on, Ian? How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
I
sir.
just wanted to comment. I thought Brandon Podjenski was hilarious, and give him more of that. He should be maybe a journalist, maybe an investigative journalist, and perhaps he could discover who took Evan's food.
Wow, there you go.
That's a 4.
Yeah.
3.5.
Now it says they also, and I don't even, help me out, they also had the Thompson twins asking questions.
Which, like the band or the actual players?
I'm throwing it to you two.
I think it's Ausar and Amon.
Asar and
Okay,
Amon,
all right,
the,
all right.
the kids from San Leandro.
That's
right.
Brandon knew that makes sense, Donnie.
It does make sense.
All right.
It does make sense.
Shout out BP.
I still have a million questions. I wonder if Luka really knew who he was, though.
And we'll never find out. We can ask BP when next time we see him.
Brandon from the Warriors.
That was great.
Oh, man. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Okay. 12:15. Okay, we're getting there, Goo. We're getting there. You sent me a text on the thread, which I found interesting and that I'm going to need you to expand on. And it simply said this. The Warriors need Klay if they want to win.
Yeah.
Guru sent me a text and the thread this morning, and it said, guys, the Warriors need Klay Thompson if they want to win. And so I waited till now to say, why would you say that?
I've been watching these games.
Okay.
And no matter what move any team makes, it's all predicated, Stoney, on hope. Hope. You hope it works out. And Boston, the trade for Drew Holiday has worked out to a point they might be on the cusp of a dynasty. Neither here nor there. Klay Thompson is a 4-time champ, Stoney. He compliments Steph Curry better than anything you can get in here just in one season. And the moves that the Warriors need to make, because you need to make some, have to include Wiggins or they have to include Kuminga. My fear is you mess around and let Klay Thompson get out of town, you don't have the antidote of shooting. I don't think you could go get anybody that could give you 39% from three, rounded up as 40. So I'm looking at this thing like you need continuity between the big three, and then you need some additions. But my God, I'm looking at this roster. If you're telling me you're going to go into next October, late October, November to start the season with some changes, and you have not replaced the shooting from Klay Thompson, I'm sorry, Steiner, you are weaker. You are weaker than you've ever been with the inception of the Splash Brothers. So I'm saying this hoping that Klay will have a better season than he had last year. But if he shoots at 39, 38% from three, that clip, that's fine enough if we go fix what ails us around the team. So shooting is at a premium. Boston has it. The Warriors had it. But if Klay Thompson can, Stoney, I'm being real, just give us 38, 39 from deep, we got to go fix the other areas, but we cannot say we got replacement in-house for Klay Thompson's three ball. If we're going to go into games and it's predicated on Curry, we're going to, one, be easier to stop. Two, we'd be dumb to think somebody else could shoot it at that clip that's on the team now and hasn't done it. So if the Warriors are really trying to maximize this window in the next 2 years, Klay Thompson, I'm sorry, has to be a part of it. That's just how I feel.
I'm not advocating for Klay not to be here. I'm not advocating for Klay to be here. But for you to say the Warriors need Klay if they want to win, I vehemently disagree with. That's the same stupid rationale that got you Draymond Green for 4 more years. I am like, you know how you always like to say, don't rob somebody of great. You cannot rob the Warriors of the idea that they could get better if Klay leaves and they do other things. It's absolutely within the realm of possibility.
I'm going to put it right on the table. I'm ready to say Klay Thompson shooting 38% from deep, even if you want to say that was a bad year, is bringing more to the table now to this team than Draymond Green. I said it. I mean it. It's no shade at Dre. It is what it is. I need that 3 ball to go with Steph Curry more so now than what we believe and what we saw and witnessed. That has gone bye-bye. You didn't make the playoffs. That's on everybody, but all this, Draymond's doing this and that, bringing the ball up, it missed me, Steiny. And you can get another guard in here to take those duties away from Steph, bringing the ball up to spare him and keep him juiced. But I'm telling you, if it were up to me, Klay Thompson shooting 38% from 3 is giving me more than what Draymond Green is giving me at this juncture with who he's on the floor with. Because Kevon Looney, it looks like, is about to go bye-bye. I don't even know if I don't even know if we're in a place to where the Warriors can afford to say, we got a guy that could keep possessions alive with the offensive rebounding and grab some on the defensive end. I don't know if the Warriors have failed Looney or has Looney failed the Warriors. I'm going to go with the Warriors have failed Looney for not knowing what he is and who he is and finding a way for him to coexist. But it looks like he may be the odd man out. Don't let Klay leave, Steiny, because I don't think they can replace a shooter of his caliber on a good day to put next to Steph Curry. I really believe that, and that's why I've done a little bit of a 180, Stein. I've had time to be by myself and
you
think.
shouldn't have.
I think the Warriors are going to find a way to get Klay to stay, and he wants to stay. I could be to you. I get it.
No. 888-957-9570. Some people sometimes say that I disagree with Guru at times just to disagree with him. I totally disagree with you.
I believe you.
And this is what I wonder. I mean, you've acknowledged you changed your mind. Okay, so the first thing is, you don't think there's a scenario which the Warriors could be better without Klay Thompson? Knowing that they'll probably make other moves and try to get some shooting.
I'm too smart enough on a good day, Stotty, to know. Now, if you go hit a grand slam and there's no Klay and you're talking about Jimmy Butler or somebody else, okay, that could happen.
Okay.
But how I'm looking at everything, playing out right now, how do you replace that? Well, I'll tell you. Forget his name. That's shooting style.
Well, first of all,
that's your identity.
First of all, he was on the team last year, shot whatever percentage he shot, and they didn't make the playoffs.
I give you that.
Okay, so
was, and I'm not making this about Draymond versus Klay. So was Draymond Green to that effect. How do you replace that?
Well, that's where I would be like, what are you watching? I mean, I'm sorry, this may be harsh, but the reality is, and come down my road, Klay's either going to re-sign here or he's going to walk. And I'm not sure there's a huge difference either way. I think if he walks, you'll obviously have to address some areas. I think if he stays, problems aren't solved. No, what problems solved?
I wasn't saying that. I prefaced it with you still need to make some serious moves, but the splash, brother, Steiny, that's who you are right now. And you want to just have Curry, Lou, like you just want the team not to be able to get on a heater and have two dudes clicking at the same time. But I know what you're doing, and I'm not mad at you. You really think there's the Klay is like we've seen the best of them. But
no kidding.
But the Warriors but 38% is 38%. And I don't want to make my thesis about Klay staying about that. But Steiny, how could you imagine a world where he's not there and they don't replace that shooting? Then what are we doing?
Well, then they're in trouble, obviously. But
they're in trouble now because they didn't make
they're in trouble anyway. They're in trouble anyway. But what I think is unfair is, and we can decide who's a great player and who's not a great player, this, that, the other thing, but just like a guy that Evan brings up a lot. If Klay Thompson walks tomorrow and somehow you get Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, like you're better. Like he's better than Klay right now.
Now that I wouldn't be mad at that.
But I mean, go ahead and flame me. But if Klay walked and you acquired Grayson Allen, I'm not sure you'd be worse. I'm not.
So those two names.
And the other thing before listen, and I love this one because people think I can't stand Draymond. and sometimes I can't, Draymond's more impactful than Klay when he plays.
Wow.
I think. I don't know. 888-957-9570. We can jump into it. A couple doozies. I feel like those are doozies.
Okay.
I'm just being honest
and
with
let me
you.
give you some mustard, and I didn't say it.
All right.
No matter what the Warriors are trying to do, and obviously they're trying to win before Steph Curry and the big three are done, it's a shot in the dark, and you're operating from a point of disadvantage. It being this long, and you still thinking these guys can do it. I think the continuity and the fact that Klay, Steph, and Dre have won before together means something. And if everything were to go their way, or 85% their way, the fact that Klay is part of this system and knows it like the back of his hand, I think that means something, as opposed to saying, hey, Caldwell Pope, this will be your first year with the Warriors. Not that it couldn't work, and not that I'm saying I would be out on that, or Grayson Allen. That's when now it's a broken vase. You put some Elmer glue on one hole, then there's another hole. Like the continuity of Klay and Steph, to me, that means something, man.
It means nothing. That's what I would say now.
Well,
I mean,
you could say last year got him no playoffs.
I mean, it means to me the continuity. Yeah, it means they won 4 titles a while ago.
And people telling me, Goose, stop it. Klay is done.
I think. Well, I'm not saying Klay's done,
but he's done being two-way Klay, and we all accepted that.
How many minutes a game is he playing under your scenario?
27, 28.
Oh my gosh!
Like if you had to bet now, it's a gut feeling. Do you really think he's gone? Because if he stays, he's playing 27, 28 or more than that.
No,
he ain't taking no. Hey, I'm just want to stay. And Steiny, he's a people take terrible take.
I think it's pretty bad.
I don't.
And like in the past, like this is one of those where 3 years ago I'd be, you got to be kidding me. I'd almost get defensive. I'd be like, you're crazy. But our friendship has been forged through fire, and now it's just like, oh, come on, really?
2 for 56, 28, get it done.
For who?
Klay.
Who did? What happened to Goo?
No, I've been watching.
This is where, like, I don't want to be the bad guy here. Right. At 888-957-9570. Give me the meat.
Yeah, that's great.
If somebody wants to be the bad guy, I'm not going to.
I still think Klay Thompson.
I'm not going to be the bad guy.
Steiny, he still has the one weapon in his tool belt. Is what the league is about.
Does he?
38%.
Yeah, you know what?
And that ain't 100 shot attempts. That's a whole lot of them.
Right. And you know what? I think there's a big difference between 39%, when in essence you're going 4 for 10, 3 for 9, 5 for 12, 4 for 10, as opposed to 9 for 13, 2 for 9, 3 for 13.
Okay, I got something for you.
You lose 2 out of 3 of those games automatically when Klay goes 1 for 9.
Tell me what you'll give me for this if a nickel. What if what is around Klay got better to where his shot quality got better?
See, how?
When you got other threats on the court, and this, I love Moses Moody, you know that. But just imagine when Klay's out there with Moody, Looney, Pods. Nobody's doing anything to give him that. And again, Stoney, it's basketball. There's a defense. There's no perfect shot. But I'm saying, what if stuff? That's why I say if you put him in Philly, if you put him in Milwaukee, where you got guys like Giannis driving and kicking, Stoney, that's even LeBron. He doesn't have that now, and he's still mustered to get 38%. I'm not saying he's perfect or he doesn't have any flaws. The dude can get on fire still with the best of them.
Help me.
You got to go.
Help me, Warrior fans. 888-957-9570.
I don't want him gone now, Scotty.
You heard my partner. I open phone lines. If I come back and there are no phone calls, then I'm going to say, Guru, you're on to something. Can't be the case. Get it? Hey, what's coming up on the game? Coming up right around the corner is your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. Listen at 12:30. That's on the other side to win this 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. And it's all presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
The most exciting event of the year is here, and you're...
I mean, Amo Amasamat, Vinny Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered.
I don't say this often, but you are impressing me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty. Mets time, it's back
That
with...
was a bar.
With Daryl the Guru Johnson. Oh, there it is. You know what that means. It is time to give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. The number, it's the contest line, 415-523-4652. Caller number 7, right now to the contest line, gets a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. And this is the part that I didn't realize until yesterday. It says, plus you can join Guru for a day at the racetrack on Saturday, June 29th.
I'll be there.
All right, so there you go. You want to watch some horse races with Guru? 415-523-4652. Caller number 7. You get a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair, and you can join Guru for a day at the racetrack if you want on Saturday, June 29th. You don't have to go that day, but if you want to, then you take that 4-pack, go on Saturday, June 29th, and go watch the ponies with Guru. One last time, 415-523-4652. Caller 8, 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair.
Bang, bang. Speaking of ponies, real quick, Stoney. Yeah. You know, I try to live my life to where I don't have any regrets.
Right.
But that list is so long. I'm on the other side of the paper. But I don't know if Evan told you or I told you when you got back. Golden Gate Fields had their last race Sunday. I had 10 friends go. Evan went. Any memories, just real quick here, for you at the Golden Gate Fields? Because I grew up there, Stoney. 49er Frankie and I betting on the ponies.
I've been there. Okay. Not recently, but $1 Sunday beers, right?
So you know.
Mm-hmm. Now, the cups, they're small plastic cups, but nevertheless.
Look at you.
Nevertheless, it's a great, great bargain. Okay, if you're just joining us, there's a lot going on right now. A lot. Evan Giddings, our producer, had some food saved in the refrigerator, and he's legitimately not happy because he's starving. Somebody ate apparently half his food and then put it back. Now, I think something has occurred since this, and I think we may know. I think I know who maybe ate your food.
Well, my boy Tone, if you guys allow me to insert some evidence, he says they were definitely white. I said, why would you say that? He said a brother would have ate it all. I said, damn, Tone, you can't say that. But that's how he looked. He said they were dead. So we can, all the brothers and sisters are off, Stoney. He said they must be white. So,
well, based on the Odyssey demographic, he's probably correct.
Yeah, we can. So Bonte's out. Joe Hawks is out.
There you go.
A few others.
Man.
So the one stipulation with somebody taking Evan's food is 2 days ago we had Jack's Restaurant, one of our sponsors. They came in to do some business, and they always bring food in. So they brought in some chicken and some lamb and some ravioli, a salad, a bunch of stuff. It was it. So Evan, when that day was over, before he left, he fixed himself a plate of the Jack's food and then put it in the refrigerator. And so yesterday he started to eat it, and I said, boy, that's a great call. I should have thought of that. Meaning, get the leftover food and save it for yourself.
Hey, let's go.
Now, he didn't bring it in from home. Like I said, it was from Jack's. I think we may know who did it.
Do tell.
Because I got a text from Dan Dibley, and it said, Evan has no beef.
That's a 4.
Pun intended.
Yes, that's a 4.
Now, how can I not ask myself, or we ask ourselves, why is Dibley so invested in exonerating the person who took the food?
It's a great question.
Why does, you know what I'm saying?
No, Dibs is the king of one-liners.
Right.
So
it's a good
Evan
one-liner.
has no beef.
Right.
Was his contribution to it.
What he's saying is, Evan doesn't have a gripe. Evan's got no complaints, meaning that food was Jack's, and anybody could have taken it, and that anybody might have been.
Wouldn't do that.
Might have been Dan Dibley.
Nah, he's a vegetarian.
Well, he was. That's what makes this a little more interesting.
Why? He said he was. Look at you. What true detective.
We got a crossover.
Evan, how
topic.
hungry are you right now, bud? I wish I could just give you something, man.
I'm starving.
Man.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
By the way, what's bugging you? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Yeah, you can take
coming
my
up at
spot
2 o'clock.
today.
Yeah.
You can take my spot today. Man.
Let him go at it.
925 says, here's a question, Evan. Did Evan label the food? He didn't.
But do we really have to do that nowadays?
It's another good question.
If you look in the fridge and you don't see your food, why is there an inclination to take something that isn't yours?
I've in my whole life of working in corporate or anywhere, I could never. I might have taken the soda, but I could never do that.
I'd probably have done it when I was younger.
Look at you.
I'd only do it. No, I wouldn't do it.
But not in the last couple of days.
I mean, it depends how hungry I am.
Somebody says, sounds like Jax got jacked.
That's a 3.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
And, somebody also sharing the sentiment that Evan had from the 415 and the Xfinity Mobile text line. If they were only going to eat half, they should have just thrown the rest away.
Now
At least Evan would have been like, shoot, it's gone. But leaving half is just infinitely more.
Yeah, cover your tracks.
There you go.
Yeah, hey, let's just give Klay $30 million.
I didn't say
give him a starting role, even if he stinks.
But talk
that's
to
great
me right
strategy.
now,
Oh no, that's a great strategy.
What in-house replacements or possibilities that you feel comfortable with?
I told you.
Pods, Moody. I love both of them. They don't shoot like Klay.
Pods does. He does. Look at his numbers.
But now if we did, can you do that times 4?
Here's the
that
other
amount
thing.
of volume and to be able to just get it, rise and jack. Hey, Steiny, that could actually be what's going to happen. But nah, man, this team.
If you ask me right now, hey Steiny, which team is better? I'll give you this. Here's your starting 5. Which team is better? Steph, Klay, Wiggins, Draymond, and Trace Jackson Davis, or Steph, Moody and Pajemski, Wiggins, Draymond Green, Trace Jackson Davis? I would say, I don't know. Not the same. Maybe a little better.
But wouldn't the betting favorite be the first?
Why?
Because
he's declining.
And they all...
Do you think Moody's getting better?
Yes.
Do you think Pajemski's getting better?
I do.
Do you think Klay's getting better?
No.
Okay.
But his getting worse is better than those guys where they're at getting better.
Rank those 3 players defensively.
Moody, Pods, and Klay.
Okay.
Or Pods, Moody. Yeah, Moody, Pods, and Klay.
Yeah. I'm kind of
But there's an offensive component to that,
Rank
too.
those players as passers.
Yeah, Pods. Pods, Moody,
Pods,
Klay.
who cares?
Yeah.
What about as rebounders?
Oh, man, Pods.
Yeah, you know it. I'm looking at, what's the one? Pods. 1 year in the NBA, played 1 year in college. First year in the NBA, he shot 38.5% from three-point range. Klay shot 38.
I got you.
7.
Who else shot better than Pods and Klay?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about
how
that,
many? What's the volume
is
on
it
that?
back to Wiggins?
Nope.
Who shot better? Oh.
The guy that you tear down for his three-point shooting.
Mm-hmm.
I already know.
Who?
Moody.
No.
Who?
Draymond Green shot better than
in the
Klay.
first half. Yeah, the
whole season.
Dre improved, but you know what I'm saying.
Who?
Those weren't in the second half. Those weren't. That didn't even exist.
Yeah, no, but to Goo's point, he's not a three-point threat.
That's
like
what I'm talking
Pajemski
about.
shoots better than Klay from 3, but he's not as much of a three-point
It's not
threat.
his game. You know what I'm saying, Steiny? I'm talking about Klay's. It's part of his game. It's the one thing he has left right now.
Does he? He doesn't, though. I mean,
I would try to improve everything around him, roll it out there, and hope he can get a better quality of shot, or just be better, be more consistent. But Steiny, I got to tell you, you were Norm when I bring home a report card with a 3.0, and he wants a 3.8 or 9. When you talk about let's just put this under a microscope, the 4 for 10s, and but it all when it was all said and done, it comes out in the wash. It's 38. It's 38.
Look. Right, and Pod shot 38, but you're not giving him his 38.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, because I don't want to sound like I love Pod. How many threes did he take on the year, Pods?
Well, 4.3 a game, and I think he played all year.
Clay's is what, 8 or 9?
Right, so is that good or bad for Klay or Pods?
I would say Klay doing that at that clip, 38 is more impressive than 38, and you're only taking 4. Forget Pods' name. Whatever said player is going to take 4 or 5 more threes a game, if that were to happen, that's where I'm like, you're not Klay Thompson or a guy of that caliber, regardless who the player is. Just be careful if he leaves.
Well, he can leave. Be careful of what? What are you careful
Trying
of?
to replace
You didn't even
that
make
shooting.
the playoffs.
Yeah.
You haven't made the playoffs 3 of 5 years.
You're speaking my language that
No,
one.
I'm not.
Yeah,
Because you want to re-sign Klay,
but
and no
you
matter
didn't make
what.
it not just because of him. It was team-wide.
Right. Yeah. I know you believe it, but I can't believe you
My point is how I went to sleep, Stoney and Evan, is you can keep Klay and you still can get better by making other moves. I think that's what I would name my song on Keep Klay. You can keep Klay, not break the bank, and go somewhere else and do some other maneuvers and get better and get him a better quality of shot.
So you're prepared again to go to next year and play Klay Thompson more than Podziemski and more than Moody?
I am.
Okay.
I am. Snotty, I am.
Why?
Because I'm trying to win it all. I'm not trying to see if some guys, and they're good young players, Snotty. They're going to be a partner, going to have a job. But I'm not trying to see them go through their puberty and come up.
They might be better than Klay right now, Goo. I'm not saying they are, but they may be better than Klay halfway through the year.
But if you're right, then there's no way. Then Klay wouldn't even get an offer from the team because he would just be in the way.
Well, listen.
You know what I mean?
I was talking about this to Evan yesterday. The reason Klay is so dicey is because no matter what happens, you got to do it the right way. The Golden State Warriors cannot lose Klay Thompson under the appearance of they kicked him to the curb. If Klay Thompson ends up on another team, the perception has to be that, you know what, the Warriors really wanted him, but this other team paid him $32 million, and then Warrior fans would be like, wow, that's a lot. I guess we got it.
So the optics.
I got it.
The optics.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I really do. But, oh boy. Go ahead.
So if Orlando or a team like that, let's just say Philly offered Klay $30 million, you would understand that, right?
Of course. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's
Wouldn't you?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. That speaks to his value. But I think he's had what we deem we watched the fall off from a physical standpoint, and we've kind of lost sight of still pretty damn good from deep. I'm not telling you he's Michael Cooper on defense.
He's one-dimensional.
Yeah. But you gotta use that one dimension. All right, I'll say this to that. All right, he's one dimensional and he's 38% from 3. I'll give that a B plus.
That's a
what's Moody
C
or
now.
Podziemski? What are they? What are they in their? What's their best facet?
Well, both those guys are better defenders. Podziemski's a better rebounder. They're less volatile than Klay. Like when Klay's good, he's phenomenal.
And
like
you know what?
Klay, look. I was throwing this at Evan. I said, okay, how many games last year did Klay have heaters? 9 for 14 from 3. Like
40% of the games.
No chance.
He
probably had like 7. I'm talking about big boy games, not 4 for 11, not 5 for 11, but like the old Klay Thompson. And he had a few of them. There's no doubt.
But he's a threat every game to be able to win you the game. And the one thing I hate about this is the game that they lost, Steiny, if he would have hit 5 of those shots, they still were going to lose.
So that makes
that's
it
how many
okay?
times I'm playing that. Like, no, there were other things glaring in that game outside of Klay couldn't hit the side of a barn.
4
Some
for 19.
guys couldn't even create a shot outside of Kuminga and Moody and Pods. Like, not forget it going in. It was so... They were so choked out defensively that it was like only the young guys could put it on the floor. And I'm like,
so you're gonna
were in the Warriors' jockstrap.
So you're going to pay a guy $28 million a year who needs more help from teammates than he's ever needed in the
we're
past.
We're going to go get that help. We're paying them predicated on we're going to go make some moves. It could be Kuminga. It could be Wiggins. It could be a combo of other guys. A move is imminent regardless if Klay stays or goes. So that's what I'm rolling the dice on.
Let me ask you this.
Being proactive, Steiny.
Let me ask you this.
The game.
You just paid him 2 years. What about if he gets off to the same start he got off to last year? And you have to,
when it's all said and done.
Are you putting him on the bench again? So Klay Thompson, you just paid him $28 million a year. He starts the first 25 games, and now Steve Kerr and us are all going, you got to move Klay to the bench.
But can you? Okay, I'll ask you this, Tony.
I'm just asking you, are you moving him to the bench?
Can you afford to? Like when you do that deal, if you give him those ducats, it's almost like, I want to say another word, F it. Yeah, it ain't duck it, but it's like that's what you're signing up for. But what about what you just told me before break?
What?
The optics. If you sign them, there's no. I'm not saying scholarship. It's almost like you're riding or dying with them.
Why would you do that, Goo?
Well,
why would you ride? Why would you? Okay, then just
so much success.
Fine.
With them.
Then just say, you know what, Steiny. Winning is, to me, you're saying winning is less important than keeping these guys together.
Man. And I'm doing that deal predicated on it gives me the best chance to win if we hit a home run out with our other moves, because there's going to be some other moves.
Evan?
I'm just being proactive, and I get.
What do you think about that? You like Guru's theory?
Repeat it.
That Klay Thompson is not what ails this team. And if I could get him 2 for 56 at $28 million, the substance of next season is going to be determined or predicated on the other moves around this team that could include a Wiggins or a Kuminga or others. So Klay's specialty is still a specialty to me, which is outside shooting. And I just feel like the Warriors cannot take on that task of replacing that and getting better around the other things that ail the team. So I'm re-signing Klay, and I'm getting better elsewhere so we can be a better offense with more continuity, and maybe he gets better looks.
Well, I do agree that the one thing that Klay does well is something they lack, which is volume three-point shooting. And they wouldn't be able to.
They got a volume three-point shooting.
Well, you also, you need someone to take them.
You're right.
Hey, Evan, not to pit you against Steiny and I do it well.
Hold on.
I would say that there are ways you could allocate the money in better ways.
Wow.
I mean, if you're paying $28 million a year for a player that isn't quote unquote the problem and also isn't necessarily the solution, that's a pretty hefty investment.
And to me, there's a flaw in your logic that is monstrous.
Give it to me because I want to go back to Evan.
You're going to try to go about improving your team, knowing that Klay Thompson will be worse next year than this year.
Well, you don't know that.
Come on, guys.
No, Steiny, I hear.
Come on,
you
guys.
You got to be real.
What's he going to do? Get better defensively?
No, he can just have a better, more consistent off season. And Steiny, he shot 38% in what you call the abyss. You feel like there's no way he can improve.
The average guard last year shot 37 from 3. 37% is average now for a 2-guard.
So he's an above average three-point shooter.
Right. Yeah, by 1
what if that
percentage
went up to 40? Like you're robbing him of that.
Right, and you're assuming he will be that.
Okay, all right.
And that is crazier than me assuming it won't happen because he's 34 and he's declined the last 2 years.
Let me run this by you.
What if he comes off the bench where he shot over 40%?
Well, my thing with Klay coming off the bench is that's going to be dicey too.
Oh, man. Because I don't even think that's on the table.
What?
Like him in those negotiations would be like, you love me or you don't. I'm not coming off the bench. And that could be a deal breaker.
I can't. So you're going to sign Klay Thompson to $28 million a year. Well, first of all, he came off the bench last year.
At the end, he started.
You're going to sign Klay Thompson for 34-year-old Klay Thompson for $28 million a year, with the demand of him saying, oh, by the way, I'm starting these 2 years.
I think it's a natural demand. Like I said, he got his position back. If you want, I know it's semantics, but he was starting at the end, Steiny. He started their last game. My thing to you is We're at the same place. You just said
I'm
it.
not
I'm
at the same place.
You said, Goo, it's how it looks. And I'm saying I'm going to give him his money because I think we can still win with him shooting at 38 or improving. But what's the difference in you saying keep Klay or, the Warriors got to be careful on how it looks? What's the
no. Let me be clear.
I still think they can win with them.
Let me be clear.
But you're saying it's still you got to be be careful of how it looks.
No, what I'm saying is, the Warriors as an organization need to be careful of how it looks. Optics. To me, Matt Steinmetz, I don't give a rat's ass how it looks. I just want to know, is he back or not? Like, that part I don't care about personally. But just the idea that
they're killing me on the text line. No, they are. Man.
Yeah, I'm out on you here.
Evan, my last thing to you about Steiny and Klay, and I mean this. Do you think it's fair that he goes into so deep about the 38% consisted of 3 of 10? There were more to. What about a guy like me that says, you know what, when it was all said and done, he was at 38%?
Yes, but I think the question is how many games does he win you versus how many games does he lose you? And that game has moved in the opposite direction more in recent memory. Like, for example, me and Steiny were talking about this at the cafeteria yesterday because Steiny said something along the lines of, well, he can still sometimes win you a game.
Yeah.
And I would ask you, what was the highest total points that he scored in a single game this season?
I would say 34.
It's close. Low 30s. Okay, 2 years ago, so his first full season off of injury, what was the highest point total he scored in a game?
I want to say 40-something.
He scored 54 in a game against the Atlanta Hawks.
Okay, damn.
So in a single season, he has gone from a guy that could potentially get you 50 to a guy whose ceiling is 32. That is a steep drop-off. That's why I feel like if he comes back, his role would be better suited off the bench because there he doesn't kill you, but he can help you if he's got it going.
And I know people hate this.
They don't like my $28 million. That's a lot of it too. Go ahead.
Well, and people may not like this, but like the thing I'm getting at with Klay, okay, I do think there's two kinds of 38, 39%. Just like I think there's a difference when a guy who has 40 homers, but half of them are with runners on base, as opposed to a home run hitter who has 40 home runs and 32 are with the bases empty and you're down 5 runs. Like, I think there's a difference there.
Alex Roberts.
If you take out the 5 outlier 3-point games for Klay,
I see where you're going, man.
Like, he was 11 for 16 against Portland. It was a 20-point lead. I'm sorry, he was 6 for 10. Yeah, okay, great. 20-point win against Portland. I mean, 7 for 15 against Chicago.
All right.
Like, if
you don't even need to say, I know it's sports radio, another word. I get what you're saying, but can you look at me when I say this to you? How many did you come in here and we led a show and you started with your opening monologue and said, Goo, I think Klay Thompson's going to get paid, after you kind of left him for dead? You said, didn't you say during this last season,
not necessarily by the word,
not necessarily by the word.
Okay,
but that meant he was on that things were looking like, okay, it ain't all bad as I thought. So why can't that happen here?
Because I'll answer that on the other side on 95.7, the game.
Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app. People with more than 5 million members. It's the most and fun.
Friday after all.
This is when I get mad.
Steiny back with Goo.
I'm sorry, man.
Evan also in the house. What's up, buddy?
You know how you guys always on a Friday, Goo, you got big plans? Well, I actually got big plans and you hadn't even asked. So I don't know if you real quick here, you and Evan.
You want me to ask? I was going to go to the Klay stats.
Go ahead.
I'm kidding.
So remember at the end of our Friday show, Dwight Hicks, Super Bowl champ with the Niners, showed up, and he's with my friend Kurt Robinson, a retired lawyer and former sports agent. No, in Vegas when we went for the Super Bowl at Radio Row. And I said I dropped the ball because they came right at the end, and I was supposed to get Dwight Hicks on the show. Evan,
was that when you ditched us? What do you mean?
No, we were
sure
there
it was
with our
Dwight Hicks?
show. Yeah, he was right there. You don't remember that?
No.
And I apologize to my boy Kurt Robinson, former retired lawyer, former sports agent, and that's his client. And they were together, and they thought we were going to hop on, and I was like, I messed up on the text or messing with you guys. So you guys don't even remember that. I was fighting for my life, apologizing.
I remember a lot of things from Las Vegas. But.
Anyway, he just wrote a book, Kurt Robertson, my friend, Son of a Pimp. And he talks about his upbringing and through the prism of his mom and everything. So in Fremont tomorrow at 4:30 at Mojo Lounge, they're having a book signing.
Are you getting paid for this?
No, this is my buddy. It's his. And a comedy show. So if you want to come out and you're in the area in Fremont, Mojo Lounge, 4:30, I'm going to be there.
I tell you what.
Thank you, Evan.
If he's looking for laughs, he should just repeat what you've been saying for the last 10 minutes.
I'm going to give you a one.
Let's see.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm stuck.
Oh, Klay stats.
Yeah, I didn't really have them.
True shooting.
It wasn't true shooting. It was something else. But
we were talking about Evan's food too. I wish that could have went over the air.
Well,
People getting the accusations flying.
That'll be revisited at 1:48.
Right.
There's no doubt about that.
What's bugging you at 2 p.m.?
Well, this is bugging me a little, but I'm maintaining my composure. This is what I want to say. So Guru's saying that he sent me a text.
They need Klay, man.
The Warriors need Klay Thompson if they want to win.
Yep.
All right. Now I'm going to pick this name. I'm going to name a player. Okay. I saw this guy's name and I said, I don't know whether the Warriors are going to re-sign Klay or not, but I'm going to say if you put this player in, if you lost Klay tomorrow and you just said this is going to be your starting two guard, here, listen to what I'm saying.
And I'm fair.
Listen to what I'm saying. I wouldn't say, well, they're automatically worse now. Lonnie Walker. If the Warriors went out and got Lonnie Walker and said, he's going to be the two guard, I'm not saying, oh my God, order the rings, but I am not saying, oh my God, this thing's falling apart. I absolutely, and there's going to be other moves.
Yeah, right.
There's going to be other moves.
What if Lonnie wasn't from Reading, Pennsylvania?
That's what I knew people would get hung up on. Okay, it's Jimmy Jones with Lonnie. Lonnie Walker's athletic. He's been a little bit of an underachiever over his career. He can sometimes float a little in games. He can win you playoff games, though, which Klay can't. He makes a shot in the playoffs.
Well, Warriors didn't make the playoffs.
Thank God. Can you imagine Klay shooting
that
down?
That 0 for 11 vanished, right?
You know what's funny?
0 for 10.
0 for 10.
It's funny. You can't find it anywhere. You cannot find it on Basketball Reference.
The NBA's got to do better.
Let's go to...
That is true, though. If you were arguing his age, you could just say, well, that game actually doesn't exist.
That's true.
Show me.
Let's go to Jeff in San Francisco. Then we'll get to Priest.
Jeff.
Two callers. One guy agrees.
Priest going to have it. He's going to get at me.
I hope so. Hey, Jeff, how you doing, buddy? First, just talk, would you please?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks. I think, Steiny, you're making some good points in the way you're breaking down what 38% 3-point shooting really means and what it looks like in terms of wins and losses. But I'm going with Guru on this. I say stick with Klay because I like all the points Guru was making about 20 minutes ago when I was listening. But that no matter who you trade for, you're still taking a chance. And what the Warriors want and need is Klay, but better, and Wiggins, but better. And the only thing they have to offer to other teams is their future, is their really good, rookie class, draft picks. I don't know. So your choices are trade away your future on guys who are a little bit better, and then you'll be a little bit better team, and that's not what we want. Or like what are you saying, the Grand Slam with maybe Jimmy Butler, a superstar, an aging star, that maybe gives you that penetrate and kick out. But you don't know if a superstar is going to help you win championships. I'm thinking about the Nets with Harden and Durant and Kyrie Irving. What do? They imploded. I've never seen so many superstars getting shuffled around the league. It worked for Durant with the Warriors for a couple championships, and that was nice while it lasted. But I say if you're going to take a chance with Klay. He's an outstanding sixth man. He already showed that. And this is kind of my last point. What I think is really interesting is that the Warriors could be like a post-starters mentality team. I think the whole idea of your starting five kind of went out the window for me last year because their bench is awesome. Their bench was outscoring other team starters on a great night. So, and a lot of the time you say, well, who are our five best players? Who are our five favorite players? Then you got a sixth man, and everybody else is kind of a bullpen to give the starters some rest. But I think we have the kind of team that we could put it together and assemble those pieces with some upgrades. We need somebody big. I don't think Looney's really getting it done anymore, but we got Trace Jackson Davis. I think he's hot. I think he could really, be a standout big man player for his whole career. So anyway, I'm a doer on this. Stick with Klay. And if it doesn't work out, they ride off into the sunset with our three favorite players, and I'm happy.
All right, Jeff, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Let's just play a game. I'm looking at a list.
All right.
And it's from ESPN. These guys are all listed as two guards.
All right, I got you.
I don't want to argue whether they are or not, but this is a list of two guards.
I'm ready. We're ready.
All right, who are you taking? Forget shooting percent, just player.
All right. I'm going to be honest.
Donovan Mitchell.
Devin
Booker.
Thank you, Evan.
Anthony Edwards.
I don't even have to respond.
Jaylen Brown. James Harden.
Harden.
Desmond Bain. CJ McCollum.
By default.
Yeah, he's got a better true shooting percentage than Klay. DeJounte Murray.
I'll say Murray.
Terry Rozier.
Oh, Klay.
I'll give it. Emmanuel Quickley.
Klay.
Josh Giddey.
Klay. I know.
He got off the hook for what everybody thought he did.
So, but still.
Yeah, I'm taking Josh Giddey, but whatever. I'm not putting RJ Barrett.
RJ.
Bradley Beal.
Yeah, Evan.
Trey Murphy. Dante DiVincenzo.
Man, this should still be in a Warrior uniform.
Malik Monk.
Oh, wow.
Anthony Simons.
All right, where are you going?
Stop!
That's like 20 dudes.
The game's not over.
It.
Devin Vassell.
Oh, Klay.
Vassell.
Yeah.
Vassell.
I like him, though.
Aaron Wiggins, no. Austin Reeves.
I'm out.
Zach LaVine.
I got LaVine.
Karis LeVert.
Oh, Klay.
Jalen Suggs.
Klay.
Bogdan Bogdanovic.
I like him, but Klay.
That's Atlanta's guy, not the Knicks guy. You're saying Klay ahead of Bogdanovic?
Yeah.
Norman Powell.
With his knees. Hey, I like Powell. I'm gonna go Powell.
Grayson Allen.
I'm taking Klay, Stoney.
That's fine. Yeah. Dante Exum. Klay. Moses Moody. Isaiah Joe. Buddy Hield. Lonnie Walker. Benedict. Okay. That's 17 guys who you take over Klay. Just right now.
Yeah.
Just in that impromptu thing.
Stop!
But the reality of that game is those guys are all accounted for. You can't pick from that batch unless you do something with the trade. But we're talking about a guy that's yours right now. And the reality is, if you say night-night to him, now when Evan said the names that he did, I'm like, now, okay, now you're talking. But Stoney, my fear is, how are you going to replace his production?
Let's ask Priest in Palo Alto.
I know he's coming for me.
Priest, how in the world can we ever replace Klay's production of last year?
Be careful.
Oh, shoot.
What's up, baby?
Hey, Priest.
Hello?
What's up, baby?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely.
Man. Listen, man, I can't help you with Guru. I don't think he can be helped.
Wow.
I don't think he can be helped.
But I just want to add this. Right now, I think Moses Moody is hands down a better player than Klay Thompson.
Wow.
I just look at it this way. You got a car, you raised your family in it, had it for 20 years.
Yeah.
It fun times, the whole nine. But the car, the engine is bad. It's got some things wrong with it that need to be fixed. The car's worth $3,000, say.
Okay.
But it take you about 10 to get it up to speed. Take you about 10 grand to put it up to speed. What decision
done.
Would you make?
Yeah, it's bye-bye. I'm not spending that. I'm not. Yeah.
Right.
I'm out.
Okay. So what you're saying is your future car, just like the future of the Warriors, you want to sell it to get the car fixed.
Wow.
So you can keep it. That's what it's like to me. Okay, you cannot roll back the time on these guys. They're going to get older. They're going to get worse. Injuries are going to happen more often. Things are going to happen that you don't want to see. The problem is you're so romanticizing the past that you don't want to let it go. You're romanticizing it to the point to where you're hurting yourself. You're hurting your family, the whole nine. Because you cannot. Life happens.
Priest, real quick, I'm going to let you finish. Let me just throw this to you. Because I know how my partner feels. The 38% from three, it sounds like you're saying that means nothing, and that's okay. I'm going to let you respond. Moses Moody struggled from three throughout this season. And I love Moody. If you're telling me you're just going to switch and run Moody out there and think everything's going to be good in the neighborhood, I'm telling you, you guys are tripping. There is still something left in the Klay tank. And my biggest thing to you and everybody listening is things got to get better around Klay too. Don't just say it's all rotten because of Klay and Looney. Things have eroded around those two, and now all of a sudden they're taking the blame.
Yeah, okay, that's fine, but I'm saying this to you. Look at the young guys, young players. You don't know their future, but one thing about young players, they get better. They have a chance to get better. The thing about old players, they get worse. It's guaranteed.
All right.
They get worse. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to move forward with that premise, just because you know what these guys are, right? Because you know what they've been, then you're never going to transition to your future. The longer you kick that can down the road, the longer it's going to take to transition into your future. It doesn't work. It's never worked. And it won't work now. It's never. Go back to any dynasty you can think of. You cannot. They had eventually. Kareem had to retire. They get old.
So, Priest, are you telling Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and Warrior fans listening to you, real quick here, that don't expect Klay Thompson back? You shouldn't want him back.
Klay Thompson, I love these guys as much as you do.
Yeah.
I just deal in the real world. You know what I'm saying? I love Steph. Adore him. I cannot tell you. He's my all-time favorite player now.
Got you.
But he's old.
Well, I'll just say
Priest,
this.
Priest, appreciate the call, as always.
Transition, the text line just took my thought, 925. Xfinity transition to what type of future, though? I get what Priest is saying, but what if that future is that light? My dad told me this, Norm. Sometimes the light at the end of the tunnel could be a train. How do you know? So you're willing to just say night, night?
Well, I just know that Jerry West passed, and we had Bob Myers on, and Bob Myers said that one thing Jerry West believed in wholeheartedly was never operate out of fear. And what you're telling the Warriors to do, to me, sounds like you're operating out of fear. It's like, I mean, I got it. I get it. If the Warriors were in the finals right now and Klay's a free agent, yeah, what?
You just set a bar right there.
They're not.
Well, there's a price for a dynasty.
That's right.
But I never seen it to where the guys that built the dynasty paid it. It was always at the end, you know?
What do you mean?
We still think Steph Curry's a top-tier player.
I don't.
I got him top 12, top 10.
Okay, be that as it may. What about the big three? How are they as a team? That's all that matters.
They didn't make the playoffs. But is it all their fault is what I'm looking at.
Well, now we're talking about three guys. Three guys.
Right. So what if this is just the natural evolution of there's no move?
It's the
You're paying the price. You guys are going to pay the price for being so great on your watch.
That's what happens.
See, I didn't have. You could call me whatever.
Name me a dynasty that's never paid the price.
This is the one that's gone the farthest, getting that 2022 chip. That was amazing in itself.
Right. And you know what?
My point, Steiny, hearing you say that from real quick from the logo has me thinking, there may be no fix.
No kidding. There might not be a fix.
Oh my!
Maybe there is. Maybe there's something we have not.
I'm riding to the wheels fall off. But
the decision
is really there's no.
But the decisions you're making now are going to impact 2 or 3 years down the line, and like you may be just digging yourself a deeper and deeper hole. I mean, and I'm going to be honest with you. Like, one of the reasons that I don't like where the Warriors are right now, Curry 2 more years, Draymond 3 more years, and now if you're going to give Klay 2 or 3 more years, it's like...
And Kerr got 2.
It's like, they're going to get hurt.
But they're sending the message that they're going to go down fighting.
What?
That, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to try... To not have or avoid what happened this season.
So
even if they don't hit the mark, that signals to me that we're going to try, and Warrior fans to try and throw the best.
Here's the bottom line.
And it might cost us or
you know what you're trying
to
do? And you can do it. You're trying to beat Father Time.
Oh. And nobody ever has.
Well, so why are you trying to beat Father Time? Like, seriously, why? Why are you trying to beat Father Time? Why would a part of your strategy be we are going to play Klay Thompson or pay Klay Thompson? And listen, if there's a number, there's a number. But Klay Thompson is declining. They have 2 players who are getting better. Again, if they re-sign Klay Thompson and they find a number and they can work it out, dynamite. But good Lord.
What about the nostalgia and everything that you talked about?
Nostalgia?
Yeah, but what about, like, Klay?
That's what we did for the last 2 years, nostalgia.
But you said they also got to be careful on how this looks.
Not to me, I don't care. I'm just saying around the league.
But you understand that's how they are operating. Like, they can't look like they just kicked them to the curb.
Well, you know what? I'll take that back. Saying, who cares?
Okay, well, you have
the Giants
to take it
kicked
back.
Brandon Crawford to the curb, and who cares? Oh, that was not fair what they did to Brandon Crawford. Hey, who cares? He stinks. He was done. Like, if they happen to kick Klay Thompson to the curb, yeah, it'll look bad, and it probably should have been more professional, this, that, but who cares?
But if you're trying to be Father Time, then that's what you would do.
Let me ask you this. Did you learn anything from the San Francisco Giants?
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I don't think Klay is where Posey, Belt, and Crawford are at.
Posey hit like 3-something his last year.
Well, he took a year off too during the COVID.
Well, Klay took 2 off.
Yeah, but you know what?
Posey came back from his sabbatical and was better.
Yeah, but basketball
Klay
has
different. Come back from his injuries and been worse.
Klay and Dre's contract are the Crawford and Belt contracts. They are what you have done for me in the past. I that part I get. But when you're sitting with the chef, and this goes to, me wearing da-dun-da-dun, Steph Curry da-dun-da-dun. I'm not, man. I'm just. Are they really that far if somebody could come in and get Wiggins to be the best version of himself?
Yes.
And that question about Willard and Dibbs threw it around, and it was your question, who's in their prime? Andrew Wiggins is in his prime.
No, I don't think he is.
Mentally, he's not.
I don't think he is. I mean, he came out of Kansas after 1 year. He's 29 now. He's been in the league 11 years, I think. 10 or 11. That's a long time.
My man said, why are you trying to beat Father? Then what's Dunleavy's job duty right now if the world could not see what's on their to-do list?
My first thing would be, let's make the playoffs next year. And it's so funny for a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 3 out of 5 years. When I say, let's try to make the playoffs next year, people actually say, well, that's not good enough.
Because there was a championship in that 3 of 5.
Yeah, and they
negates that 3 of 5, Stoney, to a
how long are
degree.
you how relevant do you think a title was 2 years ago? To right now, how much does it matter? Because to me,
I think that's
it
why
matters
we're here.
zero.
No, Stoney,
Dude, it's been 2 years.
Yeah, no doubt. But for some, and again, we're not everywhere. Some places it's been 15 or 18. That's neither here nor there. The fact for a fan, maybe it was the worst thing, as crazy as this sounds, for them to win 2 years ago because it looks tangible.
To me,
it looks like with the right move or two.
No, it doesn't. To whom? To whom does it look like?
We're going to find out to whom.
Okay.
If Joe Lacob.
With the right move or two, what? And give me something, even if it's get LeBron.
That's what I was going to say. We already saw Lacob try to see what was going on there. That's got to be what this offseason is going to be about.
Unfortunately, I don't feel like Klay Thompson is impactful enough anymore, a great enough player anymore, where your future depends on he must be here.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I don't believe that.
What about utilizing one of your young pieces' futures like Kuminga to get a big boy if it were a Butler or LeBron?
I don't like it.
I hear you.
I hate it.
All right.
I
was
despise
waiting on you to
it.
say that. I was like, he ain't
But
gonna
I've been
say
consistent
it.
with that all
give it to you.
I don't. Again,
But you're going against what Joe looks like he might be trying to do is go big game hunting.
How do you know? I mean, if I were Joe, you know what? Try to go get Wembanyama. Well, you can't get Wembanyama. Well, no kidding, you can't. But I'd go after Wembanyama before LeBron, before Butler. I know that's stupid. I mean, the more realistic thing to me, if you're the Warriors, would be who's the next big name free agent who's up? Can we get him here? Not this offseason because we got nothing. We got no money. When's Giannis up? When's Embiid up? When's Luka up? When's, I don't know.
But now our guys are a year older.
Those guys are done.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what I expect, how they operate. It might fail. It may. You and Priest may be right, but I don't think they've given up to where they're like.
So the last 2 years have failed, and you'd like to try to. What's going to happen?
Well, if Jeannie Buss would have been saying the right thing on the other end of that phone call at some juncture last season, LeBron might be in a Warrior uniform. And I get you don't like that, but that's what has people thinking you're saying there's a chance.
No, but listen, it's great. Joe Lacob called the Lakers, but nobody's gifting the Warriors a future. They're just not.
My guy Squirt said Stoney for the win, but he always agrees with you.
Well, this is one
but there's
where
no win. You're putting my face on the internet on my. I'm just saying.
This is one where a lot of people who disagree with me a lot are agreeing with me even on this one. All right. We got the Too Short segment, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Listen, man, I can't help you with Guru. I don't think he can be helped.
Join us for the San Jose
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors will be a
boneyard.
Not yet, Jack.
That's it.
Not
It's
yet,
already
Jack.
happening. I don't know what you're looking at.
I just want to basketball wrestle you. So
Hey,
like,
when's Game 4 of the Warriors in the finals is tonight?
I don't know. Gosh, man.
So, the Golden State Warriors were the 10th best team in the Western Conference last year.
Before you set it up,
Yes,
I have a
yes.
hypothetical.
Okay.
Well, not even a hypothetical. Just a question. What are you more excited to watch tonight? Game 4 of the NBA Finals or the San Francisco Giants and the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim?
Oh, it's not even close. It's Game 4.
It's probably Game 4 for me. But I'll have two
It's
screens.
really close for me. I think it might be the Giants.
Who's pitching? Nolan Ryan? Who's pitching for the Angels?
I'm watching all
Nolan
of
Ryan?
it. And the Giants will be in their orange jerseys, Friday orange.
Okay. Here's what I think is, I don't know whether the Warriors are going to re-sign Klay Thompson or not, but they were a 10th seed last year, 10th place in the Western Conference. You're telling me that we're going to go through another season. I don't know what they're going to do, but the playoffs are going to start next season, and the Warriors will either be in the playoffs or not.
Yeah.
And you're going to go into the playoffs, and with Steph Curry, 37, Klay Thompson, 35, and Draymond Green, 35, and you're going to run the gauntlet of playoff basketball for 6 to 8 weeks.
Yes. And they just did that. And
When?
again, last season. But Draymond got suspended, Stoney. That's why I'm like, were they really a 10th seed on paper? Yes. But were they really? And that's why I feel like there's just a flicker of hope with the right move. And just a name, real quick, I got the Lauri Markkanen. Like, hey, maybe that's a dream. But a guy like him is what could just change.
For Kuminga?
I would do it.
Okay. And then what? Then what do we have? We have a championship team?
We could cause some noise. Like 2022 has me believing we didn't think
For
that
how long?
team was a chip.
For how much longer? How much
Sonny,
longer?
I'm operating in the window of 2-3 years.
Well, it's been 2 years. It was 2 years ago they won the title.
Well,
2 years.
Yeah, they made the playoffs.
So you're giving
last
one
year,
more
though.
year.
No,
One more year.
No, one more after that. They made the playoffs last year, won 6 games with the Lakers, and that was just a bad.
They won
matchup.
44 games.
Yeah.
44 regular season games.
And you come back and you won more than you did last year. But you can't cry. Nobody can cry for that because everybody else got better. But Stoney, the right move or two, I'm not telling you it's a chip because what's beautiful about sports is 2022, we had no idea they were going to do
So
what
it's
they
not
did.
chip or anything.
Okay, I know, dude, I'm not trying to
you're
raise
the
your blood
same as
pressure.
me. Just
what
get
are
better.
you telling Steph Curry?
I'm telling Steph
Joe
Curry.
Lacob and Steph Curry at dinner talking about
Curry's
what time
dumb?
it is.
What do you think he's an idiot? Do you think Steph Curry thinks, I'll tell you what, it'll be easy to get back into the finals? Why do you think Draymond Green's talking? They know. They know what they have right now.
I got you.
Can't even get them to the playoffs, let alone a good seed and an 8-week run.
Okay, I totally agree with you. And let me get this out. Stoney, let me get this out, partner. So let's just say it was late December. The Warriors the season was still, they were okay. I'm saying late December.
This
when Joe
upcoming year?
Lacob called to see the availability of LeBron.
Well, why do you think he called in the first place? Because he thought they were a championship team at that moment?
Oh, no, they weren't even.
He knew they weren't. He knew they weren't a championship team. That's why he called.
So the season goes by.
Right.
You don't make the playoffs.
Right.
When nobody even. I don't think he even thought that was worst case scenario. So now my point is, how wet do you think that appetite is now to not have to endure or just be forgotten about? Sitting with a prime or whatever I'm gonna call it prime with Steph Curry.
He's not prime,
but he's still. There's something left.
What?
He is not
Tell me what's left.
He's not your a guy that can get you to 26 points a game. He is not your number one problem.
So you just erase. You erase, again, in your magical world, Draymond will be healthy next year, never get suspended. In your magical world, Klay Thompson is going to have a better year than last year. And here's the big one. In your magical year, you haven't even factored in. You haven't even thought about, boy, Steph Curry was not Steph the second half of the season. But you know what? He's still in his prime. He's still this. He's still that. How is his second half of the season?
Not up to par.
Thank you.
But
they're all going to get better.
He's a slave.
No, they're
to
all going to
that.
get better.
If you can't give me an answer as to, I can say his help went down the drain.
No player.
And it was him doing everything.
Name me
bringing
a player.
The ball up, having to score 30 a game.
Name me a player who's gotten better from 34 to 35. Name me a player that's gotten better.
I want to say LeBron James, but it's not about being better.
Okay, there's one guy in the history.
Enough.
There's one. They're not good enough, Goo.
Well, see, we're talking about
But they didn't make the playoffs last year.
Well, Draymond, I believe those 25 games is the reason they didn't. So they're not, listen, Steiny, they're not as far as not making the playoffs as you really think if you allow people to say,
forget there's 9 teams that were better than them last year. 9 teams were better than the Warriors. Not in the NBA. Not in the NBA. In their conference, there were 9 teams. They finished 10th out of 15 teams. I'll give you Draymond Green. They're 7th.
So you think Warrior fans would be mad if the organization gave up on Kuminga or some of these young players for a Butler or a Zach LaVine or DeRozan? That's all I'm hoping for. I'm different than Priest. Try it. And if it doesn't work, we know that you and if I'm Joe Lacob and I love these guys like brothers, I feel like they've earned that. And that's why Draymond
would you give up Kuminga? Would you give up Kuminga for Zach LaVine? Please say no, Goo. I'm
being so real. We're about to go to cafeteria, Stoney. I'm being real. I would.
So you're going to give up on an unknown.
I would.
You're going to give up a guy that many feel has terrific potential for a guy who's shown us exactly who he is for his entire career.
I know Zach LaVine is more polished than Kuminga, and Kuminga's striving to get there, and he's good. But, Stoney, I ain't got time to wait. Zach LaVine would play the easiest basketball in this system alongside Steph Curry.
Oh, but Klay can't. Klay no longer can play the easiest basketball. But Zach LaVine can come in here.
But we're talking about other moves. It wouldn't just be Zach LaVine.
Well, I know. It's got to be Zach LaVine, Giannis, and Luka. Then you got something.
One. But, Stoney, you don't get, and Priest, you guys don't get, it may not culminate in a chip, but do you, and you said this, they owe them something. And maybe Drake got
I disagree
with the 4-400.
I'm sick of owing him something. I'm not. Why am I owing? Who do I owe? We were in 10th place.
They built this, and the Warriors.
But who? So admit it. It's all emotional.
Oh, yeah, no, I told you.
That's dumb.
No, it's not dumb in the sense that I'm willing to give up Draymond if you give me the right player.
If you're telling me that you're in essence doing a lot of this because of nostalgia and because of what they've done in the past, I will say that's stupid. Like, that's not how you run an organization. And I'd be shocked if Joe Lacob chose that way to run it.
So what's this offseason going to look like to you?
I don't know.
Outside of Klay Thompson.
And I'm not saying.
But you admit, but you admit everything is on the table, possibly.
Well, apparently not moving Steph.
Well, nobody, that won't happen.
Okay, well, then I guess everything's on the table except moving Steph.
Steph is your Kobe. Steph is your Michael. Like, until he says otherwise.
Michael played for another franchise.
Well,
he did.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Chris Mullin retired. Chris Mullin played for the Warriors for 16 years.
But that's what you're trying to avoid.
Why?
Because come on, Stoney. Who wants to see Steph in another uniform?
Nobody. But what if?
Because you're not one Steph Curry away from being right back. Now, the future in 2029 or 2031 and 2 will be, you got action, but I'm trying to maximize this thing.
I mean,
THANG thing.
Yeah, and how did that work last year?
That was so bizarre.
I mean, it's like,
all right, I hear you, man.
Apparently you don't. That segment was sponsored by Safeway. Hey, what's bugging you? Presented by Atco Pest Control. Coming up next on the crossover on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs. Mm-hmm.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't even do the show.
Oh, gosh.
I'm calling in sick and I'm already here. Thank you.
Crossover.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You might have thought it's over. You might have thought it's over, but it's not. It's still tick season. Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of an infected tick. Visit Atco Pest Control's website today to learn more at copestcontrol.com.
What's longer, baseball season or tick season? I mean, seriously.
I didn't know they were different things.
This thing keeps going on and on. Yeah. Well, at least the Giants can get rid of their problems, i.e. Casey Schmidt.
Amtrak, back to sack.
Marco Luciano going. Yeah, you have to look. Play the kids was not a thing. I hate this. Not yet. It was not a thing. You have to play Major League Baseball, and so I Dibs. You know, we've been over this 100 times. I'm very excited by new and young and brash and all of the things that players come up from the minors and represent. But you have to play Major League Baseball, and it's June, so there's no giving up. Play the kids. We're not very good anyway. That's a ridiculous thought in June, I believe. And the bottom line is sure there are mistakes that young players come up and make. You can't be at shortstop in a Major League Baseball game and kick baseballs all over the place.
times.
Both of them did it.
So play that out over 162.
So back to the nation's capital.
We start. Oh, did you get breaking news?
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
But we were kicking it around. Dibs Willard. Whatever you think about Brock Purdy, right now he's pitching a perfect game in regard to getting that or more, right? You would think?
Getting that, I don't know if he gets more.
Okay.
I mean, he gets in that neighborhood for sure.
How could
the big one is...
What could you use to say he hasn't done that? Oh, win a Super Bowl. But come on. Trevor Lawrence hadn't even sniffed the AFC Championship game.
And we did this yesterday, and we'll do it again today because Mark is back, and I'm glad to have him back. But we did a little bit of a number comparison from just last year, and yardage better, rating better, touchdowns more, interceptions fewer, fumbles fewer, playoff wins more. So we can do the number thing all you want. And then you look at the eye test, and the eye test is tough because Trevor, much like Justin Herbert, he's got that beautiful head of hair, and he's got that big live arm, and he's got the draft position, and you look at it and you go, man, this guy he's one of the best in football. And then you look at Brock Purdy and that baby face and almost undrafted, one pick away from being undrafted, and that laminated play sheet and all that talent around him and the scheme and the team and all the rest of it. And so we all want to devalue it. And we played the Chris Sims cuts a ton yesterday.
What's up there?
And Chris Sims, I think, he's such a Shanistan that he is trying to give all the credit to his former college roomie and his bestie. And by doing that, the only way you can do that is to devalue the quarterback by saying, well, he's only this because of Kyle. If they had Jordan Love, they would have won the Super Bowl.
To that point, and I ran this by Stoney, to that point, Kyle did take, and you guys are going to laugh, but I was riding for him this morning, not to take anything away from Brock. He did take Garoppolo to a Super Bowl. He made him serviceable to go to a Super Bowl in multiple NFC championship games, even without McCaffrey. So if that's what Sims was doing, do you really got to turn the volume up that loud, or is that actual fact? And nobody's disputing it. Purdy still gets his credit, but the fact of the matter is Kyle got to that game with Garoppolo and without McCaffrey to speak to his genius.
But I can agree with you completely, but not see where that's relevant when it comes to Brock Purdy contract negotiations.
Well, Steiny brought up, does Kyle think he could do this with anybody?
Now, that's a fair question, but
that hit me.
My answer would be their behavior is suggesting no. Kyle Shanahan and Jed York know each other. They've met one another. They speak. Jed York is not going to find a microphone and be like, so we're paying the hell out of Brock Purdy next year. Yeah. We're doing that. And then he's like, well, I didn't know Kyle wanted to trade him and draft somebody else. So, the 49ers have already made their decision. Yeah. And the 49ers, the Jimmy Garoppolo Super Bowl team and the Brock Purdy Super Bowl team and almost Super Bowl team, didn't look anything alike. There's not one thing that looked alike except for their result. Man, they did not look alike, and so I get the comparison, but I think like so many conversations in sports media, it just lacks all the context of what happened and what brought those teams there. Brock Purdy is running an elite offense that is projected to score more points than anyone in the NFL this year. So Jimmy Garoppolo would never have even sniffed something like that.
Well, let me, and I threw this at Goo because he knows this quarterback well. Dak Prescott. I just looked at, so the first year Dak Prescott was a quarterback of the Cowboys. His rookie year, they went 13-3. I don't know, when they either
lost to the Rams in the playoffs.
Okay, they lose in the playoffs. He's a rookie. Comes back the next year, they go, he was 5-3 to start. They finished 9-7. Whatever. He was 18-6 in the regular season. I got to believe that midway through his second year, which is what Brock Purdy's played, 21 games, essentially, that people were like, this guy's pretty good.
Yes.
This guy's really good. Now, they didn't have to pay him right then, right? They ended up paying him, but that's irrelevant. But, like, it's possible that, I'm not saying he's going to fade out, but why is it outside the realm of possibility that Purdy just could be getting off to a nice start like Dak? I get it. He's got already playoff pelts on the wall that Dak still doesn't have. But 16 or 8, season and a half, that's still young.
You don't go as far
that's
as
still
Brock
not a lot of
you in
it's
the
not
first
a huge
year and a
sample size.
half to where I think you fall off, where Dak didn't get.
Well,
Great. The first NFC championship, and then you follow that up after wrecking your elbow to a Super Bowl. Like, that may happen, but I would bet everything it's not.
And you don't have to worry about it anyway. The 49ers don't do this until after you get 17 more games in the playoffs.
And that's the most important.
That's all right. So, like, but yeah, if he's got a healthy season and plays pretty well, I don't even understand where there's a discussion. And people like, I'd pay him this, I'd pay him that. You'll pay him whatever the hell he walks in and tells you you're going to pay him. And that's it. I mean, that's how Trevor Lawrence was terrible last year.
Well, I would
say terrible. He was not terrible.
Listen,
I would say
he underperformed.
Fine.
He did not hit preseason.
I would not say that he was terrible. That is a little bit hot for me.
He did not meet preseason expectations. He got worse as the season went. Remember, coming out of the bye, big matchup, Niners and Jags. What's going to happen here? Jags never looked right ever again.
Yep.
And Trevor Lawrence was objectively terrible in that football game. Niners made him look ridiculous, and he never really had a great game again the rest of the way.
Niners off a bye.
Yeah.
And Lawrence with a new head coach and a new offensive system. So
supposedly the one that was finally unlocking him.
But we want to use that for, like, Alex Smith every year. New coordinator, we give him that crutch, but we don't do that for Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, I'm not saying he's a bad player. He is absolutely, unequivocally not Brock Purdy. I don't care where he was drafted.
Oh, Chris Sims would disagree. Chris Sims has him ranked higher.
Good for Chris.
Many people have him ranked higher.
And Chris is doing a wonderful job of getting his name said everywhere.
He's nailing it, yeah.
And getting viral video all over the internet. You cannot make an argument that is based on anything that actually happened that Trevor Lawrence is better than Brock Purdy. You can't do it.
You can. I mean, I won't, but people have. But the argument can be made and has been made.
Not using anything that is actual data. It is only people being like, but come on, it's Trevor. Look at the body. What? Look at what body? Jeff George, great body, unbelievable arm. Jamarcus Russell.
I love how we always go to those two.
Well, where else are you going to go?
But what if you what if somebody said, well, they put Trevor in this offense?
I like Trevor.
Would they have won the game?
But it doesn't matter.
That is always the argument.
But you can't. Yeah. You can't. And
because he's not available, he's not a free agent.
And by the way, like who's he playing with last year? He's playing with a supposed offensive guru and had tremendous talent.
But who are his weapons? His weapons aren't nearly as good as what the Niners have.
Ridley, Christian Kirk. I mean, Etienne. Like he didn't. I'm not saying they're amazing, but that's really good. That's a good group.
Yeah, it's a pretty good group.
That's a good group.
They underachieved as a team.
Yeah, you've been one to disparage the Christian Kirk contract for years.
The contract. I'm not saying he's a bad player.
Okay,
and I'm not
he's probably the 22nd best receiver in football.
Which is solid, and it was, by the way, his wide receiver too. I'm not even saying Trevor's a bad player. I'm saying
you said he had a terrible year.
He did.
I disagree with him having a terrible year.
He underperformed.
That's
based
fair.
on what he had around him. I found it to be a very disappointing year for Lawrence. And if you want to give me, come on, Mark, he was number 1 overall, Clemson, great. But if you want to play math, if you want to play achievement conversation, there's no argument you can make.
Well, I'm not even making that argument. Yesterday we did, FP ran down the list of Sims quarterbacks, and we were talking about who would you take over Brock Purdy, and Trevor Lawrence is not one I would take over Brock Purdy. So to the point of your question about $55 million, when Brock Purdy comes up at the end of next year, which will probably be in April or May, and he's getting ready to get his deal, which probably will be after Dak, which I think will be an interesting marker. Dak either signs with the Cowboys again, or he signs elsewhere, and he gets what he gets. And I think that Brock Purdy's going to be looking to get more than Dak, and I think that Dak will probably get what Trevor got, if not a little bit more, because the cap goes up and the market goes up. That's just the way this goes.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Got to do the legal. I love that earlier.
The only thing I would say is, of course, it doesn't matter what Trevor Lawrence would have done on the Niners and vice versa, but we do that a lot with players.
Well,
like Draymond Green, we always talk about, well, would he be better on this kind of team? Oh, he might not be great on the Wizards. Well, no kid. Well, you know what I mean.
I guess I'm not saying you can't have hypothetical conversations. You just can't bring them to contract negotiations.
Right.
You can't do that. And there's no, I defy the 49ers to look at Brock's agent next year and go, what would Trevor Lawrence do in this offense?
The one thing I would just add to when you said, if Brock Purdy has another good year, you're going to pay him whatever he damn well wants. I would just put one caveat on that. If Kyle believes he's the guy.
Well, they're allowed to move on from him.
Right.
But I would...
Why would you do that?
Yeah, I would guess that Jed York already saying what he said publicly, provided that Brock looks just like himself. Not an amazing,
just
not awful.
Breathe.
Just be you again and do that for another 17 games and be healthy, have your limbs attached to your body and all that stuff. I don't see how you're not paying him something that's completely in this neighborhood. That's unfortunately for the 49ers and for anyone who doesn't like this player or is hesitant, that's the way this works. They get to walk in there next year and use all the decisions that other teams made, from Deshaun Watson to Jared Goff to Trevor Lawrence to what's going to happen with Tua. They get to do that, and Dak. And look who we didn't mention. We didn't say Pat, Josh, Lamar, Burrow. We didn't Herbert. We didn't use those guys that really bother people when you put Purdy in the conversation. I'm talking all those other dudes are making 50 plus. So of course he's going to.
All right, guys, time for What's Bugging You? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you? It's lime season. No, tick season. That's tick and lime
season.
seasons
going on.
Lemon lime season. Popsicle season.
Shout out Sprite.
Summertime. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
I'll stick up for my teammate here, Evan Giddings. Had some food in the refrigerator, and one of our co-workers ate a portion of it.
It's a really weird thing.
Who has the guts of a cat burglar to eat something that you know is not yours? But Steiny did, and I hope Evan's not listening. Bring it to my attention.
I hope he is listening. Because I'm about to back that up.
You guys had something here yesterday at Shindig to where there was public food, and that person that went in the refrigerator might have thought that was leftover.
Did I hear that it was a piece of steak?
Yeah.
Is that what I heard?
Well, there was some chicken and some steak, and probably ravioli.
Yeah.
Right.
Some pita bread.
So let me paint the picture.
Yeah, go ahead, because I wasn't here.
There was food that was provided for the staff.
Yesterday.
Out on that table.
Damn it.
Was it Wednesday?
Wednesday.
I couldn't remember. All I know is I went to get some late rigatoni and it had already been eaten.
It was gone. Yeah, it was pasta and salad.
It was pasta, salad, and meat.
There was some meats.
There was meat?
I'm not that hungry. I thought maybe a couple of bites
There was
would be
lamb.
nice.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Thanks to Jack's.
There was food provided by Jack's.
They got Jack.
Well, did it get jacked or did it just get eaten?
I stole that from the text.
Because if you take food that wasn't yours, you didn't bring it, it was provided to the company, and you decided that you would, I don't know, some people maybe in this office who when there's food brought here and you go ahead and you take it and you bring it home with you, good job. Scoop and score. You brought it home. But if you take that food and you put it into the company fridge, if I'm an employee and I see a plate unmarked of food that I'd seen earlier, I'm just assuming that this food was refrigerated for all to eat. So Evan, in fact, did not get got. What happened was Evan was sloppy with his own theft.
Oh, boy.
Because I know a guy here at Odyssey San Francisco, when there's food brought, and this individual wants to take that food and make sure that they get that food, they take that food, they get that food, they keep that food, they bring that food is not got. Am I right, Mark?
You're damn right.
Yeah.
You're damn right.
We've had a situation here where there have been cookies brought.
Okay.
And there have been...
Willer brought some nothing.
There have been like 15 cookies in the kitchen. We get off the air at 6 o'clock. And my partner, who has 3 children, will look at these cookies and think, you know what? My kids probably would like to have a cookie each.
I'll get it.
So I'm going to go ahead and take 11 of these 15 cookies to make sure that they have a cookie.
That's right.
So if I eat 8 on the way home, they still get a cookie.
It's
Now
6
that's
o'clock.
different than it being.
It's 6 o'clock. This place is empty.
It's the 6 o'clock God.
Yeah, I consider this
Thank
part
you.
of my job.
Yeah.
Is to help.
man.
First of all, help clean up around
For
here.
sure.
Help make sure that food doesn't go to waste because
Amen.
that's wasteful.
Yep.
So I'm going to do the darn thing. Do you know for sure that that's where that food came from?
I don't know for sure. All I'm basing it on is the report that I heard as I was driving in today.
I'd
So
like
you
to
didn't
know.
eat it?
No, of course not.
But I'd like to know.
There was
if
some
that was-
scuttlebutt that there when you texted.
I'd like to know if that
Of
was-
course there was scuttlebutt about the dibber.
Well, no, is
the
that
one
ever-
guy who's down 25 pounds, we're going to go ahead and try to fat shame the skinny guy. I get it. All you
Evans-
haters.
I didn't do it.
Did that food actually come from Evan's kitchen or was it?
no,
from-
it was Jack's. It was Jack's.
Absolutely Jack's.
Oh,
Jack's.
it was.
Jack's and then jacked is what happened.
Well, what you
All right,
thinking?
here's
I
what's
see it.
here's what's bugging me.
No, don't rush through it.
No,
This
we
is
got-
good.
It's a Friday.
It's not a payday.
You
You've
know,
got nowhere to be.
We don't
In honor
break
of
for
Bill
21 more minutes.
I got to do the Bill Walton.
You're coming off a 91 yesterday at Carica. You've got nowhere
Wednesday.
to be.
It was Wednesday.
Oh.
I played well. Just had, I had two bad breaks. Nevertheless, here's what's bugging me. When you lose a bet, pay.
Oh my God!
I've had a bet now for 19 years about Tiger Woods and whether he was
It's
going to win.
not over.
It's over. It's over.
It's
He's
not
competing.
over.
He's seven. He's not making the cut again.
Look, and he's smiling.
He's not making. If we have a saying,
Mark. Hi.
There's a way to improve. Look at the Bible. The letter of the law, that would be like Old Testament.
Right.
Then the spirit of the law,
Right.
that would be like New Testament. This is a spirit of the law.
There's
The
no-
New
your
Testament,
bets.
one of the worst sequels, by the way, in the history of sequels.
There's no
Totally
way-
different.
You didn't even need a
Two
new
different movies.
What does
There's
that
no
mean?
way
If I
I'd pay
can,
you.
real quick on the New
There's no
Testament,
way I'd
Dude,
pay
I'm
you.
out.
they mailed it in the New Testament. We're going to take 4 dudes and just steal their writing and slap that in there.
boy.
The
That-
gospel according to John. You know what that was? We went into John's room and we stole John's notebook. That's what that was.
John 3:16.
Anyway,
Oh,
the
man.
New Testament. It's overrated.
I'll go next.
Please.
Willard.
I'm mad at the NBA. I listened to you guys talk about Klay Thompson for a good bit today, and obviously, especially around here, we've talked a lot about Klay Thompson over the last 2 months, if not more, with regard to his contractual situation. And it just kind of dawns on me. Grandy brought this up. We were texting about it earlier. These NBA playoffs have been such a colossal bore, and clearly they're missing great teams and great players who actually drive television ratings. And for a long time, that was the Warriors. That was LeBron. I'm not saying that they owe it to any team to keep them alive, but this Klay Thompson situation with the Warriors is the NBA's fault. They have made it so that the penalties for keeping your own players are so awful. If you really think about it from this perspective, all these conversations that we've had with regard to what does Klay want, what do the Warriors want, Steiny, I buy what you've said all day. The optics are a huge part of any sort of departure here. Why? Why should it have to be this way? Do you think the Warriors would give Klay Thompson $25 million a year if it didn't affect everyone else on the
wouldn't even
roster?
be a question.
Of course they would. And of course he'd stay. So the way I am coming to look at this is the Warriors would love to have him stay. He would love to stay, and he probably won't because of ridiculous rules that make it harder for teams to keep their own drafted legends. That's stupid.
It's jealousy. That's the Joe Lacob rule.
It's a bad rall.
They hate on the Warriors, Dibs. That's why they did this.
The Warriors may have been the first team affected, but they're not going to be the last.
Correct. Yeah, and I'll back any team that goes through that. This is their own. At minimum, man, there needs to be a stipulation if you drafted that player. Forget the Lakers trying to keep LeBron. None of that. But if you like the Milwaukee should get free reign to keep Giannis forever. That's absurd that your own drafted player is in a spot where it ruins the rest of your roster. That's just dumb.
Yeah.
I didn't see that one coming.
Well, you got a minute. You may want to settle in because it's going to be a long one. This one's going to be a long one, Steiny.
Look at Grandy.
4 score.
Just because you can do something.
Dude, I tried to. You got pressure on Fridays. I was over there, boy.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to start, but I don't like to be interrupted. So are you two done? Are you two done bickering, Steiny? You may want to take the bag.
I was going to say it's our show, but technically it's yours.
Yeah, it's not.
So that means we can leave.
No, I want to hear
this.
Not 212 yet.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, is it
I
safe?
turn my mic off.
Yeah, no, go ahead. It's a quick one, Steiny. Just open your eyes.
Just say it.
I'm trying to, but if you keep interrupting me. 3, 2. What's wrong? Say it. Say it in the mic. Put your name on it. Say it with your chest.
This guy is such a D.
Pretty much. Dibs starts with a D. The USGA is what's bugging me. We all want to see golfers struggle at the U.S. Open, but the way they set this course up, it's a joke. It's like Steiny trying to play Pine Valley. The course was too tough for Steiny. He went out there and played great and shot a 103. And 104?
That's what I posted. They said I had a 107.
Well, there you go. That course
Equitable
is
scoring system.
Who's that?
Exactly.
My buddies.
The guys he played with. And it's
counting someone else's scorecard.
Well, it was a tournament.
There were bets.
There were major bets.
Did they get paid off?
There were. Actually, I didn't.
because you came back with money. Yeah.
The hypocrisy. Although you and I each have a bet. He owes me babysitting, and I owe him a box of donuts.
That's true, too.
Neither one of us is really eager to pay the loan off. I'm on a diet, so I don't want to buy donuts, and he certainly doesn't want to be wiping
I'm like,
tushy.
just buy the donuts and give them to Mila and let the donuts babysit. Just anyway.
That actually works.
Yeah, go ahead.
The USGA, we all want to see the golfers at the U.S. Open struggle a little bit, but the way they have set this course up, it's a little bit of a joke. Nobody wants to see this level of a struggle, and it just kind of bugs me because once a year we have a golf major, and the USGA, the powers that be, they think it's their time to shine, and so they set the course up in an unbelievable way. It's kind of like if in the NBA Finals in Game 3, they had the hoop be like in Pop-A-Shot, where it goes forward and back. So, Tatum for 3. Oh, the hoop went up to 12 feet. It's an air ball. That's kind of what this is for golf. I get it.
Wow.
Make it tough. It's the U.S. Open after all. But these guys are all struggling, and nobody really wants to see that. Anyway, Steiny, go ahead. Start drinking.
I got stuff to do today.
Such as?
Drinking.
I got to go on 95. It's just nobody cares.
So
could have paid off.
Did I get jealous of that sound?
No, that was real.
Yeah. No, I know.
Have a great weekend,
water.
everybody.
Yeah.
Seriously. I mean it.
Great. Let's drink.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh man, that Friday feeling. I think both of the things that we were all just getting into are really, really worth some time today. So we could start with either. But let's get back into the quarterback thing for just a second. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is what I'm thinking, and I want to make sure I say this right. Luckily, Lucas is not here because I'm sure that he would gather certain pieces of it and put it on Twitter and get me fired. So Grandy, don't do that today.
I can do it.
Okay, you might. But anyway, this is kind of what I'm saying. This whole Brock Purdy, Trevor Lawrence conversation, what you hear people say about it, to me, is a very innocuous version of the same stuff that comes from racism and sexism. It's actually like it all comes from the same place. Now, we're talking about football, so it's like, who cares? This is just, right? We're all having a good time here. But it is so fascinating to me. You think about racism, sexism, discrimination, any of the isms, not draftism, put that one aside for a second. But where do the isms come from? They come from culturally sort of insensitive backgrounds. It comes from the home. It comes from geography. It comes from all these places. But here's why it sticks. It sticks that when even you come up with provable evidence, data, history, all of these things that disprove, right, that people of color can't do this, right? Black guy can't play quarterback. Woman can't play basketball. Whenever that stuff gets totally disproved, we go ahead and believe it anyway.
Right, we double down on it.
That's where the isms come from. And so this all, and I wonder how many of you would be willing to even just admit it for a second, or even just open your mind to even try to see it. Which is to say, you look at Brock Purdy, and for whatever reason, what is the thing that still has you feeling he's not this, he's not worth that, he's not as good as that player over there? What is that thing that still has people go, all right, Trevor Lawrence, who is provably nowhere near as accomplished of a quarterback in twice as many, if not more games, provably, with ease, provably, he gets $55 million, and I hear a parade of voices going, well, I wouldn't give him anywhere within $10 million of that. Like, start with, he's getting that. He's getting north of that.
Or he's getting probably that. He might not get north of it, but he's getting that.
It's only another year, and it goes up every year. If I had said to you a year ago, well, Joe Burrow got 55, what do you think Trevor Lawrence is going to get?
Probably 60. Something like that.
Well, see, no, he matched Joe Burrow. He's nowhere near as good as Joe Burrow. Why did he match him?
Because he's got the drafted position, and he's got...
So's Joe. No?
No, yeah, for sure.
I just think it's a year later. That's all. It's just a year later.
It's a year later, so he got what Joe got.
Yeah.
And, Brock is in a different spot because whatever raise he gets is going to be a lot bigger than the raise that Trevor Lawrence got. I don't know what he's making now, but as the number one overall pick from a few years back, he's probably making 13 or 14 already. So his raise is, about triple or 3.5 times what he was making. And for Brock Purdy, if he makes $55 million, that raise is going to be 55 times what he was making. So that's part of, I think, what people will look at as far as, what Brock should get, but it's all the other stuff as well. And I do think, and something that FP and I talked about yesterday, it's the nature of where we are in society, where people are more prone to be negative. They're more prone to hate on something, so that when something doesn't happen, you can be one of the people to say, see, I told you Brock Purdy wasn't that good, or see, I told you that Brock Purdy was the system guy. Whatever your negative take is, it almost feels better for some people to be right on the negative as opposed to be, hey, I was on the Brock Purdy bandwagon from the beginning.
I'm sure that's part of it. That's the age of social media. By the way, the question you were asking, his rookie deal, Trevor Lawrence, was 4 years, $36.7 million.
Okay.
And he's still on that. He's still on that through this coming season. And then this new one's gonna hop in. And by the way, for those of you, and I know we do this, we jump forward as if everybody knows exactly what happened with Trevor Lawrence yesterday. 5 years, $275 million. That's an average of $55 million. We know that a lot of that is funny money, but his guarantee is $200 million, which I think is only, how many quarterbacks are above the $200 million guarantee? I know there's Deshaun. Anyone else?
I think that's it. As far as the guarantee, and then there's the real guarantee.
Yeah.
I had it yesterday, and I think Trevor Lawrence was third on that list. I'll see if I can pull up
his guarantee at sign is $142 million. The total guarantee is $200 million.
Right.
that beats just about everybody out there not named Deshaun Watson. Maybe I'm forgetting someone else. You know what I mean? That doubles Josh Allen's guarantee. Doubles it. See, and that's the secondary piece of this. I'd love to pick at why people still want to not sort of believe that Brock gets to play in this sandbox.
There's 4 of them, Mark. It's Watson, Burrow, Herbert, and Lawrence. They're above 200.
Above 200. Okay, so Burrow and Herbert are the other 2.
Yeah.
All right.
And Deshaun is 230 guaranteed at signing.
Well, his was fully.
Right.
The whole thing.
Right.
The whole
Which
kit
is
and caboodle.
crazy.
It's hysterical.
Yep.
So, does Brock belong playing in this sandbox is one side of it, but the other side of it is I just think people who are fighting this are fighting clouds. You're punching a cloud. There's no argument. There's no, sorry, if you have Kyler Murray on your team and you're like, we don't think you're great, but we don't really have another boom, pay him. Trevor Lawrence doubles Josh Allen's guarantee. Anybody want Trevor over Josh? No. Doesn't matter. Brock is next.
Yeah.
Dak is next. Tua is next. And you can think it's beautiful that the 3 of them are together because all 3 of them are so debatable, right? Brock and Dak and Tua, and all for 3 different reasons why you would debate whether or not they're worth it. And I just look at it and go, there ain't any chance in hell that any of these 3 football teams are deciding to move on from these guys. So that's really all you got to ask yourself. I think it's the funniest conversation in sports media right now. What would you pay Brock? You don't get a say.
Right.
The question is, do you want to keep him or not? Forget the money. Do you want to keep him or not? That's what it costs. It's just like with a quarterback who plays well. It's like going to the store. You go to Target, pick up a bag of chips, go walk up to an employee and say, I'd like this for $1 less. What do you think they're going to say?
Right.
No.
That's the price.
That's what it costs.
Exactly.
So you either get the chips or you walk out of here without the chips. That's what we're doing here with Brock Purdy.
And it's going to be an expensive bag of chips is what it's going to be.
You want the chips or not?
And if he plays even close to how he's played the last year and a half, then the bag of chips is going to cost you probably about what Trevor Lawrence just got.
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
It might not be a lot more. It probably won't be a lot less. It'll probably be about right where it was, and that's going to be the way that goes.
Well, and I don't know what's going to happen first, Tua and Dak and Brock. And obviously the beauty of all of this is that we get more data. So that's my only qualifier is something could happen to Brock.
Yeah.
Something could happen to him this year that changes this conversation. Maybe he does go out and just play awful, or maybe there's a terrible injury. I sure hope not. There's very little evidence that suddenly, the slipper is just going to not fit anymore. Even when he doesn't play well, it's like for a moment here or there, the record is the record and the results are the results. There is no, hey, what about 45 a year? If I'm Brock's agent, I don't even qualify that with a response.
Right.
I sit down at the table. Hey, we're thinking 45 a year. This meeting's over. I'm out. What are you going to do? That's not what this costs.
Right. And I don't think that the team would even think about going in at that level. And, the report from Mike Silver earlier in the week that they were at $26 million for Brandon Ayuk.
That was interesting.
That's a reasonable offer to go ahead and leak that out. But if you're Ayuk, you're probably thinking closer to 30. So the reality will probably land somewhere in between all that. But to offer Brandon Ayuk 26 is different than trying to offer your quarterback, your QB1, who's been unbelievable, 45, when the market's now been set at 55 for a guy who is, at the very least, you're comparable to Trevor Lawrence. Even if you want to make that argument, and I think that Brock has been better than Trevor's been in his 3 years. Brock's year and a half has been better. But even if you want to say Brock and Trevor, you guys are comparable, well, then that's $55 million. That's where comparable is. That's where comparable is. But even when you look at it, like you said, next year, the cap goes up. salaries go up. Everything always goes up. I don't know if you've bought milk lately, but milk's a little bit more expensive than it was a year ago, 4 years ago, 30 years ago, and the quarterback market's the exact same.
I mean, I only buy the eggs at Costco now. There you go to any grocery store out there, and they'll be like super fancy organic eggs from down the street farm.
Yep.
That's like $7.49. But if you want these cheap ones over here, well, that's $6.99. Well, what are we doing here? What are we doing? You're right. Everything is so expensive.
Purdy is that organic farm-raised egg.
Yep.
He's not some just, hey, we found this egg down the street kind of egg.
I wonder if anybody's thought about this. So we're sitting here today with this baseline of $55 million. Burrow, Herbert, Trevor Lawrence. Okay. And Brock has achieved more than all of them. Okay, that's fine. Have you wrapped your head around this possibility? If Brock Purdy is healthy for another season, guess who he gets to play with this year? All the same people again.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey and Debo and presumably Brandon Ayuk. And now we get Pearsall and Juwan Jennings and George Kittle and Trent Williams and Kyle Shanahan's calling his plays. I would argue there is a much better chance of him getting 60 than there is under 50. Because while we sit here and go, well, there's another year, we got to get data. What do you think the likelihood is that's going to happen this year for 49er football? Think any chance they're good? Any chance the Niners have a good year? Got any good players on the team? What if he does it again? Now what are you paying him?
Yeah. It's just
whatever he
pretty much
wants.
You know, he's going to be the third highest paid quarterback this year on his own team.
Very good. It might be fourth. Who knows? They might sign someone else.
Now, Tanner Mordecai makes slightly less.
Sponsored by Liberty Mutual. What's the holdup? What is with the ism? 888-957-9570. You see Trevor Lawrence, and your hesitation with regard to comping Brock to Trevor is what? Fill in that blank. We'd love to take your calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, we're Comparing Insurance Agency.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Grandy out here playing food drops.
Oh, God.
On a Friday afternoon. You're putting my mind in different places. I've actually been spending all day thinking about what to kind of do dinner-wise tonight.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat it. Well, I have a feeling that will happen, right? The Giants are playing on like Apple TV Plus or whatever the heck is. Why you make that face?
Because I should have remembered that for what's bugging me. Because honestly,
it is tough.
Whatever. I love the young people. You can hit me with the old drop all you want. What I want is to be able to think about sports and know where to find those sports.
Yep.
And I'm thinking about my beloved U.S. Open that's going on right now. And we got one screen over there, Peacock Live, one screen over here, not even available currently.
Right.
I don't know where to watch anything anymore. I just want to be able to go, oh, it's an NBA game. Boom, TNT.
No, you can fix this, dude. You can fix this. All you have to do is pay $19.99 to 87 different apps.
Thank you.
And then whenever the game is on, you will be able to find it. Boy, they threw a curveball at us. This was a new one to me. You see the game against Texas over the last weekend? I don't know, buckle down. It's like, all right. You were at Monterey. You were moving and shaking.
Yeah.
We had a lazy day. And it's like, oh, what time's the games? And it was an early game, time difference, whatever. And I'm like, oh, sweet. Like, it's the weekend. We're just chilling here. Let's turn the game on. And it's on Roku.
What?
Roku. And I'm like, okay, look, you want to throw Amazon.
What are you talking about?
Roku. You throw YouTube at me. You throw Amazon Prime at me. You want to throw Netflix at me. You want to throw Apple TV at me. I feel like I got a glove for that. I catch that. You throw it. I'm like, I think I can figure this out.
Yeah.
I got most of that stuff somewhere on the TV.
You're not down with Roku?
I'm like, you threw a Roku at me? I don't even know. What are you talking about?
We got Roku.
Yeah, well,
we got a Roku.
No, but you get to a point.
I'm with you.
I don't even know what I have. And this one was a free watch.
Yeah.
All you had to do was like download the app. But like it's the second inning by the time, right?
Coach, I'm with you.
Password, and then where's this remote? Okay, we get there, and it's fine. I'm not bothered by this. I'm not going to do the old guy thing. I'm not bothered by it. But like,
oh, I'm bothered by it.
Well, it's just like, why can you? I don't know. Can we do this differently, please? It's too much. I feel like they're throwing one a week at us now.
Yeah, exactly. And coming up in the NFL season, Thursday night football, Amazon Prime again. And last year it took me about 7 weeks to figure it out. So we're here at work and the Thursday night game comes up and I grab the remote because I'm kind of the remote guy in the room and I try to, control the programming. I try to pride myself on doing a good job and making sure we'll get the NBA game on tonight, game 4. It's closing time and we're going to make sure we get that on. But Thursday night football, it's like, oh, okay.
Yep.
Now I got my laptop. I can't, look at the YouTube feed or the Twitch feed anymore. I got to put on Amazon Prime. It just bugs me. That's all.
No, I get it.
Especially for baseball, where it's like, honestly, I want to watch all 162. But if you're going to Apple TV me, I could give a crap about the Angels game.
But I want to flip around. You know me. I give a crap about every game.
Right.
I don't care who they're playing. I want to watch. And I can, but I also want to flip around whatever.
The flip around is impossible.
Yeah,
you can't flip around.
No, it's like by the time I flip, it's time to flop.
Thank you.
And get back.
Thank you, Luca.
Yeah, very. Oh, God. These NBA playoffs. Boy, he's taking it on the chin. We can get to that later.
We can. I can't wait because we got into it yesterday a little bit.
Well, I mean, look, this is
about the unwatchability.
That's huge, but I'll go a step further. I know we're a little all over the place here. We'll get back to Purdy in a sec.
It's a Friday.
2024, this is a classic way to look at sports. Okay? A week ago, Luca made up the better half of what I was told was the greatest backcourt in the history of the National Basketball Association. 3 games later, the stories are his own organization is literally on their knees begging and pleading with him to play basketball differently. Because if he doesn't, they're never going to win. That's what happened in 3 games.
Right.
Greatest backcourt in history. 3 games later, we're begging and pleading, you need to completely change the way you play basketball or else we're never going to win.
And that's the reality of it. And all of his foul hunting that he does, shoot, leg kick, fall, arms, Iguodala, pout. Meanwhile, we got 5-on-4 the other way. Celtics 3-ball, good.
Yep.
And then Luka dusts himself off, gets the ball, dribble, 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 step back, 3, miss, leg, Iguodala, fall, pout. We got 5-on-4 the other way. It is unbelievably tough to watch.
Well, this is one thing I always look for in the NBA. It's why I was not a fan of Jordan Poole, certainly toward the end. It has nothing to do with Draymond Green or any of that stuff. Because, like when Jordan was coming up, I dug it. I dug the story. He was a G Leaguer to a second contract guy. He worked his butt off. Those who follow the Warriors know that. Like, Jordan does deserve a lot of credit for what he achieved in the NBA. But whatever the reason was, from Draymond to money, whatever the reason was, he arrived at a spot where I thought it was easy to tell that's not a winning basketball player. It's a good basketball player. There's 2 different things. And it's what I always try to look for, because I think there are guys who can put up unbelievable stats. The one that I'll really highlight as the face of this conversation to me is James Harden. This is a phenomenal talent that is matched by few on the planet. But are you a winning basketball player? Can you be the centerpiece for a team that achieves? Or can you win MVPs and can you put up 30 a night? Those are 2 different things for me. The beautiful ones, the really, really uber elite ones are the ones that do both. From your Steph, your LeBron, your Tim Duncan, at times back in the day, your Kawhi, like somebody who's proven I am great, and then the whole thing follows and spins and vibrates at a high level. Or do you just stop at I'm great? And I think that Luka has already, quickly in his career, he's arrived at that crossroads. We completely understand how talented you are and how great you are as a basketball player. But now you're facing Boston, who doesn't even know night to night who's going to be their leading scorer.
Right.
Because they're vibrating. They're vibrating at a high level. They have a system. They have a plan. They have players who are great, but then everything around it works better because of what they're doing. That's what, to me, is sustainable in the NBA, and Luka's going to have to figure out which road he wants to take at the fork.
And he's going to have to learn how to defend. I mean, first and foremost, and that's why Boston has been so good in this series, is they defend. They've taken Kyrie and put him into a containable box, and they've let Luka do what Luka does, which is, settle for that step back 3 and the flop and the fall down. And if it doesn't go in, you're going to lose.
Before we go back to Brock, I would like to echo or highlight a text from our text line from the 925 because it hit my ear too when you said it. Did it really take you 7 weeks to figure out Amazon Prime?
No.
Okay.
No.
Honestly, because that's the easy one. Like,
right.
I don't want to sound privileged or whatever, but we're quickly getting to a
Amazon
spot
Prime,
where,
but what it took me probably not 7 weeks, but it took me some time and effort to think, do I even want to devote my computer time? Because, we're doing a show and I'm talking to you, and we've got a computer, a soundboard, we've got 3 TVs, and I use my personal computer to look things up, and either I'm on the YouTube feed and interacting with listeners or whatever I'm doing. So now I got to take my device and devote it to the Browns taking on the Texans. Do I really want to spend my computer bandwidth on that? It's hard.
Just depends on if you have Nico Collins on your fantasy team.
Or Tank Dell or whatever.
So you didn't mean in your house. Like you knew how to.
Of course. I know how to do it. But what it is for me more so is what you talked about. It's the toggle. Because I like to be able to switch if it goes to commercial or, it's a first quarter commercial. I know it's 3 minutes. I don't want to sit through 3 minutes of commercials.
Yep.
So it's boop to another channel. maybe Sports Center, maybe Golf Channel, whatever it is, and then you time it and you go back and you watch actual live football. But when you're on an app on your TV, now you can't toggle. Now you can't go off of Amazon. You have to exit and then go to Xfinity and then find something and then exit Xfinity, back to Amazon Prime. It's just annoying.
Totally.
I'm not into it.
I totally get it. Yeah. I was already thinking, I'm like, tonight, do we just like time going out to dinner with somewhere that I think will have their Apple TV Plus all plugged in? Right. Just because, again, I know where to find it, but like, anyway, so that's why we brought it up. Yeah, okay. The Giants game tonight is an Apple excursion after a Roku last weekend over the weekend. The biggest way to fix it is what we're doing tomorrow. We're going, damn it. We're going. Awesome. We're good. We're just going to go to the game tomorrow. And kids are like, who are they playing? And I'm like, the Angels. And like, ooh, like a year ago, that was cool. And I'm like, now, name an angel.
Right.
Go ahead. Name an angel.
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, nope, that's not an angel.
Mike Trout.
Nah,
he's an angel.
Yeah, he is. He's not healthy.
Yeah, Tim Salmon's an angel. Is he still?
Yes.
Yeah.
Batting fifth, Troy Gloss.
Yeah.
Coming up tonight.
Glossy.
Yeah. Well, don't bring up those names. Those are still painful. I don't care that it's been 22 years. I'm still mad.
That one guy, Scott Spezio. Scott Spezio.
Garrett Anderson. all those jerks.
I liked Garrett Anderson. He's a good little player.
They're all very good players. They were champions, as it turned out.
Lackey, one Lackey guy, John Lackey.
Oh, that's the one.
He was tough.
Well,
tough on righties.
I was in single A with him. I was broadcasting. I didn't play.
Okay.
I didn't play. But yeah, 98, 90. This was the 99 season with the Boise Hawks.
Yeah.
Coming out of the draft, Lackey was their big starting pitcher on the Boise Hawks in 1999. Somewhere in a box, somewhere, I've got a signed Boise Hawks John Lackey. You think you got a rookie card? No. I got a rookie card. Like an actual rookie card. Dude was probably 20 years old. I mean, hadn't been, I don't know if he'd been outside of his house yet. One of these people, you should see the kids that get drafted out of who knows where and show up in the minor leagues and they're just like, hi, with the like, I mean, no clue what the hell's going on anywhere. And up he went. And it was a very conflicted and awful moment on the field in Anaheim with a credential after Game 7. And there's John Lackey. And I'm running around with a microphone, and he's like, oh, my God, hey. And I'm like, you shut your mouth. Get off this field. This was our World Series. Jerk. And then that was it. That was the end
haven't talked to him since.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since. So,
wow.
Anyway, I don't even remember. What the hell got us onto minor league baseball? What the hell are we doing? What'd you say?
Apple TV.
Thank you.
Yeah, anyway. Apple TV.
Well, you're trying to name angels, and you realize you couldn't.
Yeah.
So.
I named a bunch of angels.
Old ones.
Reggie Jackson was an Angels.
That's true. It's true.
What's wrong with you?
That's true.
And we mentioned Gene Mauch yesterday because he's one of two managers who have more wins than Bob Melvin without a World Series.
Oh, is that real?
Gene Mauch.
Is he that high on the list?
He's number 3. Gene Mauch is 1. And a good friend of FP is number 2. Managers with wins and no ring.
You're asking me to name that person?
I'm not asking you to name it. I just was mentioning that.
A good friend of FP, so he can't be that, like, is he still with us?
No, but he's still with us. But he's not a skipper currently. He should be, according to FP. And he's not wrong. Yeah, he just was. Last year, I think. It's Buck Showalter.
Oh, okay.
Gene Mauch, Angels. Buck Showalter. Many teams. And Bob Melvin. Number 3, all-time in wins among managers with no rings.
Man.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
That he has that many?
Yes.
Yeah. He's got, I think, 1,500 or so wins.
Good Lord.
Bo Mel's been doing it for a minute.
He has. Yeah, he has. Okay.
And FP said, that's going to end this year. And in typical FP Captain Positive fashion.
He thinks they're going to catch the Dodgers.
Yeah. And it's, he was kind of echoing your sentiment.
I'm like, you positive homer.
I love it.
I'm like, what are you saying? That's stupid.
You're playing the role of the dimmer.
I yelled at him. I'm like, yeah, don't be bringing that crap to this radio station. That's mine.
That's my bit. Totally.
You weirdo. There's no chance they catch the Dodgers. What the hell are you smoking? Anyway, this is what I'd love to see go away, and it never will. Because I just find like hypotheticals are part of sports media. It's part of sports fandom. It's part of the fun. I get all that. And I'm certainly not anti-fun. But here's one thing that I just don't think we can do when it comes, especially to the 49er quarterback. I don't think we get to do this. We didn't get to do it with Draymond. And there were some parallels there. And it's this. Well, but if you took this guy and you put him on that team, and then you put that guy and you put him on this team, then what do you get? I don't know, a fictional story? What if Trevor Lawrence was a Niner and Brock Purdy was a Jag, then what? Well, the only true answer is we have no idea.
Right.
Absolutely no freaking idea. And just because you think Trevor would be great because he was the number 1 overall pick, understand that that is a figment of our imagination. You're allowed to have it as an opinion. It's never going to be provable. And there have been a number of number 1 overall picks who have ended up in great situations and failed. Trevor is good. He's good.
He's good.
He's not Brock. He has not been Brock in the National Football League. And while I totally get the point you made earlier with regard to like, okay, he's had a lot of different coaches and a weird start. The Urban Meyer thing was a hot mess.
Yep.
Dude, last year, Trevor had a situation now. I think he had a situation. He had an easy division. He had a Super Bowl winning offensive guru. He had a real receiving core, a real tight end, a real running back. He had all those things and couldn't even win the division. Couldn't even get into the playoffs. That's a failure to me.
Yeah. And 9-8 for the season and a little bit reckless with the football. That's been his biggest problem. A lot of fumbles and a lot of interceptions. And you had it on a tee late in the year where you had a couple of easier opponents and winnable games and you couldn't get it done. So yeah, I think that ultimately falls on the quarterback, as we like to, give them credit for everything and give them blame for everything at the same time. And yet, even though he had a little bit of a wobbly year, he gets $55 million a year. So that, I think, is where we start the conversation with Brock Purdy. And you mentioned in our show thread that I guess Butcher Boy this morning was saying 45 or 50 or I'm out, as if to imply like if it's more than $50 million a year, then we got to go ahead and part ways with Purdy.
I saw his quote, and he's talking about percentage of the cap.
Right.
And so if it goes north of 20%, first of all, we're dealing with a cap next year. We don't know exactly what the number is yet. So maybe he's just throwing out a number that's sort of an estimate. But his point was if it goes north of 20%, I'm out. And it's like, I fully, without saying I understand the cap, because I'm not going to tell you I'm a capologist, I'm not. I understand the concept there, but I just think it's a simpler question for NFL teams. You want to keep your quarterback or not? So there's your question for Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And I know what most of you would say. Of course you want to keep him.
Right.
Of course you want to keep. Well,
there are 11 quarterbacks who have more than 20% of their team's cap, according to Spot Track.
How are those teams doing?
Cincinnati would be one. Joe Burrow is almost 25% of the cap.
They're a good team.
Yep. You got Buffalo. The Chargers.
Good team.
Always curious because Herbert just got his deal and now you've got a new head coach. So you're hoping that he ticks upward. Lamar Jackson, the MVP.
Good team.
Patty Mahomes, 2-time Super Bowl champ.
They're doing well.
Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl appearance just a year ago.
Good team.
Calamari, that is an embarrassing contract that they regretted as soon as the ink was dry. Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Same kind of a situation. Dak Prescott, that's one to watch, I think, going forward. Does Dallas really want to retain him and give him another whopper of a contract? And if they don't, then what do they do? Is it the Trey Lance era that begins in 2025?
Of course they're going to pay him.
And then it's Trevor Lawrence and Jared Goff.
Okay, so
Jared Goff made it to the NFC Championship, and Trevor Lawrence is everybody's golden child.
Right. So that whole list, is everything perfect with all of those teams? No. Would you like to be represented by all of the other teams in the NFL? So there's those 11 teams. Now, let's go to all of the other ones. What are the other 21 teams? There's the 49ers, and then I would argue a bunch of teams that are not good. Like you just named all the good teams.
Pretty much.
There's Houston. They just drafted their guy.
Yep.
So there's that. Outside of that, how we doing? Is Miami about to pay him? Niners about to pay him? Like, those are the good teams. So am I afraid of giving Brock Purdy north of 20% of the cap? Nope. Because honestly, I guess that to me is sort of the end all in this conversation. What's your other option? What are you proposing you do? Those of you who are like, I'm not paying Brock that. Okay, what's your proposal?
Josh Dobbs. Tanner Mordecai.
Are we doing the draft again with your 29th overall pick or wherever the Niners end up?
Well, just wait till the 7th round. You'll find somebody.
I don't know what they're... Jed York spoke about this already in front of a microphone because he knows.
Yeah.
There isn't another option. You pay your guy.
Right. The 3 things in football you have to do: draft a quarterback, protect the quarterback, rush the quarterback. You drafted a quarterback, and he turns out to be pretty good. Top 5 in the MVP last year. Protect the quarterback, you have maybe the best left tackle in football, and some say one of the best left tackles of all time. Rush the quarterback, you just paid Nick Bosa more money than any defensive player has ever been paid. So if you want to check 3 boxes, you've checked those 3 boxes. And then you have a great tight end, the best running back, a good wide receiver core, an elite coach, and a solid defense. What more do you want? So if Brock Purdy goes out this year and he struggles, let's say he has the kind of year that Trevor Lawrence had last year.
Okay.
Which I think was 24 touchdowns, 13 interceptions right in there, and 4,000 yards.
Trevor Lawrence last year, 4,016 yards, 21 TDs, 14 picks.
I had the numbers. I was close, but I was wrong.
Which is,
So let's say Brock Purdy has that year.
Yep.
Okay. What does he get? Does he get $50 million? For sure he gets $50 million.
For sure he gets 50. 50 is not even, again, 50 is $3 million less than Jared Goff.
That's Daniel Jones money.
Yeah.
Basically.
Oh, yeah. What did Daniel get? 40?
Yeah, 40. He got 40 in the number, I think.
Yeah.
But his cap number this year is 47.9. But like you said, numbers go up every year.
Mm-hmm.
If they go 9-8 and Brock Purdy has a Trevor Lawrence year, he's still probably going to get $50 million.
Do you know what's also funny? Okay, here's another way. I got another quarterback to bring up.
Okay.
Who I think could maybe shift this conversation just a little bit. And his name has largely not come up so far in the conversation we're having. So this is not a Lamar thing. It's not a Burrow thing. It's not a Herbert thing. It's not a Goff thing. And it is not a Trevor Lawrence thing. But I got another quarterback we can bring up that I think will help crystallize what I think is happening in this Brock Purdy conversation. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls are always welcome. 888-957-9570. We do have some Warrior stuff to get into. And, in fact, we've got someone joining us in an hour who I'd argue, I mean, unlike any other guest that we've had at least all week, maybe all month, on this show, on this station. So we'll tell you about all of that coming up. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
I mean, you shouldn't feel bad. I've even got the chutzpah to interrupt Steve Young.
Oh.
He's trying to ask me a question, and I just start singing. And then he goes, that's singing.
Yeah.
I love that, man.
He's awesome. It was good to talk to him at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series.
Well,
very fun.
Very, very fun. I think of Klay Thompson when I watch Tiger Woods play golf. Is that weird?
It's Tiger.
Is that weird?
That's really weird.
Yeah.
I'm going to need an explanation. Is it because of the broken down nature of Tiger's body?
No, it's not.
Is it because of Klay's proclivity to have a multitude of partners?
No.
Okay.
What?
Tiger Woods had a run there where he had a multitude of female companions.
I have no clue what Klay Thompson's got going on.
That's why I was asking you if that's why. It was me asking you. That's a great question. Thanks, Buster Olney.
I'll give you one more guess. Why do I think of Klay Thompson when I watch Tiger Woods play golf?
Both are really good out of the sand. In case Klay's boat gets moored or beached.
Not it. No,
I don't know, Mark. Your brain is a wonderment.
It is
it's a wonderland.
Weird. It's they have the same look on their face.
Hey, it's Klay.
They don't look happy.
Hey, it's Tiger.
They don't look happy when they play anymore. They used to.
Well, it's hard to be happy when you're making bogeys, and my back hurts, and my ankle was surgically repaired, and I'm really having a hard time out here. Walking tee to green can be very difficult on a guy.
I don't like your Klay. That's not a good Klay impersonation at all.
That's an elite Tiger.
It's a very good Tiger.
I used to be able to hit a 7-iron, 175, and now I'm down to now it's an 8-iron, and I'm really frustrated by that. And my son Charlie can outdrive me, and I'm down to a 17-room mansion, and it's really frustrating sometimes.
It's impressive you can get your voice to do that without having to plug your own nose.
Yeah.
I've been congested since second-term Clinton.
You're nasally.
Dude, I've got a little bit of an issue, yeah. The 80s, am I right?
Yeah.
He doesn't get that.
They don't look happy. Tiger just went into the sand because you said that. That's your fault. That shot was on you.
I missed that by a couple of grooves, and I was kind of aiming a little bit further right than that, but I just don't have the same ability to move the ball in both directions as I used to. I'm afraid I'm going to miss the cut, and then I'm going to have to go back to Jupiter, Florida, in my 23-room mansion with only 16 bathrooms. And I don't know if, you may have a bowel problem, but I can't use all 16 bathrooms in a day. It's very hard to do that.
Actually, you sound like if Joe Lacob had a cold. Your cadence of that kind of quick, very firm.
Yeah,
Joe Lacob.
Yeah,
and but not
a little bit of my Shanahan,
but not the nasally.
Too and stuff.
Yeah, well, all of your impersonations are related to each other.
I'm limited. Okay,
your Farhan is Kyle Shanahan with a cold.
That's what my Farhan's been reduced to.
Possibly.
Yeah. Anyway, I just think they don't look happy.
Yeah.
When they play, and they used to. They used to be very, very happy when they played, and now they just look like they're in pain, whether it's mental or physical or both or just whatever. You know what I mean? Chasing something that they're not allowed to do anymore is what it sort of looks and feels like to me. That's all. It's just a random thought that I just,
it's random.
Well, we're sitting here watching.
Random.
Well, it's golf. It's on right now, and we're watching Tiger Woods play his round, and he doesn't look like he's having fun. And I get it. It's U.S. Open, and you went through the whole USGA thing. It's super hard, and he's not as good anymore, and he probably is in pain. I don't think I'm saying anything out of turn here. It's not surprising. These guys are both on different levels fighting the demons of the past, and it doesn't look fun.
No, and golf is incredibly hard, even at that level when you're feeling good. And he's, I think, 48 years old.
That's correct.
And so a lot of 48-year-olds, even when they're in tip-top shape, it's very difficult to compete at that age, at that level anyway, let alone when you've had a complete ankle reconstruction, you can barely walk, you've torn your ACL, and your back has had 7 or 8 surgeries. I mean, the guy's got no business even golfing at all, let alone trying to win a major.
100%. I mean, he's already, he's fought off death.
Right.
a couple of times.
And for me, the Klay anguish feels to me more mental and emotional than it does physical. I think physically, he's probably at 85% of what he was. 80%.
He's 85 and 90% of like the scoring output player that he was. I think defensively it's a lot less than 85%.
Fair enough, but I don't think that when I watch Klay Thompson, the anger or the edge that I see, and you've pointed it out many times, like this year he played with that kind of a scowl, and you saw him, get into a skirmish, and you saw him do things that we hadn't really seen a lot of before. I think that is frustration that comes from more than just his body breaking down.
Yeah.
I think it's situation, it's contract, it's a lot of other things outside of I'm not as good as I used to be.
We can rock with that coming up here in a little bit and build on what, Stein and Goo had some interesting things to say on the Klay Thompson angle, and without us going back into something that I think is been hashed out probably a little bit too much of just the would you 20, 25 million, 30 million, all of that stuff with Klay. A little bit of a different angle that we can take on it. We'll do that in a little bit, but I promised a quarterback that maybe would change the conversation with regard to Brock Purdy. Since so many are comfortable playing the what if. What if Brock Purdy were a Jack? What if Trevor Lawrence were a Niner? All right. What about this one? What if CJ Stroud's deal was up right now? What do you think he would get?
He would get probably $57.5 million a year with a guarantee that either matched or surpassed Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
And yesterday, FP and I did a who would you rather have conversation, and he brought up CJ Stroud or Brock Purdy, and I said I'd rather have CJ Stroud.
I think you'd probably rather have CJ Stroud. I'll go with you on that.
I do think it's close, and it's a really small sample for CJ Stroud, but physical tools probably a little bit better, and what he showed last year that he can do at this level is remarkable.
Remarkable. So, yeah, I'm not here to – it's not even about like what if CJ were a Niner and Brock were a Texan. The reason I bring up CJ Stroud, though, is to highlight some of the things that we do to Brock that I just don't see us do to other players, and why I keep calling it an ism, draft-ism. And it's this. CJ Stroud has, first of all, only played 15 football games, and that is not counting his playoff experience, which, by the way, was not great. But he played 15 regular season football games, CJ Stroud. Now, I would argue that based on, now granted they're young, but based on the contract that Nico Collins just got, the wonderment that was the Tank Dell experience, Dalton Schultz being his tight end, don't forget his coaching staff is falling off of the Kyle Shanahan tree. There's that too. You're playing indoors, so you are largely unaffected by elements. Sure, there are road games, but think about the places where the Texans often go. They go to Jacksonville and Tennessee and indoor games in Indianapolis. Sure, there's a couple games, whatever, but like CJ's got a lot of the stuff that supposedly people use as evidence that Brock is inflated. I really think that's the quickest way to say what people do to Brock. If I were to expand on draftism, it's not that any of you think Brock's not good. You just think he's inflated. Chris Sims thinks he's inflated. There's too much good going on around him, and it makes Brock look better than he actually is. And I can be open-minded to that. I still don't think it's relevant. Sometimes you get lucky breaks in life.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get bad breaks in life. Brock maybe caught a lucky break being drafted by the 49ers with the last pick in the draft and then having people's bodies break down in front of him and walking onto a football field with Debo on his left, Brandon on his right, Trent Williams right in front of him, and George Kittle over there too. Maybe, and Christian McCaffrey behind him. Sure, lucky break. CJ Stroud has got a ton going for him with regard to his surroundings. Nobody thinks he's inflated. And if his contract were up today, after 15 regular season games, I don't think many people would blink if he got 60.
Yeah, exactly. I do think he resets the market for sure. He becomes the highest paid quarterback in the history of the game.
There you go.
Based on 1 year. And we wouldn't small sample size him, and we wouldn't look at the system. Nobody would look at D'Amico Ryans and say, well, I mean, you could clearly see that D'Amico Ryans is the reason. And I would still say that Brock's weapons are better than his, but this year becomes an interesting one for CJ Stroud. And I mentioned this yesterday to FP Santangelo, who was filling in for you. The expectation for the Houston Texans this year is through the roof.
Yep.
I don't know what their overall win-loss, the win total in Vegas is.
I'll get that.
I would guess it's at least 9.5. And I would expect that they're the favorites.
I would think it's even more than that.
Right. And that I think is the point about what people think the Texans should be.
You nailed it. It's 9.5.
Right. And they have got to be the favorites, right, to win the division over Jacksonville and over Indy.
Indy is 8.5. Jacksonville is 8.5. And the Titans are 6.5. So, yeah, there you go.
There you go. And all of that is on the back of an improved, skill collection, but also CJ Stroud being a guy who, and I could look up what his MVP odds are. He's probably less than 20-1 to win the MVP. I would say he's top 7 in the MVP.
You're making me
voting.
do a lot of Googling here.
It's funny because FP did the exact same thing to me yesterday. He hit me with like 4 straight.
Google.
I could have done it.
You got to Google it.
Normally the show works best when you talk and I Google, although you are a pretty good Googler.
CJ Stroud is the 3rd pick for NFL MVP.
Okay, there you go.
Plus 850. I'm sorry, he's tied for 2nd.
Behind Mahomes and tied with Josh Allen,
Correct.
Right? Okay.
In front of Burrow, in front of Jordan Love, in front of Lamar Jackson.
And McCaffrey and Purdy.
And Purdy. Purdy comes before McCaffrey, way before McCaffrey.
Okay.
Purdy's plus 1,400. McCaffrey's plus 4,000.
Jeez. All right.
Yeah, Purdy is in front of Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert, Tua, Anthony Richardson, Matthew Stafford. There's Trevor Lawrence at plus 3,000, and then McCaffrey comes in as the first non-QB.
Look at Brock getting his flowers.
Yeah, Brock is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tied for 5th with Lamar and Jordan Love.
That's a little surprising, that he's getting that much respect.
But I don't think I'd pay him, Dan.
So let's say he comes in 5th in the MVP.
Yeah.
That would mean he had a year.
$57 million.
Right. Last year he came in 5th in the MVP, did he not?
Yes, and there's 2 different things I think that an athlete can achieve, and this is important. That you can burst on the scene, CJ Stroud, and be good, and then there's what you're talking about. Now can you be good when everyone sees you coming? Right? It's no different than what Luis Matos did. Or you can come up, hit the ball all over the yard, and then they're like, dude, throw him a curveball outside, off the plate. All right, let's send him back to Sacramento. That's what happens in pro sports. It's another reason why I'm so impressed with Brock Purdy. It's one thing you hucked into the middle of a year, and yes, you've got a very good team, and you kept it together, and then you got to the NFC title game, and your arm fell off. All right, so that's one experience. But the next year, you're both coming off arm surgery, and I still think there's an untold story there in terms of what was happening early in the year for Brock.
Yeah,
because they've made insinuations that he's still working his way back first half of the season. But at the same time, expectations could not have been higher. 49ers Super Bowl favorite, and then he comes in and he goes. And he has second half comebacks in playoff games, even though those playoff games were not his best efforts. And he has a pretty good performance in the Super Bowl. Not great, but pretty good. And they go to overtime, and they lose to Patrick Mahomes. And a lot of people are like, yeah, still not great. Just not very impressed. Here's the wild thing. Everything that anybody could say to this conversation, if you ask me, I don't think you sound unreasonable. My answer, though, is, but that's not the way it works.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't make the rules. Do you know what I mean? Like 925 on the CJ Stroud Brock thing. Brock walked into a stacked team. Stroud was a rookie who took the Texans to the playoffs. Pretty simple concept. Okay, couple things here. First of all, just because the world misconstrued who the Texans were That's not anybody's fault. Oh, he took a terrible team. No, they weren't a terrible team.
They were 0-0 to start the year, I think.
Right, and they actually had a young receiving core that we didn't know was there. You have a coach who we love here who showed that he is all that, and they actually had a little bit of a thing going there. And still, by the way, it's not like they blew the doors off the league. Where'd they go, 10-7? 10-7. Okay, they were pretty good. I'm high on them as well. But the bottom line is you can't use those misconceptions. And I would argue that he also walked into a stacked team. We just didn't know they were stacked. You didn't know who Nico Collins and Tank Dell were at the beginning of the year.
Right.
Now you do. And you could say, well, CJ made them. I don't think so. The Texans don't think so. They just paid Nico. They just paid him like $23 million a year. They think he's a fantastic player. I do too. So CJ actually walked into a better situation than we realized. And then the whole ... is, I just don't know if it matters. You get who you get, and if you perform, you perform. We know that contracts are based on comps. I'd love to hear somebody actually sit in front of Brock and his agent and argue against him being north of $50 million when Goff is and Trevor Lawrence is, and by then Tua will be, and all of these people who have achieved...
Dak probably will be.
All of these people who have achieved less. What is it you're going to say to him? And again, this is based on the idea that he does it again.
Right.
For another year.
Well, and as I said, even if he has a Trevor Lawrence year where they go 9-8 and he throws for 4,000 yards and he has, 21 touchdowns and 14 picks, which that'd be a bad year for Brock relative to what we've seen. And it'd be a bad year for the Niners. If they go 9-8 and they miss the playoffs and he has that kind of a year, he's still probably getting $50 million. He might not get 55 or 57.5, but he's still going to be north of $50 million, I would argue.
I agree with you. It's just a funny debate because I think everybody's doing I would this and I would that. You don't have a choice.
Right.
Does anybody want to change the conversation to that and give us the surprising answer? Because I don't think it's about what would you pay him. The question is, do you want him to be your quarterback,
right,
or do you want someone else? Because if you don't want to pay him 50, I'd argue you're actually saying, I don't want him as the quarterback. Does anybody next year want to go back to the draft? Do you want to do that?
Or go to free agency?
Right. Does anybody want to do that? Raise your hand if that's the route you think, rather than paying Brock north of 50.
And think about free agency, who that would be. Dak will be a free agent. Would you rather pay Dak 50 or pay Brock 50?
But I'd argue Dak won't be a free agent.
Because Dallas will sign him.
Dallas will pay him.
But, I mean, the point of, who would you rather have? Guys who might potentially be available. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, God.
At 40,
yeah, off
41.
Achilles,
yeah.
I'll take Brock.
Would you rather pay him $50 million or pay Brock $50 million? So you can run through all the names and, ask yourself who you'd rather have, because you're going to have to pay somebody. It's either you let Brock walk and you go with a rookie or somebody's backup, Darnold or Dobbs, or somebody of that ilk, or you draft somebody and you start a rookie, which you're not going to do with a championship level team, or you pay somebody else in free agency. So what are we even talking about?
What are we talking about? Tim in Fairfield here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Tim. What are you doing?
What's going on, fellas? How's it going?
Great.
So I take issue with comparing the Texans' weapons to the Niners' weapons. It's apples and oranges. You can't even compare them.
The word compare is maybe not necessary. I don't think anybody here would argue that of course, the Niners have better talent. My point was CJ has good talent. CJ has very, very good talent around him. A lot of teams do. A lot of players do. I don't hear, and maybe, Tim, this would be a better question. Is there any other quarterback in the NFL who you believe is elevated above what his actual talent is because of what's going on around him? Or is that only Brock?
That's a great question, but I do have to say that I feel like Brock is that guy. I think he is elevated. I feel like paying him would be a huge mistake.
So you want someone else quarterback in the Niners after this year?
I think so. I want to see how the year goes. You know, no one's talking about this Super Bowl hangover that hits a lot of teams in the following year when they lose the Super Bowl. If the Niners are sitting with a top 20 draft pick, then I think you've got to look at drafting a guy.
Okay, listen. Hey, Tim, thank you for calling.
Yeah.
I really respect the idea that, like, you're willing to speak what I know is an unpopular opinion. But Tim had it. He's like, yeah, I think maybe we move on to a different quarterback next year.
Tim's got guts. Some gutsy calls. What that was.
But no. If that's your opinion, then that's your opinion.
Yeah.
I just think that's the actual conversation we're having here. This idea, you're not allowed. You can't have Brock for $45 million. That's off the table.
Right.
That's a no.
He's not going to take a hometown discount, Mark.
He's not doing that.
No.
Unless something really weird happens this year. Again, there is a backdrop here. We have to assume that nothing crazy happens this year. I'm going to assume that Brock is largely healthy and that the 49ers are at least pretty good. They have a pretty good year. Trevor got this off of a 9-8 miss of the playoffs.
Right.
As a massive divisional favorite.
With 21 touchdowns and 14 picks,
With a huge,
as I mentioned.
And an early lead in that division.
Yeah, and a late fade. And you look at Houston, and they won 3 of their last 4, including, wins over the Jacksonville Jaguars earlier in the year. And so you start to look at what a bad year would mean for Brock Purdy. How bad would it have to be? He'd have to look shaky, and the things that we've grown to expect from him, the reading, the poise, the delivery of the football, all those things would have to really go away quickly.
Yeah. There's also just this, and I know there's no way around this. This fight happened online all year after every Niner game last year.
Yeah.
It's like there's a wide open receiver, and then someone like Chris Sims or whatever will be like, what are we talking about here? Like any quarterback could hit that wide open receiver. And then someone will fight back with video of Brock Purdy ducking a sack and then like backpedaling out of the pocket, running around in different directions, creating something with his legs, and achieving a first down. And people will be like, does that look like the system to you? Is that a system job? And we'll go back and forth and back and forth. The bottom line is there is video. If you're watching the football game, Brock Purdy is not just snapping the ball and doing things on schedule. He's not. If he did, they don't go to the Super Bowl last year. I know people, and this is one thing that gets me. Chris Sims right now has got absolute guns blazing on Brock's postseason performances last year. He didn't like them. Okay, they weren't always great. At times, they were bad. In the fourth quarter of the games against the Green Bay Packers and Detroit Lions, Brock did unbelievable off-schedule, off-plan things that won those football games. And I just don't hear anyone accounting for that very much. It's right there for everybody to see. Like, he's completely doing things that had nothing to do with Kyle Shanahan.
Right. And, I mean, ultimately, you can look at whatever you want to look at as far as your metrics. And, the guy completed 69% of his passes, which was 4th best in the league, 69.4, in fact. And he was right up there at the top with the best quarterbacks in football, and he won games. So if you don't want a guy who is very, very accurate and he wins and he leads the entire NFL in quarterback rating, what are we even debating as far as whether or not he's a good quarterback?
You got your thing tomorrow in Fremont, yeah?
Yeah, can't wait. 10 o'clock.
Yep, Fremont Bank 60th anniversary block/Dibbers party. Tomorrow, music, food trucks, beer garden, games, and raffle with 60 prizes in honor of Fremont Bank's 60 years and the grand opening of their new flagship branch on Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. 888-957-9570. We'll tell you in a sec who's coming up at 4. This is a guest unlike any that we've had in quite a while. So that's going to be a whole lot of fun. And this Klay Thompson thing, I just think it's time to sort of take it in a different direction. So we'll do all that coming up next on Willard and Dips.
Meanwhile, it's Dan Dibley to talk about Golden State window and door design.
That's a great question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You got to wave that off.
Just got to keep it rolling, dude. I don't even care anymore if they count or not. It's just, when things are rolling in life, don't question it. Don't just keep on going.
We debunked it yesterday while you were out, FP and I.
Oh, I was listening. I heard it. I sent you an ear emoji.
That's when you sent the ear emoji.
Yeah, and you didn't respond.
Because I'm not in my phone. When I'm in your chair, I am locked in on the content. It's a lot different over there than being over here.
Yes, it is.
And you have no idea because you never walked a mile in my shoes.
Oh, I have. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Tony Bruno.
Yeah, beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Being the counterpuncher is different than being the lead dog. And I can do it, and I'm actually really good at it.
You guys sounded great yesterday.
But I thank you.
Yeah.
I do enjoy this a little bit more, playing off you, working with what you bringing a little bit myself, and being in this spot. But when I'm in your seat with all them damn papers and them live reads and you got calls and you got buttons and stuff.
Yeah, there's screens.
Yeah, there's a lot going on over there.
That's a great question.
Yeah,
stop playing that. He doesn't get credit for that.
Listen, I'm one of these.
I think that's a really good question.
I'm one of these people. I'm one of these people who will never say this. Okay,
although you're about to.
Right. So, like one time waiver, if I may.
Okay.
To the universe.
Granted.
I'll never be this guy. Like, well, hey, man. At least I got my health. That's been going great. The one thing is I'm really healthy, and it's just been, I haven't been sick in 2.5 years. Oh my God, it's so great that I'm healthy. I know, so good. Thank goodness I'm just fully healthy with everything going on inside. People do this stuff, and I'm like, stop.
You think it's a jinx? Yeah.
Don't say it. Just do it. Just live it. So when you're on a roll, don't talk about it.
Right.
Just be on a roll. Right? Guy go. You think, remember when Elliot Ramos made base all 6 times? Do you think he went to the dugout and he's like, Skip, I don't know if you noticed, but I keep getting on base.
Hey, pitch.
It's
you
amazing.
Can't get me out. Yo.
This run is incredible. I can't believe he's over at first base. Hey, can you guys believe I made it again? Wow.
Say to the first base coach, we're like best friends. We spend a lot of time together.
That's kind of the way Little League, like kids do that. Like my son would do that. If he made base all 4 times, he'd come to the car. I had Dad, I went 3 for 3 with a walk, got a double. It's a great. You're 10. So I get why you're doing that.
Right.
Don't mess with a streak. Just do the streak.
I kind of messed with it yesterday after a segment. I went in with Grandy and Lucas. I was like, man, I think I was really good that segment.
What'd they say?
They didn't even listen to me. It's like I was not even there.
They're like, it's all right.
They're like, dude, it's the end of the week. How about you shut your mouth and get back in there?
Oh, my God.
All
right. Anyway, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, we are.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. You can subscribe to the channel, hit thumbs up. That makes us feel good about ourselves. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can also download the free Odyssey app. Little QR code there at the bottom right corner on both of the streams, so you can do that with your smartphone. Hey, Grandy, you want to tell everybody who's coming up here at 4 o'clock? And truly, I forget his name. What's the cat's name?
He's coming up with it right now, but this is one of the more unique bookings we've had because, and I don't even know where I saw this, but and maybe you and Grandy can explain it a little bit better.
I sent it to you.
Well, I might have seen it before that.
Well,
okay, you're not on that kind of a roll where you're dictating all my content.
I mean, you didn't say anything about it, and then I sent it to everybody, and now it's happening. But if you'd like to take credit for it the same way you do everybody's
credit.
career in the Bay Area,
all I'm saying is that maybe I saw it somewhere else first, and then you shared it, and then it's like, oh, you know what? Now that he shared it, it's become part of the fabric of our show because a lot of times, Mark, in my life, and I'm going to use your name because you're starting to piss me off. A lot of times in my life, between the hours of baby wakes up and I leave for work, I don't have a chance to respond to everything that's going on the show thread.
I understand that.
I'm trying to keep a 21-month-old out of the street I'm wiping tushies and chopping bagels.
I'm not asking you to do anything you're not doing.
Don't pretend like you're dictating to me what I know or what I don't know.
Just don't take credit for what other people do.
I'm
That's
not
all I'm
taking
saying.
credit. All I'm saying is maybe I found this story elsewhere, and it's a pretty neat story, but go ahead.
Anyway,
Mr. Know-It-All.
You talked long enough that I was able to find the info myself.
But that's why I did it, because Grandy, you put him on the spot, and the poor guy didn't know the kid's name.
No, I had it like 45 seconds ago, Diz. I was just waiting for you to, wrap it up.
His name, I know.
That's a first.
He won't stop talking. Demarion Van Kelly. Did you talk to this guy? Did you talk to him?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He wants to come on. He's hyped up. He's a 17-year-old recent high school graduate from Monterey Trail, Elk Grove. And I mean, you know it as well as I do. He randomly played a pickup basketball game with Steph Curry.
So when Steph walked up on those people up in Sacramento when he went to go visit Bazemore last week, Demarion was one of the guys that was in the gym. And so you're just playing pickup, and then Steph walks in. Hey, I got next. And so I want to know all about this experience, and we chose Demarion for a couple of reasons. Namely, I can't wait to hear the story of how this gets to him. So in other words, first there's Steph walks into the gym, and then there's whatever happens next, the excitement of holy crap, he's here. Then there's he's going to play. Oh my God, we're going to play with Steph. Whatever team he ends up on, and then there's the other 5. I want to know how they all looked at one another and went, all right, who's guarding him?
Right.
and Demarion is the one who ended up guarding him. He's 17. He guarded the chef.
Doesn't seem fair. 17-year-old checking the chef. And
he's
Demarion
6'5".
is 6'5".
So he's a prospect.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're in this pickup game, and in comes the chef, and now you gotta check him. But when you're guarding him, you can't really guard him, because the last thing you want is to drift underneath him when he's shooting a 3 and give him the Zaza treatment.
These are the questions we want to ask.
Yeah.
Like, were you terrified the entire time of hurting him, or do you not think about that?
Or do you send a message early? You give him one early. He goes up for the jumper like my father used to teach me, the late, great Dwayne Dibley. First time somebody goes up for a shot, you just poke him right in the stomach.
There you go.
You give him one right in the gut.
Yeah.
And then from then on, you just fake it every time.
Well, or you
you plant the seed.
What I always did was the overly aggressive box out. Like, even if you're 25 feet from the hoop, you're not even done with your motion of shooting yet, and my butt is already in your stomach. It's just a spin and thrust. And you're just like, I'm waiting for you. I'm boxing you out. And then it's like, you can't call that dirty. You're just like, I'm just boxing you out.
Right.
That's all we're doing. So anyway, Demarion Van Kelly, he guarded the chef.
Chef.
I mean, what an experience. So Demarion's going to jump on with us early, and then we'll ask him if he wants the Warriors to just flick Klay Thompson off of the team. We'll ask him that. Maybe he said that to Steph. He's like, Splash Brothers, my you-know-what. You're by yourself now, Steph. I hope he trash talked him. That'd be incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, that'll happen coming up here in just about 20 minutes. But the Klay thing, I meant what I said on the handoff thingy, also known as the crossover. And Grandy kind of brought this up, and maybe you guys discussed it a little bit yesterday. These NBA finals stink. They're terrible. This is, I know you did a lot on the watchability of Luka.
Yeah.
This whole thing has not been very watchable. I'm not excited. Are you excited about that? And I know it's a 3-0 series now, but ratings drivers in the NBA are a thing. And I'm not saying that everything can or should be Steph and LeBron. Those guys are elite ratings drivers, but there are others. And I would have thought 2 weeks ago that from Anthony Edwards to Luka to Jason Tatum and beyond, I would have thought, those guys maybe for right now are sort of battling for that label. And then the series have ended up really bad. There's no long series. And then Luka himself has really kind of convicted himself during these NBA finals as a player who's more interested in talking to refs than winning basketball games. And so it just got us to thinking, I know people get sick of super teams and dynasties. When the New England Patriots were in the Super Bowl, popular thought, you get to your party and go, oh, the Patriots again. I'm so sick of the Patriots. But no, you're not. No, you're not, because the ratings will show that you want that evil empire. You show up to root against it. So even if it's in that form, the NBA right now is really missing the Golden State Warriors. And what matters about that to me is the idea that Klay Thompson may leave. He may leave here in a couple of weeks. And I think it's the NBA's fault, because the more I've thought about this, I don't think Joe Lacob would hesitate for 2 seconds to pay Klay Thompson $25 million a year or $24 million a year, except for he can't without sort of guaranteeing that his team's not going to be any good. And the reason for that is because of luxury tax / second apron / loss of draft capital, all of these things that you risk.
Right.
And I'm not saying it should just be freewheeling, big market gets to spend as much as they want, but I really would call for a special stipulation about your own drafted players. Klay Thompson should get to stay because he's Klay Thompson and these are the Warriors.
If they want, and any team would be able to then keep their drafted players. I agree with that part of it, but the other thing, for me, it's really two different conversations. First, the NBA Finals ratings and the watchability. It's the nature of the ebb and flow of the NBA, because right now we are between eras. And I look at the historical ratings in the NBA Finals, and you see when Jordan was at his power, the ratings were huge. Jordan leaves, they go down. Shaq and Kobe had a run, they go back up. Shaq and Kobe are no longer power players in the league. They go back down. Then you had the years of Jason Kidd and Dallas with Jerry Stackhouse and early Dirk. And you had Miami with Dwayne Wade. These are all poorly rated. San Antonio was not a team that drew very well in the NBA Finals, and they seem to be there year after year. And then finally, a guy named LeBron James started making the finals, and then Steph Curry, and they exploded back up. And right now, we're at a time where all of the big names, forget the stars. If you're an NBA aficionado, you know people like Anthony Edwards and Tatum and Brown, and these are people that you know. But if you're a casual fan looking to watch a championship, I don't know how much of the Stanley Cup final you've been watching, but I've been watching more hockey over the last week or so than ever before this year, and I don't know any of these players, but I'm watching because it's the final. So if you're doing that with the NBA and you're tuning in, you're not going to tune in as much because you don't have the same level of stars. So I do think that right now the NBA Finals are kind of in a tweener spot where the majority of the big stars are aging out, and then the young guys haven't really established themselves yet among the casual fans to really draw their eyeballs to the finals.
Yeah, I agree with all of that stuff. And so some of this is sort of just the natural arc of things.
Right.
I don't think there's any way you can battle it. I'm certainly not sitting here saying that if Klay Thompson could stay with the Warriors for another contract, that means that the Warriors will be back in the finals next year. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the Warriors should be able to go out on the open market and try to improve themselves and keep Klay Thompson. That's what I'm saying, because Klay is a Warrior. Klay was drafted by the Warriors. Klay has been a Warrior. He'll be a Hall of Famer. He'll have a statue here. All of these things. And for it to get to this, where I do think the Warriors would love, in a certain role and at a certain price or whatever, I think that they would like to keep Klay Thompson, but they probably can't. They can't give him the price that he wants. And the reason they can't give him the price is not because they're cheap or because they don't have money on hand. It's because it will lead to all kinds of penalties. And I just think that that's very, very short-sighted by the league to have that apply to special homegrown players. If you drafted a player and he's never been anywhere else, that in some way, shape, or form should have a completely different landing place as far as the cap and the tax.
I get that point, but I also see many of the small market teams, and the majority of them have never even gotten a sniff of the NBA Finals, and it's because of the nature of being a small market team. Free agents don't want to go there. Your marketing opportunities are limited, and those teams are generally not as well funded as the big market teams. So the NBA is trying to create a system to kind of level the playing field. And they've done a good job of that with these various aprons and the luxury tax threshold. But you reap what you sow. And what they have sown by planting these seeds of luxury tax and aprons and all the rest of it is these teams that want to spend, like Joe Lacob would love to spend every last dollar, but the punishments, as you were mentioning, are far too prohibitive for him to go out there and continue to spend it, and they're trying to level the playing field. And what that does is it brings New Orleans and Sacramento and all these other smaller market situations. It allows them a better chance to compete, but then you get to the end and the NBA Finals, and you've got a more watered-down product.
888-957-9570 is the number. How about Doug in Berkeley? Hey, Doug, what's shaking?
Hey, guys, love the show this afternoon. Just a few quick takes. Mark, going back to the cross.
Doug, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna put you on hold and not hang up on you. Jump on with Doug and see if we can get him in a spot where we can hear him. Because we can't.
That's a tough one, Doug. Yeah, it's a bad beat right there. Want to get Doug's take?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I guess he told the producers he wanted to talk about Iguodala.
Okay, I'm into it. I like Iguodala.
Your favorite?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not my least favorite, but
who is your least favorite?
Athlete or
whatever category you'd put Iguodala in.
Oh boy, I don't even know how to quantify that. My least favorite. I don't really have a least favorite.
Sure, you do.
I mean, I haven't ranked every player. I do know that things about Andre Iguodala, they kind of irk me. So, I don't hate Andre Iguodala.
Well, I mean,
I'm not going to spend any amount of my hate on an NBA player who I don't even know.
I know, but you're bothered by the financial side of it.
It bugged me.
Yeah.
It bothers me.
But I get it. I mean, listen, and we can get
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
I mean, we can get back to sort of the financial side of the 49ers because it was earlier this week, and I think you're right. You mentioned that Mike Silver's report that Brandon Ayuk had been offered about $26 million. Albert Breer has kind of a guess that it's going to end up closer to 28 or 29. For me, that calmed me back down about Brandon Ayuk. Not that I was upset, but it calmed the thought in my mind about where this was going. And I know that there are those who have the opinion out there that you just don't spend that on your wide receiver room, especially when you're going to have to pay your quarterback soon. But I think you do. I think you do pay Brandon Ayuk. I don't know if it's 26 or 27 or 28 or 29, but the fact that the Niners do have a number already on the table at 26 makes me think this deal's gonna happen. This deal's gonna happen. It's gonna happen in August. Both sides are a little bit frustrated, but they'll get that figured out. If they're already well north of $25 million, there's going to be a deal there, because think of how stupid it would be as a human being for Brandon to say no
to $26 million a year.
Well, no, not to 26, but if that's the starting point, or if that's where they are. I don't know if the Niners are like final offer,
right?
Which I doubt.
I doubt it.
Not on June 14th. But if you're already at 26, that means they'll go up from there. And even if Brandon wanted 30 and gets 28, I don't know. Doesn't it make a hell of a lot more sense to take the 28?
Yeah.
And take your frustration to the field, if you will, and be, oh, Mark, you can't leave millions of dollars on the table. It's always the greatest argument. You can't leave millions on the table. How many millions is he leaving on the table if he says no? That's what worries me. My advice to Brandon is you play football, dude. You play football. And I would echo the words of Devontae Smith, who talked about this last week and said, look, I'm not bothered by the fact that I already signed my deal and some other receivers have now come forward and passed it. This is an insane, life-changing amount of money, and I'm pretty happy that I took it. That's all. I don't want Brandon playing on a fifth-year option. because he could get hurt. Simple as that.
Real quick, guys. I do have a little bit of developing news. Something here. I know we've gone through this a lot with other athletes in the Bay Area when they've been potentially testing free agent waters.
Okay.
Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors has unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram, and he has deleted a number of posts with him in a Warriors jersey.
Okay. I want you. See, now you're gonna laugh.
No, I already did laugh.
I'm
gonna keep laughing.
I'm gonna do the opposite.
It's over. Clay's gone.
I'm gonna take issue with how you like sort of tiptoed into whether or not. I think that's massive news. I think that is massive news. In fact, bigger than any social media scrub that we've ever talked about, because it's Klay Thompson. A lifetime future Hall of Fame splash brother unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram and scrubbed pictures of him wearing the jersey. And it's Klay.
I'm just laughing because the seriousness with which you're saying it is appropriate. But it's also hilarious that in 2024, this is what it's come to. And I know that this is what it's come to. Yeah. And I know that this is a real thing.
That's life.
But when I hear you saying it, with the seriousness that you're saying it.
We're of a certain age.
But Mark, it's a real thing. I'm not saying it's not a real thing.
I know what you're saying.
But the way that you're going about saying it is absolutely hilarious. It's true. It's meaningful. It could be indicative of what's going to come. But the fact that this is an actual thing, to me, is hilarious. It's hilarious.
I get it.
Dude, and I know you get it. I'm not trying to demean you or the news.
I know you're not.
And I do think that it was almost worthy of the breaking news sounder.
I think it's massive. Of all the athletes you feel like as a fan you've gotten to know through the years, who is the one in his own head the most?
He's up there, yeah.
No, he's not. He's the one. Give me someone who's in his own head more than Klay Thompson.
Historically?
Give me one Bay Area athlete who has shown through his press conferences, his actions, his words, and what others say about him is more like all up in there, more than Klay Thompson. Anyone come to mind at all?
Nobody pops to mind right away. He's up there, yeah. He's a guy.
I'd put him on the cover of the book. The title of the book is Overthinkers. Klay Thompson's my cover.
Your
actor.
cover guy?
Yeah, him a cover guy.
I just checked his Instagram, and everyone can exhale. He is still following Raymond Ritter.
Okay.
Warriors VP of Communications.
Thank God. He'll never unfollow Raymond. Nobody would do that.
Back to you.
Okay, listen. All right, we're going to do this. Demarion Van Kelly. He was in the gym when Steph arrived. He guarded Steph in sack. He's going to join us coming up next. But this conversation, my sense, this might go the rest of the way. I think this is a massive development. And I want to dive a little further in, Grandy, to exactly what Klay did. In scrubbing certain things and unfollowing the Warriors. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals, and as always, earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive...
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I have two things to say real quick. And someone who, I want to thank, we're going to get to him. Demarion Van Kelly, who we just said was about to join the show, the guy who ended up guarding Steph in Sacramento at the pickup game. He's going to join us a little bit later because I'm sorry. And I know if you're of a certain age or whatever your interests are, this sounds silly. However, that's life. This is a sign of the times. And if celebrities go into their social media platforms and start unfollowing and taking down posts like, yes, how many times in a row do we need to learn this means something? I'll never forget telling people how I first found out that something was going crazy when Kevin Durant was about to sign with the Warriors. It's the first indicator. The news had not broken yet, but somebody sent me a picture. They go, look at Andrew Bogut's Twitter. And I go straight to Andrew Bogut's Twitter. And he's in the Australian national jersey. And it says Andrew Bogut and like his bio, center, Australia. That's not what it had said when I woke up in the morning. He was the Warrior center.
Right.
Well, an hour later, Kevin Durant was on the Warriors and Andrew Bogut wasn't. So do I think these things mean something? Yes. And if you're just joining us, Klay Thompson has unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram. He has taken down a number of recent photos that depict him with the Warriors or in Warriors paraphernalia. Not all of them. If you go back 2 years, you can still find one of him in a Warrior jersey. But look, call me crazy, call me silly. I think this means everything. And if you ask me what I think it means, I think he's gone. And this whole but Mark, it's the tampering period. They know. There are offers being made right now. There are things being said to agents. They are being presented to the teams. And the teams are saying, well, no, we're not going to do that.
Well, even if it's just the Warriors, if
correct,
and he can talk to the Warriors, they could sign him right now.
Right, but he knows if he's got $30 million on the table from Philly.
And he also knows if he has $25 million on the table from the Warriors or not. And if the Warriors made an offer and he's come back at them and said, hey, look, I've got these other offers. Can you come close to matching it? And the Warriors basically are saying, this is as high as we're able to go, Klay. Oh. And, it's hard to say this to you, but we're not going to be able to match whatever you think you might be able to get out there. Then that's it. It's a wrap.
888-957-9570. Instead, we'll take your calls on what you think this means. Do you think it's a big deal or not? I think it's massive. He does still follow the Santa Cruz Warriors. Maybe he's just been sent down.
There you go.
Maybe that's what it is.
Marco Luciano, Klay Thompson, same thing. This is a huge thing.
I think it's massive.
It's massive. I can't help but still giggle at the fact that this is how things happen now in 2024. So I'll put the part aside that I do think that it is hilarious that it's massive and just revert back to the fact that I do think that this is massive because this is how things go.
Sure.
If a player on June 14th who can't sign with another team until July 1st, he could sign with the Warriors. So the thinking would be, my assumption would be, he's been in conversation with the Warriors. I think that Klay Thompson would like to be a Warrior if the price was right, if the deal was right, if the years were right, if the role was good, if everything lined up with what Klay wanted. I do think that Klay would like to still be a Golden State Warrior, but on June 14th, 17 days away from the official start of the free agency period, if he is now at this point scrubbing his Instagram and unfollowing the Warriors, that tells me that there's been an indication behind the scenes that we're not going to be able to meet all the things that you want, Klay.
I think it proves that he wants to stay with the Warriors. This is not the move of somebody who's like, I think I would like to put an offering out to the public today. That's not what he's doing. He's ticked.
Right.
He's mad. This is not something you don't take your girl off of all the pictures in the history of your Instagram page because, she was 10 minutes late to dinner. You do it when you break up. They're breaking up. That's what this says to me.
Are they blocked? Can we tell if he's blocked the Warriors? And do we know if he's now following, I don't know, Orlando or Oklahoma City?
We can look.
Or whatever other of the
what do you want me
potential
to search?
suitors.
What do you want me to search? I'm in.
Orlando's the one that everybody thinks is the hot destination.
I'm all up in Klay Thompson's IG right now.
Are you going to slide into his DMs?
Yeah, all right. We're going.
Is Klay following the Orlando Magic?
All
because
right,
if he is, well, then let's just go ahead and skip ahead to July 1st.
No, he's not. He's not following the Orlando Magic. He is following Andre Iguodala.
There you go.
Yep.
Which is, I mean, his Twitter is pretty awesome. His handle, he has @Andre. He's
correct.
He's Andre,
which is amazing.
It's pretty badass.
Yeah, because there's other Andres.
I would assume so.
I mean,
but he gets it.
Andre 3000, Andre Dawson,
Andre the Giant, rest in peace. Andre Agassi.
I mean, there's a lot of them. I'm looking at who comes up when you first just hit on Klay Thompson followers. Not followers, following.
Yeah.
People he's following.
More than 1,000, so it's tough.
1,315. But just off the top, he's following Kobe Bryant, Iguodala, Colin Kaepernick, Sam Darnold, Nico Mannion, Kenyon Martin, Brandon Crawford, Kevin Durant, Tony Finau, Hunter Pence, Draymond Green, Matt Barnes, Carly Lloyd, Reggie Bush, Aisha Curry, George Kittle, Justin Timberlake, not the Warriors.
Banchero? One of the various Wagners?
Let's see, Paolo. No, there's no Paolos.
Okay.
There's no Paolos.
And no Mo or Franz Wagner?
No, there's no Wagners or Wagners for that matter. Neither.
Good.
Yeah.
All right.
No.
Well,
so, all right. What about, let's see.
Maybe he's just mad.
Philadelphia. Nope, he's not following the Sixers either.
Okay, Joel Embiid, no.
No.
Tyrese Maxey.
They're breaking up.
Yeah. I think you're right. And I said this weeks, if not months ago. I thought that he was going to leave. And it was less of a thing then. But as you start to look at everything here in mid-June and you look at the tea leaves, or as you like to say, the breadcrumbs are leading you in a certain direction. And that direction is not one where he would stay.
I just want everyone to remember also, like, what happens on July 1st? The clock strikes midnight, and Woj and Shams start firing out new deals at 12:01. Why? Why is everybody ready to sign? They're not even allowed to talk to each other until 12. And you got a deal hacked out, a multi-million-dollar deal in 38 seconds?
Yeah. These some good agent work.
Conversations are happening right now. Right now. They've been happening. They're breaking up. Unless he's like just got a sick sense of humor. And I don't feel like he does.
He doesn't strike me as being cut from that cloth.
No, he wouldn't do that to the fans because he's not mad at the fans.
Right.
Of all the people Klay's been mad at for the last year and a half, there are a lot. There's Warrior execs. There's Draymond. There's Devin Booker. Jaren Jackson Jr., Draymond. Did I already say that? He's been mad at a lot of people, not Warrior fans. And if this were a joke, that'd be the only people who lose. It'd be the Warrior fans. Where he's playing a joke on you. Haha, I'm actually staying.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't feel like Klay to me.
I would imagine he's already working on his thank you Warrior fans IG post that we all put up now. Or, it used to be you'd take out a page in the local newspaper, you'd take out a full page ad, and you'd thank the fans for all the great times and wish them well and say how you'll always be a Warriors and all the rest of that. He's probably already put that together for his Instagram, so when the signing can become official.
We'll get to some calls here in a second if you want to dive in. 888-957-9570. Do you think this is a big deal? What do you think it means? Klay Thompson has unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram. Klay Thompson has removed a number of recent pictures depicting him in a Warriors uniform. That has just gone down within the last half hour or so. And it is June 14th. We are flying toward July. Conversations are ongoing. And what did I say at the beginning of this week and late last week? You can hear it from the beat writers. It's as if the Warriors
dispatched the people who cover them to start getting the fan base ready for this. They've all said it. Slates, Kawakami, Marcus Thompson, we can keep going. They've all said, not looking good. I heard Friedel on with you yesterday, 50-50. 50-50.
Pretty good.
Yeah, like 50-50. They've all said it. And there's a reason that the Warriors are not sort of like pulling back on that at all. I'm not saying the Warriors would come out and make a public statement, but believe you me, if beat writers are out in public saying something that's like not what the Warriors want out there, their phone will ring. Their phone will ring. Ray will call them and be like, hey, well, just let you know a little something. I can't tell you everything, but here's a couple things to think about with regard to what's going on here in Warrior Land, because they don't want that out there if it's kind of not representative of them.
Right.
But I know we are in a way jumping the gun. I can't report anything to you. I can only tell you as a human being what's going on inside my gut. And I have never been more confident than I am in this moment on this day, 4:15 in the afternoon on June 14th, 2024. I have never been more resigned to the fact that Klay Thompson's days as a Warrior are done.
Yeah, you could look at all of the pieces of evidence before today, before the Instagram scrubbing or the unfollowing and the scrubbing of pictures of Klay in a Warriors uniform. You mentioned some of the beat reporters and the things that they've said, and Nick Friedel yesterday, and even going back to what we know about the luxury tax and Joe Lacob talking about not wanting to go over the second apron again, and how do you stay under the second apron with all the money that you're already spending on the players that you already have. And you talk about how everybody wants them to add a player. You can't keep Klay at a decent number, a number that he's going to be able to get elsewhere, and go out and add another player. Those two things cannot be equally true. So you've got a spot where Klay is going to get more, and he's going to get more elsewhere, and the Warriors want to improve anyway. So I've thought all along that he's going to be gone, and today just gives you a little bit more of an indication of where this thing might be headed.
Well, and I'd say this as well. This is another thing for those of you who want to weigh in at 888-957-9570. Those of you who want to weigh in, I think it's not unfair for us to start imagining how this feels to you. We don't know that Klay is gone. Certainly feels like that to me. And if you agree, how does that make you feel as a Warrior fan? Are you ready for this? Have you been ready for this? Are you not ready for this? But Klay Thompson, this is the other big piece for me. I never try to act like we really know these people, unless we do. Like some people in the media do have that relationship with people. But there are things that we know about Klay Thompson, and this is completely something he would do if confronted with something that bothered him in terms of a conversation at the executive level with the Warriors. This is exactly how Klay would react. It doesn't surprise me at all. And in fact, if he's feeling spurned, if he's feeling frustrated by the way the Warriors are treating him through this process, in a way, this is a last-ditch effort to change it. You know, because you could say, well, like, if he's going to go play for the Sixers, and well, then just go play for the Sixers. Sign your deal and move on, and everything's fine. But that's why I said what I said 10 minutes ago, which is that I firmly believe that this proves that Klay really still wants to be a Warrior, because he's mad, he's angry, and he's acting out, and he's doing the one thing that he's allowed to do on June 14th to signal to you Warrior fans something is amiss. Something is not right. Something is uncomfortable. And if we go ahead and sort of send that veiled message out there, and there's a flood of fans who are like, that's it, turning in my tickets.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the only thing that he can do to get it off of his chest. He's not allowed to come out and say it right now.
He's not allowed to. I mean, you could.
He definitely could, but it's not going to do yourself a lot of favors when you have other teams that might be still trying to bid for your services.
My point. Portions of what you can't say. You can't come out and be like, I got a $30 million offer on the table from Philly. Right? You can't do that.
You could come out and say, my time with the Warriors is up. I'm going to definitely play somewhere else. But that doesn't serve you well in the free agent market because theoretically, another team out there who hasn't made an offer to you is thinking that they're going to be bidding against the Warriors among other teams because the Warriors have said that they want to keep him. And this is just the passive-aggressive nature of what we do now in these free agency periods that haven't even started yet. Because you're right, there's only a few things that he can do to get his message out there. And he can leak it to the media through his agent, and Klay's not happy with the Warriors' offer and all those other things, but none of that serves him well either. Klay's in a spot where he kind of has to sit there and just wait. Even if he does have an offer out there, and I'm sure he doesn't have an offer, but I'm sure they've had conversations where teams are like, yeah, we're thinking about, this is probably what we're going to give you in the offseason. We'd like to have you. I don't know if he has ironclad offers, but they have enough feelers out there to where they know, Klay and his agent, they know what the ballpark will be for whatever team is trying to get his services.
I bet he totally has ironclad offers.
Yeah, I don't know that.
I completely bet that he would. I
would bet that he knows how much he's going to be able to make.
Sure.
And he also knows what the Warriors are willing to pay him. And if he's gone back to the Warriors and, his agent saying, hey, we're hearing whispers that, there's a team out there that's going to give us, 3 years and $75 million. How do you feel about that? And the Warriors are like, well, that's too rich for our blood. Are you sure you don't want to negotiate with us on that? And the Warriors are saying, no, we're not doing 3 years, and 25 a year is going to be too much for us.
I firmly believe this is about, and it always has been, about more than money.
Sure. It's about role. Right.
Yeah. I think it's about role. It's about respect. It's about how you package this. It's about how you see me. It's about all of the experiences that they've had together. It's about all of those things. I don't think it's nearly as offensive as we make it out to be if Klay Thompson goes, hey, the Knicks just offered me $32 million a year. And the Warriors are like, dude, we want you back so badly, but that's just, we can't do that. We can't do that. We're more in the neighborhood of 18 to 20. And Klay's like, well, that's not enough for me. And they're like, well, we totally get it.
Yeah.
I hate that we're in this situation. That's not that offensive. What's offensive is, so Klay, here's our pitch. We want you to be our sixth man for the remainder of your career. That's where you start scrubbing stuff. That's where you get unfollowed. Because even though I don't think that's a crazy thought, I think he thinks that's a crazy thought. What do we know about Klay Thompson? Klay still thinks he's Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
And factually he is, but you know what I mean by that. He still thinks he's that dude. And that's great if he does. Who knows? He may end up being right. But that's where I think this gets emotional for him and offensive and probably leads to something like this.
Right. And I do think that the money is a big part of it. It's the role. It's everything. And if the Warriors see him in a way that another team doesn't see him, and I'm sure you're right about them having feelers and maybe they have an ironclad offer or whatever that they have out there, it doesn't matter. But his perception or the reality is that he's going to be able to get something elsewhere that the Warriors are unwilling to get him. And so if he comes to that realization today that the Warriors aren't going to meet him where he needs to be met, well, then this is where we arrive.
I find there's one other way I bet that this could land in an offensive way for Klay Thompson, and it's this. Hey, Klay, so we want to do something. We really want you back on the team. But here's the thing. We're just not going to be ready to talk about it for the first week and a half of July. We got a lot of other things cooking. We kind of got to see how they're all going to fall. Might be interested in acquiring Jimmy Butler. And Klay's like, an older wing? I thought you told me that you wanted to kind of create a pathway for some of the younger players. Isn't that why I went to the bench last year? Well, right. understand that, we missed the playoffs. And so, we've got to make some big changes here. And we really, really want you back. But we're going to have to figure some other things out first. Yeah, bleep you.
Yeah.
That's my, I think that something like that is, again, that's a simplification and a dramatization, sensation.
Thank you.
But I think that those, I think those are the issues.
It's all of it, all of the above. And I do think that the timeline part of it is a factor. And if, Klay's like, hey, Warriors, what are you thinking? Are you willing to do this or that? And the Warriors are saying, well, we have to see how plan A, B, C, D, and E go. And I'm afraid you're plan F right now, Klay. And he's like, I got your F right here. And that's how that goes. And he goes from the F to the I to the G and makes the scrub. And that's all part of it. And I'm sure that the ego plays into it. And if you're Klay Thompson, you've made almost $250 million and you're a Hall of Famer and a 4-time champ. And yeah, you feel a certain way about where you still stand. And if you've got 2 or 3 other teams out there who are thinking, yeah, Klay, we'll value you. You can start. We'll pay you. We'll give you 3 years and all the rest of it. And your own team is saying, well, we're not seeing it that way. And we may need you to wait until all these other things either happen or don't happen before we decide. That's where the anger can come out.
888-957-9570. How do you sort of translate what has taken place? Klay Thompson unfollows the Warriors on Instagram. Klay Thompson removes Warriors-related content from Instagram. It's June 14th. How do you translate that? Big deal, not a big deal? And if this does mean that a departure is imminent, how does that land with you? We will certainly take your calls. Here's what Nick Friedel, Odyssey Insider, said to UNFP on the topic just yesterday.
Flatly, I think it's 50-50 at this point. I'm not sure which direction it's going to go. I have always thought in terms of Klay's future with the organization, it's going to depend on just how tight that relationship is with Klay and Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob has said repeatedly, Klay's my guy. I want Klay and Steph to retire here. He's got to be the one, to me, to make it happen. Not only financially, but everybody's got an ego on some level, and they've got to go to Klay and say, hey, this is what it's going to be if you stay here moving forward. Does Klay want that? I mean, how much of it is money? How much of it is pride? How much of it is he wants to still be the guy on this team and one of the main faces, and his game and his body just haven't allowed that after all the injuries. So I flatly think it's 50-50 there.
All right, that's from Nick Friedel on Willard and Dibbs with Dibbs and FP just yesterday. All right, 888-957-9570. That is the number. We're sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. Klay Thompson has unfollowed the Warriors on IG. He has removed Warriors-related content from his Instagram as well, and we're talking about it right here on Willard and Dibbs.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. It is Willard and Dibs on a Friday afternoon, heading into a beautiful weekend.
Yeah.
Man, it looks good out there. But it's hot and heavy on Klay Thompson's social media.
On the IG. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know you have. I do too. Such a hard time, like, talking about this. And in the back of your mind the whole time, you're just like, we sound like idiots right now.
This is so stupid.
Crazy.
I mean, it just is so stupid. But in 2024, it is commerce.
Well, but how do you send a message that you can't say with words? I would argue you do it all the time. We all do.
Yeah, it's usually nonverbal. It's, body language. No. It's, eye rolls, or it's a number of different things. Yeah, silent treatment.
Right.
Sleep in the guest room.
Slam
a door.
So how do you do this when what you're trying to do is not send a message to somebody you live with or whatnot? You're trying to send a message in the business space. You can't really say it with words. You're trying to affect the outcome. You're trying to change behavior. You're trying to get public sentiment on your side.
That's the part of it.
How do you do it?
That you're not going to change the outcome.
I don't know.
I don't think that the Warriors are going to see that they got unfollowed and suddenly rush back. All right, Klay, you can start. We're going to give you 3 years. You get everything that you wanted. Please don't scrub us from your IG.
It's not that. It's not that.
I get it. I think you do this for public sentiment. I think that's the part of it that actually, to me, means something in all this.
I think that the Golden State Warriors are very, very careful with regard to stuff like this. They do not want a messy breakup. They don't want that. That's not good for them.
Well, it's impossible.
It's not impossible.
And they've done all the work already through all of the stories, the planted stories, the conjecture, the words that they've spoken about how much they want Klay Thompson, and the idea that Klay Thompson now gets to be a free agent really for the first time in his career. And we don't begrudge Klay Thompson the right and the chance to go out there and find something. And Joe Lacob talking about how, we're going to try to get out of this second apron. We're not doing $400 million again, my friends. And if, you look at the numbers and Klay gets what Klay is well worth, we can't afford to pay him that because we've got to get out of the second apron. So they've done all of the work. They laid all the stones across the creek. And now it's just a question of, can the fans walk across the creek on these stones and get to the other side? And I think they can.
Let's talk this out with our listeners. 888-957-9570. Doug in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, what's going on? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. Yeah, 3 quick takes. Okay. The last one will be about Klay. The first one is I got a shout-out to Mark on the crossover. I'm going a little bit back. We were talking about isms.
Yeah.
And, what they really are. That was one of the best. That was really, really one of the best. That's really what happens, and I think more people should recognize it. So I really want to, give you some credit on that one.
Well, thank you, Doug. And for those who weren't listening, I'll explain after your call what you're talking about because some people may not know. But thank you for that. Go ahead.
It was really good. Next thing, we're talking about the finals and Luka. And I think Dibs made a comment about, Luka, flopping and da-da-da. And you threw out the Iguodala thing. And I don't know if I was taking it wrong, okay? But I think that Andre Iguodala gets missed and gets forgotten. And I just want to say that we wouldn't have won several of those championships without him. We certainly wouldn't have won the first one. We were down 2-1. LeBron was killing us. One of the assistant coaches said, let's put Iggy on him. And the killing changed into, non-fatal stab wounds. LeBron still did really well, but Iggy did a big job in that. And, you can always see him, the other team coming down the court at the end of the game and going up for a shot, and Iggy slapped the ball away or steal it and pass it to Draymond. So I just want to say, let's not, and I don't know if you're doing this, so I don't know, but let's really give Andre some props and hold him in a little bit, of reverence because he was really great.
Thanks, Doug.
And
I'll handle my thoughts and emotions on Andre, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if I took you wrong. So I just want to, because the 2 free throws in the Oklahoma City game. He was an integral part of the.
Sure
he was
was.
really, really part of the team.
Yeah.
And then finally on Klay, I kind of feel good that we're wringing our hands so much because it shows how much we really value the guy. I kind of feel good that we don't know which way it's going to go because even though after the injury, he's not the same Klay, and I think it hurts him more than it hurts all the rest of us. The fact that we have all this discussion and we're wringing our hands, and it shows that we really care, we really respect what the guy has meant to us. And I think that I think that if he really, really wants to retire a Warrior, he will be also walking across those stones, like you're saying, Dibs, and we can make this work. And if not, if it's just about the money, so be it. But I just think it shows our humanness that we really care about this guy, that we're so torn. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Doug, thanks. Look, anytime someone like him has the resume that he's built in this city and also done it the way that he has, you can be a winner and not really connect with the fan base. Klay has. Everybody sort of feels like they know him, the boat, the dog, all the stuff, right? Klay Thompson has done a wonderful job with his persona, his connectivity with the with the Warrior fan base. The only thing that sticks out about what he said there at the end is, he's going to go if it's truly only about the money. I sort of think the opposite. I actually believe in your analogy, could they walk across the hot coals together? I think they could walk across the hot coals together. I think you could get Klay Thompson to maybe cut his salary almost in half if you did an unbelievable sales job on all of the other stuff. If you could make him believe that $20 million here is almost more respectful than $30 million over there, I think you could get Klay Thompson to listen. But I have no idea what the numbers are or whatnot. But I really do, based on not knowing Klay, but knowing all of those who do and have talked about him. I think this is about, how do you see me? What's my role? Pitch me on how this all matters for Warrior basketball and championships going forward. And what order am I in the priority list? And if the Warriors somehow, and I don't think they could do this, but if they could snap their fingers and be like, look, we're only going to pay you 20, but my gosh, we're going to make you the sixth man, and here's how you can still average north of 20 a game coming off the bench. Here's how the minutes will break down. And by the way, we'd like to get this done at 12:01 on July 1st because it is absolutely one of our highest priorities to keep you, Klay. I think all of that stuff would get him to listen. I don't think that's where the Warriors are.
Yeah, I still think that if it came down to, money being that big of a difference, and I think years are a part of it as well. I don't know if the Warriors are offering more than 2 years. I would imagine, and I would predict that Klay Thompson, when he signs in free agency on July 1st or July 2nd, he's going to get a 3-year deal. And I don't know if the Warriors are in the mindset or of the mind that they're going to want to give him 3 years. We don't really know, and we may never know what the Warriors offer versus what he gets elsewhere if he does, in fact, leave. But I do think you talked about the right things. It's role and priority, and it's money and length of contract. These are all things, and I'm predicting that whatever other team is interested in him, they're giving him more of everything.
888-957-9570. Matt in Berkeley next up. Hi, Matt. You're on with Willie and Debbie. Matt. All right, hop on the phone with Matt and see if you can teach him how we do this. No, seriously. Yeah,
we go to him and then he talks.
Right, like I know it. I know people want to hear their voice on the radio. We'll send you an MP3 later, I promise. If you just say at the end of your call, MP3, and then give somebody an email address. I'm not even kidding. I'll do that for you, but we don't have time for it when we're trying to sit here and do the show. So anyway, call back Matt if you can figure all that out. 888-957-9570. The reason we're on this right now is the news breaks about an hour ago that Klay Thompson has unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram and removed some, if not most, Warriors-related content from his Instagram page. And I believe this means that a breakup is on the way. I really do. There's a lot of guesswork going on here. Nothing can be official until we get into July. But I really think with everything we've heard leading up to this moment, to have this happen on top of it, and know that if this were just a joke, or like Klay Thompson would be messing around with the emotions of the fan base, I don't buy it. I think Klay really wants to stay a Warrior. I don't think he's hearing what he wants to hear. I think he's upset, and I think that he believes that that moving on is the way that this is going to go.
It feels like it when you do what he's done, which is still to me somewhat comical, but in this day and age of professional athletes, this is what you do. It's a passive-aggressive move, but it sends a signal to fans, sports talk hosts, columnists, and I've seen it pop up in a number of different mediums where everybody's running with the story because it is a story when you just take your mouse or you take your phone and you go to your Instagram and you make one click and you delete a few 3 or 4 pictures, and now that suddenly is a thing, and away we go. So now we all speculate that this means that Klay is leaving, and a lot of times that's exactly what it means. We've seen it before, time and time again, and this is not a contract negotiation ploy like it would be for, Debo or Brandon Ayuk when he puts up the poop emoji or whatever he was doing on his Instagram, and we all report on that. This is a player who has the ability to move on, and it feels like he's going to.
Well, I mean, here's the other thing. For anyone who's kind of like, come on, social media, I mean, where did Brandon Ayuk go first?
Social media.
And then where did he go second?
Now, probably social media.
Third?
Still social media, Mark.
He hasn't gone anywhere but social media.
Well, like you said, what can you do, though? If you're Brandon Ayuk, you can't go out and say, the Niners are screwing me.
Well, they did interviews. He did interviews at his locker with on exit interview day. And I remember that interview where he was like, remember they asked him, they're like, what's the priority? Like, what would make this? He's like, this is where I'll be if this is the right place to be. Well, what would make it the right place to be? Well, winning. Which is funny because you're like, well, then done.
Yeah. Then you're staying.
49ers are a good
5th-year
team.
option.
Yeah,
you don't even need an extension. Come on back and play.
All done. So I'll agree with you that whenever we make up all these reasons that aren't money, it's usually not that.
Yeah.
It's money. That's certainly what it is for Brandon Ayuk. That one we know. I do think the Klay one is a little bit more complex for 2 reasons. You're not dealing with someone who is about to get their first free agent contract. You're dealing with someone who's made $250 million on the court. I do think that's relevant. And we also know a little bit about Klay, about the sort of like introvert, at least mental introvert that he is. Someone who is a classic overthinker, somebody who gets offended by things when he encounters them if they're not what he wants. You gonna bench me? You gonna bench me? Cal Comey's like, I didn't even ask you about you. So like this is someone like that, and so I just don't think he's willy-nilly with stuff like this. I don't think he's going to throw something like this around flippantly. So. You could certainly weigh in if you think this is a big deal, a small deal. What do you think it means, and are you ready for Klay Thompson to put on another jersey? I think we're just about there.
Yeah, I'm not ready for it, but I do think that we are there, and I've kind of thought that all along that this is going to be the way it goes based on so many different things. The breadcrumbs that you like to talk about, they're all leading in one clear direction, and there are a number of teams, 3 or 4 teams anyway, that are going to have cap room, that are teams that are in need of shooting, teams that are close to being winning teams. Maybe not championship teams, but winning teams. And we know that Klay is not going to want to go to some podunk team that has no shot to win just so he can get his numbers and get his check. We know that that's not what he's about. There are a number of suitors out there that are going to pay Klay more than the Warriors are willing to pay him. And I do think years is a piece of this. And I don't know what the contract is going to be from the Warriors, what offer they've already made. Because remember, they could have extended him 2 months ago, 5 months ago, 8 months ago.
Every day of the year.
They're, in fact, the only team right now that could sign Klay Thompson. They're the only ones. So they haven't done it, which tells me that they've probably talked about it, and the two sides are not of the same mind. And here we are on June 14th, and now we're talking about his Instagram. You know? He didn't do this 2 weeks ago.
Nope.
He didn't do it 5 weeks ago or 8 weeks ago when the season ended. Why would you do it now? Probably
because the conversations are happening now.
But I think because the conversations have happened and they've gotten to a point where it's over. And I'm with you on that part of it.
Yeah.
So that's why, to me, this becomes a big deal because it is June 14th. We're 18 days away from the start of free agency, and this is happening now, which tells me the two sides have gotten to a point where they're not going to be able to make this happen. And that's just it. And Klay knows it, and Klay's not happy about it. And so he goes to IG, and he can't fire out and start posting pictures of himself in a Magic jersey or show up at a Philadelphia Major League Soccer game. Or you do kind of still have to be low profile, but this is the one way you can kind of get your message out.
There's a couple things to think about here. I mean, if we go down this road, and we are all in agreement that this very likely is a sign that Klay Thompson plays somewhere else next year, it does bring sort of that little shiver up your spine. What are they going to do? I am a firm believer in this. If they're out on Klay, it's because they're in on something else big. I do think that. There were three things that could happen to the Warriors this offseason. In on something big.
Which means probably no Klay.
Right. Or
run it back.
Something big falls through, go to Klay. Or neither. I don't even see neither as possible. Because that would just look like the Warriors just big old strikeout. And they just don't do that.
Just run it back.
No, I mean no something big and no Klay. Like Klay's, I want to go to the Magic and all the other big names that may move. The Warriors don't get involved with any of them. And you come back just even lesser than you are, like youth movement, if you will.
Yeah.
Let's just hand it over to Kuminga and get out of the way. Those are your three options. And I don't think the third one is really all that possible. So that tells me that if you're letting Klay Thompson walk, it's because there's something large that's about to go down. I really do think that. Tony in Oakland on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Tony, what's up?
Hey, I tweeted you guys, and then I thought, well, why don't I just call them?
That's way better, Tony. Thank you.
But I honestly believe that if he seriously wanted to stay, he should have accepted that 2 years at 48, but he didn't. So I as far as his IG account, I believe that it's his official, that was his official, unofficial statement about his NBA future. I think he'll do what he needs to do, and I can tell you for a fact, myself and many others will follow him wherever he goes because we love Klay Thompson. And yeah, I'll be sick about it for I don't know how long, but I've been working on myself to be prepared because I thought if it happened, I didn't want to find myself totally messed up, which I almost could be.
Well, Tony, what did you do? You said you've been working on yourself. Did you do Pilates or go for walks? What did you do to get ready for this?
I just talked to myself about how important, about self-care. It's important for me. It's important for Klay. Klay's priorities are his priorities because he is who he is, and that's beyond my need to criticize, evaluate, or judge. And so if Klay feels he needs to go, and I pretty much posted that, or I've pretty much tweeted him that I mean, he never answered, but I tweeted him that, telling him, look, you got to do what you got to do. And there are plenty of people in the Bay Area that will still follow you no matter how this thing turns out.
So, Tony, you tweeted him, but you called us.
Oh, well, I tweeted you guys a lot.
No,
but,
yeah. I just know I feel good that we're we got more of you than Klay did. I feel good about that.
That's awesome. Yeah.
But I feel like, it might, I've been listening. I listened basically to you guys and the guys before you, Steiny and the over emotional one.
Yeah, his name is Daryl.
Lay off.
Guru.
Yes, Guru. That's right. I don't even think he would argue with your characterization. I think he'd be like, yeah, that was me. I can't see it. There you go.
Sometimes I'm listening to that show and I'm thinking, oh my God, how does Steiny do it?
Yeah, believe me, there are plenty of people that say that about both of them. But anyway. All right. Hey, Tony, thank you very much for calling us and tweeting us.
Okay.
All right. And
Bye-bye.
and good luck with your Klay Thompson meditations as well. Yeah. There are a lot of people that are preparing for this, and I think that this makes it feel like it wasn't wasted time if that's the way you need to go. Again, Klay Thompson has unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram. Klay Thompson has removed some Warrior-related content from Instagram as well. What does it all mean? Well, we both think it means that a breakup is imminent.
Yeah, I mean, by imminent, you're talking 17 days, but it feels like today, and our boss even came in and said, this feels like the day that will mark the official beginning of the end for Klay Thompson as a Warrior.
Rich, BPA, we got some open lines, 888-957-9570. What does it mean? Big deal, small deal. Are you prepared for a Klay Thompson departure? We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk not about Klay Thompson's departure, but my own arrival at the Fremont Bank.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Got that dog in him. Willard and Dibs, final hour of the week. Thank you for being with us. We're not even close to done yet. Klay Thompson has unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram. He has removed some Warriors-related content, and it just makes you wonder, right? It makes you wonder what Klay is thinking, what the Warriors have said, what they've not said. And to me, there's 3 things going on here. 3 things this offseason with Klay Thompson. Obviously, there's money, there's role, and there's respect. I think those are and which one is the most important? I know, most would say it's money, and it probably is. But I think what his role would be is a big issue. And then the respect comes in the form of how are you being prioritized? So not just we want you, but don't say to Klay, we want you, but we got about 6 other irons in the fire. Got to see how that all shakes out first, Klay. And in fact, Anthony Slater was on our station, was on with the roast on Wednesday and talked about Klay not feeling like he's being prioritized.
I mean, all the way up until now, it's not necessarily that Klay Thompson has been priority number 1. Locking down his future is not necessarily priority 1 for the Warriors. And you can, from a cold-hearted business perspective, I think you can understand that from the Warriors side. But, Klay Thompson is Klay Thompson. And, he has pride in what he's built with the Warriors, who he still is in the league, what his statistical resume still says he is. And I think there's a fair, you want to be prioritized. And I don't think necessarily, the Warriors management all the way up into the top has, from day one of this, they did with other people over the last couple of years, said, we have to do whatever it takes to make sure you're here long term.
Okay. So, that's true. It's not even just about if they're saying that to him now. I bet Klay is thinking you've essentially been saying that to me all year. As you pointed out, could have signed him any day.
Right.
Any day between today and, all year. Any day. And they never did.
Well, they reportedly offered him 2 years and $48 million, which he turned down. And I would not be surprised if the offer that they allegedly made back in, November? I would not be surprised if the offer that they're making now isn't less or about the same offer that they made there. I don't think, honestly, and maybe they haven't even made him an offer.
I think that's
because, as you're mentioning,
a possibility.
And you're using the P word, priority, and if I am in Mike Dunleavy's spot and I'm Joe Lacob and I look at this past year, we were a 10 seed, and I am stuck with Draymond Green for 3 more years, love him or hate him, and I love him when he is available and he plays like Draymond can. He's unique. I got Steph for 2 more. I got Wiggins for 3, and I'm a 10 seed. How do I get from where we were at the end of April when Sacramento ran us out of their building in the play-in tournament? How do I get from there back to where I want to be, which is a playoff team, a top 6 seed, a team that can generate playoff revenue and maybe go on a run, quote unquote? Well, I don't get there by just giving Klay Thompson $25 million a year right now. That doesn't make you go from a 10 seed to being a real player. So I get why their priorities are not Klay Thompson.
100%. If they offered him 2 years and 48 before the season, there was a big piece of info that they did not have at that time. They didn't even make the playoffs.
Right.
That's a tree shaker. That's
Schmidt. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's probably
back
pretty
to sack. Yeah.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hey, Rich, Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm like this about it, man. Say it isn't so. You know what I mean? It's like, you're killing me over here. I don't even really know how to, respond to this. But, yeah, it appears like he's probably going to go, okay? But at the same time, as a Warrior fan, you get up every day and you go to work and you do your job and you try to do the best possible way you know how, right? And efficiency as you can. But eventually over time, You know, your boss and you will have a powwow, and it won't be good over time. Okay, and then eventually you have to go elsewhere. That's just the way life is. And so I think that's what's happening with Klay right now. I think he kind of looks around and says, you know what, it's time for me to go. Okay, because I want more money. I want to be more of, you know, the face or close to the face of the franchise. I can't do that here. And I got other offers waiting for me. And you know what? Those offers are looking good.
Well,
so, yeah, I think he's gone, and I'm sorry that he is.
Rich, thanks. Yeah, I get it. I just think a few things here. This relationship was already in a really, really tough spot. Klay is a thinker. Klay gets offended. If Klay was offended that Draymond brought up his contract signing at the hospital, if he was offended that even became a thing that the Warriors addressed, then this relationship was going to be in a really, really tough spot to begin with. I'd actually predict that Klay at some point may regret leaving the Warriors, but I also get it. This relationship is just, there's too many hurt feelings, and then now there's the reality that the Warriors are like, we need to operate. We need to operate at a higher level, and the rules make it so it's really hard for us to do that while you're still here. And then here's the brutal reality. This is what I hate, and I'll mostly save this for after he leaves. But for every one of you out there that's going, oh my gosh, it's time. We need to light candles, and let's gather so that we can be together because Klay is gone. The only reason, and I know he's a legend and he always will be, the only reason you feel that way is because you haven't been offered his replacement yet. Now, I can't make many comparisons to Klay Thompson because there's not that many Warriors who have done what he's done. But Harrison Barnes had just won a championship. Andrew Bogut had just won a championship. These were really good players on the Warriors. I still don't even know if anybody noticed that they left when they signed Kevin Durant because it all came on the same day. If Klay Thompson were leaving, but like Warrior fan was being offered something else in return, and you could see that and feel it, I'd argue that you will react to this very, very differently.
Let's say it's a part of a sign and trade.
Yeah.
And you get back Brandon Ingram or Jimmy Butler. And I don't think that they're getting either of those guys, but just as a name, if they get a name back, it certainly will lessen the blow. Like you said, the Kevin Durant piece, I had forgotten that Andrew Bogut was kind of cleared out to make way financially for Kevin Durant. And he was not a forever Warrior like Klay Thompson.
No, but like
this one's going to hurt no matter what.
Sure.
But it will be lessened if there's another piece that comes back immediately.
And if you're a Niner fan, you've been through this already 12 times, especially if you're of a certain age. Some of us are old enough to remember Steve Young replacing Joe Montana, Terrell Owens replacing Jerry Rice. Like, we do this, and you're okay with it, and it stinks, and then they come, and then they retire and they come back. Now, I don't know if we'll ever see Klay again because he might just go on a boat trip around the world for the rest of his life. You know what I mean? But Jerry Rice leaves, puts on a bunch of other uniforms, plays for the whole AFC West, and then years later is at Levi Stadium in a suit running around before every game.
Right.
And it's fine. It's fine. It'll be okay. We just don't know all the other pieces of the puzzle yet.
Right.
So,
and part of it too is if he goes out and he signs for, let's say he gets 2 years and $24 million a year with Orlando.
With someone else.
Then it's going to be a thing.
Well, that's what like you're bringing something up, which is where my mind, like, how do the Warriors exit this?
Yeah.
And not look cruel? I think that matters to the Warriors.
And I think it matters to fans too.
Yeah.
I think if Klay goes out and he gets 3 years and $75 million, then you could say, all right, good for you, Klay. I don't think that the Warriors are offering 3 years. Maybe they are. I don't think that they're offering 75 over 3. And if they are, then you've got a whole different conversation.
Well, and that's why today, to me, feels like such a big deal. This is a bad start to the whole, like, let's part calmly. Let's be friends. This is a bad start. Instagram scrubbing is not what the Warriors want this to look like, I would argue. BPA, Brian in Palo Alto with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, B, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
BPA.
I think it's
hanging out.
It's for the best. It's time, you know. I think Klay wants to be prioritized based on a player he used to be, not the player he is. And if the Warriors were to say our number one priority this offseason is Klay Thompson, then they're really not serious about winning because they need reliable players next to Steph. And I would ask you guys, is Klay a reliable player anymore? Is that a guy that you can hang your hat on? Is going to be there next to Steph, performing at a high level when the lights are brightest? He used to be, but the evidence has been pretty clear for several years now. He hasn't been. And so for me, he bet on himself as far as his future with the Warriors, and he didn't deliver when the lights were brightest. So, you know, you need to prioritize multiple things before Klay. And I would say be careful what you wish for, Klay, right? Because you go sign for 2 and 50 in Orlando, and you go 6 for 24 in an elimination game, you know, you're going to get hammered 1,000 times worse than you would here.
I don't know about that, BPA. Like, I get what you're saying, and I think there's a lot of fair points in there. I've never met someone who's an Orlando Magic fan. I actually think that what you just brought up is a piece to this puzzle, but in the opposite way. I don't think Klay would get hammered anywhere else as much as he gets hammered here. And the reason for that is we rip Klay and BPA just did it. We rip Klay for comparing himself to his former self, but so do we. So do we. That's why we're thinking about him the way that we do. Klay Thompson was a solid basketball player last year. Nowhere near as good as he used to be. And that's the problem. We see Klay through the lens of who he's always been. And therefore, when he's not that player, we take shots at him. The rest of the NBA is not going to do that.
They will if he goes 0 for 9 in a elimination game.
Not in Orlando. They will if it's Philly or New York.
Yeah.
But they would do that to Santa Claus or anybody, no matter what they're making.
Yeah.
So, that's just what they do. Orlando's not getting mad at Klay. They're not comparing him to who he was when he was 26. They're just like, we're in Florida. We're in the playoffs.
Yeah, we've never been that good.
Oh, Klay struggled tonight. Okay. I think that's a big piece of this. It's almost like what Steve Kerr said about himself a couple of weeks ago. Right now, the Warriors dignitaries at times are a victim of their own history and success. It's just too great. There's too much of it. It's like any relationship. When you get to year 10 and then 20 and then 30, it's like, good Lord, we got a lot of taking a lot of bullets for each other.
Well, I mean, I used to be funny. You used to think I was so funny. And I used to think you were so attractive. And it's like,
now I want to wring your neck.
Seriously. You again? That same line of humor? Yeah, it makes it a little tough.
That's what's going on
Especially when you set the bar as high as they set it. And so I do think you're right about them comparing themselves, and we compare them to what we remember them being. But Brian in Palo Alto is exactly right about the Warriors and Klay Thompson. If you bring Klay back, I think you're resigning yourself to basically saying, we don't even think we can be a championship team again. And you could look at Draymond's absence last year, and you could say we were, 3 wins away from being the 6th seed, and you can try to sell me that line all you want. I'm not buying it. And I do think if you bring Klay back, no matter what the salary is, you're just doomed to repeat the kind of year you had last year.
Well, I actually think there's a way, but and the salary is not even what I'm thinking about. Like, Klay Thompson can shoot, and the Warriors need shooters.
Yeah.
So if you were going to just play 22 minutes off the bench, that'd be amazing. I don't think he wants to do that.
No.
And he certainly doesn't want to make the salary that is commensurate with that role. And again, that's why... For me, I also blame the NBA. I think it's stupid. I think it's stupid that the Warriors would be penalized for keeping their own guy in the same way as if it was anybody else that they were signing. Luxury taxes and second apron and all this stuff. I get why it has to exist, but it should not land the same way with homegrown players who were drafted here. So, like, in a perfect world, there'd be no penalty for it, and the Warriors could go to Klay and say, you're going to play fewer minutes and have a little bit smaller of a role. We'll still pay you $30 million a year, though. And it has no effect on aprons and penalties and draft picks and all that stuff. That's what should be going on.
That's fantasy land, and unfortunately, that's not it's not the way it goes. And I think the league has really worked hard to try to make it more fair. Unlike baseball, where you look at any baseball season and you can look at 6 or 8 teams that have really the best chance to have good winning seasons and make the playoffs. And then in the playoffs, it's a bit of a crapshoot, but the NFL does it the best with the hard cap. Here's how much you get to spend. Go spend it. And if you don't spend it all, you can save a little bit of that room for the next year. And it's not that you get to spend any more of it, but you have a little bit more of a cushion going in the next year.
Let's keep going. A lot of people want to weigh in. Eric in Oakland. Hi, Eric. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Yeah, to you as well.
So, Dibs, you said something before about the goal is to make the playoffs. I think that the goal absolutely has to be to win a championship. And I think the only way to do this, like, we're kind of just reorganizing the deck chairs on the Titanic. Like, Steph, as much as it kills me to say this, like, they're not going to have a championship shot with Steph still on the roster. It doesn't matter if Draymond's here or Klay or anybody else. It's this question of, would you rather blow it up now and just get all of these premium assets that you could get for Steph and Wiggins and maybe Klay and maybe Draymond, whatever it is, and then actually be a real championship contender in 3 years? Or do you want to kind of wait this 2-3 years to sail off in the sunset, but just accept that there's no chance? You maybe make the playoffs and there's no chance of winning a championship until we kind of get past this existing period, right? So it's a hard decision, and it's not one that I get paid enough to make, but I think that's the reality.
Well, I only partially agree with you, Eric. Dibs, I don't know. Thank you for calling. I don't know how you feel about this. Whenever someone does that, they go, look, okay, they're too old, and you got to reboot, and just think of the assets you could get for all of these players if you sent them out. You just said that my wish was fantasy land. I think that's also fantasy land. Understand the idea. NBA trades, salaries need to match. So what assets are you getting for Steph Curry? Could you pick up a draft pick? Could you pick up a younger player? You could. You'd also you'd have to take on so much bad money, because you have got to also take on veterans who are making enough to make these salaries match. You're also presupposing that the Steph Currys and Draymond Greens of the world actually fit in the championship plans of a different team. So think about sort of the inequity there. We can't win a championship with Steph. Well, someone else believes that they can. And if they can't, why would they acquire Steph Curry? I've never thought this idea of trading Steph is as easy as everyone makes it sound. We love him so much that we think in the back of our mind, well, every team would die for him, except for you're sitting here trying to trade him mythically because you feel like you can't win with him anymore.
Well, you can't.
Why would anyone else?
Because if you're one player away, then you bring in Steph Curry and you add Steph and you think, okay, now we've got that player. We got a top 15 player in the association still. Now suddenly we can maybe get over the top. But the problem is when you acquire a guy making 55.7, you got to give up roughly 55.7, which means you're either lucky to have like a Chris Paul contract, so the Warriors are going to take a $30 million 39-year-old who can't play, and then you're going to throw in a $27 million guy who's not very good either. Those teams don't usually exist, so you're asking a really good team to give up their really good players. And the idea about even if you could make the money work and you get all these draft picks back, now you got to hit on these draft picks. So you stink for 3 years. Joe Lacob's not doing that. Joe Lacob is not down there printing money on the back of a 22-60 ball club. So 3 years of stinking with the hope that you get Chet Holmgren and you do what Oklahoma City's been able to do, where you have 14 first-round picks and and you start nailing them and you get Gilgeous-Alexander and bippity-boppity-boop and you're still not a championship team, but you're at least closer.
It's a bad bet.
It's a really bad bet.
It's a bad bet, and I get it when people are like, these guys are too old to win a championship. I still think there's a better chance that you reboot something around Steph that feels like you've got a shot, as opposed to, yeah, man, just get everybody out of here and do a total reboot. It's almost kind of like, I mean, there's an overlap there with the conversation we were having about Brock Purdy earlier.
Yeah,
we got a text from a Bears fan that I wish we had time to highlight, because he was like, all you people who are like, yeah, this is too expensive, I don't want to pay Brock, let's just go back to the draft. He's like, good luck with the next 30 years of your organization. Hopefully you find another quarterback. Like, when you find one, you dig your nails in and you don't let go ever until that guy shows that he can't play anymore.
Right.
That's how you deal with the quarterback. And that's why Brock's getting $57 million next year.
And that's how you deal with the chef.
Yes,
when you've got a box office draw who's won you 4 championships, you ride him until the wheels fall off. And I do think the goal is to make the playoffs. And when you make the playoffs and you're healthy, heck, maybe you can go on a run. So, of course, the goal is to win a championship. But more importantly, if I'm Joe Lacob, if I was Danny Lacob, which would be pretty cool, I probably wouldn't have to work.
Yeah,
but,
you'd be doing all right.
You know, I'd be the Santa Cruz Warriors assistant to the assistant general manager. But if I'm in his seat, I'm thinking, yeah, let's make the playoffs. How about I get some more of these home games again where I'm making about $30 million a night?
Yep,
I'm into that.
That probably would make sense. Peter in Napa is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Peter.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man.
Just a quick thought. I'm an old-time New England fan. I think just this week they retired Brady's jersey. And getting into contracts, I mean, can you remember a time when Brady ever held a team hostage for a contract? On the other hand, he was more or less one of the guys that would say, hey, listen, cut my contract low if you can get him. I mean, they wanted to win, and that's the way it was. And before that, I go back to even Bird and those guys. Then you never even knew what the contracts were until they were done. So this whole idea of having contracts out in public, putting these guys in the spotlights, no matter what they pick, there's a good side and bad side. There's a lot of pressure on them. And second of all, I've seen teams that have won championships, and yeah, you got to blow them up eventually. Look at what happened to the Celtics after the Big Five. I mean, they went with Len Bias, and unfortunately he died of a cocaine overdose. Then Reggie Miller lit up, and then Reggie had a heart attack. I mean, they had the makings to come to be a viable team again if they could pick up a center.
It was Reggie Lewis is the name. He said Reggie Miller. Thank you for the phone call.
Yeah, Reggie Miller is still totally with us. Yeah, thank you, Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Pete.
I've always had, like, you want to talk about fantasy land. I've always had that wish about contracts, because I think that we would view sports and certain players through a completely different lens if we had no idea what they made.
Well, that's what it was like when we were kids.
Yep.
You didn't ever think about the salary cap. There wasn't one. You didn't think about the luxury tax. There wasn't one. You didn't know anything about anybody's contract. You didn't know how long their contract was. You knew that they were on your team. You knew what their uniform number was, and you rooted for them.
How many of you have a Blake Snell opinion based on the contract?
He makes $1 million a start, Mark.
Actually, more, seeing as he doesn't make his starts.
He's not making every start.
Right,
you're right.
But if I sat here right now and I just said, forget everything you know, you want Blake Snell on the team for the second half of the year? Yes or no?
No.
You don't?
Of course not.
You're a weirdo.
He stinks.
You're a weirdo.
I'll say it. He stinks.
Doesn't stink. He's had a rough couple months. He's had a couple injuries.
He's been awful.
Yeah.
And I know that he's better after July 1.
And he's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. I'll ask you again. You want him on this team? You want him on the team for the stretch drive or not?
Whoop-de-doo. He's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner.
You're a weirdo.
That's so funny.
He is.
That's great. I won an Emmy, Mark.
Not a real one.
In 2014. Absolutely a real one.
What do you mean?
I got an Emmy.
I didn't.
It's at home.
I watched the Emmys. You weren't on it.
Well, it's a local Emmy,
Thank
but
you.
it's an Emmy.
That's why I said not a real one.
Oh, you're such a hater. You're so jealous. Pool table green with envy. I lead the nation in Emmys per year among play-by-play announcers.
Is that true?
Yeah, I did 1 year and I won an Emmy.
Nobody's ever won 2 Emmys in 1 year?
Those people who've won multiple Emmys, they got to keep their job. I got the Ziggy. Shout out Dick Vitale.
I feel like you think that's true, but you don't know that it's true.
Go to announcerreference.com.
Somebody won 2 Emmys and then said something off color and then was fired.
Incorrect.
You don't know that.
Go to announcerreference.com.
That's not a real site.
It's gonna be.
Let's go to Sean.
It'd be a lot cooler if it
was. Sean, what are you doing?
Oh man, I'm just listening to you guys about this Klay Thompson thing, and let's not overreact, fellas. How you guys doing?
Overreacting is what we're doing.
Actually, let's overreact because I don't think we are.
So here's my take on this. I think it's just posturing. We've had Game 6 Klay. We got Poker Face Klay. So if I'm Klay Thompson, I'd not follow the Warriors, take them off Instagram for a couple of reasons. One, if the Warriors are thinking about offering him 21 million, and now, Klay decides he's not following him, maybe now that offer edges back up to 25 million. And then also, when he goes out to the public market now he's a free agent for the first time in a long time. If I'm Philadelphia and Orlando, and I feel like I got a really legitimate shot that Klay's not going to re-sign with the Warriors, then maybe I'm going all hands in. So I think it just increases his market value, and it gives him more options by, kind of distancing himself from the Warriors. So if I'm his agent or Klay, you bet I'm not, attaching myself to the Warriors because I want to get my market value as high as I can.
Well, and Sean, you may well be right. I just think that there are a lot of us who have a hard time wrapping our heads around that idea. Even though I would not hold it against Klay, I understand it to a degree, but I think a lot of people, we're here because we all fall for the emotion of sport. We fall for the story. We're in love with a team, and we couldn't even really tell you why. Like, why are we in love with? Well, because they're here. We live here, and they live here. And my mom and dad used to watch games, so I grew up watching games, and they were on, and they would take me to games, and so now here we are, 30 years later, rooting for people who had nothing to do with why you originally became a fan. We are on this journey together. And when we go on that journey with someone who plays for a full decade and has the highest level of success, we have a very hard time believing that as they become a free agent late in their career, the only thing they're thinking about is grabbing the highest dollar amount. And I actually don't even think that that's necessarily the case here. Wouldn't hold it against him if it is. It usually is a bigger subject matter than we acknowledge, but I don't know, man. I have a hard time thinking that this isn't at least in part about the way that he feels the Warriors have treated him over the last year.
I also think a piece of it might be the way the fans have treated him over the course of the last year.
Do tell.
Well, a lot of the Clank Thompson, and I know you hate that nickname, but I think it encapsulates a piece of the fan base that is frustrated with his shot selection, his shot accuracy, his demeanor, and the way this last year or so has kind of devolved for Klay Thompson. And you hear it when we go to the phones, people talking about his stats in elimination games over the last couple of years. It's not Game 6 Klay anymore. Now it's Clank Thompson. And I think that narrative, Klay is a guy who hears everything. Yep. He doesn't miss a thing. I'm sure he's aware of somewhat of the changing of the tide, pun intended, as he's a yachtsman, around what fans think of him.
Well, you might be right.
It's a small piece of it, but I think it's a piece.
You might be right. I do think it's interesting, depending on if he leaves and where he chooses to go. If you don't like that stuff, well, don't go to Philly.
Oh, right.
And don't go to New York.
No chance.
They'll give you that nickname by third quarter of the first game you play.
Yeah, the New York Post will have it on the back page.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
It is disrespectful, though. It is, because it proves the point I made 5 minutes ago. What is Clank
Thompson?
Well, and the only reason someone would say that is because they are comparing him to his former self.
Exactly.
He is objectively not a bad three-point shooter. He is one of the better three-point shooters in the NBA, still, today. So if you call him Clank, it is because, A, you're just that kind of fan, and B, because you're comparing him to his former self when he used to always shoot over 40%, and now he shoots 38.5%, which is not that bad.
No.
And is better than a lot of the other 3-point shooters that you want to see get more minutes on your own team.
I think he's right in the middle of 3-point shooters among qualified shooters. I think we did this exercise on what the average is, and he was, 38.7. He did get a lot better as the year wore on. He shot 44% in 7 games in April. He shot 40% in March over the course of 15 games. So his last couple of months were better than what I saw in November. He got better in December, but the early stretch, 18 games in October, November, is where a lot of fans started to turn on him. I think.
I didn't even see. Boy, here's a message for you. I'm trying to look this stat up, and I can't find his name. And it's because when you go to the stats page, it immediately is giving you postseason stats.
Oh man,
I forgot the Warriors didn't. They didn't make the postseason.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Regular season. 3-point percentage. Klay Thompson he's not in the top 50.
Yeah, I got him at 62nd among qualified players.
I have him at 61st, but whatever's going on with your computer.
In a tie for 60th, actually.
There you go.
With Harrison Barnes.
There you go.
Aaron Holiday, Fred VanVleet. The highly paid FVV.
Yeah. I had a Buddy Hield, Brandon Pajemski, Trey Lyles, OG Anunoby, and Luka Doncic and James Harden.
Yeah.
Do they suck? I don't know, man.
Luka Dumas is what his name is.
No, we called him. He was busy. Let's go to Steve in Fairfield. Hi, Steve. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You said that some fans compare Klay to the old Klay, and it's kind of unfair, and I agree. What was worse than that was his own coach comparing him to his former self. As you remember when he justified putting Brandon in there and he was being asked about if Klay was going to come back into the starting lineup, at one point Steve Kerr said, listen, he's not the same player he was 4 years ago. I think Klay felt disrespected. I didn't think that the coach should have ever compared Klay to his old self. He should have compared himself to Brandon, and if he would have compared himself to Brandon, he would have seen clearly that Klay should have stayed in the starting lineup. But here's the deal with Klay. Klay's gone, and I'm going to tell you why. It doesn't have much to do with the money, really. Klay feels disrespected. Okay, there was multiple sources that said that he had multiple meetings with Steve Kerr during the season.
Yep.
And when a player says this, it's a done deal. What Klay Thompson said, you can go look up the quote. I have to now remember all the great times he had with the Warriors, championships, and he said this: I have to consider my mental health when determining whether I stay with the Warriors. He is gone. He's not going to take a reduced role. He's not going to take a bench player role. I think Klay is still a good Klay. If you look at the second half of the season, he's still a good player, but Klay is gone, everybody. Anybody that thinks he's not gone hasn't followed the Warriors very closely over the last 40 years like I have. He's gone.
Yeah, Steve, I tend to agree with you, although, to call in today and say it becomes a little bit easier. I feel like the writing is very much on the wall, but I remember that quote. And by the way, we don't need multiple sources that say there were multiple meetings with Steve Kerr. We have a source. His name is Steve Kerr.
Right.
He said it directly to us on this show. So, yes, there were multiple meetings with Klay Thompson. And, Steve, you're right. You're 100% right that when you hear someone say, I got to figure out what I prioritize for the rest of my career, I got to feel about what makes me feel good. And so is that money? Is that championships? Is that somewhere else that wants me to start? I think you're onto something. Him talking about that was a window into the frustration he was feeling at the time with the organization.
Right.
And I would argue that today is another one of those days. And again, if you're just joining us, he's unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram.
And removed pictures of he, Draymond, and Steph from the 2022 championship year, which for me is even more telling than just a simple unfollow, because you're taking pictures off and now you're not even displaying some of your recent highlights, the glory days with a couple of your brothers who you've played with for more than a decade. That to me is more intentional than even just an unfollow.
Yep, I agree with you. How about Robin in the city? Hey, Robin, what's up?
Hey,
you guys, so much has transpired since I've been on hold. First, I want to say this comes to my head. Somebody said the Big Five. What the hell is the Big Five? The goal in basketball is to put 5 best players on the floor. And if they all Hall of Famers and turn out to be Hall of Famers, so be it. But this Big Five, I almost spit up my pop. And the same thing I want to say about this. Hell, I'm just 63 years old, Mark and Dibs, and I looked at a picture of me when I was 35 years old, and I said to myself, will I ever get back there?
Probably not. Probably not.
And so neither will Klay. I also had, remember one of the doctors on your show said that he had 2 years of injury. It would take him twice as long to even get back there. Okay? And so what do we expect after 2 years of injury? So that's all I have to say. You know, fans love you guys. Let me tell you what. Fans only love you when you're winning and giving them what they want. They remember how you go out, not what you did for them.
That's true. Robin, thank you very much. Yeah, everyone will get over it. You'll get over it. And he's always going to be a Warrior great. Don't worry. He'll be back. He'll be back for speeches. He'll be back for commemorative nights. He'll be back for statues. He's going to have a Warrior jersey on, Hall of Fame, all that.
11's retired. I do wonder, though, if he is remembered differently than Steph and Draymond if they end their career as Warriors. Something you and I were kicking around in the break.
It's an interesting question.
We can expand on it a little bit more if and when this actually comes to pass. But if you get 2 or 3 more years of Draymond and Steph as Warriors and Klay and Orlando Magics for 3 years and they all retire at the same time, I wonder if we don't look at Klay differently at that point.
Let's real quick go to Randy Johnson. Is this the big unit that's on the line?
Unit.
Hey, what is your name? Randy Johnson?
It really is.
My gosh, I'm so sorry for your life.
Yeah, you guys. I'm assuming you've seen Office Space with the Michael Bolton angle. It's kind of that same thing.
Yep.
And it actually, it used to be even worse. I was actually, for many, many years, I was the sports editor of the Napa Valley Register when he was still playing. And, thank you for the drop. And so anyway, anytime somebody comes up with a new joke, I'm like, hey, you know what? I've already heard that one. And what I tell people is that he made a lot more money, but I'm a lot better looking. So anyway,
that's probably true.
On to which is also not hard to do, by the way.
Yeah, that's also true.
So anyway, with Klay, I want to preface this by saying I love Klay. I'm a huge Klay fan. Always have been, always will be. But one thing that just strikes a nerve with me is the whole, mistreated thing and this and that. And the bottom line is, I mean, if we're being honest, he has always been the Warriors' 3rd best player at best. And it's just a fact. And yes, he's rescued them several times over. He's a great player, Hall of Famer, Warrior legend, blah, blah, blah. But there's just something very first world about the way he's, insinuating that he's been mistreated. I mean, look at the NFL and a guy gets hurt. Do you think they pay him for 2 years while he's not playing? No.
Well,
and
no.
I get the difference.
And Randy, great to meet you. Thank you for calling. We got a boogie. Yeah, I remember that time I saw you in the locker room in spring training one time. It was memorable. But anyway,
remember when you killed that bird with the fastball? That was crazy, Randy.
That was terrible.
Yeah,
and then cried about it after the game.
Dude, feathers everywhere.
Yeah, the big feelings.
Big hurt feelings.
I don't think Klay has always been their 3rd best player, and I think the whole mistreated angle, look, this is what happens in moments. Obviously, the Warriors did not mistreat Klay Thompson through the years. He feels offended by some things that have happened in recent times. We can keep going with it and get back to it. 888-957-9570. Grant, you want to do the thing also? Okay, we are. Remember earlier when we were going to have Demarion Van Kelly on who guarded Steph in that pickup game in SAC? we'll check in with him coming up next as well on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak, bone-in, $6.97 per pound. Limit one offer per household. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Alameda County Fair is now open in Pleasanton. Celebrate summer with favorites like amazing fair food, thrilling carnival rides, shopping, movies on the lawn, racing pigs.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, and we're brought to you by Safeway. And if you're just joining us, Willard and Dibbs, it's been an active afternoon with Klay Thompson unfollowing the Warriors on Instagram, removing some Warriors-related content from Instagram. And I can just tell you, let's put it this way. We've had some conversations with those who are close with the Warriors, and this would appear to be a thing.
Yeah.
This is not nothing. If for anybody who, it's an accident, he bumped something on his phone, or, it overheated. I think that this is a very, very clear message being sent. You and I are on the same page. I think that this is a precursor. I think that a breakup is imminent.
Right, and you do this on June 14th when you've got 17 days until the start of free agency. I think you do this now because you feel like you're at wit's end and everything that you've thought about and negotiated with the Warriors is not going to happen. So you're ready to move on.
We also want to finish off the show by having a little fun because this was just nothing but fun. Many of you probably saw the story that up in the Sacramento area earlier this week, Steph Curry just dropped in on a pickup game. Now, this was high-level pickup. This wasn't just dudes who got off work. These are some players now, and it had been planned, and Steph was going up there to visit with Kent Bazemore, but a lot of the people in the building did not know that it was about to happen, and Steph just dropped in. Next thing you know, he's dropping threes, and he's playing pickup, and a lot of people in the building had to scramble, I would imagine, their emotions and more to get into this game and play. And joining us now is Demarion Van Kelly, who not only was in the game and is a 17-year-old hoops prospect. Demarion, did you actually end up guarding the chef yourself?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness. Please do tell. This is my first thing I wanted to ask you. So you got you and your other four that are on your side. You find out you're about to play against Steph. How do y'all decide which one of you is actually going to try to guard him?
Nah, it was crazy because before he even came, my coach told me that me and this dude named Chris was going to be switching off and guarding him, and it was crazy.
So how much were you able to be aggressive, and how much were you thinking in the back of your mind, like, I got to make sure that I don't, like, stagger underneath this guy and do something really bad?
Nah, yeah, it was a lot of pressure at first because it was a lot of people watching, but in my mind, I was just like, if I could lock up one of the greatest shooters of all time, I could do anything. So that was just in my mind at the moment.
How'd you do?
Nah, I ain't do too good. He made.
Go ahead. He made what?
Yeah, he made most of the shots. I say he missed like 3 shots the whole open run.
Demarion Van Kelly, who was guarding Steph at this pickup game in Sacramento this week, joining us on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs. Demarion, you said something earlier about your coach telling you and another player that you'd both be guarding him, and we're under the impression that Steph just dropped in on you guys. Did you know ahead of time? How far ahead of time did you know this was going to happen?
I knew like 3 hours before. My coach mentioned that, or one of my close friends mentioned that he was in town for his daughter's volleyball game at the grounds up in Roseville. And then I'll say like an hour later, my coach called and he was like, there's going to be an open gym up in Folsom. I bet you'll be mad if you don't go. So I just took that, thought about it, and showed up. And then Curry was there.
What was the crowd like? Because I was looking at some of the clips, and it looked like there was a few more people than your average open run.
Nah, yeah, it was crowded. It was crowded in the gym and outside. It was people wanting to get inside from the outside, so it was crazy.
Demarion, did you guard him on the other end?
Nah, yeah, sure.
Yeah, let me say it again. Did he guard you?
Yes, he did.
And how did that go?
Nah, it ain't go too well.
Did you score on him at all?
No, I ain't get a bucket, but I got a nice oop, but it wasn't on him. It wasn't on him.
Still, that's pretty sweet. I saw in one of the clips that Looked like Bazemore and Steph had everybody gathered around at half court after the game. What was some of the advice and the wisdom that they imparted on you guys?
Some of the advice was mainly to the little kids, and I'd say the upper teenagers were just to keep going. You can always be in his position, and that Kent just missing that. Curry was thankful for us giving him the opportunity to come in and just play with us, give him that moment. Sure.
Take us through the moment when, because even if I think we've all been in situations where it's like, oh, there's going to be a celebrity in the building or whatever, and you never really believe it until you see it. It's like, is he actually going to show up? Take us through the moments of him actually walking in the building and what that did to all of you.
It was crazy because before he had came, Ken Bazemore had walked in, I would say like 10 minutes before. But before both of them came, we were already playing like 2 games to get warmed up. And I would say like 5 to 7 minutes after, it was like 2 security guards walked in, and it was Curry behind. All you hear is all the little kids screaming. And that's when we knew he really was there.
That is so awesome. You see a couple security guards, and then the chef comes in. What's next for you, Demarion, in your career and stuff?
Right now I'm being recruited by a lot of D1s, such as University of Washington, San Francisco, and much more. But hopefully to be a D1 prospect and soon be in the NBA. That's my dream.
I love it.
You mentioned what he said to the kids as far as encouragement, but what about just you, the basketball player, one-on-one with Steph? What did you learn on the court?
I learned to always have fun. Like, you can always tell, like, his body language is never upset or mad or selfish. Like, he's playing for everybody else at the same time as he's playing for him. So that was one of the things I learned, to always be humble, for sure.
Anything else in your life ever match this?
Nah, I would say nah.
Man,
it's pretty cool.
Very cool. Demarion Van Kelly, who was matched up with Steph in Sacramento earlier this week. Hey, thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time, Demarion, and we wish you the best of luck.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
All right.
We'll be watching.
There he is. Yeah. Demarion Van Kelly. I love his honesty.
Yeah.
How'd it go? Not too good.
He did get an oop, though. It wasn't on Steph, but
not on him.
Be fine, though. It's 6'5" to be able to get an oop with the chef on the court. That's pretty sweet.
I'm with you, man. How do you keep your wits about you?
Right.
Like, forget the fact that it's Steph, so obviously it's not going to go very well. Like, newsflash, he's better at basketball than just about everybody. But how do you mentally, from the idea of worrying about hurting him,
right,
to the idea of just being overwhelmed and starstruck? Like, how would you function?
It's got to be near impossible. You can't just let yourself get into the moment. It's not just another basketball game. You've got hundreds of people watching an open run, security guards, screaming children, onlookers and gawkers outside the court. This is not your average, weekday or Saturday or Sunday run out there. I love it. Steph's in town to watch his daughter play club volleyball in Roseville.
Yeah.
So he just brings the sneakers. Hey, Kent, I'm going to be in town. You know of any run we can get in?
Well, and I love what he said. His coach said to him, hey, there's going to be a run down at the gym. You're probably not going to want to miss it.
Right. That's pretty funny.
And somehow he's like, I knew what that meant. You did? What is that? Why would they? Well, Steph's clearly going to be there.
Yeah. The chef out in Folsom.
That's absurd.
Yeah.
Grandy, what are you doing in 5 minutes? What are you going to do?
We're going to hear you guys talking about Klay unfollowing the Warriors on Instagram. Yeah. That's going to be leading things off in 7 minutes.
In 7 minutes, yeah.
Didn't expect the Friday show to go that direction.
I did not either.
I mean, absolutely, it was a thing.
What Grandy has coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That's the best of the game. And enjoy your thingamabob out there tomorrow.
It'll be
fun. You want to tell everybody about it one more
10
time?
10 to 2 in Fremont. Come on out. The Fremont Bank headquarters grand opening. 60 prizes to commemorate 60 years in business. Food trucks and beer, Mark. Beer.
Oh, beer.
I'm going to drink it.
Great.
The beer.
Let's drink. Yeah, no, I'll be there. Okay, do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I'm busy.
Day after that?
Father's Day.
Ooh, happy Father's Day.
To you as well.
Yeah, and to all of you out there.
3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Yeah, same, brother. All right, fine. We'll do it Monday for Dibs, for Grandy, and not for Lucas. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Weekend.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming?